Chapter 1. The Breakup. In life, it is fortunate to experience love twice, once in the form of an encounter and once in the form of a reunion. There will always be someone who traverses mountains and stars to find you regardless of the rising sun or the setting moon, the ebb and flow of tides. He will steadfastly choose you and rush toward you, without hesitation or retreat. September 8th, 2024, the day before Yi Lanqi and Jin Bingchen's whirlwind marriage. Outside, the sky rumbles with thunder and lightning as Yi Lanqi scrolls through her Xia Pinguin. The first cup of milk tea of autumn, a gift from her brother. In the corner of the image, a man's wrist is visible, adorned with a limited edition Vacheron Constantine watch. Yi Lanqi is quite familiar with this piece. It is worn exclusively by her fiancé, Jiang Yueze, and she has never seen it on anyone else's wrist. In the next photograph, a woman's legs are displayed. Lace on top, black stockings below, and in the bottom right corner, a pair of men's leather shoes. Coincidentally, Yi Lanqi recognizes those shoes as well. She accompanied Jiang Yueze to purchase them a month ago. The Xia Pinguin blogger skillfully posts without revealing her face, yet everywhere she hints at having a Beijing Circle heartthrob as her boyfriend. Hermes bags, Bulgari necklaces, Gucci perfumes. In every corner of the images, one can catch a glimpse of a suit or the silhouette of a man, or perhaps his wrist. Someone comments below, "Wow, that husband of the sister looks so handsome," exuding an aura of raw masculinity. The blogger replies, "Oh no, we're not married yet." Yi Lanqi interprets, "Oh, not married yet, but they are dating and a proposal is imminent." Another comment reads, "Sister, when will you let your boyfriend show his face?" The blogger responds, He only opens up during those times, otherwise he's quite socially anxious." Yi Lanqi interprets, "They have been intimate and quite adept at it." She and Jiang Yueze have been engaged for 6 years. She met Jiang Yueze at 16, became engaged at 18, and now, at 24, who in the Beijing Circle doesn't know she is Jiang Yueze's fiancé. Once, their relationship was blissful. She had once thought Jiang Yueze was the light of her life. But now, it feels like spoiled milk tea, no longer drinkable. In fact, as of today, Jiang Yueze has unilaterally been in a cold war with Yi Lanqi for 3 days. It seems he has been preoccupied with this. Yi Lanqi picks up her phone and calls Jiang Yueze's childhood friend. "Are you with Jiang Yueze?" The friend replies, "Yes, at the usual spot. Aze is here too, sister-in-law. Are you coming over? Should I send the driver for you?" Yi Lanqi responds, "No need, I'll head over now." After 8 years of love, she has invested her heart, effort, and determination in maintaining it. Now, she intends to bring it to a close herself. Though she carries an umbrella, the rain is relentless, and by the time Yi Lanqi arrives at the entrance of the club frequented by Jiang Yueze, she is drenched. Throughout these years, she has always presented herself with grace and perfection. It is unfortunate that the conclusion must come in such a manner. Yi Lanqi pushes open the door to the private room. The sudden cacophony assaults her ears, and just in time, Jiang Yueze's friends are discussing the matter. "Ace, what's going on with you, Qian? You two aren't serious, are you?" "Indeed. I saw you, Qian, post a picture of you two online, although your face isn't visible. Who in the world wouldn't recognize you?" "Exactly. Ace, aren't you afraid this might actually drive your sister-in-law away? You two used to be so close. Even if this is a petty quarrel, it shouldn't escalate to the point where your sister-in-law loses hope." Unexpectedly, Jiang Yueze's friends are advocating for reconciliation. But the next moment, Jiang Yueze's nonchalant voice cuts through. "She has aspired since childhood to marry me and become a wealthy wife. How could she possibly let go?" Yi Lanqi pushes the door open wider and sees Jiang Yueze tilt his head back, draining his glass, laughing softly. Why not take a gamble? Within a day, she'll act as if nothing happened and come seeking reconciliation. It dawns on Yi Lanqi that in Jiang Yueze's eyes, all her efforts for this relationship are utterly worthless. In that instant, all her reluctance dissipates. Because Jiang Yueze, with his back to the entrance, does not notice Yi Lanqi has entered until several of his friends cast puzzled glances in her direction. In that fleeting moment, the derision in his eyes deepens. Seems there's no need to gamble. Look who has arrived. Yi Lanqi stands there, water droplets still trickling from her hair. her dark shirt clinging to her soaked. She appears disheveled, yet something about her seems different. Jiang Yueza instinctively feels a flicker of panic, but he quickly suppresses the subtle emotion, his tone growing even harsher. Miss Yi, are you so desperate to soften my heart that you've discarded the dignity of a future wealthy wife? His friends, unable to tolerate it, attempt to offer Yi Lanqi a towel. Don't move. Jiang Yueza suddenly changes his demeanor, fixing his gaze on Yi Lanqi, enunciating each word. Now, tell me, where did I go wrong? Yi Lanqi meets his eyes and asks, this time, are you serious? Oh, you saw the post that Qianqian made? Jiang Yueza pulls out a photo from his phone and thrusts it in front of Yi Lanqi. This is you, Qianqian. Remember this face. She's mine. And she's no less cunning than you. Don't you dare bully her. Yi Lanqi casts a glance at the photograph and immediately redirects her gaze to Jiang Yueza. She locks eyes with him. After a moment, Yi Lanqi smiles. A bright, unabashed smile. Even her drenched state cannot obscure the radiance that shines from her eyes at this moment. She declares, Jiang Yueza, we are done. 8 years come to a close. From now on, rivers and lakes shall not cross paths again. Chapter 2. Yi Lanqi, female, 24 years old, single. The air in the private room was enveloped in a profound silence that lingered for a full 3 seconds. While Yi Lanqi had already turned and walked towards the door. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Yueza, propelled by instinct rather than thought, sprang to his feet and blocked the exit. His breath was still a bit ragged, but his expression radiated a self-assured confidence, a new tactic. The art of seduction through feigned indifference. Yi Lanqi remained silent, but a wave of irritation surged in her eyes. In the dim lighting of the room, their proximity allowed Jiang Yueza to perceive it. It was a sense of impatience that Yi Lanqi had never before revealed to him. For no apparent reason, his heart skipped a beat, yet his mouth, accustomed to sharper retorts, blurted out a more contemptuous remark. Fine. Miss, you claim she wants to break up. Do you have any suitable resources on hand? Introduce them to her right now, a few childhood friends urged. Aze, don't act out of spite. What do you mean spite? I'm being serious. Jiang Yueza seized one of his friend's phones, unlocked it with his face, and began to search through the WeChat contacts. Soon, Yi Lanqi's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications, each one a business card pushed to her. And you? Jiang Yueza directed his gaze at another friend. Send her some men right now. Let us see who will want her once she left me. No one moved, so Jiang Yueza took it upon himself to grab phones and send out business cards one by one. Then he turned to Yi Lanqi with a smile. Here's your chance. Add them now. Show me. Unexpectedly, Yi Lanqi smiled back, her tone light and breezy. Well, thank you, young Master Jiang. She opened each business card. Submitted friend requests, and noted, Yi Lanqi, female, 24 years old, single. Once she was done, she raised her phone for everyone to see, then turned gracefully. Wishing you all a delightful time. Jiang Yueza stood there, watching as Yi Lanqi genuinely added everyone with that note. As she passed by him, a drop of water fell onto his shirt, cool against his chest. Then, this woman with whom he had been entangled for 8 years pulled open the door to the private room and vanished from his sight. Jiang Yueza remained rooted in place. His friend Shouyi handed him an umbrella. Aze, aren't you going to chase after her? Chase? Jiang Yueza snapped back to reality, scoffing. Do you really think she will leave? It was merely a tactic she had picked up from somewhere. But your sister-in-law never mentioned breaking up, did she? Shouyi furrowed his brows. I have a feeling this time she means it. Break up. Let us see how serious she can be. Jiang Yueza strode back to his seat, refilling his glass with wine. Once she realizes this tactic is ineffective, she will come back to me sooner or later. For years ago, he had understood how the Yu family had cultivated Yulan 11.it. Turned out that their first meeting had been a meticulously crafted design. She would never be willing to relinquish her position as a wealthy daughter-in-law. The rain outside continued to pour, yet Yi Lanqi stood at the entrance of the club, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. It seemed that breaking up was not a matter of tearing away bones and marrow. She didn't even feel pain. Perhaps the affection that had begun in her youth had ultimately been exhausted over these 4 years, leaving no trace of its former self. She hailed a cab to the apartment her family had bought for her. As she settled into the car, Yi Lanqi glanced at her bank balance, realizing that the first challenge of resisting her family had arrived. That apartment was certainly uninhabitable. She needed to find her next refuge before her mother learned of the breakup. Moreover, she had to remain vigilant against any extreme measures her family might take. Just then, her phone buzzed with notifications. You have added XXX. You can now start chatting. Chapter 3. Invitations from the elite. Several individuals had already sent emojis, some flirtatious. Some curious, and others probing. Is this really Miss Yi? Aren't you Jiang Xiao's woman? What's going on? Even more audaciously, someone had taken a screenshot of Yi Lanqi's friend request with her notes and shared it in the chat group. Coincidentally, Yi Lanqi was also anonymously present in that group. That person tagged Jiang Yueza. Jiang Ge, what is happening between you and your sister-in-law? Isn't she usually quite proper? Does she really play truth or dare? Yi Lanqi ignored them all. However, one message caught her eye. The sender's profile picture was a sunflower, clearly the default avatar from WeChat, and he sent a simple message. Hello, Miss Yi. I was hoping to get in touch with you as well. Do you have time to discuss matters tomorrow? Yi Lanqi glanced at the sender's moments, which were completely empty, yet for some reason, she felt that this person was about to convey something significant. Thus, she replied, Hello, may I ask who you are? The other party quickly responded. I assumed Miss Yi added me because you knew my identity. I am the butler of the Jin family. Surnamed Huang. Yi Lanqi's fingers twitched slightly. The Jin family, in the capital, if there were any renowned families, the Jiang family would certainly be among them. Yet compared to the Jin family, the Jiang family was nothing. The Jin family boasted a history spanning over 300 years, having weathered countless wars since the late Ming dynasty, standing resilient as a premier aristocratic family. She couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Yueza, in his anger, had realized he had sent her the butler's WeChat contact. But then again, the heir of the Jin family belonged to an entirely different social sphere. How could Jiang Yueza and his friends possibly have the direct contact information of the Jin family's offspring? Hello, Butler Huang. May I ask what you need from me? Could you perhaps elaborate? Yi Lanqi inquired. The butler promptly sent over a location pin, revealing the address of the Jin family's mountainside villa. He stated, If Miss Yi is concerned about my identity, you can take a taxi to the foot of the mountain at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will drive you up. As for the matter to be discussed, I will explain it to you in person. Yi Lanqi was completely bewildered. The gulf between her and the Jin family was so vast it could be described as an insurmountable chasm. They were two entirely different worlds. When Yi Lanqi returned home, the rain had ceased. She took a shower, spent over 10 minutes preparing a meal, then picked up her phone to block all forms of communication with Jiang Yueza. Turning off her phone and lying down in bed, she had anticipated a sleepless night, yet to her surprise, she, who often suffered from insomnia, slept soundly until dawn. However, that damned biological clock still woke her at 6 in the morning. Today, she was to visit the Jin family's mountainside villa. Yi Lanqi rummaged through her wardrobe for an outfit she had previously brought from the Yi family, then recalled that once she returned home, she needed to clear out her belongings, particularly those gifted by Jiang Yueza, which should be packed and sent back to his company. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Lanqi boarded the Jin family's car. As the wide road wound its way upward, she was headed toward a world she had never imagined would intersect with her own. All along the way, every blade of grass and tree was meticulously trimmed. In a place where every inch of land was precious, the Jin family owned an entire island connected to the city by a cross-sea bridge. The villas on this island were artfully arranged, scattered like stars across the small island. It was said that these structures had been built gradually over the past 300 years, and as she drove, Yi Lanqi even glimpsed pavilions and towers. Eventually, the car came to a stop at the grand and imposing mountainside villa. Yi Lanqi took the shuttle to the half-open hall, as if stepping into a fantastical world. The servant served her fine Junshan silver needles before retreating to the side. Butler Huang then produced a meticulously crafted vintage fountain pen, placing it on the coffee table before her, and began. Miss Yi, let us discuss the reason for your invitation here. Yi Lanqi nodded with a smile. All right. Butler Huang discreetly observed the girl seated across from him. She wore her hair in a simple ponytail, her demeanor gentle and soft, with porcelain skin and strikingly beautiful eyes that, when lowered, appeared serene and docile. Yet when slightly raised, they exuded an aura of depth and sophistication. Her features were strikingly beautiful, almost aggressive, yet this high-profile delicacy was enveloped in a gentle aura, creating a captivating contradiction that left a lasting impression. Butler Huang had already investigated the Yi family's background. They were merely a fallen, insignificant family, although their company still existed. As night fell, Yi Lanqi suddenly understood the situation. In a prestigious family like the Jin family, there was no shortage of women who met their standards. To say she was exceptional would likely be mere pleasantry. The primary consideration was her birth date and time. While many girls across the nation could share the same moment of birth, the parameters narrowed significantly when factoring in appearance, height, blood type, and hereditary health issues. The Jin family's meticulous selection process was undoubtedly influenced by the rumored frailty of their second young master. In other words, He required a girl whose fate was extraordinarily compatible with his own to counteract his misfortunes. Housekeeper Huang, may I take some time to consider? Yilanchi hesitated before responding. Of course, Housekeeper Huang replied with a smile. If Missy is willing, we will offer generous compensation in terms of finances. At that moment, her phone vibrated from within her bag. Housekeeper Huang nodded slightly, indicating that he did not mind if Yilanchi took the call. Upon checking her bag, she saw it was her mother, Xiao Yulan. Lowering the volume, she answered. But Xiao Yulan's voice was still sharp and piercing. Yilanchi, have you grown wings? What on earth did you do last night? If it weren't for your brother's friend, I would still be in the dark about your audacity to break up with Jiangze in front of everyone. Uncertain whether Housekeeper Huang could hear, Yilanchi hurriedly stepped aside. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, past the stone sculptures and manicured lawns, lay the deep, azure sea. Since the age of 8, Yilanchi had been strictly instructed on how to eat, walk, speak, and even smile, with every detail meticulously regulated. Any deviation from these standards would result in punishment. To enforce this, the Yi family had specially crafted several rattan rods, sourced from a southern mountain, which inflicted searing pain without leaving a mark. At the age of 16, her mother had broken Yilanchi's arm and thrust her in front of Jiangze, coercing her into a ploy to win the attention of the esteemed heir of the Jiang family, with hopes of marrying into wealth and securing support for her own family. Thus, when Jiangze had treated her kindly, she had once viewed him as her savior. Yilanchi took a deep breath and asked, Mom, after all these years, have I merely been a tool in your eyes? How dare you speak to me like that? Xiao Yulan was taken aback, her anger flaring. The Yi family has provided for you, giving you the best education and opportunities in music, arts, and even cooking, all tutored by top-notch masters. Even if I were raising a dog, it would be expected to show gratitude. Yilanchi interrupted, but you never asked if I was willing. If I was happy. You never inquired if I was tired or in pain. You never asked what I truly liked or desired. Xiao Yulan laughed, incredulous. Oh, so you want to learn to ascend like Chang'e? Should I indulge you in that fantasy? Enough nonsense. Where are you right now? Why is there no one at home? You must return immediately, even if you have to kneel or suffer broken hands again. You will apologize to Jiangze until he forgives you. Yilanchi hung up abruptly. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, a message popped up on WeChat from a neighbor. Xiao Yi, there are several tattooed men at your doorstep. Something seems off. Are you home? Be careful. In that instant, Yilanchi's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. She had been naive to think that severing ties would be as simple as escaping. The Yi family had invested too much in her over the years. They would not simply let her go free. Although the Yi family had fallen from grace, they still maintained deep connections with certain underground forces. Over the years, she had witnessed their terrifying methods. From the moment of her birth, an invisible thread had bound her future tightly to that suffocating household, never to be severed. Switching her phone to airplane mode, Yilanchi turned with newfound resolve. Housekeeper Huang, I am willing. Housekeeper Huang did not inquire why she had made such a swift decision. Instead, he gazed into Yilanchi's eyes and said earnestly, Miss Yi, once you decide, there is no room for regret. Are you certain? Yilanchi nodded. I am certain. She yearned for freedom, but if her fate was to remain confined within a singular realm, why not choose the lofty domain of the Jin family? At least within that limited scope, she could soar higher and farther. Seeing the determination in her expression, Housekeeper Huang presented her with 2 contracts. This is a confidentiality agreement regarding the second young master's health and certain aspects of the Jin family. Please review it first. The other is a prenuptial agreement. Once you sign, the Jin family will provide you with a total of 1 billion as a dowry, in addition to various properties mentioned in the agreement. All dowry will be under your complete discretion, and the Jin family will have no right to interfere. However, correspondingly, you will have certain obligations, including caring for the second young master and bearing him a child. You will have no right to terminate the contract, but the Jin family may. Yilanchi perused the terms of the contracts, her emotions difficult to articulate. Marriage felt akin to employment, albeit of a particularly elevated nature. Given the 1 billion, sufficient to pay off her debts to the Yi family. Yet, this position would undoubtedly come with its challenges. Life was arduous, but she had become accustomed to it. She signed her name on the contracts. Each was duplicated, and she placed her copies into her bag. The agreements would take effect immediately. Establishing a hidden connection with the second young master she had never met. Is it convenient for the second young lady to obtain the marriage certificate today? Housekeeper Huang inquired, having adjusted his address for her. Yilanchi nodded. Yes, it is. Additionally, I have some belongings at the apartment that I would like to clear out. Very well, I will arrange for transportation, Housekeeper Huang said before rising. At that moment, A melodious piano piece floated down from the upper floors. The villa's grand hall soared 3 stories high, with a massive crystal chandelier cascading from the lofty dome, and within this half-enclosed structure, the piano notes resembled a waterfall of sound. Ilanchi looked up, but the pianist remained unseen. Nevertheless, she found joy in the performance. The atmosphere was dark and tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable sharpness and strength. It resembled a demon rising from the flames, or a whale leaping from the depths of despair. Suddenly, Ilanchi thought of the primordial deity of chaos from ancient Greek mythology, an entity that embodied the paradox of both profound darkness and brilliant light. At that moment, housekeeper Huang approached. "Second young lady, everything is ready. Shall we depart?" "Certainly." As Ilanchi turned, she could not help but glance upward again. Observing her, housekeeper Huang smiled, a smile more sincere than any he had previously offered. It is the second young master playing the piano. Chapter 5. Her husband has never dated. Ilanchi's breath caught in her throat. Wasn't this man, who was soon to be her husband, suffering from health issues? She had imagined him lying in an ICU, incapable of caring for himself, teetering on the brink of life and death. Housekeeper Huang seemed to sense her confusion. The second young master's condition is quite complex. He occasionally engages in activities when his health permits, and you will meet him tonight. Understood. Ilanchi nodded. He plays beautifully. Her interest in this yet unmet future husband began to blossom. Arriving at the apartment in the Jean family's vehicle, she recalled her neighbor's warning and hesitated as she exited the car. "Housekeeper Huang, there may be." But housekeeper Huang reassured her. "Second young lady, do not worry. Everything has been arranged." Without elaborating, he offered Ilanchi the respect of leaving certain details unspoken. Indeed, as she walked from the hallway into her apartment, nothing untoward occurred. The Jean family was known for their reliability. It seemed the tattooed men had already been dealt with. This apartment had been purchased by the Yi family when Ilanchi graduated university at the age of 22. After 2 years of residence, she had accumulated quite a few belongings. However, most of the clothes, jewelry, and bags were gifts from the Yi family in Jiangze, which she had no intention of taking. Her personal documents amounted to little more than a single box. The items gifted by Jiangze filled 3 boxes, all hastily packed away. She had placed an order for logistics services via her phone, and soon a delivery driver arrived to collect everything and send it to Jiangze's villa. As for the items from the Yi family, Ilanchi left them untouched. Grabbing her small box, she departed from the home she had occupied for 2 years. "Housekeeper Huang, I have my ID now. We need the second young master to accompany us to get the marriage certificate?" Ilanchi inquired. "No need." Housekeeper Huang replied, taking her ID and passing it to a subordinate from the Jean family. "You can return home for dinner, and by evening, the marriage certificate should be delivered." At noon, Ilanchi dined at the Jean residence. When the servant brought out the dishes, she felt a twinge of surprise, for the 4 dishes and a soup, along with the dessert, perfectly aligned with her taste. Over the past few years, she had become accustomed to accommodating the preferences of others, to the extent that she had nearly forgotten what she herself enjoyed. Yet now, these familiar flavors seemed to evoke distant memories. The grand dining table was solely occupied by her, making even the faint sound of dishes clinking resonate with unusual clarity. After the meal, the servant, a Chio, approached to guide Ilanchi around the villa. "Madam, the 3rd floor of the villa houses a gym and other functional areas, while the top floor features a terrace and an infinity temperature-controlled swimming pool, available for your use at any time." A Chio led Ilanchi to the 2nd floor, explaining, "The old master and several other families of the Jean clan prefer to reside on the other side of the mountain. The eldest daughter rarely stays in the country and does not live here. So this entire villa belongs to the second young master. These are the study, bedroom, and therapy room of the second young master. He dislikes being disturbed. So, madam, would you find it acceptable to have your bedroom arranged here?" Ilanchi had initially worried about sharing a room with a stranger that night, yet the room Chio guided her to was sufficiently distanced from her husband, as if separated by the vast expanse of the Chu and Han rivers. She exhaled in relief. "That's fine." Although their marriage was hastily arranged, the Jean family exhibited remarkable efficiency, evidently having anticipated Ilanchi's clothing size, as a multitude of garments, shoes, and bags soon arrived. The bedroom was adjoined by a spacious walk-in closet, where ample sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow over a dazzling array of new designer pieces. Ilanchi even spotted several gowns, astonishingly from the current season's haute couture collection, which had recently been worn by a renowned actress at a fashion show, dominating the trending searches for days. As for the bags and shoes, those high-end brands that required reservations and allocations months in advance were presented in a full spectrum of styles and colors. As if they were merely commonplace merchandise. It could be said that with the right combinations, Yilanchi could attend various events without repeating an outfit. Madam, please rest. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me. Achio said as she prepared to leave. Just then, a commotion arose outside, quickly followed by hurried, chaotic footsteps that receded into the distance. While Yilanchi hurried to the door, only to glimpse several doctors in white coats. They entered the medical room and promptly shut the door. Taking a few steps forward, she saw Steward Huang emerge from the medical room. Noticing her anxious expression, he explained, "The second young master is unwell. Dr. G has come with his team to treat him. Madam, you needn't worry. Dr. G is quite capable." While Yilanchi nodded, "Thank you, Steward Huang. If there is anything I can do to assist, I am at your service." The treatment continued throughout the afternoon, while Yilanchi utilized the time to reread the confidentiality agreement and prenuptial contract she had signed earlier, memorizing the extensive responsibilities and obligations outlined within. After stepping out of her room for some fresh air, she turned and unexpectedly encountered a tall figure in a white coat emerging from the treatment room. They crossed paths on the staircase. To her surprise, the individual appeared remarkably young, with striking peach blossom eyes and a demeanor that exuded clarity and purity. "Are you the sister-in-law?" the person inquired. "Yes, hello, doctor. My name is Yilanchi," she replied with a smile and a nod. "Ji Qingza," he introduced himself, extending his hand for a brief shake. "I am Chen Ji's childhood friend and his family doctor. Nice to meet you, Dr. Ji," Yilanchi said as they descended to the lower level. Noticing that he showed no intention of leaving the villa, she felt a spark of curiosity and asked, "Do you have a moment? Would it be convenient to discuss the second young master's condition?" "How polite," Ji Qingza chuckled. "You refer to your husband in a manner more distant than that of a stranger." His remark broke the initial awkwardness between them. They approached the coffee machine, and Ji Qingza asked, "What flavor do you prefer? With milk but no sugar?" Yilanchi replied, selecting a type of coffee bean. Ji Qingza smoothly took the beans and placed them in the measuring cup, enjoying the process of hand-grinding the coffee. Yilanchi watched attentively and inquired, "Is my husband all right?" Ji Qingza nodded. "He is fine. However, due to an accident, he experienced an infection and often feels unwell." Having read the diagnosis report from Steward Huang, Yilanchi was aware of the treatment's complexity despite current medical advancements. She decided to shift the topic, asking, "What are his hobbies? Since our marriage was so sudden, I ought to know more about my husband." Ji Qingza took his time grinding the coffee beans, saying, before his accident, he had but one passion, expanding his business empire. While Yilanchi was not surprised but pressed further, "What about his leisure time? Does he work even then?" "Pretty much. He is a perpetual workaholic," Ji Qingza replied, adding, "Actually, it wasn't always like this. Xingu had many hobbies until he turned 19, after which he solely focused on his career. I was abroad as an exchange student during that half year, so I am unsure what transpired." He paused, then glanced at Yilanchi, his gaze lingering as if he found her face oddly familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen it. Meanwhile, Yilanchi, engrossed in her notes, remained unaware of Ji Qingza's peculiar expression. After a moment's reflection, she continued, "What kind of girlfriends has he had? Does he have any particular preferences when it comes to women?" "You were quite direct," Ji Qingza laughed, his tone teasing. "Xingu has never dated, leading me to wonder if he might have feelings for me." Yilanchi chuckled at his jest, yet she needed to understand how to interact with her husband going forward, so she pressed on, "Has he shown no interest in any type of woman?" Ji Qingza shook his head. In recent years, the esteemed young ladies from reputable families have been invited by Elder Jean, yet Xingu hardly even glanced their way. He is a machine devoid of emotions. If he is in a good mood, he might engage in small talk. If not, he wouldn't even flinch if someone collapsed before him. No one can truly penetrate his heart within the span of a single cup of coffee. Yilanchi had gleaned a wealth of information about her husband, from his education and the fields his company operated in, to his preferred sports, culinary tastes, and preferred clothing colors. One detail at a time began to form a clearer picture of the man she was to marry. She recalled a phase in her school days when she had been fascinated by criminal investigation literature and had read extensively. Observing the notes in her notebook, she couldn't help but smile. Realizing that her efforts resembled an attempt to create a composite sketch of a suspect, with a few strokes at the bottom of the page, she had almost captured his essence, though she left the eyes unsketched. For that was the most crucial aspect. After all, everything she had heard from Ji Qingza lacked a soul. As evening descended, Yilanchi had just finished dinner and ascended to the second floor when Steward Huang approached her from downstairs. Holding 2 copies of their marriage certificate, "Madam, it has been arranged," he announced, opening one to reveal the names listed within, then handing her the other. Upon opening it, the inscription caught her eye, "Yilanchi and Jean Bingchen." On September 9, 2024, became a legally protected married couple. The tumultuous and surreal events of the past 24 hours crystallized in that moment, gaining tangible substance within the mere 10-gram weight of the red booklet. She was married to a man she had never envisioned. Ylanchi's gaze drifted to the upper right corner of the marriage certificate, where a photograph was affixed. Although digitally altered, it bore no signs of manipulation. The girl in the picture sported a gentle, poised smile, a standard expression she had been trained to adopt for over a decade, etched into her by the marks of discipline. Beside her stood a remarkably young man with porcelain-like skin and exquisitely chiseled features. As if sculpted from ice and snow, each line sharp and profound, yet imbued with an ethereal quality reminiscent of inkwash painting. Ylanchi couldn't help but think of the ethereal beings from fantasy comics. Unable to imagine what mortal could draw such a deity into the realm of the ordinary, he was breathtakingly beautiful, entirely unlike the figure she had sketched in her mind and seemingly at odds with the ruthless reputation attributed to the Jean family. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the embossed seal on the photograph, childishly wondering if the Jean family had simply chosen it in the fleeting moment before. He was but a celestial being inscribed on their marriage certificate. And now, he seemed to come alive, lingering at the edge of her vision. 3 parts days, 7 parts reality. Ylanchi gently blinked. The other party pressed a control button, and the wheelchair began to turn towards his own room. Behind her, Jichinza stepped out, surprised to see Ylanchi standing at the doorway, and thus nodded to her from a distance of 10 meters. Sister-in-law, I'll go change Chingu's bandages first. Ylanchi nodded in response. All right. Just then, Jean Bingshan's wheelchair abruptly halted. The corridor suddenly felt oppressive and silent. For no apparent reason, Ylanchi sensed that Jean Bingshan's entire demeanor had shifted upon hearing her presence. She hesitated, contemplating whether she should approach to greet him. Yet, in the next moment, the wheelchair continued forward, fully entering the room. The door closed, sealing off all sounds. The light and shadow on the glass still danced, casting their glow upon the lavish carpet, while the corridor now felt desolate, as if all the preceding emotions had been merely a figment of Ylanchi's imagination. Turning back to her room, Ylanchi took out her notebook and reopened a page. However, as she attempted to sketch, she found each stroke difficult to render. Flipping back to the previous page, she noticed a blank space where her eyes had wandered. Pausing for 2 seconds before sighing, she recalled Jean Bingshan's extraordinarily beautiful eyes, but regrettably, his pupils lacked focus. He was unable to see. Jichinza said that Jean Bingshan had encountered an accident abroad and had lain in the ICU for an entire month. During that time, he had hovered between life and death on multiple occasions. Although he had been saved, his eyes were infected, and there was still a hematoma in his brain. The location of the hematoma was precarious, pressing against the optic nerve and posing a constant threat to his life. Unfortunately, even the world's leading neurosurgeons had consulted on his case and declared that the success rate of a craniotomy was less than 10%. Therefore, for the time being, he could only rely on conservative treatment with medication. As for Jean Bingshan's legs, he had suffered severe nerve damage previously and was still undergoing treatment. He could move and even stand with difficulty, but walking was discouraged, requiring ample rest and gradual rehabilitation. Jean Bingshan was now akin to a fragile porcelain figurine. The world of the affluent is often fraught with hidden currents, and the Jean family is no exception. He happened to be the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Jean family. Jean Bingshan's father was the eldest son, with only 2 children, Jean Bingshan having an older sister. The old man had always favored Jean Bingshan, yet every uncle and cousin was eyeing him jealously. Ylanchi's birth chart had been meticulously scrutinized to ensure her marriage, as the old man's intentions were. In truth, to shield Jean Bingshan from calamity. After all, in his current state, science had already exhausted all possible efforts. What could not be done was left to fate. Ylanchi pondered over her notebook for quite some time. And before she realized it, the world outside had darkened completely, with the moon quietly rising. She stepped out of her room. The corridor was dimly lit, yet the downstairs was bright, spotting a Chio carrying something toward the kitchen. She casually inquired, "Has the second young master eaten anything tonight?" A Chio sighed. "The second young master said he wouldn't eat." "Nothing at all?" Ylanchi furrowed her brow. "Dr. G didn't say he needed to fast after the treatment?" "Did he?" A Chio shook her head. "Madam, you don't understand. Once the second young master has made a decision, even the old man's presence is of no consequence. He said he didn't want to eat today. So he simply won't. So willful." Ylanchi glanced at the dishes on a Chio's tray, a bowl of ginger fish porridge and several plates of light side dishes, clearly crafted by a nutritionist for Jean Bingshan's benefit. "Leave it to me." Ylanchi said, taking the tray and turning away. A Chio hesitated to speak behind her. Perhaps, on the account of their recent marriage, the second young master might indulge her with a few bites. The second floor was quiet, and it was Yulanchi's first time standing at the entrance of Jean Bingshan's room. She raised her hand and gently knocked twice. After a moment, the door unlocked automatically. The room was unlit, with only the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The man sat in the wheelchair, turned sideways towards the door, speaking on the phone. His clear, melodious voice flowed smoothly in fluent English, akin to a cello resonating softly in the moonlit night. However, a bandage covered his eyes, and as the moonlight fell upon him, Yulanchi felt an otherworldly sense of disorientation wash over her once more. After a few moments of conversation, Jean Bingshan concluded his business call, skillfully turning off the screen and swiveling his head towards her. I said I wouldn't eat. Take it away. His tone bore no warmth. Yulanchi inhaled deeply, striding closer to him and addressing that handsome face. Darling, it's me. The room fell completely silent. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, like iron horsemen traversing a frozen expanse on a stormy night. It was sharp yet suffocating in the tempest. Yulanchi instinctively tightened her fingers. Yet, thinking of the over 100 responsibilities outlined in the contract, of how the Jean family could unconditionally terminate it, and of the darkness looming over the Yi family that could swallow her at any moment, Yulanchi knew she could not retreat. She had long been standing on the edge of a cliff, and could only resolutely follow the path she had chosen. Thus, Yulanchi picked up the bowl of porridge, stirring the fragrant concoction with a small spoon, and feigned a light-hearted tone as she teased the man before her. Oh, not willing to eat on your own. You want your new bride to feed you. The man suddenly looked up. A breeze swept by, causing the bandage over his eyes to flutter down. Chapter 7. 23 minutes and 45 seconds. With him, the distance between them was less than a meter. And in the moonlight, Yulanchi could clearly discern Jean Bingshan's expression. Upon hearing her words, all the coldness that enveloped him transformed into open mockery. Unmasked, Yulanchi instinctively felt the urge to flee. It was too embarrassing. This was her first attempt at flirting, and it had undoubtedly failed miserably. Yet, she managed to suppress her instinct to retreat. Just as she pondered how to make amends, the long, elegant fingers of the man tapped lightly on the armrest of the wheelchair, his tone nonchalant. Yes, I want my wife to feed me. All emotions vanished, and even the earlier mockery felt like a figment of Yulanchi's imagination. Moreover, what should have been a cold remark, delivered in Jean Bingshan's low and magnetic voice, inexplicably carried a hint of tenderness. Yulanchi could not ascertain whether this man's mood had suddenly improved, or whether, as Ji Qingze had suggested, he was merely indulging her with a few perfunctory words. However, one thing was certain, she had encountered a formidable opponent. He could flirt back without even realizing it. All right. Yulanchi flashed a smile, scooping a spoonful of porridge and bringing it to Jean Bingshan's lips. Just the right temperature. The man parted his thin lips and graciously accepted a bite. Yulanchi then proceeded to pick up some vegetables, alternating between meat and greens, followed by another spoonful of porridge. Time stretched on. The aroma of the food filled the room. Yulanchi took advantage of the moonlight to observe the man before her. She had seen Jean Bingshan's birthday on the marriage certificate. He was nearly 3 years her senior. At the age of 27, he should have shed his youthful innocence, yet at this moment, with his eyes shrouded in white gauze, he appeared remarkably youthful. The moonlight bathed his originally fair complexion, rendering it even colder and paler, imbued with an air of fragility and enigma. The dishes of porridge and sides gradually diminished until she had fed him completely. Yulanchi noticed a bit of porridge smeared at the corner of Jean Bingshan's lips and reached for a tissue to gently wipe it away. The warmth of his skin transmitted through the thin layer of the tissue, sending a subtle warmth coursing up her fingertips. Yulanchi quickly retracted her hand, only for her wrist to be unexpectedly grasped. The man, who had just been obediently eating, changed his demeanor faster than turning a page in a book. As if an eruption of pent-up emotion had finally burst forth, his tone was cold and sharp. Yulanchi, do you have nothing to say to me? Yulanchi tried to pull her hand back, but found it held fast. This man, who had did she just misspeak? I am unaware of what has caused your displeasure. After all, we are not well acquainted. If there is anything I have done amiss, please feel free to express it. Yulanchi thought to herself. Jean Bingshan suddenly tightened his grip on the armrest of his wheelchair. To his astonishment, she had addressed him with the formal you. Indeed, they were unfamiliar. 3 months of acquaintance paled in comparison to over 20 years of life. With considerable effort, Jean Bingshan managed to suppress the fury boiling within him, and when he spoke, his tone was unexpectedly calm and indifferent. I said, leave. Yulanchi found herself at a loss and could only convince herself that, at the very least, she had succeeded in feeding him just now. Although her husband was capricious, she could gradually learn how to navigate their relationship. her destiny was quite compatible with Jean Bingchen's, which meant the Jean family would likely not terminate their contract lightly. She intended to utilize this interim period to equip herself with the means to completely sever ties with the Yi family and the underground forces behind them. Even if Jean Bingchen eventually wished to divorce her, she could assume a new identity, leave the Yi family, and escape the capital to live her own life. Oh, very well, please rest early. Good night, Yilanchi said, turning to clear the dinnerware. But in the next moment, Jean Bingchen swiftly reached out, pulling Yilanchi onto his lap from the sofa. Instinctively, as she lost her balance, she wrapped her arms around the back of Jean Bingchen's neck. Miss Yi, my patience is limited. Jean Bingchen maintained his embrace but turned his wheelchair, steering directly towards the door. It seemed he could not tolerate her lingering in his room for even another minute. Once outside in the corridor, Yilanchi, fearing further annoyance from Jean Bingchen, hurriedly released her hold and prepared to return on her own. However, as she let go, the man simultaneously released her, resulting in Yilanchi being unceremoniously deposited onto the floor of the corridor. Jean Bingchen then turned his wheelchair without hesitation and returned to his room. He subsequently emerged with the dinnerware and placed it beside Yilanchi before closing the door with a decisive click. Still seated on the ground, Yilanchi noted the thick carpet in the corridor, which provided her some comfort, yet she couldn't help but wonder, had he truly just thrown her out? Did he at last? She could no longer restrain herself and took out her phone to open the employee group chat. Swiftly, she sent a message, then tucked away her phone, striving to suppress the corners of her mouth that had begun to rise. The elevator doors gleamed with cleanliness, reflecting every subtle expression on a person's face. Night Longing observed Lisa with an expression akin to that of a viewer who had finally witnessed the protagonist triumphing in a palace intrigue drama. Or perhaps akin to someone savoring a delightful revelation on a variety show, her shoulders quaking with suppressed excitement throughout. Upon arriving at the HR department, the typically indifferent personnel exhibited an unprecedented enthusiasm towards Night Longing. They swiftly stamped documents, processed online procedures, submitted payroll settlements, and ultimately presented her with the officially stamped resignation letter, graciously escorting her to the elevator, clutching the resignation letter. Night Longing felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Was she truly beginning to turn her fortunes around? Was the saying after adversity comes prosperity proving true for her? Meanwhile, Director, who had already picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Yuezha, preparing to take credit for his actions. Chapter 9. He had been cornered at Jiang Yuezha's villa. He was scheduled to meet a client at 11 a.m., conveniently located near his residential area. He decided to forego the office and head directly from home. That morning, he checked his WeChat as usual, only to find the chat window that used to send him greetings every morning and night now silent for over 30 hours. Such a scenario had never occurred in the past 8 years. Even during the recent Cold War initiated by him, Night Longing had still sent her customary greetings. Ironically, the pinned chat with Yu Qianqian was active, with numerous messages lighting up the screen. Among them, 10 were photos of her in a white pearl-embellished gown, taken from various angles. These had been sent the previous night, likely after she changed outfits upon returning home from the office. However, Jiang Yuezha did not respond. At that moment, he pinched the bridge of his nose and typed back 2 words. Looks good. Glancing at himself in the mirror, he noticed he was wearing the tie Night Longing had gifted him on his birthday that year. His hand lingered on the collar for several seconds before he finally ceased the unfastening motion and grabbed a document folder to head out. As he reached the entrance of the villa, he spotted Assistant Wu stepping out of a car, conversing with a delivery person. Shortly after, the courier unloaded 3 large boxes before driving away. What was happening? Jiang Yuezha furrowed his brow. Seeing him, Assistant Wu smiled and said, Director Jiang, these are from Miss Yi. She probably sent you some rather large gifts. Jiang Yuezha's heart skipped a beat. He hurried to the 3 boxes, a strange foreboding rising within him. He felt a bit anxious. Upon confirming the delivery was indeed addressed to Night Longing, he suppressed his emotions and instructed his assistant, What are you standing there for? Have the security take it inside. Understood, Assistant Wu replied, heading off to instruct the security. However, Jiang Yuezha had already turned to stride back into the villa. Director Jiang, the meeting is approaching, Assistant Wu reminded him. Ignoring the comment, Jiang Yuezha marched into the villa, with the 3 large boxes before him. He couldn't find a utility knife and instead pulled out a key, attempting to slice through the tape on top. The tape was stubbornly wrapped, refusing to yield easily. Frustrated, he yanked at it roughly. Director Jiang, here, Assistant Wu quickly offered him a small knife from his keychain. Thanks, Jiang Yuezha said, slicing through the tape, but as the box opened, his earlier urgency dissipated, and he remarked nonchalantly, Buying 3 large boxes to coax my forgiveness? Quite the improvement. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, it caught in his throat. Assistant Wu had swiftly lifted the top lid, revealing the very pillow he had gifted Night Longing for her 18th birthday. This pillow had been custom-made during his visit to a mountain over 5,000 meters high, where the sheep produced exceptionally fine cashmere, in limited quantities. When he returned to the capital, he delivered the gift to Night Longing. Despite having suffered from altitude sickness and losing several pounds during the trip, he remembered her bright eyes, the beauty of her youthful features, and how her inherent radiance shone through even with her family's insistence on her decorum. When she expressed her fondness for the pillow, he felt that the arduous week spent in the mountains was entirely worthwhile. From that moment on, Night Longing had taken the pillow from her family home to high school, then to her university dormitory, and eventually to the apartment purchased for her by her family after graduation. For 6 whole years, she had washed it with care, always hand-washing it to preserve its integrity and sun-drying it to maintain what she described as its natural scent. Yet now, this pillow, which she had cherished so dearly, was carelessly stuffed into a plastic bag alongside some cups, clothes, and shoes, all crammed into a 1 cubic meter box. Discarded like refuse. Jiang Yuezhi's hand froze abruptly, and after several seconds, as if coming to a realization, he quickly reclosed the box lid. We have a meeting scheduled for 11 a.m. I can't be late, he declared, rising swiftly and striding towards the exit. Assistant Wu, sensing something amiss in his boss's demeanor, dared not speak a word and quickly followed behind, shutting the villa door and getting into the car. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt stifling, and Assistant Wu hesitated to confirm the day's itinerary with Jiang Yuezhi. Just then, the ringing of a phone shattered the oppressive silence. Assistant Wu exhaled in relief, grateful for this unexpected distraction. Beside him, Jiang Yuezhi noticed it was Director Hu calling, and, though puzzled, answered, "Hello." Director Hu's voice was as cheerful as spring's arrival. "Director Jiang. I've taken care of everything regarding Miss Yi." Jiang Yuezhi was utterly bewildered. "Huh." Director Hu chuckled with the glee of a proud father. "Congratulations, Director Jiang, you're going to be a father." Jiang Yuezhi. "Old Hu, what are you talking about?" He felt utterly stunned by this revelation. Director Hu continued, "Missy informed me herself. This morning, she came to resign, and I promptly signed off on it." The HR department was incredibly efficient. All the paperwork was completed this morning. "Director Jiang, you must celebrate the child's full month." Jiang Yuezhi's mind went completely blank, a buzzing pain resonating in his head as he mechanically asked. "She said it." Night Longing said it. Director Hu's tone was laden with meaning. "Yes, she's just a young girl, perhaps a bit shy, but I understand. Director Jiang, please take good care of her. Girls can be rather subtle in expressing their feelings." But with Night Longing resigning and then touching her belly while discussing reasons, how could I not interpret that correctly? On the other end of the line, Jiang Yuezhi remained silent for several seconds. Director Hu assumed he was touched by his perceptiveness and cheerfully added, "Nothing else to discuss, Director Jiang. You go on with your business, and rest assured, the first smart robot our department designs will be a gift for the little master." Until the call ended, Jiang Yuezhi felt as though he were floating on air. Night Longing had actually confided in Director Hu about her pregnancy, that she was having his child. His throat tightened, and he struggled to catch his breath, finally exhaling with a sweet aftertaste. Where had Night Longing learned this method of reconciliation? First, sending a pile of items as a slap, then quickly following up with a sweet treat. Yet, he couldn't deny it. He had been expertly maneuvered. Every pore in his body now clamored with delight. Of course, the notion of pregnancy was absurd. He and Night Longing had never even shared a bed, let alone conceived a child. But Jiang Yuezhi perceived it as a hint, an indication that she sought to make amends. It suggested she desired to have a child with him. Indeed, by allowing Yu Qianqian to post some ambiguous photos and messages, Night Longing was stimulated into proactive behavior. Jiang Yuezhi gazed out at the greenery outside, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Assistant Wu could clearly sense the shift in his boss's atmosphere. The storm clouds had parted. "Assistant Wu, work diligently, and I'll see to your promotion and raise by year's end," Jiang Yuezhi said, patting Assistant Wu on the shoulder with earnestness. His smile sent a shiver down Assistant Wu's spine. Chapter 10. I am already married. At the same time, Night Longing was leaving the company. As she got into her car, she turned on her phone, with everything needing closure. She also had numerous matters to attend to. Why not have just one child and complete an entire football team? All right. I just added another option. Guess which one is popular? Each option has different odds, so pay attention. Fine. I just chose the Dragon and Phoenix, as the odds are high. I heard Assistant Wu mention that Mr. Jiang has twin genes in his ancestry. I opted for a daughter. as I believe Mr. Jiang is the type who appears playful on the surface but is, in fact, quite meticulous. Such individuals typically give birth to daughters. I selected a son, for they say consuming alkaline foods increases the chances of having a boy, and I've noticed Mr. Jiang has been eating more vegetables lately. Meanwhile, in the group chat, while Yulanchi remained oblivious, discussions ranged from the child's gender to potential names. Several names have already been suggested for her, and now they are voting on which one is the most popular. I in the car. Yulanchi opened her phone to find numerous chat messages and several call alerts from Xiao Yulan. Xiao Yulan had sent the most WeChat messages, dozens, ranging from voice notes to furious emojis, illustrating her outrage over Yulanchi's 24-hour disappearance. Yulanchi, uninterested in listening to those voice messages, quickly called back. The other end picked up instantly, and Xiao Yulan's sarcastic tone rang out. "Oh, so you're willing to call now? I thought you might have committed suicide over Mr. Jiang's infidelity." Yulanchi had long grown accustomed to her mother's demeanor. After all, this mother, who flaunted her image as an affluent lady, had instilled all her base and vile traits in her. So, Yulanchi calmly replied, "Mom, do you have some time? Let us meet somewhere to talk." Xiao Yulan scoffed, "You want me to plead for you?" "That's not happening." Yulanchi reassured her, "Don't worry, I've already secured what you desired. If you're available, meet me at Loft CAF. Xiao Yulan retorted, "Fine. I want to see what tricks you're playing." Yulanchi drove directly to Loft CAF, and shortly after she sat down, Xiao Yulan arrived. "Speak. What do you mean by securing it all at once?" Xiao Yulan asked bluntly. Yulanchi pushed the coffee toward her and stated, "I can no longer be with Jiang Yueza." Xiao Yulan's anger flared, but she noticed several patrons in the CAF and had to stifle her fury. Gritting her teeth and lowering her voice, "Have you lost your mind? What's wrong with this girl lately? For all these years, apart from a rebellious phase at 16, she had always obeyed me. Why the sudden change? That rebellious phase occurred when Yulanchi was abroad for training. She had fallen for a foreign student within just 3 months. Fortunately, a car accident made her forget that fleeting infatuation. The Yi family realized they could not wait any longer then, so upon Yulanchi's return, they hastily broke her hand to ensure she appeared before Jiang Yueza. Yulanchi had obediently complied and started dating Jiang Yueza right away. Yet now, Xiao Yulan felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. "What do you mean?" Xiao Yulan pressed. Yulanchi leisurely sipped her coffee, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It means nothing. The outcome is what it is. Whether you accept it or not changes nothing." Xiao Yulan was nearly fuming. Yulanchi continued to lay it all out. "Today, I resigned from Zhang's company and returned everything he gifted me over the years." At that moment, 2 business people sat down at the table next to them. Xiao Yulan had to suppress the urge to throw coffee at Yulanchi. Leaning back in her chair, Yulanchi dropped another bombshell. "I'm with someone else now." "What?" Xiao Yulan fixed a fierce gaze on Yulanchi. "Who?" "I can't disclose that. I've signed a confidentiality agreement," Yulanchi replied, setting her coffee cup down. "Now the family business needs money. And I can provide it. Ha. You can provide money." Xiao Yulan scrutinized Yulanchi, scoffing. "You, a woman who has been toyed with by Jiang for 8 years, think any respectable family would want you. Let us be honest. How old is the man who is supporting you?" Yulanchi lowered her gaze, staring blankly into her coffee, and when she finally looked up, her expression was devoid of emotion. She simply said, "To be belittled by my own mother like this. I must admit, it feels like a failure. Calling you a broken shoe is too generous." Xiao Yulan couldn't shout but had to restrain her voice, unleashing her anger with the harshest words she could muster. "Do you think finding a benefactor and receiving some money will elevate your status? It is merely a matter of your ability to bear children. Once you've given birth and your body is ravaged, who will still want you?" Yulanchi stared at her mother as the insults continued to pour forth. "You better cut ties with that old man immediately and return to Yueza. At 16, if I hadn't deliberately broken your hand to make you look pitiful, do you think Jiang would have noticed you? Now that you're 24, how can you compete with someone who is 18? You should seize your last bit of youthful charm, hurry and have a child with Yueza to secure your position. After that, he can take on as many mistresses as he likes. You'll be the main wife, so what is there to fear?" As she ranted, perhaps her own hopes for Yulanchi's future soothed her. And she became slightly less agitated. In conclusion, she declared, "In any case, keep your affair with that old man to yourself. You need to go to Yueza's family. What I previously advised you no longer applies. You can't cling to your innocence. If you offer nothing, even men will grow weary of you. I'll buy you some ovulation test strips. Sleep with him, get pregnant, and once you confirm it, rush to get your marriage certificate." With that, she began to prepare to purchase the test strips. Yet Yulanchi grasped Xiao Yulan's hand and asked, "Do you truly believe that being with Jiang Yueza is the only path to happiness?" "Huh?" Xiao Yulan scoffed. "With him, At least you have money and status, and the Yi family can mutually support you. What can you do without him? I graduated from a 985 university with a double degree in a popular major. Am I really worth nothing? Yilanchi countered. Are you done? Xiao Yulan frowned. Just because you went to school, you think you have some ability? Yilanchi replied, let me tell you, without the family support you've received since childhood, and without Jiang wanting you, what would you have? Initially, it was Jiang who felt sorry for you when your hand was broken. Otherwise, would he even have looked your way? What do you possess that is worthy of affection? These words were a familiar refrain from Xiao Yulan, but this time they were more blunt than ever. She implied that Yilanchi was unworthy of love and devoid of merit. If it weren't for the Yi family and the means to attach herself to Jiang Yueza, Yilanchi would be utterly worthless. She was inadequate, undeserving of love, acknowledgement, or happiness. A single tear rolled down Yilanchi's cheek and fell into her coffee cup. She thought she had achieved complete calm. Yet in that moment, sadness still engulfed her. Lifting her coffee cup, she swallowed both the coffee and the tear, and when she raised her gaze again, she donned the armor of numbness anew. But it's too late. I am already married to the old man you mentioned. Chapter 11. The Reveal. What? Xiao Yulan could no longer contain her voice, raising it several octaves. Many patrons turned their heads. She inhaled deeply. You're not lying to me. Are you? Yilanchi nodded. I'm not deceiving you. I've obtained the marriage certificate. His family has some money and gave me a little, nothing substantial. That's the situation. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check if I'm married. Xiao Yulan's nails nearly dug into her flesh. Yilanchi, you've outdone yourself. The Yi family had invested significantly over the years to provide her with food, clothing, and various training. Yilanchi continued. So today, I brought you here to negotiate a buyout of my past 24 years. How much do you want? Xiao Yulan scrutinized Yilanchi, realizing she was not joking. In that instant, she felt as though she had stepped into a void, darkness enveloping her. The Yi family's ambitions of re-entering high society had just been utterly shattered. It took Xiao Yulan a full 10 minutes to regain her composure. She held up 2 fingers. Yilanchi asked, 20 million. How over the years, how have we educated you? You, like Xiao Yulan, have come to realize that the die is cast and one must swallow their grievances in silence. In any case, 100 million, a fixed price. If that is not feasible, then let the fish perish and the net be torn. Yilanchi hesitated momentarily, before softly stating, I shall give it a try. You have 1 week. Xiao Yulan, having finished her coffee, replied, you know I lack patience. Very well, Yilanchi nodded. I shall strive to make it work. Xiao Yulan rose and turned to leave. She too wished to bind Yilanchi to her will. But the tattooed man she had arranged for had mysteriously vanished, leading her to suspect that Yilanchi had indeed allied herself with someone. No one desires a complete rupture, yet after so long, how could the Yi family simply accept a mere sum of money as resolution? Xiao Yulan felt a tightness in her chest, nearly bursting with frustration. Upon exiting the CAF, she immediately made a phone call. Investigate whether Yilanchi has truly registered her marriage. And with whom? Inside the CAF, Yilanchi watched as Xiao Yulan disappeared from view. A slow smile crept across her lips. She understood that Xiao Yulan would undoubtedly be insatiable, and thus she must not reveal her bargaining chips too soon. Through a gradual negotiation, she aimed to sever ties with the Yi family at the least cost. With her spirits slightly lifted, Yilanchi noted that there was still time and decided to visit the nearby shopping mall. Although the Jin family had provided adequately, she still needed to purchase some personal items. What she did not notice was that as she ascended to the 3rd floor, Shou Yi, a childhood friend of Jiang Yueza, happened to be accompanying several managers on a store inspection. Miss Yi, the fragrance you ordered has arrived. The sales assistant greeted her enthusiastically. Yilanchi had always adored this brand's fragrances, particularly one known for its sleep-inducing properties. Please wrap up the one I reserved, she instructed, glancing at the new arrivals. By the way, do you have any male scents in the calming series? Indeed, the sales assistant led her to another section. These are all male fragrances. These few are quite subtle, infused with lavender and sandalwood, making them gentle in scent. Yilanchi picked them up, bringing each to her nose. Jiqingza had mentioned that Jin Bingshan sometimes struggled with sleep due to pain, and he had always suggested that Jin Bingshan try a calming fragrance. Though he was reluctant, Yilanchi decided to purchase a bottle for him to try. I will take these 2, she said. Wrap them together. Certainly, the sales assistant added several samples into the bag, her tone casual. By the way, these are also male fragrances. If Mr. Jiang is interested, he might like to try them as well. Yilanchi paused, then smiled, feeling no inclination to explain herself to a stranger. This high-end fragrance shop had originally been introduced to her by Jiang Yueza, and the sales assistants had a remarkable memory, having seen her a few times. They remembered all her preferences. After completing her purchase, she noticed an intriguing gift shop next door and decided to browse. "Miss, these are all handmade by our members. We have the 9 linked rings and the Luban lock. Perfect for you and your boyfriend to puzzle over together. Some are particularly challenging. Reportedly, very few have managed to solve them globally." Initially, Yulanchi was merely listening, but upon examining the items, she found them genuinely fascinating. Despite her efforts, she could not discern a way to untangle them. "Choose a few of the most difficult ones for me," she instructed. Of course, the attendant promptly brought her several labeled 5A. "These are the most challenging. Our craftsmen spent painstaking hours creating them. The fastest took over 6 months." "All right, I'll take these," Yulanchi inquired. "Does this mall have Lego?" "Yes, in the toy section on the 5th floor," the shopkeeper replied. Nodding, Yulanchi headed directly to the 5th floor. After a brief glance, she recalled that Jean Bingshan had a passion for collecting toy cars and selected a model suitable for children aged 12 and up. Completing her purchase with her hands now full, well, even if he can't see it, he should still be able to assemble it, albeit it may take longer, Yulanchi mused, feeling a slight headache at the thought of her unpredictable husband. That evening, how could she make the 23 minutes and 45 seconds multiply? Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yi had assigned the store inspection task to the executives and stealthily followed her the entire time. Once Yulanchi finished her shopping and headed towards the escalator, Zhou Yi, feeling as though he had completed a covert mission, sent a text to Jiang Yueza, "Brother, prepare for a gift." Chapter 12, accompanying him into the night on this day. Jiang Yueza felt as though the entire world was congratulating him. Meanwhile, the other female protagonist of the story remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. After exiting the mall, she returned directly to the hillside villa. The house was notably quiet, and upon inquiry, she learned that Jean Bingshan was undergoing his routine comprehensive checkup at the hospital, although the villa was well-equipped. His eye infection required adjustments and medication based on the examination. During this period, he also needed to reassess the recovery of the nerves in his legs. As the villa settled into silence, Yulanchi seized the opportunity to thoughtfully plan her future, despite being married to Jean Bingshan. Their union was a contractual one, and the Jean family reserved the right to terminate it at any moment. The sword of Damocles hung overhead, and Yulanchi could not abandon her career. Thus, she turned to the internet to order some professional books, intending to utilize this time for study and personal growth before contemplating her future career path. That evening, Jean Bingshan returned from the hospital. Yulanchi sighed, pondering why she always seemed to visit him in the evenings, making her appear as though she had ulterior motives. Unfortunately, Jean Bingshan had locked the door while showering, leaving Yulanchi to wait for him to finish. The night had fully descended when Yulanchi, holding the gifts she had purchased that day, knocked on his door. The room was silent, with no response. Yet, Yulanchi knew he was inside. She knocked twice more. And a faint voice emerged from within. "I've eaten." Clearly, he recognized her voice. "I didn't come to feed you," Yulanchi mused, contemplating how to persuade him to open the door, only to discover it was, in fact, unlocked. With the force of her previous knock, the door had opened slightly. She stepped inside, finding the room dimly lit, just as it had been the previous night, and the wheelchair was empty. However, a vague silhouette occupied the sofa. Tonight, the moonlight was less luminous than the last, prompting Yulanchi to switch on the lights, illuminating the space. The spacious bedroom was simply decorated, with a black, white, and gray palette rendering it somewhat desolate due to the sparse furniture. Even the dark brown coffee table held only a solitary cup of water, devoid of any superfluous adornments. While Yulanchi approached the sofa, Jean Bingshan had likely already applied his medication to his eyes. As they were devoid of bandages, he lay flat, his head resting on a cushion, one leg bent, eyes closed, seemingly in a state of repose. Hearing Yulanchi enter, he exhibited no reaction, appearing not to be asleep but rather in a somber mood. "I went shopping today and bought you some things," Yulanchi said, gently leaning closer, only to notice beads of sweat forming on Jean Bingshan's forehead. "What's wrong?" Yulanchi's heart tightened, instinctively reaching to touch his forehead. Although he could not see her, he accurately grasped her hand. "It's nothing," he replied softly. "You can leave now." While Yulanchi frowned. "Are you unwell? I'll fetch a doctor immediately." "No need," Jean Bingshan responded, releasing her hand and calmly adding, "I've gotten used to it." While Yulanchi paused, her expression frozen. She had perused Jean Bingshan's medical records, but as someone untrained in medicine, the terminology was merely a jumble of incomprehensible numbers to her. Yet, just moments ago, she distinctly felt his fingers were cold, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. His once fair complexion now appeared even paler, as if he could shatter and vanish at any moment. A strange pang of pain shot through her heart, a fleeting ache that dissipated almost as quickly as it came, leaving behind a sense of disorientation. Are you truly fine? Are you in pain? Do you need any medication? I can get it for you. Yilanchi inquired. No need. Jean Bingshan waved her off, his tone imbued with a detachment towards his own existence. Just leave. I won't die just yet. After saying this, he resumed his previous position of stillness, seemingly more relaxed. Yet, Yilanchi distinctly observed the slight tremor of his lips. He must be enduring considerable pain. Ji Qingze had mentioned that while Jean Bingshan's infection was under control, he would still experience pain, and painkillers could not be overused, necessitating that he often endure it alone. But Yilanchi was unaware of just how excruciating that pain could be. She felt helpless, uncertain of how to assist him. Her gaze swept across the room until it landed on a small violin perched on a shelf in the corner. An idea sparked within her, and she stood up, saying, "Let me play a piece for you. Perhaps it will help distract you." At that moment, Jean Bingshan was already drifting in and out of consciousness. Why Yilanchi's words were a distant echo, as if heard in a dream. He instinctively murmured, "Nancy." Just as Yilanchi was opening the violin case, she heard him seemingly calling her name. Turning back, she asked, "Were you just calling for me?" Jean Bingshan remained unresponsive. Thus, Yilanchi approached the sofa opposite him, placing the violin delicately against her collarbone. She warmed up by trying a few notes before she began to play. She had started learning the violin at the tender age of 7. Although her proficiency did not match that of her piano skills, nonetheless, the Yu family had sought out a renowned violin instructor for her lessons. At 16, she participated in an overseas violin training program, with plans to enter a significant competition held every 3 years. However, it seemed she encountered an unexpected incident. According to Xiao Yulan, she had fallen into a coma for 3 months, thereby missing the competition. Curiously, 6 months later, that very institution organized another competition, and Jiang Yueza accompanied her abroad to compete, where she won first prize. Afterward, she gradually became engrossed in her studies and seldom touched the violin again. As the melody resonated from the strings, Yilanchi realized she was playing the piece titled The Road to Freedom, which Xiao Yulan had strictly forbidden her to perform again. Initially, the melody was gentle yet suffocating, as darkness loomed like a demon, gradually eroding one's willpower. Yet slowly, the spirit began to awaken, fighting back, striving to break free from its confines. While Yilanchi closed her eyes, pouring her heart into the performance, oblivious to the fact that Jean Bingshan had suddenly opened his eyes on the sofa. His gaze was as deep and silent as the night, seemingly void of sight, yet it felt as though he pierced through the heavy darkness. Seeing the summer of 8 years pass. In the bustling practice arena, filled with the roar of racing cars, he accelerated through the curves, executing a flawless drift before coming to a stop. As he stepped out, helmet in hand, he spotted a stunning young girl in the stands, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Despite her radiant beauty, her brow was furrowed, her expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. She cradled a violin in her arms, her gaze fixed on the cars on the track, a flicker of desire igniting in her dark eyes. Subsequently, she placed the violin on her shoulder and began to play. The melody transitioned from repression to eruption, from confinement to liberation, akin to lightning cleaving the dark sky, as she embraced the freedom that lay beyond. The piece she played was indeed The Road to Freedom. In the room, as Yilanchi concluded her performance, the echo of freedom still reverberated in her ears. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of melancholy surged within her. A chill swept across her face, and she found it strange, upon raising her hand to touch her cheek, she discovered her face was streaked with tears. She had felt little while playing, so why had she cried? Chapter 13. It enters. Yilanchi hastily wiped away her tears, relieved that Jean Bingshan could not see her current disheveled state. She quickly resumed playing, opting for a more cheerful piece. With each composition, she grew increasingly adept. On the sofa, Jean Bingshan felt as if he were ensnared in one dream after another, and at last, the overwhelming pain within him began to subside. He had endured yet another lengthy hour. While Yilanchi noticed a change in Jean Bingshan's breathing and paused her playing, stretching her sore neck and shoulders before approaching him. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes," he replied, his voice hoarse from discomfort. "Drink some water," she suggested, opening a thermos and leaning forward to offer it to him. As Jean Bingshan sat up to reach for the thermos, Yilanchi extended it forward, causing their hands to brush against one another, her hand grazing his cheek while the thermos nudged his lips. The proximity caused their breaths to intertwine for a fleeting moment. Jean Bingshan quickly withdrew his hand, taking the thermos from her without allowing her assistance. His rejection was unmistakable. While Yilanchi recognized that he likely detested her presence, silently, she retrieved a wet tissue and handed it to him. "What?" he asked, his brow slightly furrowed. "Wet tissue," she clarified. Jean Bingshan accepted it, a low, humorless chuckle escaping him, though his smile was cold. As if he were suppressing some deeper emotion. Lanchi inwardly lamented how difficult this man was to please. Any attempt to appease him seemed futile, and if not for their contract, she would have preferred to ignore this capricious individual entirely. Jin Bingchen opened the wet tissue and wiped his fingers, which had just touched Yulanchi several times before returning it to her. You may leave now, he said. Yulanchi discarded the tissue into the trash and turned to switch off the lights. However, she paused mid-motion, captivated by the sight before her, the man reclining on the sofa, his pupils vacant, devoid of expression. Yet somehow, Yulanchi perceived a semblance of sorrow emanating from him. Her hand halted, and she gazed at Jin Bingchen for several seconds before resignedly turning back. The Lubon lock, a 9-link puzzle she had purchased for him, remained on the coffee table. Yulanchi picked it up, as if the earlier discord had never transpired, and extracted one piece to hand it to him. Try to see if you can unlock it. Jin Bingchen felt a small, rounded object, likely wooden, pressed into his palm, something he had never encountered before. Yulanchi elaborated. This is a Lubon lock I bought at the mall. The one in your hand is called the wine barrel. Jin Bingchen remained unmoved, seemingly uninterested. Yulanchi coaxed gently. The shopkeeper said that very few people globally manage to unlock it. I can't do it. Could you teach me? Finally, Jin Bingchen stirred, but rather than examining the Lubon lock, he turned to Yulanchi, his voice devoid of emotion. Are you intentionally trying to ingratiate yourself, seeking validation as per your contract? Yulanchi understood the necessity of honesty. Deceiving this man was unwise. Thus, she admitted, yes, the contract stipulates hundreds of obligations for me, with no right to terminate it, while you can dismiss me at any moment. So, dear husband, would you kindly cooperate? Though she had anticipated that Yulanchi was merely acting, hearing it spoken aloud left a hollow ache in his chest, as if a harsh wind had swept through a desolate landscape. The doctor's words echoed in his mind. Mr. Jin, your infection can only be eradicated through surgery, but the risks are exceedingly high. We advise you to continue conservative treatment for the time being. Jin Bingchen inquired, how long can conservative treatment sustain me? The doctor hesitated before responding, based on the current situation, approximately 3 months. However, the unsaid conclusion was painfully clear, merely a comfort. Perhaps these would be his last 3 months on this earth. Just as Yulanchi thought she might not receive a response and would have to leave in disappointment, she heard the man exhale softly. Fine, I will cooperate with you. Yulanchi breathed a sigh of relief. She could not fathom why Jin Bingchen had suddenly changed his mind, but she swiftly maneuvered the wheelchair over. As she attempted to assist Jin Bingchen with his legs, he abruptly grasped her wrist. The man, who had been languid and harmless, suddenly turned cold and menacing. No need. Despite her familiarity with his erratic moods, Yulanchi was taken aback. The pain in her wrist made her flinch. Moments later, Jin Bingchen released her, apologizing softly. His icy demeanor vanished as if the fierce man moments ago had never existed. Without requiring Yulanchi's assistance, he positioned his legs on the floor, grasped the wheelchair armrest, and with great effort, managed to stand and sit down. In that instant, Yulanchi comprehended Jin Bingchen's feelings. Once a favorite son of the heavens, he now found himself confined within the shadows of a hospital or villa, perpetually confronting the specter of mortality. Was this profound sadness rooted in that transformation? To see such a proud figure reduced to this state made Yulanchi empathize deeply. If their roles were reversed, she wondered if she could endure such a fate. I'll push you outside for some fresh air, she declared, attaching the toy bag she had purchased to the back of the wheelchair and guiding Jin Bingchen outside. He remained silent, allowing her to wheel him along. The warm light behind them elongated their shadows. Yulanchi brought Jin Bingchen to the common area on the second floor, initially intending to take him downstairs. Her attention was suddenly drawn to a piano around the corner. Positioned perfectly, the black piano reflected a blurred image of the moon above. Yulanchi released Jin Bingchen's wheelchair and placed the toy bag in his lap. Let us play a game, she proposed, retrieving the 9-linked puzzle. If you can unlock one within 5 minutes, you can ask me a question. Jin Bingchen replied coolly, I have no interest in your privacy. Is that so disheartening? Yulanchi responded, both amused and exasperated. Could you at least show a hint of kindness? Jin Bingchen rotated the 9-linked puzzle in his hands and asked casually, oh, what kind of kindness are you seeking? As he raised the puzzle, Yulanchi noticed he had already unlocked one. She took it from him, attempting to manipulate the pieces but failing to restore it to its original form. Just moments ago, it had appeared entirely connected. The next moment, sensing her confusion, Jin Bingchen grasped her hand, guiding her fingers to intertwine with his. He directed her movements, twisting, retreating, and pushing forward, until the seemingly impossible pieces clicked together. Yulanchi heard his calm voice, Miss He, you see, it fits. Chapter 14. As night Lanqi approached, she harbored doubts about whether Jin Bingshan was truly behind the wheel. However, the man sat immobile in his wheelchair. His cool and refined visage devoid of any superfluous expression, bathed in moonlight, his ears remained unflushed. Given his evident disdain for her, how could he possibly be driving? Thus, when Jin Bingshan mentioned entering, it was indeed a straightforward metaphor. Akin to navigating a complex puzzle, Night Lanqi took a deep breath, convinced that her skills were still lacking and required further cultivation. She nodded, feigning calmness. Mr. Jin, you were truly remarkable. So, do I need to pose questions to you? Jin Bingshan released Night Lanqi's hand. Although his gaze remained unfocused, he exuded an aura of detached coolness. Night Lanqi felt a pang of intellectual condescension aimed at her. Nevertheless, she had several more Luban locks at her disposal. A thought struck her. Jin Bingshan did not seem to mind the touch of her hand, yet he exhibited considerable aversion when it came to her face. She felt compelled to experiment further. Thus, she proposed, let us change the reward. I will play a piece for you on the piano. For each Luban lock you unlock, I will reward you with a kiss. That sounds more like a punishment. Jin Bingshan replied, dismissively. Very well, let us try a different approach, Night Lanqi countered, her mind racing. There are 6 Luban locks in total. Should you fail to unlock one, you shall face a penalty for each one you miss. Was he not the one who looked down upon her? Did he not exhibit capriciousness? Fine. She was eager to ascertain where Jin Bingshan's limits lay. Without giving him a chance to respond, Night Lanqi strode over to the piano. Having commenced her piano studies at the tender age of 5 and completed all grade examinations during her primary school years, she had since been under the tutelage of a renowned piano instructor in the country. Thus, when the crystalline notes flowed forth, Jin Bingshan displayed a flicker of surprise. It appeared that Night Lanqi had spoken the truth. 3 months of acquaintance had not yielded familiarity, for he was unaware of her musical talents. In his hands, Jin Bingshan held the very Luban lock that Night Lanqi had originally gifted him. Contemplating her earlier notions of reward and punishment with an indescribable feeling, Night Lanqi was adept at exasperating him. She was reenacting their first encounter. Recalling how she had played the violin and later initiated a kiss, claiming it to be her first, now, through playful banter, she was coaxing him to reminisce, yet she conveniently omitted any mention of her abrupt departure from him in the past. Jin Bingshan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil within him as Night Lanqi's voice dripped with teasing. The first piece is nearly over, and our Mr. Jin seems yet to unlock any. She appeared utterly pleased. Jin Bingshan closed his eyes momentarily. Very well, he would indulge her. After all, 3 months amounted to merely 90 days, and he was counting down each one. His fingers traced the wooden Luban lock as he sought the key to its resolution. In time, at that moment, felt elongated and tender. When Night Lanqi turned to glance at him, she found him leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, his neck and Adam's apple more pronounced as he slightly tilted his head back. His jawline was exquisite, his nose straight, and his profile illuminated by the moonlight, casting a soft yet striking silhouette. Perhaps it was merely Night Lanqi's imagination, but the aura of world weariness that had once surrounded Jin Bingshan seemed to have lessened. He meticulously dismantled the Luban lock, unlocking one piece and reaching into the bag for another, continuing his diligent work. Strangely, he appeared rather obedient. Downstairs, Butler Huang gazed up at the crystal chandelier, quietly absorbing the pleasant melody. Tears glistening in his eyes, he had watched Jin Bingshan grow up. Sent abroad for his studies at 13, he swiftly completed his coursework and by 20 had already expanded the Jin family's overseas market. For the next 7 years, he had worked tirelessly, tackling one formidable challenge after another, like an unflagging machine of conquest. Even the Jin family's rivals had often expressed their admiration. So, when Jin Bingshan encountered his troubles, the elder and some family members had worried that he would not endure. Yet now, it seemed that everything had changed, as something was quietly shifting. As Night Lanqi concluded her piece, she noticed that the box before Jin Bingshan was filled with scattered wooden pieces. The man had meticulously organized the components of each Luban lock, ensuring that they remained separate. At that moment, he held a heart-shaped lock. Night Lanqi feigned ignorance of his earnest endeavor and commenced playing another piece. Thus, the night flowed on like a gentle stream. When only one Luban lock remained unsolved in Jin Bingshan's grasp, Night Lanqi ceased her performance. As the performer, it was time for her to collect her dues. The man in the wheelchair continued to ponder intently, but this particular Luban lock was exceptionally intricate, fitting together so perfectly that, with his impaired vision, he could only rely on touch to discern any gaps. Increasing the challenge considerably, he furrowed his brow, seemingly unprepared for a toy that could confound him. At that moment, Night Lanqi approached him. As Jin Bingshan paused in his efforts and lifted his gaze. She declared, Mr. Jin, One remains unsolved, and thus you must face a penalty. Nightlanchi felt herself inching closer to Jean Bingchen's limits, further reducing the distance that separated them. Their breaths intertwined, their lips merely 2 centimeters apart. Yet neither made a move forward. Just then, the moon outside was obscured by clouds, casting a curtain of darkness over the corner. Are you willing to accept the wager? Nightlanchi felt a surge of anxiety. She sensed she was treading on thin ice. The man, gripping the Luban lock, could not see, yet the depths of his dark eyes seemed to brew a storm, harboring emotions she could not decipher. Instinctively, Nightlanchi wanted to retreat, fearing she had truly provoked him. However, in the next moment, the Luban lock in Jean Bingchen's palm cracked open, as if by instinct he had leaned down to inspect it. This movement closed the gap between them entirely, and Nightlanchi's kiss landed on the corner of his lips. In that instant, the tumult of emotions dissipated, leaving an enchanting stillness in the air. Nightlanchi felt her mind go blank, and she instinctively recoiled, creating distance between them. The man remained serenely leaned back in his chair, the pale hue of his lips curling slightly. He sat at the intersection of darkness and light. Tender yet fervent, embodying a paradoxical essence, Nightlanchi was bewildered by the rapid beating of her heart. Was this a moment where she had merely grazed his limits and narrowly escaped disaster? She hastily pressed her lips together, attempting to sound nonchalant as she said, "You managed to unlock it, but I have already imposed a penalty. Why not return the favor?" Upon uttering those words, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. What was she doing? It seemed that in Jean Bingchen's presence, her mind short-circuited, as though she were dancing on the edge of her own grave. Yet the next moment, "Is this how you wish to kiss me?" Jean Bingchen, with an air of nonchalance, handed the Luban lockbox to Nightlanchi. "Then I shall grant you an opportunity." He maneuvered his wheelchair to face the piano, "while I play a piece. You shall solve several locks, and for each one you succeed, I shall grant you a kiss." Nightlanchi thought she must have misheard. "Really?" Jean Bingchen replied coolly, "Indeed, Monsieur, you must put in the effort." He began to play. Nightlanchi first admired his piano skills for a couple of seconds before quickly refocusing on her task. Humph. Who does Jean Bingchen think he is? She considered his kiss a punishment. Yet he was confident she would fail to complete even one. She couldn't solve them herself, but did he not realize she could simply search for tutorials online? However, Nightlanchi felt her pocket and realized, to her dismay, that she had left her phone in her room. Who could tell her what shape this pile of wood had originally been? Ultimately, Nightlanchi managed to solve none of the locks. As Jean Bingchen passed by her, his fingers rummaged through the box in her arms, and he wore a teasing yet regretful expression as he remarked, "Monsieur, I shall instruct Butler Huang to bring you some walnuts tomorrow for nourishment. Perhaps next time you will succeed in kissing me." Chapter 15. You, a single person, wouldn't understand. That night, Nightlanchi returned to her room and opened her computer, diligently watching a tutorial on assembling the Luban locks. Following the video, she finally managed to piece them together one by one. After completing the task, she intended to disassemble and reassemble them. Ji Qingze suddenly halted his movements, then sniffed the air. "Why is there a fragrance in this room?" As he spoke, he hurried toward Jean Bingchen's bed. "What the hell, Brother Chen? Did you spend the night with your wife?" Jean Bingchen interrupted him, changing the dressing. However, Ji Qingze, like a detective, had already gone to check for any long strands of hair on the bed. "Brother Chen, have you really lost your virginity?" Jean Bingchen growled. Ji Qingze. Yet, Ji Qingze discovered a small humidifier on the bedside. What a false alarm. It turns out the scent is from the diffuser. But Brother Chen, you being hypocritical. You refused to use it when I recommended it before, and now this is something your wife prepared, right? Jean Bingchen replied indifferently. So. Ji Qingze returned to scrutinize the expression of his childhood friend. But alas, he failed. There was no hint of emotion on Jean Bingchen's face. You wouldn't understand the matters of married people. Jean Bingchen completed the thought. Ji Qingze was immediately incensed. "Oh, so now that you're married, you think you're superior, but your pillow has only been slept on one side. Am I wrong? What's there to flaunt?" While applying the medicine to Jean Bingchen, he acted like a detective. "You didn't sleep together. But you kissed, right? 8 years ago, they had indeed kissed." Jean Bingchen thought to himself. However, he remained silent, his expression as calm as ever. The detective Ji Qingze quickly picked up on this silence, becoming excited. "So your first kiss is truly gone?" Jean Bingchen replied. Finish applying the medicine and then scram. As Ji Qingze attended to his wounds, he set aside his earlier teasing and earnestly asked, "There's a question I've never understood. I don't believe you're someone who is superstitious about compatibility. So why did you agree to your grandfather's request and marry her in a flash?" Jean Bingchen replied blandly. Consider it a fulfillment. In the morning, Nightlanchi returned from her workout upstairs to see Jean Bingchen in a shirt and trousers, being pushed outside by Butler Huang. She stopped to inquire, "Are you going to the hospital?" Butler Huang explained, "Second young lady, we are going to select some tea for the old master." Wai Lanchi quickly said, "Wait for me. I'll go too." She hurried back to her room, took a quick shower, towel dried her hair without having time to blow dry it, and emerged dressed. In the lobby on the first floor, Jean Bingshan was on a phone call. He was discussing business, and when he talked about work, his demeanor changed entirely, professional and composed. Sensing Lanchi's arrival, Jean Bingshan gestured for her to wait a moment, quickly conversed a few sentences with the other party, and hung up. "Let us go," he said. At the door, Butler Huang had already prepared the driver. This was Lanchi's first time spending the day with Jean Bingshan. The car was an extended model, and as the driver opened the back seat, Lanchi was about to assist, but Jean Bingshan had already stood up slowly and sat down. Throughout this, neither the driver nor Butler Huang offered to help him, indicating that this method had become the norm. However, in those brief seconds, a sheen of sweat appeared on Jean Bingshan's forehead, clearly indicating it was not an easy task. Yet, he was proving, in his own way, that he was not entirely useless. Wai Lanchi settled on the other side as the driver folded the wheelchair and placed it in the back, while Butler Huang took the front seat, and the car set off, flanked by two escort vehicles. Once inside, Jean Bingshan opened his laptop. Wai Lanchi noticed that he was actually in a video conference. People of various skin tones were reporting from the other end, while Jean Bingshan interjected with summaries and commands. Wai Lanchi had passed a proficiency exam in English during university with excellent grades, but the rapid pace and specialized vocabulary made it difficult for her to grasp everything. She couldn't help but glance at the man beside her, observing how Jean Bingshan squinted slightly, exuding a sharp and oppressive aura. Seemingly focused on the speakers. If it were through a screen, the others would likely have no idea that Jean Bingshan was unable to see them at all. The car arrived at the tea house. Jean Bingshan closed his notebook, and the bodyguards surrounded the car as several people began to exit. The bodyguard pushed Jean Bingshan's wheelchair ahead, while Lanchi and Butler Huang followed. Wai Lanchi couldn't help but ask, "Butler Huang, does the second young master personally select the tea?" Butler Huang explained, "The second young master has always had a good relationship with the old master, so whenever there is new tea, the tea house will call him. And no matter how busy he is, he always personally comes to select. Even when he was abroad, he would fly back just to choose tea for the old master, and his selections are the most suited to the old master's taste." Wai Lanchi thought to herself that it must have been the old master who suggested the hasty marriage. Jean Bingshan was so filial that he would agree. By the way, I haven't heard anyone mention your grandmother. Is she still around? Lanchi inquired. "Yes," Butler Huang replied. "The old lady and the old master divorced 30 years ago and has been living abroad, rarely returning." Wai Lanchi nodded, and under the guidance of the tea house owner, they entered an antiquated courtyard. The sound of a guqin resonated from behind a screen as the tea house owner, Mr. Datsu, personally brewed a pot of spring water to serve tea. Just then, an SUV pulled up at the entrance of the tea house. Jiang Yuezha stepped out of the car and said to his assistant Wu, "Get the tea for my dad's birthday and call her for Sir." Wu was slightly confused. "Mr. Jiang, aren't you delivering it directly to Sir? Mr. Jiang's father's birthday banquet was this weekend, and he was not on a business trip. So why make that call?" However, suddenly, Jiang Yuezha halted, furrowing his brow as he cast a meaningful glance at Wu. "Who said to call my dad?" Wu blinked innocently. "Did you mean to call Missy?" Jiang Yuezha remained silent, continuing forward. Wu understood he had guessed correctly. "All right, Missy used to enjoy oolong tea and black tea, so let's choose some for her, and I'll deliver it later," he said. Chapter 16. Just right to supplement my wife. Jiang Yuezha and Wu entered the tea house, greeted by Mr. Su's apprentice. Jiang Yuezha casually asked, "Is your master not here?" Xiaochen replied, "He had a few distinguished guests earlier this morning and went over there. He'll be here shortly." Jiang Yuezha nodded, waiting for Xiaochen to brew the tea. While waiting, he glanced at his phone. Wai Lanchi had yet to message him. So, was she waiting for him to take the initiative? Lanchi had packed up everything he had given her and claimed she was pregnant, even resigning from her job, all to prepare for moving in with him. But now, another day had passed with no word. What did that mean? Did he really have to take the initiative? Jiang Yuezha pondered that men should occasionally make a move to give women a sense of importance. Perfect. With Wu delivering tea, he could use that opportunity to make things easier for her, and she would likely move in with him. Mr. Jiang, try this. It's all the flavors you mentioned over the phone, Xiaochen said. Jiang Yuezha put away his phone and began to taste the tea. The sound of the guqin resonated from the adjacent courtyard. Jiang Yuezha sipped the tea while glancing over. "Sounds good." Xiaochen smiled shyly. "It's my senior brother playing. He practiced for several years and just returned from the mountains. Jiang Yuezha said, I'd like to meet him later. He set down his teacup and pointed to one of the green teas. Wrap this up for my father's birthday. Xiaochen promptly packed it in a fine sandalwood box. Then brought over the freshly brewed oolong tea. This Da Hong Pao has a bit of a low yield this year due to the weather. It has been raining heavily. Jiang Yuezha tasted it. It was Yulanqi's favorite. He said, how much altogether? Wrap it all up. Just then, Mr. Su approached with a smile. Mr. Jiang, welcome. Sorry for not receiving you properly. Jiang Yuezha set down his teacup. This year's Da Hong Pao seems more fragrant than in previous years. Indeed, Mr. Su replied, but unfortunately, there's only half a gene this year, and it was just reserved. The second young master's wife particularly enjoys it. Jiang Yuezha was taken aback. He had intended to gift it to Yilanqi, only to find there was only half a gene left. All claimed. He asked, will there be more from that origin this year? Mr. Su shook his head. There has been continuous heavy rain and several landslides. It seems there won't be any comparable quality this year. Other tea mountains have some, but they're not much better. I'm afraid you won't find them to your liking. That was indeed regrettable. Jiang Yuezha sighed internally, then asked, the second young master? He is married? Mr. Su nodded. Yes, he just brought his wife. She is very beautiful. After a moment, he added, Mr. Jiang, I heard you've been engaged for several years. If you get married, do let us know. Jiang Yuezha picked up another cup of black tea, sipping it slowly. After tasting the previous cup of Da Hong Pao, this black tea felt somewhat inferior. He set it down and remarked, since the second young master is already married, it seems I should consider it too. The heirs of the affluent circles in Jing City, although they have no direct connection with Jin Bingchen, are nonetheless well acquainted with his affairs, to the point of developing a certain familiarity. To put it plainly, Jin Bingchen is indeed the quintessential ideal child of others. Even Jiang Yuezha's father often holds him as a standard, suggesting that Jiang should learn from him. While it is true that Jin Bingchen is merely a year older, he has remarkably expanded the Jin family's empire abroad through sheer determination and hard work. Jiang Yuezha finds himself at a loss for words, as no one can quite compete with that relentless work ethic. Now, it appears that this diligent individual has entered into matrimony. However, one might speculate that it is a marriage devoid of genuine affection, likely a contractual arrangement. Indeed, they are expected to hold a wedding by the end of the year. Although old Su did not elaborate further, he is an old acquaintance of grandfather Jin, and even if he were aware of Jin Bingchen's injury, he would not divulge such information. Is his wife from the local area? Jiang Yuezha suddenly felt a pang of curiosity. He had not heard of any alliances between the Jin family and others. Old Su shook his head. I am not well informed on that matter. What does an old man, a mere tea enthusiast, need to know about such gossip? Jiang Yuezha nodded in agreement. Let him have that Da Hong Pao. It is a fitting congratulations for his new marriage. Subo, please assist in selecting a couple of varieties of black tea and oolong tea that women typically favor. As old Su went to make his selections, the music next door came to an abrupt halt. Shortly thereafter, a young man dressed in traditional attire approached, cradling a guqin in one arm while grasping several walnuts in the other. Old Su, puzzled, inquired, why are you carrying walnuts? His senior disciple explained. Young Master Jin noticed that our walnuts have ripened and expressed a desire for his wife to taste them, so I gathered some. Upon finishing, he handed the freshly cracked walnuts to Jiang Yuezha. They are fresh. Please, young Master Jiang, have a taste while I play a tune for you. Jiang Yuezha cracked open a walnut. The fresh nut meat, once freed from its skin, appeared pale and tender. It was crisp and sweet, far more fragrant than dried ones. Quite delightful. He savored the walnuts alongside the tea, letting the music elevate his spirits. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Yilanqi was also indulging in walnuts. Earlier, Butler Huang had casually mentioned, oh, old Su has walnut trees here, prompting Jin Bingchen to inquire, are they ripe? Old Su's senior disciple promptly rose to gather a generous handful. They're all ripe and fragrant. Ah, Jin Bingchen addressed Yilanqi with an air of nonchalance. Just in time, I shall bring some for my wife. Why Yilanqi mused. This man claims to act according to the contract. Yet he is far more adept at acting than she is. Moreover, it is uncanny how his words manifest into reality, and there just happens to be a damned walnut tree here, since Jin Bingchen is playing a role. She shall play along. Thus, Yilanqi leaned closer to Jin Bingchen and lowered her voice to inquire. So, are you hinting that you wish to kiss me? At that moment, old Su's senior disciple had stepped next door to deliver the walnuts, while Butler Huang diligently cracked walnuts in the courtyard, leaving only Yilanqi and Jin Bingchen in the room. Yilanqi brought a peeled walnut to Jin Bingchen's lips, and upon seeing him chew She inched closer. If you wish to be kissed, should we not do it now? Hearing this, Jean Bingshan's hand, resting on the armrest of his wheelchair, tightened slightly. In the next moment, he leaned slightly toward Yulanchi. The distance between them suddenly diminished, and Yulanchi gazed at him in astonishment. This man, was he truly intending to blur the lines between pretense and reality? She froze in place, utterly still, just as she was captivated by the handsome features of the man drawing nearer. Jean Bingshan abruptly leaned back against the wheelchair, creating space between them once more. With a demeanor that suggested reluctance, he remarked, "No. It lacks excitement when it's free of charge." He was again belittling her with yesterday's reward and punishment, implying that she had failed to meet his expectations and thus was unworthy of a kiss. Yulanchi ground her back teeth, swiftly peeled another walnut, and stuffed it into Jean Bingshan's mouth. Truly, nothing could silence his insufferable tongue. At that moment, the sound of the guqin resonated from the other side of the wall. Before long, Jiang Yueza had finished selecting the tea and eating walnuts. With plans to head to the office next, he instructed for his items to be packed and stepped outside with his belongings. Coincidentally, guests from the neighboring courtyard were also making their way out. Jiang Yueza turned his head and noticed several bodyguards escorting someone forward. However, due to the imposing stature of the bodyguards, he quickly lost sight of the Jean family's second young master and his wife as they rounded the corner. Meanwhile, Yulanchi and Jean Bingshan had arrived at their vehicle. The driver opened the door, and Jean Bingshan took his seat. Just as Yulanchi was about to enter, she caught sight of a familiar black SUV parked nearby. A quick glance at the license plate revealed it was indeed Jiang Yueza's vehicle. At that moment, Yulanchi's phone rang. It was Assistant Wu calling. She had previously blocked Jiang Yueza's number, yet the personnel from Jiang's company had not been blocked, and she feared there might be work-related matters that required confirmation. Thus, Yulanchi answered the call. Assistant Wu was walking alongside Jiang Yueza towards the parking area, carrying a box of oolong tea, and glanced at his boss, who did not turn but was clearly listening to what he was saying. "Miss Yi, this is it. When would you be available?" Yulanchi adjusted her clothing as she settled into the car. Assistant Wu's voice came through the receiver with clarity. "When would you be available? Mr. Jiang has purchased some tea you enjoy." While Yulanchi was taken aback. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching from behind her. Connecting the dots between the car parked nearby and the tea mentioned by Assistant Wu, Yulanchi deduced who was coming. Although she and Jiang Yueza had parted ways amicably, there was no lingering entanglement. Yet Jean Bingshan's current health condition could not be disclosed to outsiders. While Yulanchi said nothing, simply hanging up the phone. On the other end, Assistant Wu, confused by the sudden disconnection, glanced at his screen to confirm. Just as he hesitated about whether to call back, he spotted the Jean family's vehicle and promptly suggested, "Mr. Jiang, young Master Jean and his wife likely have not left yet. Should we go greet them?" Jiang Yueza frowned. The call did not go through. Assistant Wu, unsure how to categorize the situation, nodded. Jiang Yueza responded with a non-committal sound and moved forward. "Then let us go greet them." However, at that moment, the Jean family's car had already started, and as the two reached the parking area, they were met only with the fading exhaust. Jiang Yueza, feeling a wave of irritation, pinched the bridge of his nose and tugged at his tie. Beside him, Assistant Wu quickly shifted the topic. "I will contact Missy again." Ding dong. Before he could dial, a message notification from Yulanchi chimed in. "Assistant Wu, I have ended my relationship with your boss." A succinct message, and upon reading it, Assistant Wu's heart skipped a beat. He turned to find Jiang Yueza's peripheral gaze already on the screen. Assistant Wu hastily pressed the power button to turn off the display. "Ah. My phone must be running low on battery." Jiang Yueza's expression remained impassive. "Turn it on." Assistant Wu did not move. Jiang Yueza's tone grew impatient. "Turn it on." With no other choice, Assistant Wu felt as if his year-end bonus was slipping away. He switched on the phone, revealing the stark message from Yulanchi. Jiang Yueza stared at it, a mix of anger and amusement crossing his face. "Very well, so your messages are of no use. Is that it? Do I need to personally extend an olive branch to her?" Assistant Wu, hearing this, rolled his eyes and decided to remain silent. Jiang Yueza stood still for several seconds before striding towards the car. "I'm curious to see how long she can maintain this stance. A woman's occasional antics can be charming, but persistent ones are simply foolish." This weekend marks his father's birthday, and Yulanchi had mentioned preparing a gift last month. If she has not received an invitation by Friday, he would relish seeing how she would extricate herself from this predicament. Jiang Yueza entered the vehicle and instructed Assistant Wu, "Ignore her. By the way, send an invitation to Yu Chanshan for my father's birthday banquet this weekend." Assistant Wu continued to nod like a quail. "Understood, Mr. Jiang." He settled into the car, opened the red app on his phone, and began reading. The title of the book was transforming into the overbearing president's cannon fodder assistant. Watch me survive and rise. Jiang Yuez's car sped away, leaving behind the scene. Meanwhile, in the car ahead, after sending her message to Assistant Wu, Yilanqi deleted his contact. Even if there were work-related matters to discuss, it should be Director Hu reaching out. As there would be no future interactions with Jiang Yueza or Assistant Wu, beside her, Jin Bingchen, while preparing to continue his work with headphones on, remarked, "We have a family dinner at the old residence tonight. Let us go together." As evening approached, Yilanqi and Jin Bingchen arrived on the other side of the mountain. The view was filled with ancient buildings, each a relic of centuries past. The grand and elegant hall was already bustling with guests. As Yilanqi pushed Jin Bingchen forward, she noticed his pallid complexion, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Recalling how he had felt unwell at this time yesterday, she voiced her concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" Jin Bingchen pinched his brow. "I will be fine in a moment." The doctor accompanying them offered advice. "Young master, it is permissible to administer a pain relief injection occasionally. It will alleviate your discomfort quickly." Jin Bingchen pondered for a moment before addressing Yilanqi. "I will go get an injection. If you prefer to avoid them, you need not engage. I will return in 5 minutes." With that, he instructed Butler Huang, "Take good care of my wife." The doctor escorted Jin Bingchen for his injection, while Butler Huang took Yilanqi to the sofa area. As soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by a group of people. Has the second brother finally made an appearance? He seems to be in much better spirits. It appears this marriage has indeed been worthwhile. A voice filled with laughter rang out, belonging to a young man of around 20. Yilanqi immediately discerned the insinuation in his words, implying that her entry into the Jin family was merely to bring Jin Bingchen good fortune, and suggesting that his current state of health might not be sustainable for long. Clearly, the newcomers were not well-intentioned. "Second young mistress, this is the fourth young master." Butler Huang introduced. Yilanqi had previously gathered information about the Jin family. The fourth young master was Jin Bingchen's cousin, the son of his third uncle, Jin Linghang. "Linghang, why don't you greet your second sister-in-law?" The man who spoke appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and refined, with a string of white jade prayer beads adorning his wrist, each bead exquisitely carved. "Uncle, am I not speaking the truth?" Jin Linghang retorted before addressing Yilanqi, second sister-in-law. Yilanqi nodded at Jin Linghang and then greeted Jin Yoli. "Hello, uncle." The elder smiled warmly, his fingers gently rolling the prayer beads. "The child has been spoiled. Don't take his words to heart. I see that Bingchen is much improved, which brings us all relief." Yilanqi concurred. Indeed, his medical team is quite competent and has been working diligently. At that moment, Jin Bingchen returned from his injection. The group exchanged pleasantries, and Jin Linghang's earlier remark faded into the background. It was not until old Master Jin appeared that everyone assembled. This family gathering was merely a small affair. Jin Bingchen's parents had gone missing when he was in his teens and had never been found, and only a few relatives were present. Yilanqi approached old Master Jin with great respect, greeting him. "Good day, grandfather." The elder scrutinized Yilanqi, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Are you adapting well with Bingchen? Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me. This place will be your home from now on." Yilanqi nodded earnestly. "Yes, grandfather. Everyone has been wonderful, and I am quite comfortable." Old Master Jin then turned to Jin Bingchen, saying, "Now that you have a wife, do make more time for your family." Jin Bingchen replied, "I will, grandfather." As he spoke, he presented a selection of tea he had chosen that morning. "This is freshly picked tea. Please have a taste." "Bingchen is truly thoughtful," Old Master Jin remarked, turning to instruct someone. "Come, prepare a cup of tea," sent by the second young master. Before long, the tea was served, and Old Master Jin eagerly sampled it, exclaiming, "You truly understand my taste better than ever. Is it really that fragrant?" Jin Linghang leaned in, taking a cup to taste. "I failed to detect any floral notes." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Jin Linghang then grabbed another cup and approached Jin Bingchen. "By the way, I haven't yet congratulated you on your marriage. Since you cannot drink, I will substitute tea for wine." As he moved forward, he slipped, losing his balance, and the scalding tea splashed directly toward Jin Bingchen. Behind Jin Bingchen's wheelchair was a bookshelf, and beside him sat old Master Jin, leaving no room for retreat. Furthermore, he was entirely unaware of the impending danger, just as various emotions flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Yilanqi swiftly grabbed a nearby screen and shielded Jin Bingchen. Simultaneously, the boiling tea splattered onto the Song Dynasty screen, soaking the faces and garments of the painted ladies, leaving trails of pale stains. Jin Bingchen remained completely unharmed. "Jin Linghang, what are you doing?" Old Master Jin was genuinely furious. "Your usual clumsiness is one thing, But given your brother's condition, if it weren't for his wife's quick reflexes, that tea would have splashed all over his face and eyes. Jean Bingchen could have truly been in grave danger. I'm sorry, second brother. Jean Linghang seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. Lowering his head and standing still, Jean Bingchen ignored him and turned to Yi Lanqi, saying, "Thank you, my wife." While Yi Lanqi herself was trembling slightly, her instinctive reaction to grab something to block the tea had been almost instantaneous. Had she been even half a second slower, it would have been too late. Such an incident occurring so soon after arriving at the Jean family estate raised questions. Was it deliberate or merely a coincidence? Jean Bingchen's parents had long since vanished, and aside from Jean Bingchen, there was also his sister, who was said to be disinterested in business affairs. Thus, if anything were to happen to Jean Bingchen, who would benefit? It seemed that everyone present, except for Old Master Jean, would stand to gain. While Yi Lanqi felt that this seemingly simple family gathering was teeming with hidden agendas. The atmosphere at the table grew somewhat tense until Jean Yoli distributed the gifts he had brought back from a temple visit, restoring a veneer of warmth. Following the meal, Jean Linghang hurriedly departed. While Yi Lanqi noticed a servant holding car keys, seemingly forgotten by Jean Linghang, and rushed out to return them. "Give them to me. I will deliver them to the fourth brother," she said. The servant handed the keys to Yi Lanqi. The night had already fallen as Yi Lanqi stood by the stone lion sculpture at the entrance, waiting for no more than 2 minutes when Jean Linghang indeed returned. At that moment, Butler Huang pushed Jean Bingchen into the shadowed entrance. "Second young master, would you like me to call for your wife?" Butler Huang inquired. "Not for now." Jean Bingchen replied. He had just heard Butler Huang mention that Yi Lanqi had taken the car keys and decided to have Butler Huang bring him out. Just then, Yi Lanqi waved the car keys in her finger, addressing the hurried Jean Linghang. "Are you back for these, fourth brother?" Jean Linghang halted, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "How did my car keys end up with you?" Yi Lanqi explained. "The servant was going to give them to you, and since I was stepping out for some fresh air, I took the liberty of bringing them along." Jean Linghang smirked, his demeanor regaining its arrogance. "Huh? Trying to curry favor with me? Futile. Who doesn't know you were invited by grandfather to look after my second brother?" Yet before he could finish, Yi Lanqi interrupted. "Just take them." Saying this, she hurled the keys at Jean Linghang with precision. Thanks to years of relentless extracurricular activities since kindergarten, including archery practice, her throw was both accurate and forceful, sending the keys straight toward Jean Linghang's forehead. Caught completely off guard, Jean Linghang's body had yet to react when he felt a sharp impact on his forehead, followed by a resounding thud. His head spun, and only then did the pain register. He immediately erupted. "You hit me. How dare you strike me?" Yi Lanqi feigned innocence. "Oh dear. I'm sorry, fourth brother. Girls can be rather clumsy when throwing things. I truly didn't mean to." How ironic it was. Just moments ago, he had wished to douse Jean Bingchen with hot tea, and now he was experiencing the accidental consequences himself. From the shadows, Butler Huang quietly recounted the recent events to Jean Bingchen. The man in the wheelchair couldn't help but smile slightly. While Yi Lanqi was protecting him and avenging him, this realization ignited a fervor within Jean Bingchen's chest. "You're a girl," Jean Linghang exclaimed in exasperation. "Do girls possess such strength?" He took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned back, picking up the car keys from the ground and heading back into the old estate. Meanwhile, Yi Lanqi and Jean Bingchen had already entered the house in unison. Upon entering, Jean Linghang witnessed Yi Lanqi by Jean Bingchen's side, her face etched with guilt as she spoke loudly enough for those around to hear. "Darling, I made a mistake just now. I intended to kindly deliver the car keys to fourth brother, but accidentally struck him on the forehead instead. I never imagined a 20-year-old boy would be unable to catch them. Was this even real?" It was blatantly a green tea-style counterattack. Before Jean Linghang could retort, Jean Bingchen, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, "It appears fourth brother does not engage in enough physical activity, leading to poor coordination. Perhaps I should sponsor him for a basketball class." What a delightful notion. At 20 years old and in his second year of university, if he were to attend a basketball class with a bunch of little kids, he would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. Jean Linghang rubbed his forehead, realizing a bump was already forming. He gritted his teeth, saying, "Thank you, second brother, but that won't be necessary. I think it would be better to enroll you, second sister-in-law, in a triathlon class." Yi Lanqi could hardly believe it. She, a delicate girl, was now being associated with the triathlon. Nevertheless, witnessing Jean Linghang's embarrassment and Jean Bingchen's unwavering support for her brought her great joy. Jean Bingchen was her shield now. Who would dare to challenge her protector? The exchange caught the attention of those around them, particularly due to the noticeable swelling on Jean Linghang's forehead. Upon seeing this, his mother felt a pang of concern. "Zhang Ma, hurry and fetch the first aid kit." We need to apply some red flower oil to Linghang. She then glanced at Yilanchi, quietly expressing what strength she has. Enough. The second young mistress did not act with intent. Old Master Jean interjected, it's just a little redness on his forehead, a bit of ointment, and he'll be fine by tomorrow. Father, you are too lenient with Bingchen. Even the daughter-in-law is rushing to attend to him at the first opportunity. The one who spoke was Jean Linghang's father, also known as Jean Bingchen's uncle. Witnessing his wife and child suffer humiliation, he could no longer contain himself. I hope my father's efforts were not in vain. Indeed, this birth date is quite significant. Otherwise, why would Bingchen, so exceptional, only be able to pick up the pieces from someone else's broken engagement? I truly feel for you, my dear nephew. Upon hearing this, Yilanchi's breath caught in her throat. The very thing she had been deliberately avoiding for days was now laid bare before everyone. Almost instinctively, she turned to gauge Jean Bingchen's expression. The man leaned back against the wheelchair, his face devoid of any excessive emotion, his tone laced with sarcasm. Uncle, hasn't business been going poorly for you lately? That project in the west of the city fell through, didn't it? Jean Sanchu, reacting almost reflexively, inquired. What do you mean? Jean Bingchen emanated an aura of sharpness, yet his tone remained unhurried. It seems that with business faltering and confidence waning, one resorts to questioning others to bolster a sense of superiority. At this moment, Jean Yoli, puzzled, asked, isn't that project just a matter of getting the stamp? When did it fall through? Upon hearing this, Jean Sanchu felt a flush of heat spread across his cheeks. He looked at Jean Bingchen, this younger relative who was 20 years his junior and had entered the business world a decade later, yet now overshadowed him at every turn. Nowadays, when people mentioned the Jean family, who didn't speak of Jean Bingchen, and how many knew of Jean Yusheng? Thus, he found himself blurting out, haha, am I not speaking the truth? Didn't she once discuss engagement with the Jiang family? Unexpectedly, Bingchen, it seems you two have a day of self-deception. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall fell into an abrupt silence. In the midst of this quietude, Jean Bingchen found Yilanchi's cold hand and clasped it in his palm. He looked up, his face betraying no hint of anger, but rather a calm demeanor as he stated, my wife once had admirers. It proves her charm. It is only regrettable that I did not secure her sooner, otherwise, there would be no room for others. However, our fates aligned perfectly, so regardless of when we met, we would ultimately be together. Chapter 19. You survived. Yilanchi had envisioned countless scenarios for how she might handle the embarrassment of her past with Jiang Yueza being brought up. Yet, she never anticipated that one day, someone would stand firmly by her side, helping to dissolve all her discomfort, and that person was Jean Bingchen. Even knowing that Jean Bingchen was preserving her dignity, Yilanchi felt a pang of emotion. At the very least, he had defended her without hesitation in front of so many witnesses. Thus, on the way back, Yilanchi sincerely expressed her gratitude. Mr. Jean, thank you for today. Jean Bingchen, resting with his eyes closed, merely turned his face slightly. Yilanchi gathered her thoughts. What they said is not entirely false. I was indeed once engaged to that person. However, I broke it off before coming to the Jean family. I know you don't mind these things, but I must be honest with you. Oh, really? Jean Bingchen felt a throbbing at his temples. He didn't mind. He was deeply concerned. This woman knew precisely how to provoke his emotions. Since she was aware of his indifference, she should remain silent. Jean Bingchen found himself growing irritated, loosening the collar of his shirt. While Yilanchi nodded, then realized Jean Bingchen could not see her, and quickly added, okay, fine, I won't mention it again. Despite wanting this answer, Jean Bingchen inexplicably felt even more displeased. The atmosphere in the back of the car turned chilly. While Yilanchi unconsciously hugged her arms. Was the man beside her angry? Was it just her imagination? She hastily sought a new topic. But, was it inappropriate for me to lay hands on your brother today? Jean Bingchen retorted. You hit someone and only now ask me? Yilanchi quickly explained. It's just that I couldn't stand him pouring tea on you. Hearing the hint of hesitation in Yilanchi's tone, Jean Bingchen deliberately paused before stating, feel free to hit anyone you want in the future. Is it really that easy? Yilanchi suddenly felt she had found the right ally. Jean Bingchen was indeed the most formidable ally of the Jean family. So, does that mean I can act with impunity from now on? Yilanchi continued to probe. After she finished speaking, not hearing a response, she carefully scrutinized Jean Bingchen's expression. The contours of his profile were shadowed in the twilight, yet his lips seemed to curve slightly. Did that imply agreement? Yilanchi couldn't help but subtly lift the corners of her mouth. Beside her, the effects of the pain relief medication were gradually fading for Jean Bingchen, and a dull ache began to return. Reflecting on the events at the Jean family earlier that day, his dark pupils chilled progressively until only an icy glint remained. A month prior, the chemical explosion he had encountered was no mere accident. If he was not mistaken, the assailants were likely members of the Jean family. Regrettably, all evidence had been thoroughly destroyed. The identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. With everyone seemingly complicit, he needed to investigate further. The evening breeze carried a hint of autumn's chill as they traversed the short mountain road from the old residence to Jean Bingshan's villa. Soon, the driver brought the vehicle to a halt. "We have arrived." Upon spotting the entrance to the villa, Yilanchi turned to look at Jean Bingshan, only to find his expression as frigid as ice. She was taken aback by the chilling aura emanating from him. Jean Bingshan exited the car and settled into his wheelchair. "From now on, maintain your distance from the Jean family. Regardless of who invites you, do not attend." Having spoken, he was pushed inside the villa by butler Huang. Yilanchi watched his retreating figure, a sigh escaping her lips. He indeed still held disdain for her, perhaps due to the embarrassment she caused him at the old residence today. With her head bowed, Yilanchi slowly entered the villa. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an incoming call from her best friend, Chao Yuning. Yilanchi shook off her earlier gloom and immediately answered. "Ning Ning." Chao Yuning's voice brimmed with excitement. "Darling, I just returned from the Miao Village research trip. I just landed, and tomorrow I'll pick you up after work. Let us get together." Chao Yuning, a relic restorer, studied archaeology at the same university as Yilanchi. They met through club activities and had maintained a close friendship ever since. However, Chao Yuning often traveled across the country and sometimes even delved into tombs, resulting in limited time for them to reunite. "Sweetheart, I have something to tell you." Yilanchi began. "I broke up with Jiang Yueza, and I no longer work at Jiang's. I just resigned and am currently unemployed." "What? I was only at the Miao Village for a month. It feels like I've traveled through time." After a brief pause, Chao Yuning's excitement surged. "But that's great. That scumbag should be gone. My sister has finally awakened. You know, while I was in the Miao Village, there was a particularly effective shaman. I told her my best friend had been brainwashed since childhood, and the shaman gave me a clarity charm. I plan to bring it back for you. But I never expected you to awaken on your own." Chao Yuning's voice quivered slightly as she spoke. In that moment, Yilanchi felt her eyes redden. "You, the self-proclaimed archaeologist, only believe in science?" Chao Yuning replied with a playful tone. "Science or sisterhood? Of course, sisterhood comes first." Yilanchi's throat tightened. "Then it must have been the shaman's distant influence that made my sister awaken early." Standing at the entrance of Jean Bingshan's villa, the chandelier inside refracted dazzling light. She blinked, forcing back the moisture in her eyes before saying, "I am awake now, and I will never look back." On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence, only the sound of Chao Yuning's restrained breathing. After a long while, she finally said, "Sister, hug." Yilanchi echoed, hug." God knows how much strength she exerted when she told Jiang Yueza it was over that day. She was not just ending a relationship but closing the chapter on 16 years of her life. She was severing ties with the Yi family, which had brainwashed her since the age of 8. She was putting an end to the deeply ingrained beliefs that had shaped her for 16 years. Standing at the airport, Yilanchi and Chao Yuning silently wiped their eyes, and almost in unison, they spoke. "Tomorrow," Chao Yuning continued, "tomorrow morning, I need to take the relics I brought back to the lab for conservation treatment, and I'll probably be busy until around 3 in the afternoon. Shall we meet at 4? Yilanchi replied, "Sure. I heard a nice new chill bar opened in the south of the city last week, with unique drinks. How about we meet there at 4 tomorrow?" "Sounds good." The next day, before leaving, Yilanchi informed Jean Bingshan that she was going to meet her best friend, and then took a car to the chill bar. The ambience of the chill bar was indeed as advertised, with retro decor and a live band performing mostly country-style songs, creating a rather tranquil atmosphere. As soon as Yilanchi spotted Chao Yuning getting out of the car, she hurriedly waved. "Ning Ning." "Oh, I haven't seen my dear Lan in ages," Chao Yuning exclaimed, enveloping Yilanchi in a warm embrace. "How was the research trip to the Miao Village? How does it feel to be single?" They both spoke simultaneously. "Let me go first," Chao Yuning laughed. "This time, I explored ancient tombs over there. It was exhilarating." Yilanchi teased, "Aren't you afraid of attracting the Miao King of Sorcery?" Chao Yuning giggled. "Dodging? Well, I'll have to see if he's good-looking first. If he's handsome, I might just pursue him." Having said this, she noticed the vibrant expression on Yilanchi's face and couldn't help but feel happy for her. "I can see your answer. Breaking up feels fantastic, right? My Lan is finally not a wooden puppet in public. You've come alive." "Yes, I feel as if I have truly come back to life. So, let us go enjoy ourselves." Hand in hand, the two ventured inside, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, they spotted someone waving in the direction of the entrance. Yilanchi instantly recognized the person as Zhou Yi, a childhood friend of Jiang Yueza. Sensing something, Both Yilanqi and Xiao Yuning turned their heads to see Jiang Yueze approaching leisurely, dressed in casual attire. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. And without hesitation, Yilanqi averted her gaze, continuing to clutch Xiao Yuning's arm as they moved deeper into the establishment. Lan, should we find a different spot? Xiao Yuning whispered beside her. While Yilanqi shook her head. No need. I've had my heart set on the sweet rice wine milk green and the delectable dirty cream puffs here, not to mention a few cocktails. If we skip it now, who knows when you'll be free next time. Xiao Yuning nodded in agreement. True, after all, they're just inconsequential people now. Her voice, unrestrained, did not go unnoticed by Jiang Yueze, who clearly caught her words inconsequential people. He was aware of Xiao Yuning's long-standing disdain for him. Yet this was the first time she had so mercilessly spoken in his presence since Yilanqi, and he had been dating for years. Jiang Yueze's eyes darkened, and disregarding the two women, he made his way directly towards Zhou Yu's table. This bar, operating from 3 p.m. until 2 a.m., drew quite a crowd even during daylight thanks to its array of alcoholic beverages, milk teas, and exquisite desserts. While Yilanqi noticed that the only available seats were merely a corridor away from Zhou Yu's table. Unfazed, she tugged on Xiao Yuning and headed towards it. Sister-in-law, over here, Zhou Yu exclaimed, waving at Xiao Yuning. Xiao beauty, long time no see. Xiao Yuning smiled back. Zhou handsome, nice hairstyle. As Zhou Yu cleared 3 seats beside him, he noticed Yilanqi settling at the adjacent table. Hey sister-in-law, there's a seat here too, Zhou Yu said, but Jiang Yueze had already arrived at the freshly cleared spot and sat down in the middle of the 3 vacant seats. Zhou Yu instantly understood, with Yilanqi joining, she would be seated either side of Jiang Yueze, indicating that his friend was not as indifferent as he appeared. Zhou, were you talking to me just now? Yilanqi turned, feigning innocence and confusion. Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, sister-in-law, would you like something to drink? Yilanqi replied with feigned bewilderment. Sister-in-law, I have no relationship with your brother. Zhou, have you perhaps made a mistake? At her words, Zhou Yu's smile froze, while Jiang Yueze remained stoic, the atmosphere around him growing noticeably colder. Even Zhou Yu, usually eloquent and quick-witted, found himself at a loss for words. It was Wu Chuan across the table who broke the silence, laughing to smooth things over. Oh, the seats are too tight. Distance creates ambiguity, right? Yilanqi ignored him, raising her hand to summon a server. Excuse me, I'd like these 2 items. Xiao Yuning also placed her order. I'll have a red winter and this mocha mousse. After noting their orders, the server turned to Jiang Yueze. What would you like? Handsome. Before he could respond, Zhou Yu interjected, a cold rainy night. Then turning to Jiang Yueze, he added, this is the cocktail I mentioned over the phone. It packs quite a punch. Give it a try. Jiang Yueze offered a non-committal MMH in reply. The server nodded. Very well. Will you be sharing the bill with table 13? Zhou Yu confirmed. Yes. Yilanqi interjected. No, we'll settle separately. We're not familiar with them. The server hesitated, instinctively glancing at the perpetually sullen Jiang Yueze. Then finally, with a wink from Xiao Yuning, handsome, my sister and I are single. We're just acquaintances with them. So we'll be paying separately, okay? The server quickly replied. Understood. Please hold on a moment. Your orders will be ready shortly. At Jiang Yueze's table, there were 4 of his childhood friends, typically good at creating a lively atmosphere. Yet an awkward tension now hung in the air. The other 3 simultaneously reached for their phones. Wu Chuan asked, wait, Jiang, didn't I hear your sister-in-law reached out to you for reconciliation? Said she wanted to have children? Zhou Yu added, why are you 2 in a cold war again? Your sister-in-law was never like this. Could she really have lost hope? Xin Jiahe chimed in. Jiang, the fact that your sister-in-law mentioned having children means she has taken a step forward. As a man, you can't always expect the woman to initiate. Jiang Yueze's phone buzzed 3 times with WeChat notifications. He glanced at them, noticing they were all sent by his friends. Since when did everyone align with Yilanqi? He thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Did they not realize that her overtures were merely due to family arrangements, aiming to marry into wealth? Yilanqi would never lose heart. She would persist despite setbacks. Even when rumors circulated or he uttered harsh words, she would not flee. Jiang Yueze dismissed the need to respond to each message individually and simply sent a message in his friends group. She has her tricks. This Cold War is just a new tactic. He added, my father's birthday party is this weekend. I've sent an invitation to you, Qian. The group, comprising 5 individuals, soon grasped the implications of his messages. Realizing, are you all gathering without me? Zhou Yu replied, not at all. Didn't you say you were going to the art exhibition? Su Ruyue on the other end chimed in, the exhibition is no match for the gossip. Where are you? Send the location. Zhou Yu shared the coordinates. Su Ruyue then privately messaged Zhou Yu, What is going on? So Jiang and his sister-in-law have completely split. Shou Yi responded, I'm not sure. But it feels a bit tense this time. However, you know they've always liked each other. Their quarrels are just misunderstandings. They'll reconcile sooner or later. Su Ruyue did not reply, having grown up as neighbors with Jiang Yueza. Their families had a long-standing connection, and she was the only girl among Jiang Yueza's friends. Putting away his phone, Shou Yi suggested to Jiang Yueza, little you will be coming soon. Girls communicate better among themselves. Let her chat with your sister-in-law. Jiang Yueza remained non-committal, swirling his cold rainy night cocktail with a sardonic smirk. Oh, little U.S. arrival will certainly provide her a chance to initiate reconciliation. Shou Yi and the others chuckled, picking up the dice on the table to play their usual game, gradually rekindling the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, Xiao Yuning was sharing her experiences from her trip to the Miao village with Yulanqi. I truly believe, Lan, you should explore more places, not in the way you used to with training and competitions, but like me, climbing mountains and crossing rivers. You'll realize how vast the world is. We shouldn't confine ourselves to a single location or memory. Yulanqi nodded in agreement, indeed. But for now, I can't venture far because Xiao Yuning instinctively sensed Yulanqi was about to reveal something significant. She leaned in closer, while Shinjiaha, seated nearest, also leaned in to listen. Yulanqi turned to Xiao Yuning and said, because I'm getting married. What? Xiao Yuning exclaimed in disbelief, despite her experiences, even having touched ancient relics. She was left utterly astonished, her voice rising an octave. Really? Just a meter and a half away. Shinjiaha was equally stunned, his body leaning in, grappling with the weight of the revelation, just 10 seconds prior. The drummer had struck the most rhythmically intense beat, and at that moment, Shinjiaha was caught between the drum sound in his left ear and Yulanqi's declaration of I'm getting married in his right. In that instant, it dawned on him why Jiang Yueza's woman had been so compliant over the years, yet recently had been at odds with him. This was not mere discord. This was a play of emotions. The tactic of first suppress, then elevate applied to relationships was indeed quite thrilling. Why Yulanqi pretended to want to break up, but in reality, she was orchestrating a proposal, a woman proposing to a man. Impressive. Jiang was remarkable. This was the kind of life that countless men envied. Shinjiaha's gaze turned envious and adoring as he looked at Jiang Yueza. Upon noticing this heated gaze, Jiang Yueza felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Shinjiaha, are you out of your mind? He scoffed, tossing a diet and don't look at me like that. Shinjiaha merely smiled, relishing the juicy gossip he had stumbled upon. He longed to share the excitement but knew he couldn't. After all, Yulanqi was undoubtedly planning a memorable moment for Jiang Yueza, and as a friend, he mustn't spoil it. He swiftly gulped down some of his drink, attempting to quell the burning excitement within him, only to end up choking. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, after a few moments of shock, Xiao Yuning seized Yulanqi's hand, her voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Sister, today isn't April Fool's Day. Is it? Yulanqi shook her head. I'm not joking. It's true. The states of Xiao Yuning and Shinjiaha mirrored each other. After downing a few sips of alcoholic milk tea, Xiao Yuning managed to lower her voice again. With whom? Do I know him? Don't tell me it's that scoundrel. No, it can't be him. As night fell, Yulanqi hastily waved her hand. She had signed a confidentiality agreement with the Jin family, prohibiting her from disclosing any details regarding their circumstances or Jin Bingshan's health. However, this did not extend to the fact that she and Jin Bingshan were married, although their union was somewhat clandestine. Jin Bingshan had not concealed it from his friends, thus, informing Xiao Yuning did not constitute a breach of contract. You know the Jin family, right? Yulanqi whispered in Xiao Yuning's ear. Xiao Yuning's eyes widened in surprise as she nodded vigorously. Yulanqi continued, Jin family's second young master, Jin Bingshan Dada. Xiao Yuning could not contain her excitement and exclaimed. She then leaned in close to Yulanqi, whispering fervently, how could it be him? Isn't he famously known as the king of the capital? Everyone thinks he won't marry until he's at least 35, and even then, it would likely be a marriage of convenience. Isn't he only 27 this year? Does this early marriage really align with his identity as a workaholic? Besides, you two are worlds apart. Could it be that he has known you for a long time? Perhaps he harbored feelings for you in secret, and upon hearing of your breakup, he rushed to? Listening to this flurry of speculation, Yulanqi could only chuckle in exasperation and covered Xiao Yuning's mouth, saying, our conservationist could easily pivot to writing novels. How could he possibly like me, let alone have a secret crush? The thought of Jin Bingshan's disdainful expression towards her made her smirk. He wouldn't even find me bothersome, considering this was all arranged by his family. So, It seems our Lanchi is so remarkable that the Jin family chose her as their daughter-in-law? Xiao Yuning could barely contain her excitement. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. My sister is amazing. Yilanchi smiled, watching Xiao Yuning process this information. Then, it dawned on her that she actually was quite impressive. Someone like Jin Bingchen, from a vastly different socio-economic background, had genuinely ended up with her. Oh my, the sense of achievement suddenly surged within her. By the way, is Jin the second young master exceptionally handsome? Xiao Yuning began to gossip. Do you have a photo? Yulanchi only had the picture from their marriage certificate, but who carries their marriage certificate around? She could only shake her head. Not yet. But I'll send you one once we take some photos. He truly is very handsome. Wow. Xiao Yuning clutched her chest. Oh my goodness, I still can't believe it. Yulanchi laughed at her friend's enthusiasm, mirroring her gesture. Honestly, I find it hard to believe too. This past week had completely upended her life of 24 years. Sometimes, she woke up wondering if it was all just a dream. Would she awaken to find herself still in the Yi family? With Xiao Yulan admonishing her to accept all of Jiang Yueza's pros and cons, if she woke up, would there be no contract with the Jin family? And even if she mustered the courage to resist, would she ultimately be bound by the Yi family, losing her freedom forever? If it were a dream, then she wished not to wake. It's not a dream. Even if you wake up, it won't vanish. Xiao Yuning cheered, her eyes sparkling. The second young master of the Jin family is the unreachable idol of the capital. My Lanchi is extraordinary. As your best friend, I could boast about this for a lifetime. Yilanchi chuckled. However, for now, we are temporarily in a hidden marriage, so please don't let it slip. Xiao Yuning mimicked, zipping her lips. Understood. Big shots often start with a hidden marriage, but once they fall for the little white rabbit, they can't wait to announce it to the world. Sister, go for it. Win him over. At a distance of over 3 meters, Jiang Yueza could not hear their conversation, yet the palpable excitement at the nearby table was impossible to ignore. Aze, you've lost. Shoyi grinned as he pushed another drink towards him. Jiang Yueza took it and drank, feeling an inexplicable irritation in his chest, despite the cocktail being low in alcohol content. He instinctively tugged at his collar, only to realize he was wearing a t-shirt instead of a collared shirt and tie. Lowering his hand, he glanced at the time. He had plans to meet friends later. After stating this, he prepared to leave. Wu Chuan strained to glance at the adjacent table, deliberately raising his voice. Jiang Gu, how long have you been here? And you're already leaving? Zhou Yu chimed in. Yeah, Xiao Yu is about to arrive. Why not wait and have a drink together? Only Shin Jiahe remained calm, smiling. Aze, good news is coming soon. Jiang Yueza frowned. What do you mean? Shin Jiahe wore a mysterious smile. Jiang Yueza waved his hand dismissively. Here you go again. Where did you learn that obnoxious glimmer in your eyes? Zhou Yu looked puzzled. Jiahe, do you know something? Wu Chuan added. Yeah, did you overhear something just now? Jiang Yueza couldn't help but glance over, his gaze locking onto Shin Jiahe. Shin Jiahe beamed with an ant-like smile. Just wait to be surprised. Zhou Yu suddenly recalled something, turning to Jiang Yueza. I know. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Zhou Yu winked at Jiang Yueza. Your sister-in-law went shopping for a whole day the other day, buying you calming essential oils, a Luban lock, and Lego sets. That's what Jiahe was referring to. Right? Jiang Yueza was taken aback, his frown deepening. What? Why is Yulanchi buying me gifts? How come the brothers know but I don't? I haven't received anything either. Oh, right, if it's a surprise. It doesn't count once mentioned. Zhou Yu quickly waved his hands. Just then, a female voice interrupted. What surprise? Everyone looked up to see Su Ruyue arriving, followed closely by a delicate young girl, Yu Chanqian, whom they had only seen once or twice before. In an instant, all eyes instinctively turned to Yilanchi. Just as the band finished a song, a peculiar silence enveloped the space. Xiao Yu, why are you here? Zhou Yu frowned. Shin Jiahe had already stood up, attempting to shield Yu Chanqian. After all, Yilanchi was positioned sideways and hadn't noticed her yet. What if Yu Chanqian's arrival disrupted Yulanchi's proposal to Jiang Yueza? But some things cannot be blocked. Su Ruyue, smiling brightly, addressed Jiang Yueza. Jiang Gu, look who I brought along. Yu Chanqian took a step forward, sitting next to Jiang Yueza. Yueza Gu, I bumped into Su Jie at the art exhibition today. And when I heard she was coming to find you, I asked her to bring me along. You won't be angry, will you? Jiang Yueza's back stiffened slightly, his gaze subconsciously drifting towards Yilanchi. Just as if sensing something, Yilanchi happened to turn her head. Shin Jiahe jumped forward to block Yilanchi's line of sight. However, while she could obstruct Yilanchi, she could not stop Xiao Yuning. Haha. Xiao Yuning raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with Shin Jiahe's anxious expression. Amid the chaos, Jiang Yueza gently addressed Yu Chanqian. Why are you still wearing a short skirt in autumn? What if you catch a cold? Yu Chanqian beamed innocently, slipping her hand into his. Then can you help warm me up, brother? Jiang Yueza paused, feeling no movement from behind. He let out a cold scoff in his heart and grasped Yu Chanshan's hand. Sure, I'll help you warm up. Su Ryue settled into a seat beside him, chuckling. You two really do seem to scatter dog food whenever you meet. After saying this, she finally noticed Yilanchi and Qiao Yuning, exclaiming, oh, they're here too. Are you all together? Her usual carefree demeanor and unintentional loudness made her words clear to Yilanchi and Qiao Yuning. Qiao Yuning rolled her eyes, and Shou Yi and Xin Jiahe helplessly returned to their seats. Great. Their cover was blown. But what a battlefield this was. The brothers all knew that Jiang Yueza and Yu Chanshan had nothing between them. She was merely a tool he used to provoke Yilanchi. However, if the provocation went too far, things could get out of hand. Yet, the parties involved seemed unbothered. While Yilanchi was munching on a cream puff with a satisfied smile, her eyes squinting with delight. Chanshan, try this. It's not too sweet. Qiao Yuning took one to taste, her eyes brightening at her side. Xin Jiahe tugged at Su Ryue's sleeve, yet Su Ryue failed to grasp his intent. The waiter was preparing to rearrange the tables. As Yilanchi and her companion occupied a two-person table, naturally merging it with a larger one. Qiao Yuning placed her hand on the tabletop. When did we agree to merge with them? The waiter was taken aback. While Yilanchi gently pulled Qiao Yuning's hand away and smiled at the waiter. My sister is just joking with you. Then, leaning closer to Qiao Yuning, she whispered, it's a good opportunity to clarify things. Indeed. Qiao Yuning chuckled and shrugged. The two tables were pushed together. Jiang Yueza raised his gaze, boldly fixing his eyes on Yilanchi. Moments later, Yu Chanshan beside him spoke up. Hello, two lovely ladies. I am Yu Chanshan. Her voice was soft, her gaze innocent. I am Yueza's girlfriend. Su Ryue interjected. Zhou Yu sighed in exasperation. Xin Jiahe and Wu Chuan exchanged weary sighs. Only Jiang Yueza remained silent, his focus unwaveringly locked on Yilanchi. Awaiting her response. Hello, beautiful. Yilanchi smiled, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted. This is Qiao Yuning, my best friend. As for me. She deliberately paused, gazing at Jiang Yueza. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yueza held his breath. Yilanchi, with a playful hint of teasing, declared, I am Jiang Shao's ex. The hand Jiang Yueza had resting at his side abruptly tightened. While Yilanchi pushed a pastry on the table towards Yu Chanshan. Her eyes and brows radiating kindness. But that's all in the past, so there's no need for you to be concerned. Give this a try. It tastes delightful. While Yu Chanshan's eyelashes fluttered as she picked up a cream puff. Her smile pure. Thank you, sister. Watching her take a bite, Yilanchi relaxed back into her seat and calmly surveyed the group. We're all women here. There's no need for rivalry among us. Wouldn't you agree? Qiao Yuning gave Yilanchi a thumbs up from the side. Exactly. Some people shouldn't think of themselves as so important, as if they're the coveted prize, competing for every available spot. Jiang Yueza's expression darkened instantly. So, this was mutual destruction. Yilanchi had indeed learned a few tricks, believing this would force him to yield first. Impossible. Better to clarify things now to prevent any misunderstandings on my girlfriend's part. Jiang Yueza stated, lifting his glass to clink with Yilanchi's. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Yu. You're welcome, Yilanchi replied as their glasses met. The atmosphere appeared harmonious all of a sudden. Yet, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Zhou Yi, usually the most talkative, resorted to taking selfies, while Xin Jiahe began playing a casual game on her phone. While Yilanchi called the waiter over and ordered several desserts she had longed to try. She shifted her position, now sitting at a 90-degree angle to Qiao Yuning at the merged table, making conversation more convenient. They resumed their previous discussions, reminiscing about recent events and contemplating the future. Their voices were low enough that the others at the large table failed to discern what they were saying. Shall we go shopping after we finish eating? Yilanchi inquired of Qiao Yuning. There's a mall nearby. It would be perfect for digestion after a hearty meal. Sounds good, Qiao Yuning nodded. I'll order another cocktail. Oh my, the food here is so much better than what we had in Miao Village. I love big cities. Yilanchi laughed, affectionately ruffling Qiao Yuning's hair. From now on, every time I return from the depths of the mountains, it's on me for you, sister. Wealthy now, are we? Qiao Yuning winked. No way. Next time, someone else must treat us. The someone clearly referred to Jean Bingshan. While Yilanchi chuckled. Sure. I'll make an effort. I hope Jean Bingshan's health improves. However, if he recovers, he might be the first to propose marriage to her. But that was a matter for another time. By then, she should possess the ability to completely extricate herself from the influence of the Yi family. It's settled then. Qiao Yuning exclaimed excitedly, beckoning the waiter for drinks. Simultaneously, Ji Qingze was applying medicine to Jean Bingshan, casually asking, Isn't your sister-in-law home today? Jean Bingshan nodded. Yes, she went out with her best friend. You need to recover quickly. as a man. Accompanying a woman shopping can enhance your charm. Ji Qingze remarked, picking up his phone and habitually scrolling through social media. When he saw a particular photo, his finger froze. He clicked to enlarge it. The picture was taken in a vintage bar, Dark Rose, which Ji Qingze had coincidentally visited the previous week. In the photo, Zhou Ye's face was prominently displayed, but behind him, Jiang Yueze and Yi Lanqi also made an appearance. Ji Qingze swiftly exited WeChat, instinctively glancing at Jin Bingchun's expression, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Jin Bingchun spoke. What did you just see? Chapter 23, Jealousy. Were it not for his profession as a doctor, Ji Qingze might have doubted whether Jin Bingchun's vision had returned. Oh, it's nothing. He chuckled, feigning nonchalance. Why do you ask? Jin Bingchun, his eyes still covered with gauze, lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, his tone flat. Were you looking at social media? What did you see? Something about me. Ji Qingze, feeling helpless, replied. No, brother. Are you channeling your inner Sherlock Holmes? Ji Qingze, you know the consequences of trying to deceive me. Jin Bingchun cut him off, not granting him the opportunity to change the subject. Is it something about me? Or my wife? Ji Qingze sighed. You're really something. I can only say, impressive. So what I saw doesn't matter. With your excellence, your wife can only admire you even more. Jin Bingchun remained silent, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly oppressive. Unable to bear it any longer, Ji Qingze surrendered, laying everything bare. My family was planning to collaborate with the Zhou family, right? Just the day before yesterday, my father and I had dinner with them. And Zhou Yi was there, who was Jiang Yueze's childhood friend. I just noticed his social media post with your wife and Jiang Yueze. He hurriedly added, but there were also your wife's friends. And it seemed like a large group, so they weren't sitting together, so it's nothing. Jin Bingchun remained silent. Ji Qingze, looking at the gauze on his face, tried to lighten the mood. Exes, huh, in this day and age. Besides you, the workaholic, who doesn't have an ex? Anyway, they have all moved on, each with their own partners. They aren't enemies, so running into each other for a drink isn't a big deal, right? There's nothing to be concerned about. Yesterday, Yi Lanqi mentioned that she had been engaged to Jiang Yueze, and he certainly wouldn't mind. Today, Ji Qingze remarked that Yi Lanqi and Jiang Yueze merely met for a drink, and there was nothing to be concerned about. Yet, only the prominent veins on Jin Bingchun's hand revealed how deeply he cared. 8 years ago, he cared, and now he cared even more. The fire that had burned in his chest for 8 years tore at him fiercely. He remained still, his expression devoid of emotion, his aura entirely restrained. Yet, the pain from deep within his wounds surged, and this battered body communicated in another way the desperate longing he harbored for Yi Lanqi. An insatiable desire. Even after years of familiarity, Ji Qingze failed to notice Jin Bingchun's anomaly. Assuming the matter had passed, he shifted the topic. By the way, you've been concealing your health condition. But the overseas company might start to suspect after a while, right? Jin Bingchun felt a rush of blood in his chest and abdomen, causing his voice to turn hoarse. Yes, Ronghao and Xingye can probably hold on for another month. Ji Qingze nodded. We four have grown up together. I can't assist you in your business matters. They will have to handle that. However, I did suddenly think of a plan that could address the situation a month from now. Jin Bingchun asked. What plan? Ji Qingze explained. Your health condition cannot be disclosed, but your marriage isn't a secret. So, I propose that a month from now, we have your wife come over while you command from within the country. This way, the higher-ups will focus on your wedding and won't suspect anything else. No, Jin Bingchun almost immediately rejected the idea. You don't know what kind of people are abroad. Is that secure? Ji Qingze laughed. There are indeed a few troublemakers in the company, but most are loyal confidants who fought alongside you. It's definitely safe for your wife to come over. Besides, we two good brothers will protect her. Who would dare to bully her? Jin Bingchun replied coolly. We'll discuss it when the time comes. Focus on your team's research and development. If conservative treatment doesn't yield results, schedule the surgery for me in 2 months. Ji Qingze was abruptly pulled back to reality by his words. His expression froze slightly. In 2 months. Have you thought it through? Jin Bingchun's tone was calm. There are only 3 months total. The longer it drags, the lower the success rate of the surgery. You told me that. Ji Qingze swallowed hard. Knowing this was the only option. But how could he face a less than 10% success rate? The air became thick and stifling. Jin Bingchun waved him off. You can leave. I'll remove the bandage myself after the medication has set. Ji Qingze's lips moved, but in the end, he could only pat Jin Bingchun on the shoulder before departing. Outside, the light began to dim gradually. Jin Bingchun leaned against the back of his chair, silent as a lifeless statue. Meanwhile, in Dark Rose, Yi Lanqi finished the last bite of her dessert, feeling as though she might burst. Suddenly struck by an idea, she waved to the server. Please pack one of each dessert for me. Xiao Yuning instantly understood. Oh, taking them home. Are we? Yilanchi smiled. I can't be the only one getting plump. We should all gain weight together. It seems that Jin Bingshan is quite slender. I wonder if he has any muscle once he takes off his clothes. Ahem. I digress. As the two individuals stood up with their belongings, Su Ruyuan nudged Jiang Yue's arm and inquired, Did you take a taxi here? Or how did you arrive? Or perhaps Brother Jiang could give you a ride? Yu Qianqian, displaying her thoughtfulness, added, Yueza, I'm perfectly fine. You should take care of Sister Yi and the others. It might be difficult to hail a cab around here. Jiang Yue's fingers were already grazing the car keys in his pocket. Just as he was about to speak, Yilanchi waved her car keys and said, No need. I've driven here and have already called for a designated driver. Goodbye. Xiao Yuning provocatively waved her hand at the group. The two of them, burdened with bags of delectable desserts, exited the lounge. Behind them, Xinjiahe asked, What kind of car keys did sister-in-law just have? They didn't look like the Audi gifted by the Yi family, did they? Shouyu replied, I caught a glimpse. It seemed to be a Mercedes. Did sister-in-law change cars? Both of them turned to Jiang Yueza and remarked. Moreover, there's something about sister-in-law today that feels utterly different from before. Jiang Yueza remained silent. He could only sense that certain things seemed to be slipping gradually out of control, igniting within him an impulse to rise and chase after Yilanchi. Yet, with his childhood friends present, his pride and dignity forbade him from diminishing his stature before Yilanchi, and in this moment of hesitation, Yilanchi had already walked far away. Yilanchi and Xiao Yuning placed the desserts in the car before heading to a nearby mall. Whenever best friends reunite, there is always an abundance of topics to discuss, and before they knew it, it was already past 9 in the evening, while Yilanchi was advising Xiao Yuning on which dress to purchase. She received a call from Butler Huang. Jin Bingshan's room was dark. A Chio had delivered meals twice earlier that evening, both of which were declined, prompting Butler Huang to come personally. However, Jin Bingshan merely instructed him to leave the food there. An hour later, he returned to find that dinner had remained untouched. Having been well fed for 3 days, he now found himself refusing to eat once more. The only difference in the household was the absence of Yilanchi. Consequently, Butler Huang tentatively suggested, Second young master, shall I call young madam to inquire when she will be returning? Jin Bingshan's tone was indifferent. No need. Butler Huang dared not act. Yet, as time trickled by, the air in the room grew increasingly oppressive, and he knew he could not wait any longer. When the call connected, Butler Huang glanced at Jin Bingshan's silhouette before addressing Yilanchi on the other end. Second young madam, you are in violation of the agreement. Chapter 24. Jin Bingshan heard everything. Yilanchi was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the time, realizing it was already past 9. She hurriedly replied, I apologize. I lost track of time. After a moment's thought, she asked, By the way, Butler Huang, does the contract specify a time for me to return home each day? I don't recall such a clause. Butler Huang, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Jin Bingshan, steeled himself and replied, According to Clause 64 of the contract, you must prioritize the second young master's schedule. He requires an early bedtime, so even if you go out, you must return home before 9 p.m. Otherwise, your return may disturb the second young master's sleep. Yilanchi quickly understood. Oh, I see. I will head back immediately. It should take about half an hour. I will be as quiet as possible when I arrive, so as not to disturb him. After hanging up, Yilanchi promptly contacted the designated driver. Fortunately, the driver indicated he would arrive in 10 minutes, after settling the bill with Xiao Yuning. The two of them headed to where the car was parked. Just as the driver arrived, Xiao Yuning looked at Yilanchi, hesitated to speak, then ultimately embraced her, saying, Sister, my home is nearby. I can ride a shared bicycle and be there in 10 minutes, so you need not drive me. Xiao Yuning's home was in the opposite direction from Jin Bingshan's villa, and riding a bike was far more convenient than driving, which would require navigating 1A streets. She could only nod and say, All right, let me know when you get home safely. After bidding farewell, Yilanchi drove back to the villa, only to discover a somewhat oppressive atmosphere at home. Sensing something, she sought out a Chio. Did the second young master skip dinner again tonight? A Chio nodded. The second young master mentioned he wanted to sleep early. He didn't respond when I knocked on his door. Yilanchi was uncertain whether Jin Bingshan had truly fallen asleep. She carried the desserts to his door and knocked. Indeed, there was no response. The silence within was profound, devoid of any sound. She turned the doorknob, only to find it locked, with no other option. Yilanchi placed the desserts in the refrigerator before returning to her bedroom to wash up. Before long, the door to Jin Bingshan's room opened. He maneuvered his wheelchair, preparing to head to the study. The pain lingered, reminding him of 8 years ago when he returned to China to find Yilanchi. only to see her standing beside Zhang Yueza. His temples throbbed as he turned the wheelchair, intending to enter the study, when he faintly heard sounds emanating from Yilanqi's room. Jin Bingshan lingered in place for a few seconds. The pain clouded his thoughts, and by the time he regained his senses, his hand had already twisted the doorknob to Yilanqi's bedroom. However, she seemed not to be inside, as the sound was coming from the closed bathroom. It was Yilanqi's phone ringing. She quickly answered, her body still damp from the shower, her phone resting on the vanity. Activating the speakerphone, she dried her hair while saying, "Ning Ning, what's up?" At that moment, Xiao Yuning had already showered and tidied herself up. Initially, she intended to write a report before sleeping, but the terms, contract, and clauses that Yilanqi mentioned earlier echoed in her mind. Fearing that Yilanqi was unaware, Xiao Yuning's thoughts began to spiral. Suddenly, she recalled a novel about a contractual marriage that a junior mentor had mentioned during their trip to Miao Village. Xiao Yuning felt this bore a striking resemblance to Yilanqi's current situation. A family like the Jin family would extend the olive branch of a flash marriage to Yilanqi only if there were conditions attached. How had she not considered this earlier? Consequently, her voice grew urgent as she asked directly, Lan, when you say you married the second young master of the Jin family, did you sign some sort of unequal treaty on the other side of the wall? Jin Bingshan's movement toward the exit abruptly halted. He was not one to eavesdrop on others' privacy, yet at that moment, his heart clamored for information. He yearned to glean an answer from Yilanqi. Desperately seeking a trace of evidence that would prove her feelings for him were not entirely devoid of sincerity. Thus, he maneuvered his wheelchair closer to the bathroom door. He heard Yilanqi respond. Ning Ning, you're too clever. How did you guess that? But it's not an unequal treaty. It's all mutual agreement. I willingly signed. Xiao Yuning remained unconvinced. So the Haven team made things difficult for you? Yilanqi quickly reassured her. No, not at all. They are very kind. It's just that I've signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't disclose too much, even though you're my best friend and I know you won't tell anyone. I still signed. Xiao Yuning interrupted. I understand. It's okay. I just wanted to confirm. I was worried you might be unhappy. Now that I know, I can relax. Her tone lightened. But seriously, didn't a certain forum conduct a poll about who women most want to marry? He was the clear favorite, far ahead of everyone else. Living in the presence of such a legendary figure, have you fallen for him? On the other side of the wall, Jin Bingshan's breath quickened. Fingers clenching the armrest tightly, remaining utterly still. He awaited the inevitable judgment. In the bathroom, Yilanqi had dried herself off, donned a bathrobe, and sat down to apply skincare products. Her tone was casual as she countered Xiao Yuning's question. You also work for someone? Would you ever fall in love with your boss? Xiao Yuning promptly replied, Of course not. I maintain the basic integrity of a professional woman. How could I fall for my boss? I might love the money he gives me, but that's about it. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Yilanqi explained, For me, I'm just an employee in his eyes. Do you know there are over 100 clauses in the contract? I have to act according to the contract, which means I must serve my boss well. Whatever Yilanqi said afterward became a blur to Jin Bingshan. He fixated on the term boss, feeling a suffocating weight in his chest. He reached to rub it, but that empty space seemed to sprout sharp thorns, digging into his flesh and heart, bleeding profusely. His blood cried out, urging him to burst through the door and tear everything apart. What was acting? What was pretense? What was a contract? In the end, all he ever wanted was simply her. Jin Bingshan gradually rose from his wheelchair, staggering forward as he groped his way ahead. Yet, after merely 3 steps, he was overwhelmed by pain and numbness, his legs refusing to obey him. His hand found its way to the bathroom door, leaning against it for support to prevent himself from collapsing onto the floor. Inside the bathroom, the soft murmurs of 2 girls conversed, sounding as if they belonged to another realm. Every limb of his body ached inexplicably. After a month of enduring such discomfort, Jin Bingshan still found the passing minutes excruciatingly unbearable. Summoning every ounce of strength, he painstakingly retraced his steps to locate his wheelchair. In his current state, he considered himself utterly unappealing. How could Yilanqi possibly be fond of him? Finally grasping the armrest of the wheelchair, he attempted to sit down, but due to a miscalculation in force, he fell heavily to the ground. In the bathroom, Yilanqi paused, startled by the muffled sound emanating from outside. Ning Ning, I can't chat right now. It seems someone is knocking, she said. All right, good night. Let's set up another time, Xiao Yuning replied promptly. After hanging up the call, Yilanqi glanced at her bathrobe and hastily tied the belt before opening the bathroom door. The light in her bedroom was still on, illuminating the room completely. The door was shut, and the space was devoid of people. As Yilanqi approached the doorway and opened it, she found the corridor equally empty. Surely, she must have misheard. Instinctively, she cast a glance towards Jin Bingshan's room, and for some reason, a wave of wistfulness washed over her. She lingered in the corridor for several minutes before returning to her bedroom. Her phone flickered to life, revealing a message from Xiao Yulan. Evidently, news of her outing with Xiao Yuning had reached Xiao Yulan's ears. Yulan, she clicked on the voice message, and indeed, the familiar tone resonated. Have you forgotten what you promised me that day? The week we agreed upon is nearly half over. Yulanchi quickly steeled herself emotionally and sent back a voice message, her voice lowered and breath shaky. Mom, I regret it. Within half a minute of sending the message, Xiao Yulan's call came through. Haha, I thought you were going to play dead. Yulanchi maintained a subdued tone, perfectly embodying the role of the wrong daughter. Mom, I shouldn't have married him. I shouldn't have been swayed by the trifling benefits promised by an older man. But now, it's too late for regrets. Just moments ago, he hit me with a belt. Xiao Yulan was instantly enraged. Not out of concern for her daughter, but in a fit of fury. What do you mean? You let that man take advantage of you, and didn't he even get anything in return? Yulanchi quickly clarified. They said that if I want money, I must first get pregnant. They truly see me as nothing more than a breeding tool. At that moment, Xiao Yulan seemed less frantic. Why didn't you do something sooner? The Yi family taught you so much. If only you had used a little common sense, would it have come to this? Yulanchi, in tears, asked, What should I do then? Xiao Yulan sneered. How old is that old man? 72. Yulanchi replied, silently adding, Yes, Jean Bingshan is 27. She fabricated the 72. Xiao Yulan was so enraged that she laughed. 72. He's practically in the grave and still wants to have children. Yulanchi, are you hoping to hasten that old man's demise to smoothly inherit his fortune? Tell me, how many children does he have? Yulanchi continued her fabrication. He has a son, but the son refuses to marry and is rumored to prefer men. He also has 3 daughters, all of whom are married. Xiao Yulan's spirits lifted immediately. Then you have an opportunity. Listen to me. Go and do in vitro fertilization with him right now. Aim to conceive as soon as possible to secure your position. Then find a way to get rid of that old man and his son. The fortune will all be yours. Yulanchi hesitated. I can't commit murder. I'm afraid of breaking the law. Xiao Yulan coldly laughed. You don't need to get your hands dirty. Just stir the pot a little. The family will assist you. Yulanchi's heart raced. She had indeed uncovered that the Yi family possessed some hidden influence. She could only feign trepidation. All right, Mom. Xiao Yulan changed her tone. But the betrothal gift must not be skimped on. 100 million. You need to demand it from him immediately. Once you secure that, then go for the in vitro fertilization. Yulanchi sighed. Fine. I'll give it a try. What do you mean, try? Xiao Yulan's tone turned stern. You have 3 days. You must get it. Yulanchi tearfully acquiesced. All right. Mom, my injury hurts. The call ended with a beep as Xiao Yulan hung up. Yulanchi put her phone away, her face no longer displaying the earlier sadness and weakness. A plan had already formed in her mind. The next day, Yulanchi rose at her usual time, first checking Jean Bingshan's door to see he was still asleep, then heading upstairs to work out. After her workout, she encountered a Chio, who informed her that Ji Qingze had come to change Jean Bingshan's bandages. Yulanchi nodded, took a shower, and went downstairs to retrieve the desserts from the fridge. Housekeeper Huang, a Chio, and Sister Wang, Sister Su, these are the desserts I packed yesterday. They are truly delicious. Do give them a try. She had bought over 10 flavors, and, after distributing some to housekeeper Huang and the others, still had a large portion remaining. Noticing a few bodyguards at the door, Yulanchi also handed each of them a piece. The atmosphere on the first floor was warm and cheerful. While Yulanchi ascended to find Jean Bingshan, intending to invite him to enjoy the desserts. However, as she approached, she faintly heard raised voices coming from Jean Bingshan's treatment room. Alarmed, she hurried over. Ji Qingze was changing Jean Bingshan's bandages, his back to the doorway as he bent down to wrap the gauze. His body obstructed Yulanchi's view, preventing her from seeing Jean Bingshan's leg. I told you to have a caregiver look after you at night, but you wouldn't listen. Just look at what has happened to your leg. Ji Qingze chastised. Jean Bingshan's tone was indifferent. You know I can't see. You still have the gall to joke about it. Ji Qingze was frustrated. You can't see. Your legs are inconvenient. What if you fell while going to the bathroom at night? Your leg is like this now. Isn't it from falling? Jean Bingshan replied coolly. My kidneys are fine. I don't need to go to the bathroom at night. Ji Qingze was both amused and angered. You're still denying that you fell yesterday? This injury didn't come from a tumble. It certainly was caused by a night of carousing with women. At this, Yulanchi instinctively shrank back, taking 2 steps away. Suddenly, Jean Bingshan's tone turned icy. You're just here to change my bandages. Why are you blathering so much? Ji Qingze's temper flared. You don't care about your own body. I care more than you do. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Jiqingza slowly finished wrapping the bandages. When his gaze fell upon Jean Bingshan's eyes, those once striking eyes that had captivated men during college now stared blankly into the void, conveying a sense of shattered confusion. In that moment, Jiqing's anger was doused. He spoke gently. I'm not trying to scold you or remind you of anything, but with your condition, you truly need someone to accompany you at night. I don't know how you fell last night, but your body can't take any more falls. Jean Bingshan replied in a detached manner. I will be more careful in the future. Fine, but how do you plan to be careful? Jiqingza felt his frustration rekindle. When you truly fall ill, the pain will numb your nerves. It's not something you can conquer with sheer willpower. You can't just choose not to fall. Yilanchi, standing at the door, felt an oppressive chill in the air as Jean Bingshan intoned each word with weight. So what? Hire a caregiver to watch over me 24 hours a day? 24 hours, 1, for 40 minutes, 86, for 100 seconds, reminding me that I am a cripple. Confronted by Jean Bingshan's unfocused gaze, Jiqingza felt an invisible force tighten around his throat, rendering him speechless. Chapter 26. Fulfilling the duties of a wife. The two men in the room remained silent. Yilanchi felt an immense pressure weighing upon her. However, given the circumstances, it was indeed her responsibility to act. Having married Jean Bingshan and received the promised remuneration from the Jean family contract, she was obliged to fulfill her duties as a wife. Moreover, it was precisely because of her marriage to Jean Bingshan that she finally possessed the confidence to break free from the Yi family's constraints. Although Jean Bingshan often treated her with indifference and at times even disdain, one must admit that he was, fundamentally, a good man. Thus, Yilanchi approached Jean Bingshan's wheelchair, grasped his hand firmly, and held it tightly. Her heart raced, uncertain whether this man would lash out at her, yet she summoned her courage. Darling, we are married now. You refuse to let me stay in the master bedroom every night. Do you intend to allow other men, like caregivers, to reside there instead? What would that say about my standing as the wife of the second young master of the Jean family? No, I insist on moving in tonight. Her tone carried a hint of playfulness, intertwined with a desire to appease, as she slightly bent forward, her breath gently brushing against Jean Bingshan's forehead. Jean Bingshan felt a gradual numbness creeping up the hand she held. A tingling sensation that climbed from her fingers to her wrist, along her arm, and eventually encroaching upon his heart. It was as if his heart had been struck by a powerful electric current, pounding against his chest, each thump echoing in his ears like a drumbeat. Yet, Jean Bingshan's expression remained impassive, even colder than before. His voice dripped with icy sarcasm. A few billion means nothing to the Jean family. Thus, Miss Yi, it's merely a contract. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself to please your employer. Yilanchi was taken aback, a fleeting thought crossing her mind that perhaps Jean Bingshan had overheard her conversation with Qiao Yuning. But then she dismissed the notion. Someone like Jean Bingshan would never resort to eavesdropping. Besides, how could she dare to entertain feelings for him? Setting aside other concerns, if Jean Bingshan were to successfully undergo surgery, the first thing he would likely do is divorce her. She was merely a bride brought in to bring good fortune. Once her task was complete, she would make her exit. The chasm between her and the Jean family was insurmountable. How could they allow their most outstanding scion to genuinely associate with someone like her? Just as Yilanchi struggled to find the right words to persuade Jean Bingshan, Jiqingza, the supportive ally, finally spoke up. He chuckled as he patted Jean Bingshan's shoulder. It's my fault. What caregiver? I must have had water in my brain to suggest such a ridiculous idea. Isn't that disruptive to your married life? Jean Bingshan turned his cold gaze toward him. Jiqingza, clearly accustomed to such expressions from his brother, continued to smile unabashedly. In truth, your injuries primarily affect your eyes and legs, and the infection doesn't hinder your married life. It is just that it may not be suitable for you to have children right now. So, feel free to indulge, just avoid creating any little lives. Haha. Jiqingza. This time, Jean Bingshan was genuinely enraged. Sensing the growing tension, Jiqingza quickly retreated, hastily gathering his medical kit and making his escape while winking at Yilanchi. Sister-in-law, I entrust my brother's nightlife to you. He dashed away with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight in the corridor. Only then did Yilanchi realize her own nervousness. She noticed she was still holding Jean Bingshan's hand, and the man, seemingly absorbed in his anger, had not yet shaken her off. She quickly released her grip and swiftly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness of the moment. Mr. Jean, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall I take you downstairs for breakfast? Without waiting for Jean Bingshan's response, Yilanchi directly pushed his wheelchair out. Since Jean Bingshan's back was to her, Yilanchi was unaware that he slowly covered the hand she had just held with his other hand, tightening his grip cautiously, as if he were a child in the twilight, gently capturing a fragment of moonlight resting in his palm. As they descended, The atmosphere downstairs remained pleasant. Chio, who typically feared Jin Bingchen, dared not utter a word more than necessary, yet now took the initiative to greet him. "Good morning, second young master," she added. "The desserts brought by second young mistress are truly delicious." Housekeeper Huang. Wang saw, along with several other servants and bodyguards, were also enjoying the treats, laughing as they remarked, "Mine is taro flavor. I never expected that taro could actually be made into a flour. Mine is mango flavor. I used to dislike mango, but this time I find it quite tasty. I have matcha. It's my first time trying this dessert. I thought it was only for girls, but it's surprisingly good." Everyone was giggling, and Jin Bingchen realized that for the first time in years, his villa seemed to radiate a different warmth. Yet, he wondered why everyone had desserts while he did not. He had memorized over 100 obligations, yet this was the treatment he received. His brow furrowed. The aura of someone accustomed to authority suddenly permeated the air, causing the servants, who had been standing or sitting, to change their expressions, paralyzed with trepidation. Lanchi sighed inwardly. She believed that for a patient to recuperate properly, a pleasant environment was paramount. Jin Bingchen's ability to freeze the atmosphere was detrimental to his recovery. Was it not? She signaled the servants to leave and then wheeled Jin Bingchen into the dining room. In the expansive dining room, it was now just the two of them. Lanchi presented Jin Bingchen with his nutritious breakfast, stating, "Mr. Jin, let us eat." Jin Bingchen remained motionless. Lanchi smiled and then produced 6 portions of dessert, arranging them in front of him. She blinked and softened her tone. "If you want to eat the nutritious breakfast, how about some dessert? I specifically packed these for you last night, but you fell asleep early." Jin Bingchen recalled the previous night, remembering that Lanchi had ostensibly gone to meet Xiao Yuning, but was actually with Jiang Yueza and others. The resentment in his chest bubbled like boiling water, surging outward. He replied coldly, "I do not eat desserts, especially those bought with Jiang Yuezi. At this thought, Jin Bingchen's mood soured further. Chapter 27. Swiping his card, satisfied, his head throbbed, and the tension in his body felt as if it might snap at any moment. Just then, a cool sensation brushed against his lips, causing him to pause and instinctively part them. In the next moment, the sweet aroma of milk filled his palate. He swallowed hard, his hand resting on the arm of the wheelchair slowly loosening, the pressure leaving deep, hot imprints on his palm. "Isn't it delicious?" Lanchi asked beside him. "This is strawberry flavor. I've tried it, and it's my favorite among all the flavors." Thinking back to the previous night, Jin Bingchen remained unresponsive, yet, deep within, he recognized a hidden pleasure brought forth by her proximity and flattery. "Isn't this a tacit approval?" Lanchi continued, feeding him another bite. She smiled and added, "But I must thank Mr. Jin for the card. I treated my best friend extravagantly yesterday and packed a whole bunch of goodies. So, it was your own card that was swiped." Jin Bingchen's tense spine gradually relaxed. The burning jealousy that had raged within him was soothed, and his tumultuous emotions began to calm. Lanchi noticed that Jin Bingchen seemed not to be averse to desserts after all. She pondered that while the nutritious meals were meticulously prepared, one could grow weary of them over time. A little indulgence in sweets now and then should be acceptable. She scooped another spoonful from a different box and said, "This sea salt cheese flavor is my second favorite." Jin Bingchen did not seem picky, or perhaps Lanchi simply could not discern which flavor piqued his interest more. She offered him a taste of each, and soon the containers were nearly empty. Outside the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, Chio gazed toward the dining room, a look of wonder on her face. Their usually aloof second young master, now being fed dessert by the young mistress, appeared unexpectedly charming and endearing. Noticing housekeeper Huang approaching, Chio quickly composed herself and said, "Housekeeper Huang, I was just, observing how the second young master seems to be quite receptive to the young mistress." Housekeeper Huang nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Indeed. But let us keep this to ourselves. No need to spread it around." Chio promptly agreed. "Of course, understood." As a servant in a prestigious family, one must be well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. Jin Bingchen's efforts to uphold Lanchi's dignity in public served to prevent the Jin family from underestimating this auspicious bride. However, should their private interactions appear too harmonious and come to the attention of those with ulterior motives, speculation will inevitably arise, suggesting that Lanchi is Jin Bingchen's Achilles heel. In the morning, Jin Bingchen's assistant, Hanjin, returned from a business trip and went to report to him in his study. Meanwhile, Lanchi busied herself arranging her toiletries and personal clothing. Preparing to move into the master bedroom, opening Jin Bingchen's wardrobe, she found that aside from a few pajamas, it was filled with business attire. In stark contrast, the Jin family had prepared 3 walls of clothing for Lanchi upon her marriage. While Jean Bingshan's collection barely filled one wall, Lanchi gently nudged the man's clothes to the left and began hanging her own pieces, the soft fabrics and vibrant hues bringing warmth to the otherwise stark and cold wardrobe. She then proceeded to the bathroom, meticulously placing her toothpaste, toothbrush, and towel in order. Noticing the two toothbrush holders, one pink and one blue, side by side, the reality of their married status hit her with unexpected force. Time slipped by quietly. As evening approached, Lanchi began to feel a sense of unease. She retrieved the newly sun-dried throw pillows from the sunroom, and as she passed by Jean Bingshan's study, she heard the sound of his fingers tapping away at the keyboard. Gently pushing the door open a crack, she saw that he was still engrossed in his work, reminded that she would be officially moving into Jean Bingshan's space. She called out softly, "Mr. Jean, I'm off to freshen up now. Don't stay up too late." After closing the study door quietly, she headed to the master bedroom. Inside the study, Jean Bingshan's fingers paused above the keyboard for a moment. A fleeting smile graced his lips. 9 o'clock that evening, after finishing his work, he entered the bedroom. Lanchi had been engrossed in a post recommended by Xiao Yuning. Losing track of time and suddenly realizing she hadn't yet taken her shower. Clutching her pajamas, she hesitated, contemplating whether to bathe here or return to her original room. However, Jean Bingshan had already wheeled himself directly to the wardrobe. Searching for his own pajamas. Lanchi was about to offer her assistance. She noticed that when Jean Bingshan's hand grazed the clothes in the wardrobe, his arm hesitated momentarily before he quickly found his own. He turned around, placing his pajamas on the bed before beginning to unbutton his shirt. Lanchi's eyes widened. Did Jean Bingshan not realize she was in the room? She instinctively held her breath, trying to remain as quiet as possible. At this point, leaving was no longer an option. Just as she covered her eyes for a few seconds, her curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked again. However, the man had already turned away, leaving her with only a view of his well-defined back. He must have been a regular at the gym before his accident, as the muscles from his arms to his back were toned and strong, exuding an elegant fluidity, with each motion of him removing his shirt and putting on his pajamas. Those lines seemed to come alive, showcasing broad shoulders and a narrow waist, radiating raw masculinity. Lanchi instinctively swallowed hard. In the next moment, Jean Bingshan leaned slightly forward. Lanchi's heart raced. Was he about to remove his pants here as well? Her heart began to pound, uncertain whether it was from anxiety or a sense of anticipation. Yet, Jean Bingshan merely leaned down to adjust his slippers before wheeling himself to the floor-to-ceiling window. His calm voice broke the silence. "I will sleep in an hour." He was aware of her presence in the room. Lanchi felt a surge of embarrassment. She stammered a couple of O's before swiftly clutching her pajamas and rushing to the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over her, she realized that she would be sharing a room with a man she barely knew. In fear that Jean Bingshan might think she was taking too long in the bathroom, Lanchi hurried her shower, but when it came time to dry off, she realized she had forgotten to bring in a towel. Her towel, which she had hesitated to retrieve earlier, was now resting on the bed alongside her bath towel. Standing in the bathroom, she felt torn. She crept to the bathroom door, listening for any sounds outside, and upon hearing none, she cautiously opened it a crack. To her relief, Jean Bingshan was nowhere in sight. He was likely still at the window, perhaps reviewing reports from overseas. The bedroom lacked surveillance, and since Jean Bingshan could not see her, it wouldn't be too inappropriate to step out without clothes. Would it? Lanchi mentally reassured herself and peeked out, discovering that Jean Bingshan was indeed facing away from her. Seizing the moment, she dashed out, heading straight for the bed. Just then, Jean Bingshan unexpectedly turned around. Addressing her with pinpoint accuracy, stopped. In an instant, Lanchi felt her heart race. Almost instinctively, she raised her arms to shield her chest, realizing that her upper half was covered, but her lower half was still exposed. She quickly used her other hand to shield herself further. Jean Bingshan had wheeled himself closer, and in that moment, Lanchi's heart pounded in her chest, leaving her with little time to think. After all, he couldn't see her. She sprinted toward the bed to grab the towel. However, Jean Bingshan's room was indeed spacious, and his wheelchair moved with surprising speed. Just as Lanchi reached for the towel, Jean Bingshan's wheelchair came to a stop, colliding with the back of her knees. In a daze, she found herself seated on Jean Bingshan's lap, and the entire world went still, clearly taken aback by the situation. Jean Bingshan found himself enveloped by warmth and softness. He wore a pajama top, but the light fabric of his trousers, remnants of the day's attire, became dampened by the moisture from Lanchi's skin. Intensifying the warmth of their contact, the sweet scent of the girl enveloped him, mingling with the fragrance of her shower products, infiltrating his senses. The sensation of her back against his chest was palpable, and he could even feel the rhythm of her breathing. Most as the night deepened, Launcher found herself uncertain whether he truly believed her. She retreated to the bathroom, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Jean Bingchen's fingertips trembled slightly at his side. The shivers brought on by Launcher still ravaged his body, and the most hidden corners of his heart were being relentlessly struck. Akin to a drumbeat, he leaned back in his chair, his chest rising and falling rhythmically as he quietly awaited the tumult of desire within him to subside. After a seemingly endless moment, Launcher finally emerged from the bathroom. Fortunately, Jean Bingchen refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. After making a few international phone calls, he too retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, he returned, effortlessly supporting himself as he laid down on the bed. Launcher remained seated on the sofa, and upon seeing Jean Bingchen settle in, she hurried to turn off the lights. The room was illuminated only by the faint glow of the aromatherapy humidifier. Launcher hesitated to climb into bed, uncertain if Jean Bingchen's patience with her had reached its limit. Instead, she nestled on the edge of a lounge chair, hugging a cushion and covering herself with a blanket. Closing her eyes to gather her thoughts, the night grew increasingly heavy, yet Launcher found it difficult to drift into slumber. She listened as Jean Bingchen's breathing gradually steadied, which brought her a measure of relief. After all, she had inadvertently pressed down on his leg earlier, and it seemed the impact was minimal. She shifted on the lounge chair, awaiting the embrace of sleep. Just then, the man in the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Upon waking, Jean Bingchen's heart raced uncontrollably. Within his unseen gaze, the flames from the day of the explosion seemed to flicker anew. Most terrifying of all, amidst the firelight, he had caught a glimpse of Launcher. It was only when he jolted awake that he realized it had all been a dream. Instinctively, he reached out to his side, finding the bed cold. A surge of alarm coursed through him, and he quickly propped himself up, feeling around once more. It was indeed frigid, devoid of any warmth that would suggest someone had recently occupied it. Perhaps the person beside him had departed long ago. How ironic, he thought, that she had so eagerly suggested moving in for the night, only to slip away quietly. Jean Bingchen grappled with the tumult of emotions within him, but perhaps due to having faced abandonment more than once, he found himself strangely accustomed to this feeling. It was until he sat up that he heard Launcher's voice. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Jean Bingchen's back tensed at her sudden inquiry. He could almost pinpoint her location by her voice alone. She had been reclining on the lounge chair all along. "You startled me by being there," Jean Bingchen remarked, realizing how illogical his statement sounded. Yet Launcher believed him. "I was just worried about disturbing you," she replied, sitting up from the lounge chair, clutching the blanket around her. "I'll try not to move much, and I don't snore or anything. May I borrow a quarter of your bed for a while?" Jean Bingchen pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice a low rumble from being abruptly awakened. "Then behave yourself." Launcher paused, taken aback, as Jean Bingchen lay back down, creating a space beside him. She quickly tiptoed to the other side of the bed, gently lying down and wrapping herself in the blanket. Jean Bingchen's bed was spacious. There was almost a meter between them, yet Launcher still dared only to occupy the edge. She felt uneasy moving, consciously quieting her breath, lying flat with her eyes closed, striving to drift off to sleep. Having never shared a bed with anyone before, one side of her body grew stiff and numb, and her throat itched with the urge to cough, which she stifled, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Counting sheep proved futile, and she began to count Jean Bingchen's breaths instead. Perhaps the sound of his breathing could coax her into slumber. She gradually succumbed to drowsiness, unaware of when she fell asleep. Just as Launcher sank into a deep sleep, the man beside her turned toward her. Jean Bingchen, unable to see the girl beside him, still sensed a small figure nearby. He lifted his hand, slowly reaching out toward Launcher. However, he ultimately paused just above her head, gently brushing his fingers through her hair. The moonlight, long awaited for 8 years, now rested in his palm. Chapter 29. Awakened by his handsomeness the following morning, Launcher awoke before 7. She instinctively turned over to stretch, but, upon opening her eyes, suddenly realized where she was. Turning her head, she beheld the still sleeping Jean Bingchen. The man lay quietly with his eyes closed, the dim yet soft light filtering through the curtains casting a gentle glow upon his face. Launcher could even see the shadows cast by his long eyelashes. His features were sharply defined, with prominent brow bones, a straight nose, and lips that appeared more vibrant than during the day after a night of rest. His fair skin was so flawless that not a single pore was visible. He seemed a perfect work of art, meticulously crafted by the creator. Launcher couldn't help but recall a post she had seen previously, discussing the feelings one experiences upon waking next to someone. In that post, someone shared their experience with their husband, lamenting how, upon waking, they were greeted by what they referred to as a pig's head, prompting them to decide to fall back asleep. believing their waking position must be at fault. Yi Launcher had merely laughed at the time, pondering what her own mornings might look like in the future. Now, she had her answer. It was a sight to behold. One that left her feeling as if she had been roused from slumber by sheer handsomeness. So beautiful that she felt an overwhelming urge to draw closer. Yet, Yi Launcher hesitated, propping her head up and gazing intently at Jin Bingchen. She watched as his chest rose and fell with each breath, the blanket slipping slightly to reveal his collarbone and the faint outline of his chest muscles, along with the pronounced Adam's apple due to his position. Yi Launcher mused that had she been younger, had she encountered Jin Bingchen during her most passionate years, she surely would have fallen for him, perhaps even experiencing love at first sight, forever etching him as a white moonlight in her heart. A sudden wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt a stinging sensation in her nose. She recalled what Ji Qingze had said. Jin Bingchen's situation was perilous, especially concerning surgery, with a particularly low success rate. The thought of him having to undergo surgery, knowing that he might never awaken again, struck her with a profound pain deep within her mind. The world around her began to spin. Instinctively, she clutched her head. And darkness enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, the clock on the bedside indicated that she had only momentarily lost consciousness for a few minutes. Yet she felt utterly disoriented, confused and bewildered. She gazed at Jin Bingchen, striving to piece together what had just transpired. Had she just awakened? Or had she been awake for a while? Just then, Jin Bingchen opened his eyes. Yi Launcher instinctively turned her face away, fearful that he might sense her lingering gaze upon him, as if she were a lovesick girl. "Good morning, Mr. Jin," she ventured. Jin Bingchen replied with a soft, "Good morning." Yi Launcher breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not disturbed him the night before, and she seemed to have slept quite properly, which left Jin Bingchen satisfied with her behavior. Sitting up, Yi Launcher intended to throw back the blanket to retrieve her clothes from the wardrobe when a knock echoed from the door. At this hour, the servants typically did not knock, leaving her puzzled. Jin Bingchen's voice was calm as he asked, "Who is it?" To her surprise, a cheerful voice responded, "Little brother, open the door." Before she knew it, Jin Bingchen pressed a button, and the bedroom door emitted a soft mechanical sound. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a woman in high heels with a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her curves. Her long legs were undeniably captivating. She sported a short hairstyle, with a few strands dyed a striking iris blue, her face flawlessly clean, save for a vintage red hue on her lips reminiscent of a post-kiss effect. She radiated beauty and vitality, leaving a lasting impression at first glance. Bing bing. Her enthusiastic call faltered momentarily upon seeing the scene in the room, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Yi Launcher locked eyes with her, instinctively pulling up the blanket to cover her chest. Although her sleepwear was rather modest, this action only served to draw more attention. As expected, the corners of the woman's lips curled into a knowing smile, her gaze sweeping meaningfully between Yi Launcher and Jin Bingchen before finally settling on Yi Launcher. She approached, extending her hand toward her. "Sister-in-law, I am Jin Maching, your husband's elder sister." "Oh, hello, sister." Yi Launcher quickly reached out to shake her hand. However, as she remained seated on the bed, the posture felt awkward. Just then, Jin Bingchen's cool voice broke the silence. "Have you had enough of watching our couple's life?" TSK, Jin Maching mused, her gaze lingering on Jin Bingchen's face. "It's not easy. My Bingbing has finally entered the realm of married life, and is here to show off to his sister." "Jin Maching, I dare you to call me that again," Jin Bingchen said, his temples throbbing. His sister had always been a source of mischief. All right, I won't tease you any longer." Jin Maching winked at Yi Launcher. "You two get dressed. I'll come back later." She opened the door to leave, thoughtfully closing it behind her, leaving only Yi Launcher and Jin Bingchen in the room. Yi Launcher couldn't shake off the echoes of the two Bingbings that had just been uttered. She couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. It was indeed quite fitting. As the night deepened, Yi Launcher turned her head to glance at Jin Bingchen. The man indeed wore his usual expression of aloofness, but he had now sat up, his pajamas slightly undone. His shoulders were broad and even, with half of his collarbone exposed, revealing a firm chest beneath. Just yesterday, Yi Launcher had been pondering what Jin Bingchen looked like from the front, and today she found herself witnessing a glimpse of it. However, due to the ties of his pajamas still being fastened, she could not see the lower part of his chest, beneath his cool demeanor. His partially exposed physique, coupled with the casual way his arm rested on the pillow, conjured up the image of a comic book male protagonist she had once encountered, one who appeared chaste on the surface yet was filled with unfulfilled desires. Tempting and dangerously alluring. Yi Launcher's fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the bedding. In the next moment, the man's low, magnetic voice broke the silence. "Miss Yi, how long do you intend to stare?" "Huh." Yilancher instinctively retracted her neck, feigning innocence. Stare at what? After speaking, she quickly cast a furtive glance at Jean Bingchen. She was aware that he could not see, so did he merely sense her stillness and was teasing her? Still, to confirm, Yilancher extended her hand, slowly moving it to a point 20 centimeters in front of Jean Bingchen's eyes, giving it a gentle shake. See, he truly could not see, just as she was about to retract her hand. It was suddenly captured by Jean Bingchen. However, he did not grasp her wrist accurately. Instead, he held her palm, and as his fingers aligned with hers, they inadvertently interlocked. The disparity in strength between a man and a woman, combined with Yilancher's earlier posture of leaning to test the waters, resulted in her losing balance and falling back onto the bed. To her surprise, Jean Bingchen, not anticipating her fall, swiftly rolled over and found himself atop her. Then, propping himself up with an arm, he created a mere 10 centimeters of space between them. I just saw a little bug trying to fly towards you. Yilancher's mind was in a whirl as she stammered a haphazard explanation. Their proximity was too intimate. She could see her own reflection in his pupils. Because he was blind, that reflection appeared strikingly pure and pristine, more beautiful than any mirror reflection Yilancher had ever seen. Jean Bingchen's breath brushed against her cheek, which was already flushed from nervousness, now igniting a fire within her. Why Yilancher dared not move, her fingers still perfectly entwined with his. If it weren't for Jean Bingchen's arm supporting him, their bodies would have been in complete contact. As Yilancher frantically sought a justification, the man suddenly leaned closer. His lips grazed her cheek, continuing downward. Chapter 30. Staring at my body again. Yilancher's eyes widened, then shut tightly, momentarily forgetting how to react. Jean Bingchen couldn't possibly be about to kiss her, could he? Yet, the warm breath drew nearer, accompanied by the teasing tone of his voice. Miss Yi, I just heard you swallow. I did not swallow. Yilancher quickly protested. However, there exists a psychological phenomenon known as the white bear effect, which states that when individuals are instructed not to think about something, their brains interpret the command, inadvertently making the subject more prominent in their thoughts. Just like now, after Yilancher's denial, she couldn't help but swallow again. In the next moment, the man's low chuckle resonated in her ear. Yesterday you sat on my lap without a stitch on. And this morning you're staring at my body. So, Miss Yi, is it comfortable? Is it pleasing to the eye? After speaking, Jean Bingchen released Yilancher. He adeptly rolled over, sitting on the edge of the bed before moving to his wheelchair. Turning to retrieve clothes from the wardrobe. Yilancher remained in her previous reclining position, utterly motionless. She felt despondent, her face flushed, her heart racing, and a sense of frustration washing over her. Most troubling was her heightened sensitivity. She couldn't fathom why her ears felt particularly acute, tingling with every breath Jean Bingchen took near them, leaving her drained of strength. It was not until she heard the bathroom door close that Yilancher managed to regain her composure. Rising, she resignedly began rummaging through her clothes. How infuriating. She was certainly not a seductress. Everything was mere coincidence. Yet why had Jean Bingchen caught her in such a compromising light? He, who could see nothing. Why did his other senses have to be so keen? The morning's awkwardness left Yilancher feeling somewhat shy about facing the world outside, but her discomfort was swiftly dispelled by the exuberance of Jean Muching. Jean Muching's personality was the polar opposite of Jean Bingchen's. Bright and sociable, she immediately seized Yilancher's hand upon seeing her and led her to choose gifts. Calling you sister-in-law feels too formal. I'll call you Yilancher. Let us see if there are any shades of this pile of cosmetics you like. Jean Muching held up various items to Yilancher's face, exclaiming, to be young is wonderful. Look at this collagen. Unlike my sister, who is already resorting to anti-aging products, Jean Muching, 2 years older than Jean Bingchen, was only 29. She possessed a naturally stunning bone structure, her skin taut against her bones, clearly indicating a commitment to fitness, with no excess flesh. Her complexion had a subtle tan, exuding an aura of coolness and confidence. Thank you, sister. I'll take these two. Yilancher chose a peach-toned lipstick and a quad eyeshadow palette. Such a good girl. Jean Muching laughed. And no wonder my brother likes you. Yilancher hastily attempted to clarify that it wasn't the case, but Jean Muching had already whisked away to find Jean Bingchen with another bag of items. Left with no choice, Yilancher decided to head upstairs to work out. As Jean Muching entered Jean Bingchen's study, she found him already immersed in work. However, she stood there for several minutes without him acknowledging her, seeming rather distracted. Still thinking about your wife, Jean Muching approached, playfully leaning against his desk. What do you want to say? Jean Bingchen replied, barely lifting his head. Others might not notice, but your older sister has known you for over 20 years and can tell at a glance that you like her. Jean Bingchen remained silent. Jean Muching smiled at her brother. It's early in the morning, and neither of you is changed out of your pajamas. You deliberately opened the door for me. Didn't he want to signal that she is special to you? Otherwise, even if you promised Grandpa to find someone with a compatible fortune, you wouldn't he allow her to share the same bed with you? Am I wrong? Her brother was prideful, possessing all good qualities except for his reluctance to speak plainly, preferring to lead her to conclusions indirectly. Jean Bingchen finally lifted his head. So what? Jean Muching replied. Just keep pretending you don't need me while clearly relying on me. Jean Bingchen pinched the bridge of his nose, finally saying, I have surgery in 2 months. Regardless of the outcome, please ensure she is taken care of. This statement was simple, yet the underlying implication was clear. If the surgery succeeded, he would need to stay in the hospital for at least a week to recover. Meanwhile, the other branches of the Jean family would likely feel disillusioned and might resort to extreme measures. Yilancher could potentially be implicated and face danger. Conversely, if the surgery failed, Yilancher would naturally have to leave the Jean family. Yet, they had at least shared a brief marriage, although Jean Bingchen's legacy would secure her a life of comfort. Once the rest of the Jean family discovered her wealth, would they let her off easily? Jean Bingchen opened a drawer beside him and handed Jean Muching a file. If I fail, disregard Grandpa's insistence on me having a child. This file contains a new identity for her. You can grant her freedom. The contents within were to be opened once every year, ensuring Yilancher could live a life untainted and unburdened. Jean Muching, her smile fading, accepted the file and glanced inside, taking a long moment before saying, I came to see your newlywed life, not to hear your last words. Jean Bingchen's tone remained detached, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of a failed surgery. Just follow the instructions inside. Understood. Jean Muching sighed, shifting the topic. In the past half-month, I have thoroughly investigated the site of your incident along with Rong Hao. What we can confirm is that on the day of the explosion, all helicopters in the entire Ouching area were dispatched, and medical resources were occupied. There's no way that was mere coincidence. Jean Bingchen replied, the one orchestrating from behind was ensuring every detail was foolproof. If I had not perished on the spot, every second thereafter was a countdown. Jean Muching recalled the incident with a shiver. It's a pity they didn't know that the parachuting club in Ouching belongs to you. On that day, all the helicopters were sent hundreds of kilometers away for a skydiving festival, but the club retained a helicopter, exclusive to the owner, which no one could commandeer. It was that very helicopter, which had remained idle for over a year, that saved your life. They had manipulated numerous forces within Ouching, arranging everything with seeming coincidence yet leaving no incriminating evidence. Jean Bingchen looked at Jean Muching. My third uncle has ambition but lacks the intellect. My second uncle possesses the heart of a thief but not the courage. He cannot be the mastermind. As for the rest, who do you think it is? Jean Muching narrowed her eyes. Could it be our aunt? But she is already married and separated. That shouldn't be the case. Or perhaps our uncle. That seems impossible. He is a pious man, devoted to his faith, never straying from the temple. Jean Bingchen's fingers gently tapped the desk. Have you ever heard the saying? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Jean Muching's heart raced, her palms damp with a thin layer of sweat. After a moment, she exhaled deeply and said earnestly, Bingchen, thank you for everything over the years. Jean Bingchen replied indifferently, what are you thanking me for? Thank you for indulging me while I frolicked outside without uttering a single complaint about how arduous my circumstances were. I am also grateful that, despite being 2 years my junior, you have shouldered the responsibility of our household since the disappearance of our parents. Furthermore, I appreciate your willingness to sacrifice your own interest and time to nurture all of my whimsical passions and dreams. With a hint of warmth in her eyes, Jean Muching feigned a fierce demeanor, declaring, from now on, it shall be my turn to protect you. Chapter 31. The young lady of the capital understood. Jean Bingchen tapped a key on his computer, preparing to continue his work. Noticing that Jean Muching had yet to leave, he frowned slightly. There's something else. Jean Muching reached out to pinch Jean Bingchen's cheek. Fortunately, my handsome younger brother's beautiful face isn't scathed. Otherwise, how would I face my sister-in-law? If there's nothing else, please step outside. I am quite occupied. Jean Bingchen issued a clear dismissal. All right. I shall refrain from jesting. Jean Muching said earnestly. The overseas company has been relying on Li Xingye to keep an eye on you, which is hardly a sustainable solution. Particularly, you mentioned that recently, other factions within the Jean family have begun to probe, eager to extend their influence. Though the higher-ups are loyal to you, it is inevitable that those beneath may harbor ulterior motives. Jean Bingchen nodded. I have considered this. I will personally address it in a month. No. This time I have a splendid idea, Jean Muching interjected, winking at Jean Bingchen before realizing he could not see her gesture. With a sigh, she maintained her light-hearted tone. I plan to host a gathering on a cruise ship. All you need to do is make an appearance, enough to instill some trepidation in those restless souls. Besides, wouldn't you relish an opportunity to put your rival in her place? Jean Bingshan paused slightly in his breath. What do you mean? I have done my research. Lan Shi has an ex, and it seems he has been yearning for a reconciliation for quite some time, Jean Muching explained, resting her arm on Jean Bingshan's shoulder. You're not fond of him, are you? Allow me to create an opportunity for you to confront him this weekend. At that very moment, the subject of their conversation, Lan Shi, had just finished her workout and made a phone call. After several rings, a haughty female voice lazily answered, Oh, have you come seeking comfort after a breakup? Following her cue, Lan Shi inquired, Will you offer me comfort? Humph, I'm busy shooting a film and have no time for that. Luo Wanang yawned. If you wish to cry, I can grant you 3 minutes. Feigning a sob, Lan Shi replied, All right then, I shall commence my tears now. Please start the timer. Luo Wanang, suddenly alert, retorted, Lan Shi, do you possess no dignity? Is it truly necessary to wallow just because you were dumped? Oh, but after crying for 2 days, you will likely be back to fawning over him. Pathetic. Lan Shi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Miss Luo, you remain ever so delightful. Infuriated, Luo Wanang abruptly hung up. While Lan Shi glanced at her screen and counted to 5 before Luo Wanang called back. What do you want, Lan Shi? She resumed her haughty tone. Did Jiang Yueza break up with you? Leaving you unemployed, so you seek a position as my assistant in our production team. Fine. I can offer you a monthly salary of 3,500, all meals and accommodation included. Take it or leave it. Once Luo Wanang finished, Lan Shi chuckled before responding, Indeed. I am asking for your assistance. I saw on your social media that you are currently filming martial arts scenes in the suburbs of the capital. So I was wondering if your makeup artist is available this afternoon to help me achieve a battle damage look. Curiosity overcame Luo Wantong's initial irritation. What do you intend to do? You're not thinking of entering the entertainment industry, are you? No, Lan Shi clarified. I lack the skills to create a convincing look myself. I simply require a highly realistic makeup application to manage my family situation tonight. Understanding that she could not gather too much information over the phone, Luo Wanang agreed. That is not impossible, but our makeup artist is quite renowned in the industry. I might lend her to you. While Lan Shi promptly proposed, I will prepare a heartfelt meal for you. Humph, with my status, what could I possibly want for food that I cannot obtain? After a brief silence, Luo Wanang added, But if you are so eager to please me, I suppose I can make an exception. Lan Shi smiled in agreement. Great. Please send me the specific location and time. I shall see you this afternoon. Humph. After hanging up, Lan Shi chuckled helplessly. Luo Wanang, the daughter of the Luo family, adored acting. With doting parents and a pampered brother, she entered the entertainment industry directly after graduating from film school. During her studies, she starred in a leading role, garnering a significant following due to her blend of beauty and arrogance, amassing 800,000 followers on Weibo. Her title, The Young Lady of the Capital S Entertainment Circle. While Lan Shi and Luo Wanang had never quite gotten along, their families had once been neighbors, and having grown up together, they were quite close until their teenage years. However, as time passed, Luo Wanang began to look down upon Lan Shi's obedient demeanor, particularly in recent years, as Jiang Yuez's scandalous headlines proliferated while Lan Shi bore it all in silence. This was a sensitive subject for the proud Miss Luo. Thus, every encounter resulted in Luo Wantong's teasing remarks directed at Lan Shi. Yet, beneath that sharp tongue lay a tender heart. Having encountered a myriad of personalities over the years, Lan Shi had learned to discern those who concealed daggers within their smiles from those with whom she could forge deeper connections. Now that she had severed ties with the Yi family, she could finally choose her own path in the company she keeps. 18 noon, Lan Shi sent a message to Xiao Yulan. Mom, I expect to receive the money this afternoon. Please await my update. After sending the WeChat message, Xiao Yulan called, but Lan Shi feigned unavailability. Xiao Yulan was both anxious and hopeful, while Lan Shi focused on preparing dinner. Her culinary skills were well practiced, covering various cuisines. Before long, Lan Shi had prepared several dishes: pineapple sweet and sour pork, stir-fried money stomach, 2 color yam balls, sawed-edge shrimp, and cold okra salad. Having packed 3 portions, she took one to Luo Wanang and left the Jean residence. Arriving at the northern suburbs, she found Luo Wanang's production team filming. Having previously informed them of her arrival, Lan Shi smoothly entered the set and stood to the side. Watching Luo Wanang, clad in a red dress and wielding a sword, embodying a heroic figure. Though she was a young lady, her strong-willed nature had driven her to excel in her studies, and her acting was commendable among her peers. Today's scenes involved a righteous young lady fighting against evil, and she executed them flawlessly, completing her scenes in no time. I expected to see two swollen eyes, Luo Wanong remarked, studying Yi Lanqi. Hee, you seem to have made some progress. Yi Lanqi presented the still-warm meal box. Here, Miss Luo, after your tiring shoot, have a bite to eat. In the break room, Luo Wanong accepted the food with an indifferent demeanor. But upon opening it and inhaling the aroma, her eyes sparkled. You seem quite sincere. I shall consider this meal as payment and lend you my makeup artist. Yi Lanqi nodded appreciatively. Thank you, beautiful Luo. Luo Wantong's makeup artist, dedicated solely to her, was now available since Luo's scenes had wrapped. Yi Lanqi addressed the makeup artist. I wish to portray an abused woman, with bruises on my face and arms. The latter needing to appear particularly severe and realistic. Luo Wantong, savoring her meal, paused at the request. What exactly are you planning to do? Yi Lanqi winked at her. In a while, I will need your cooperation for a scene. And then you will satisfy your curiosity. Chapter 32. Saved 1 million. Luo Wanong had never consumed so voraciously. After finishing, she felt stuffed and grimaced. Does everyone's family situation truly resemble yours? Must you be so extravagant? This is delicious. I could easily mistake you for a professional chef. Yi Lanqi teased her further. Indeed, because I aspire to be someone else's beloved child. Luo Wanong, clearly taken aback, turned away, choosing to ignore her. Yi Lanqi sat before the makeup mirror, watching as her appearance transformed into that of a frail woman, ravaged by domestic abuse. Today's look was convincingly realistic. She aimed to completely sever her ties with the Yi family. A single performance might not suffice, but it would at least buy her 2 to 3 months of freedom. That should be adequate. All right, do you think any adjustments are necessary? The makeup artist inquired. Yi Lanqi examined her reflection, even rubbing her face and arms, noting the remarkable quality of the professional work. This makeup would not smudge. Everything looks perfect. Thank you, teacher. She expressed her gratitude. As the makeup artist departed, Luo Wanong leaned in eagerly. So, are you attempting to extort the Jiang family? Yi Lanqi affectionately ruffled Luo Wantong's hair. Weren't you always curious about the Yi family's strict upbringing that molded me into such a rigid individual? You shall discover the answer shortly. When it's your turn to appear, regardless of what you hear, remember to mock me to the best of your ability. Our Miss Luo is a professional actress. After all, it should be no trouble for you. As Luo Wanong grappled with her conflicting feelings, Yi Lanqi dialed Xiao Yulan. Thus, Luo Wanong witnessed a textbook example of emotional transformation. Yi Lanqi's voice trembled with urgency. Mom, I received the money. Hurry over to collect the check and cash it immediately. I fear if they find out, it will become void. Xiao Yulan still had questions, but Yi Lanqi had already hung up the phone. Only sending a location. The location was in the northern suburbs, 2 kilometers away from the filming crew. Luo Wanong instructed her assistant to drive her and Yi Lanqi there. Upon arrival, they only dropped Yi Lanqi off, while Luo Wanong concealed herself in the shadows. This time, Xiao Yulan was genuinely afraid of losing the cooked duck, so just 20 minutes after Yi Lanqi's call, she had already arrived. What lay before her was a desolate wilderness. Yi Lanqi, dressed decently, held a bag in her arm. Upon hearing the commotion, she panicked and attempted to flee, raising her arm to partially shield her face. What was she hiding? Xiao Yulan was not alone. Several bodyguards from the Yi family followed closely behind. The group swiftly surrounded Yi Lanqi. Xiao Yulan pulled aside the hand that Yi Lanqi used to cover her face, revealing the bruises around her eyes and the corner of her mouth. Look at you. Xiao Yulan's demeanor changed instantly. So, they discovered you, and I came here for nothing. As she spoke, she paced angrily. You had a winning hand, and you squandered it. Listen to me. First have Jiang Yu as his child. And as for your current situation, what's wrong with a man having several mistresses? Look at that celebrity, giving birth to a child for a wealthy man. Even if they aren't married, isn't it $1 billion for each child? And you. From behind the trees, Luo Wanong listened in shock to these words, feeling as though she were a mere character in some melodramatic ethical play. Meanwhile, Yi Lanqi appeared to be deeply immersed in the scene. She pressed her lips together, seemingly struggling to swallow her sorrow, trembling as she clutched her bag and bowed her head in silence. Xiao Yulan, clearly understanding her daughter, took a sudden step forward and snatched the bag from Yi Lanqi's grasp. Yi Lanqi hurriedly reached out to reclaim it but was stopped by the bodyguards. Let me see what's inside, Xiao Yulan said as she retrieved a check from the bag. Yi Lanqi immediately panicked. Mom. No, I need to return it. Otherwise, they will kill me. Upon seeing the amount, Xiao Yulan's eyes sparkled with delight. Then she gritted her teeth. 80 million. My daughter is still a virgin, married to a man who has half in the grave. Isn't she worth 80 million? We haven't even asked for 2 billion yet. Yi Lanqi struggled against the bodyguard's grip. Mom, you can't take it. I'm afraid they'll hit me again. The injuries on my face and body are all from him. That old man is a pervert. Why didn't you say something earlier? Xiao Yulan shot Yulanqi a glare, clutching the 80 million check with glee at the corners of her lips, but it's still somewhat useful. Don't worry, our family isn't unreasonable. This time you've made a significant contribution to the Yi family, and in the future, if you encounter difficulties, we will support you. With that, she turned to leave. While Yulanqi knew Xiao Yulan was anxious to cash the check. 90 million was the bottom line in Xiao Yulan's mind. However, if a single check was so hard-earned and could be lost at any moment, then lowering that bottom line by another 10 million was not unacceptable. By relying on a single performance, she had successfully saved herself 10 million. While Yulanqi could not afford to appear too pleased with the money. Otherwise, Xiao Yulan would feel entitled to demand more. Treating Yulanqi as a cash cow without end. Now, having successfully exchanged a few months of freedom, Yulanqi let out a long sigh of relief. She sat down on a piece of dead wood on the ground. While Luo Wanong could hardly sit still, she jumped in front of Yulanqi. Did you really marry that old man? Where did your money come from? And doesn't your mother care whether you were hurt or not? She just took the money and left? In just half an hour, this brief episode had turned the life of this young lady upside down. After 24 years, that Wai Yulanqi looked into her eyes, which seemed to be ablaze, and shook her head, speaking in a gentle tone. To answer your first question, I did not marry the old man. Second, the money was earned legally. Third, she does not care whether I am injured. She only cares if the check is valid. Luo Wanong was left speechless, staring blankly at Yulanqi, fully aware that the injuries on Yulanqi's face and body were merely makeup effects. Yet she still felt a lump in her throat that made breathing a bit difficult. Luo Wanong, to be honest, I've always envied you. Yulanqi smiled, extending her hand toward Luo Wanong. Luo Wanong instinctively took her hand, helping her up. While Yulanqi continued, as you can see, our family situations are not that different, but the gap is like a chasm. You can have ideals and hobbies, you can act spoiled, be willful, and proud. You have countless choices, but I cannot. Yet, I am grateful for the journey that has led me to today. Come on, let us go remove our makeup. On the way back, Luo Wanong remained silent, her mood heavy. Yulanqi nudged her arm. Well, today I must thank our future best actress for appearing, which has made my mother firmly believe. Luo Wanong pouted. I charge 2,080,000 an hour. Yulanqi feigned difficulty. So expensive? It seems I won't be able to afford you in the future. Luo Wanong glanced at Yulanqi, muttering, but if your family continues to exploit you like this, I wouldn't mind standing up for you a bit. While Yulanqi laughed. Then I must thank Miss Luo in advance. The two returned to the crew's resting area, and after removing their makeup, they heard a lively commotion outside. Luo Wantong's assistant excitedly approached, smiling. Sister Wanong, we have dark rose milk tea. Come on, let's pick a cup. She also beckoned Yulanqi. Sister, join us. Yulanqi waved her hand. No, I need to head back. You all enjoy. I've already disrupted your afternoon. Are you in such a hurry to go back? Are you seeking peace with Jiang Yueza? Luo Wanong grabbed Yulanqi's arm. I won't allow you to use me and then go do something I look down upon. So this cup of milk tea. Yulanqi completed her sentence. I have to drink it, right? Luo Wanong huffed. I've eaten the food you brought. I can't drink anymore. You finish my share. With that, she dragged Yulanqi toward the set. However, what Yulanqi did not expect was to see a familiar face. It was Shinjiaha, Jiang Yueza's childhood friend. Ever since he visited Dark Rose, he discovered that girls loved this drink. The past few days, he had been dating the second female lead from the crew. So today, he came to visit her and brought dozens of cups of milk tea. Everyone, feel free to take some. If you like anything, let me know, and I'll bring more next time, Shinjiaha said with a smile, standing next to the second female lead, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. From now on, my Zanzan will need everyone's care. Amidst the laughter, Luo Wanong pulled Yulanqi over, took a cup, then frowned slightly. I don't like guava. Starfruit probably won't taste good either. Chocolate is too rich. How about passion fruit jasmine? It's quite refreshing. Do you like it? She turned to Yulanqi and asked. Yes, that works. Thank you. While Yulanqi accepted the drink, and upon looking up, she met Shinjiaha's incredulous gaze. Thank you, Shinxiao. Yulanqi greeted him naturally. Shinjiaha looked at Yulanqi and Luo Wanong in astonishment. My goodness, aren't these two always at odds? Or rather, it seems that Luo Wanong unilaterally dislikes Yulanqi, often making veiled remarks and rolling her eyes whenever they meet. But now, what is going on? Luo Wanong remained her usual self, yet her demeanor towards Yulanqi seemed unusually amicable. Shinjiaha released his girlfriend's shoulder, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Consequently, when Luo Wanong escorted Yulanqi away, Shinjiaha hurriedly pursued them. The second female lead's expression shifted, and she quickly followed. Shen Xiao, do you know that beauty? Shen Jiahe waved his hand dismissively. Yes. There's a bit of urgency. You should return to filming. I'll explain later. He paid no heed to his girlfriend's expression and directly intercepted Yuanqi. What brings you to the set? Are you planning to enter the entertainment industry? This was the only reasoning Shen Jiahe could conjure to justify Yuanqi approaching Luo Wanning. Yuanqi paused for a moment at the absurd question, then chuckled. Yes, I thought I might try my luck. Perhaps it's easy money in the entertainment world. Without waiting for Shen Jiahe's response, she opened the car door, settled inside, and waved gently outside. Goodbye. See you on television. Shen Jiahe stood rooted, unable to gather his thoughts. Beside him, Luo Wanning scoffed. Shen Xiao, she's planning to become self-sufficient now. She won't be seeking out that scoundrel of a childhood friend anymore. With that, she strutted away in her high heels, for the first time. Shen Jiahe realized the gravity of the situation and promptly dialed Jiang Yuezha. After several rings, a low voice answered. I'm in a meeting. What is it? Shen Jiahe replied, then continue. We can talk later. Jiang Yuezha, irritated, insisted. Just tell me what it is. Shen Jiahe had no choice but to explain. I just visited my girlfriend on set and ran into Yuanqi. She actually sought out Luo Wanning to break into the entertainment industry. Haven't they always been rivals? If Yuanqi is willing to approach her, could this be serious? Jiang Yuezha fell silent for several seconds. Shen Jiahe quickly added, Aja, you continue with your meeting. I am just speculating. How could it be? Hee. The Yi family would never allow her to expose herself like that. Jiang Yuezha inquired. Is she still on set? Shen Jiahe replied. She's already left. Jiang Yuezha ended the call. He returned to the conference room, coincidentally meeting director Hu's gaze. Jiang Yuezha's expression darkened. It was this director who, without bothering to confirm with him, had released Yuanqi after she falsely claimed to be pregnant. Leaving them in a passive position now. Irritated, Jiang Yuezha declared, let's adjourn today's meeting here. Director Hu, baffled about what had displeased his boss, noted that Jiang Yuezha had praised their technical department's proposal just the day before. Just as he was about to probe further, he observed Jiang Yuezha striding towards his office. Once inside, Jiang Yuezha closed the door and, ensuring that Assistant Wu and the others were preoccupied, took out his phone and opened Yuanqi's contact. Feeling uneasy, he cleared his throat, adjusted his expression, and then called with an air of authority. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Jiang Yuezha paused, feeling as if the emotions he had been nurturing had been punctured by the busy signal. Leaving him restless and without an outlet. He tried again, but the line remained busy. Frustrated, Jiang Yuezha opted to return to the meeting. After the session concluded, he refrained from contemplating anything further, dialing as he exited the conference room. Hello, you have dialed. Jiang Yuezha furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something. He turned to see Assistant Wu walking behind him with documents in hand. Hand me your phone, Jiang Yuezha instructed, taking the unlocked device from Assistant Wu and skillfully inputting Yuanqi's number. The familiar prompt rang in his ears, and he smirked slightly. It seemed he hadn't been blocked after all, as Assistant Wu's phone also failed to connect. However, who was Yuanqi on the phone with for so long? Chapter 34. Jiang Yuezha receives an invitation from the Jin family. Jiang Yuezha returned the phone to Assistant Wu and opened WeChat, navigating to his chat history with Yuanqi. Their last conversation had been several days prior. He sent her several mail contacts, but after that, there was no further communication. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. But in all these years, when had Yuanqi truly given up on him? The Jiang family had long instilled in him the belief that few feelings could withstand the test of time. Only interests were eternal. He had once scoffed at this notion, but after hearing Xiao Yulan's words to Yuanqi 4 years ago, he realized how naive he had been. Even their first encounter had been a meticulously crafted coincidence by the Yi family. Thus, he had deliberately circulated rumors, ensuring that Yuanqi would see them. Initially, she had reacted, but eventually, influenced by her family, she had forgiven him for his indiscretions. He had never seen Yuanqi genuinely jealous or passionate about him, because she did not love him. Her affections were for wealth. For the position of MRS. Jiang. As his father had said, interests are eternal. Thus, no matter how intentionally he provoked her, she would never abandon him. Truly laughable. And the idea that he could use the Yi family's influence to keep Yuanqi close was even more ridiculous. Jiang Yuezha glanced at the screen, where he had just typed, do you want to enter the entertainment industry? He deleted each character, rewriting, Yuanqi, everything has its limits, and you have exceeded yours. Think carefully. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he clicked send. Just as he dispatched the message, a notification popped up. She replied instantly, but upon reading the content, Jiang Yuezha was taken aback. You are not friends with the recipient. Please send a friend request first. The glaring red exclamation mark was too conspicuous, stinging his eyes and leaving him dazed. Ye Luanqi had deleted him. How dare she? How could this woman take such a step? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Jiang Yuezha, still clutching his phone, felt a throbbing pain in his head. Entering were Assistant Wu and Director Hu. Mr. Jiang. Director Hu did not notice Jiang Yuezha's expression as he handed over a report. I just added another idea. See if this makes it more refined. Jiang Yuezha concealed his thoughts and took the report. He had to admit, the proposal was quite satisfactory. Although Director Hu had a tendency to overthink, his professional competence was impeccable. Jiang Yuezha nodded. Yes, this will do. Let us tackle the subsequent technical barriers promptly. Director Hu exhaled in relief. Sensing that his boss was not truly angry, he naturally added, all right, we will strive for it. Additionally, I've heard that the Jin family's branch has begun investing in the AI industry and may soon be our major competitor. Assistant Wu nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Jiang. The Jin family's second young master has been involved with a company abroad that's been an early player in AI. With technology ahead of ours, however, their supply chain has always been focused overseas, and they haven't obtained domestic approval before developing products, Director Hu remarked, but the international situation can change at any moment. If their products receive approval, they will undoubtedly divide the domestic market. We must prepare early. Jiang Yuezha frowned slightly. I will investigate any potential policy changes regarding this matter, but ultimately, it all comes down to products and services. You must ensure that this principle is understood. Both men nodded in unison, and once Jiang Yuezha signed the documents, they prepared to leave. Jiang Yuezha capped his pen, seemingly casually glancing at Director Hu. May I borrow your phone? Assistant Wu found it strange but said nothing. Director Hu, not sensing anything amiss, unlocked his phone and handed it over. Jiang Yuezha looked at the two of them, who immediately understood and turned to tidy the bookshelf. One pretended to tie his shoelaces. Jiang Yuezha quickly input Yu Wanqi's number and dialed. After 3 rings, a familiar female voice answered. Director Hu, Jiang Yuezha held the phone tightly, remaining silent. After a moment, he hung up and promptly deleted the call log. He returned the phone to Director Hu with an expressionless face. Once the two left his office, a shadow began to darken his features. Yu Wanqi had blocked him and Assistant Wu. She had even deleted him from WeChat. Was she truly attempting to sever ties? No. Yu Wanqi was doing this deliberately. She wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Did she not understand what that world entailed? It was a place rife with scandals. Was Yu Wanqi intentionally joining the entertainment industry to make him jealous? Impossible. She had never been jealous of him. So how could he ask for whether Yu Wanqi will be punished by her father? One cannot help but think that a married daughter is akin to spilled water, beyond her control. However, why would Jiang Yuezha seek her out? Could it be that he has uncovered something? Yuezha, after all, Lanqi has not uttered a word. Xiao Yulan laughed heartily, saying, you know, our Lanqi holds you in the highest regard. There may have been a slight misunderstanding in the past, but she could never truly be angry with you. Girls, you see, have their moods each month, but they come to terms with it in due time. Xiao Yulan harbored ulterior motives, planning to assist Yu Lanqi in eliminating that old man's family once she bore him as for the child, that could later decide whether to keep him or give him away. She would arrange for someone to perform a virginity restoration surgery for Yu Lanqi, and afterward, she could coax Jiang Yuezha back to her side. Even if that failed, having a son with Jiang Yuezha would suffice. Ultimately, the wealth would still belong to the Yi family. Thus, the affair between Yu Lanqi and the old man must remain a secret from Jiang Yuezha, while Jiang Yuezha learned nothing from Xiao Yulan. He felt a sense of reassurance. Xiao Yulan remained determined to see Yu Lanqi wed to him. Everything seemed secure. He sighed in relief and resumed his work. Just then, a light knock sounded at the door. It was Assistant Wu. With a joyful expression, Assistant Wu entered, holding an invitation. Mr. Jiang, I have just received an invitation from Miss Jean of the Jean family, inviting you to a banquet on her cruise this weekend. Chapter 35, An Indispensable Choice. Miss Jean, Jiang Yuezha pondered, repeating, Jean Muching. Indeed, replied Assistant Wu, handing over the invitation. The exquisitely designed pure gold card prominently displayed Jiang Yuezha's name, along with a note allowing him to bring a female companion. The signature read Jean Muching. Jiang Yuezha held the invitation, his expression a mixture of complexity. He had no connections with the core members of the Jean family, even with Jean Bingchen and Jean Yuri. Their encounters had only been at distant summits. He had never met Jean Muching. Why would this young lady invite him out of the blue? Could it be related to the recent market launch of Jean Ershao's AI product? Yet, that didn't seem likely. Jiang Yuezha was baffled but still instructed Assistant Wu, Please inform the sender that I will attend. Assistant Wu reminded him. This weekend is also your father's birthday party. Jiang Yue's father was turning 50. And many guests had been invited beforehand. Jiang Yue chuckled wryly. Do you think Jean Mucheng would invite just me? Once the Jean family's invitation is out, I suspect over half of my father's guests will decline. Indeed, Jiang Yue soon received a call from his father, who lamented that many of their collaborative friends had made various excuses to skip the birthday banquet. It seemed that Miss Jin's cruise banquet had indeed overshadowed his father's celebration. Jiang Yue instructed Assistant Wu, please provide me with the main agenda for the cruise banquet. This will be our first interaction with the Jean family, and if we need to present charitable auction items, our Jiang family cannot afford to lose face. Understood. Assistant Wu nodded, preparing to take care of the task, but he suddenly remembered something and asked, Mr. Jiang, have you decided whom to invite along? Should I notify anyone? Hearing this, Jiang Yue fiddled with the invitation, saying, just call her family. In an instant, Assistant Wu understood. All right, I'll contact Miss Ye's family now. However, just as he stepped out of the office, Jiang Yue called him back. No need to do that. Without further explanation, he closed the door. Wasn't Yu Lanqi deliberately keeping him in suspense? Very well, he would make her realize the consequences of her teasing. The Yu family would undoubtedly pressure her due to her forfeiting this opportunity, prompting her to return and seek his forgiveness. Jiang Yue made a phone call. Yu Shuang, please accompany me to the Jean family's cruise banquet. His sister, Jiang Yu Shuang, was instantly delighted. Sure, brother. I thought you would take someone else. Finally, you're being a good brother. At the same time, various prominent families in the capital received invitations from Jean Mucheng. At the Jean family's villa dining hall, a meal prepared by Yu Lanqi before her departure was laid out before the siblings. Achio heated it up and served it, exclaiming, the young lady is both beautiful and skilled. Her cooking is a feast for the senses. Jean Bingchen asked, have you tasted it? Achio quickly shook her head. No. The young lady instructed me that this was for the second young master and the eldest young lady. I did not touch it. Noticing Achio's anxious demeanor, Jean Mucheng quickly gestured for her to leave. Once Achio departed, Jean Mucheng smiled and remarked, brother, are you even jealous of the maid? Jean Bingchen remained silent. Jean Mucheng picked up her chopsticks and mused aloud, it's my first time tasting a dish made by my sister-in-law. But why did she cook without reason? And it seems she took some with her when she left. Who could it be for? As soon as she spoke, a layer of frost enveloped the atmosphere. Jean Mucheng pretended not to notice and continued eating. The mounting pressure was palpable, although Jean Mucheng was accustomed to it. Seeing her brother clearly enjoying the food while suppressing some emotion made her heart ache. All right, Lanqi isn't going to deliver love tokens to a rival. She told me before leaving that she was going to the outskirts to visit a friend, Luo Wantang. Jean Mucheng explained, she initially intended to inform you. But you were in a video conference at the time. In that instant, the meal tasted even better. Yet, Jean Bingchen appeared puzzled. Are you sure it's Luo Wantang? Jean Mucheng nodded. Yes. I checked. Luo Wantang starred in a leading role 2 years ago and has a decent fan base. Recently, she has been filming a martial arts drama in the outskirts, Jean Bingchen remarked. She doesn't have a good relationship with Luo Wantang. Jean Mucheng pondered for a moment before replying, that's normal. Perhaps she admires an actor from that crew or something else and went to ask for an autograph. Besides, you men don't understand the dynamics between girls. Sometimes they quarrel over an issue, but a shared interest can mend their relationship. Jean Bingchen nodded, refraining from further comments. However, the aroma of the food reminded him acutely of the void left by his absence over the past 8 years. He did not truly understand her. Meanwhile, Yu Lanqi was unwilling to reveal her true thoughts to him. She only regarded him as her contractual boss, nothing more. Jean Bingchen was at a loss for words. Yet he diligently finished every morsel of the meal without leaving a trace. Just as he was about to leave the dining room, there was a commotion outside. Yu Lanqi had returned. Upon hearing Achio mention Jean Bingchen's presence in the dining room, she made her way over. Unbeknownst to her, Jean Mucheng had already left, leaving the space for the two of them. I'm back. Yu Lanqi announced. Mr. Jean, did you enjoy the dishes? Jean Bingchen nodded, then added, not bad. Yu Lanqi smiled. Then feel free to let me know what else you'd like in the future. Although I'm not a professional, if you're used to the chef's cooking, it might be nice to change things up occasionally. Her tone was notably cheerful. So, going to watch others act is so interesting. Jean Bingchen inquired. No. Yu Lanqi quickly waved her hands. I just went to find Miss Luo for a small favor. What favor? Why seek out someone you don't get along with? He was right there. And Yu Lanqi didn't think to utilize him, instead choosing to seek help from afar. Jean Bingchen frowned slightly. Indispensable? Yu Lanqi contemplated. When it came to acting, Luo Wantang was indeed the expert. Moreover, Luo Wantang was quite discreet and would naturally keep the Yi family's affairs private, making her the only suitable choice. Furthermore, her agreement to help was primarily for monetary gain. If Jean Bingshan were to discover what favor she requested from Luo Wantang, he would surely see the true nature of the Yi family, leaving Yi Lanqi feeling even more unable to hold her head high before him. Thus, she nodded. Indeed, only Luo Wantang can manage this. Hearing this, Jean Bingshan merely curled his lips slightly, his voice bland. Miss Yu seems to understand that she is the party B in our contract. After all, party B wouldn't trouble party A, would they? Yi Lanqi was perplexed as to why he was bringing up their contract again. Yet, after leaving that remark, Jean Bingshan wheeled away, leaving her with an imposing silhouette. Sigh, this man is as difficult to please as ever. Yi Lanqi sighed as she ascended the stairs, only to find Jean Muching waiting for her. Holding an invitation, Lanqi, I'm hosting a charity dinner on the cruise this weekend. This is an invitation for the Yi family. Would you prefer I deliver it, or you? No need. Yi Lanqi immediately waved her hand. The Yi family isn't quite suitable for this. Jean Muching paused for a moment before quickly realizing, you haven't informed your family. It seemed she had returned too hastily and had yet to inquire about matters with her in-laws. Yi Lanqi nodded. I actually have little contact with them now. Jean Muching beamed, her tone casual. That's fine. Then we won't send an invitation. Prominent families have their fair share of controversies. It's understandable that there might be some friction on the Yi family's side. As Night Lanqi chose to remain silent, Jean Muching, displaying her considerate nature, refrained from inquiring further. Ultimately, since Jean Bingshan harbored feelings for Night Lanqi, their attitude towards her family would hinge upon her own disposition. Sister, we are heading to the cruise banquet, but what about my husband? Night Lanqi couldn't help but ask. Jean Muching replied, he will be accompanying us, along with a medical team. He only needs to make occasional appearances, so it shouldn't pose a problem. A smile crept onto Jean Muching's lips as she contemplated her plans. Well, this time on the cruise, my proud younger brother should be quite satisfied. Chapter 36, Capturing Him. Slapping the scoundrel that evening, the news of Jean Muching hosting a gathering aboard her cruise ship spread like wildfire throughout the elite circles of Jing City, given that each invitation permitted one guest. This opportunity naturally became highly coveted. Underneath the surface, tensions brewed. In a traditional study in Jing City, a man lifted a teacup, his long fingers delicately brushing aside a floating jasmine blossom, as he raised his gaze and inquired, are you certain that Jean Bingshan will indeed attend? The subordinate standing before the desk bowed his head low, replying, yes, the banquet was initiated by the young lady, and I have learned that the second young master will be attending. Preparations are already underway at the cruise. The man took a sip of tea before gesturing for his subordinate to leave. Once the subordinate had quietly exited the room, the man set the teacup down. His voice low and inscrutable. Bingshan's injury seems to have healed even faster than anticipated. Is he genuinely recovered, or is this merely an act? This performance is clearly for my eyes. Yet no invitations were extended to the other branches of the Jean family. How intriguing. At the same time, Night Lanqi received an unexpected message from Luo Wanning. Do you have time this weekend? I have an invitation from the Jean family's young lady for a cruise party. Doesn't someone think you can't manage without him? Stand tall and let him see. Night Lanqi was in the midst of finalizing activities for the cruise with Jean Muching, causing her to reply a few minutes late. Just as she was typing, another message from Luo Wanang arrived. Did he invite you to join? Night Lanqi quickly deleted her original response and typed back, No, we broke up. He wouldn't invite me, and even if he did, I wouldn't go with him. Luo Wanang, clearly delighted, replied, all right then, if you're going, come with me. Let that scoundrel see that even without his invitation, you can still attend. Night Lanqi contemplated for a moment and realized that Luo Wantang's invitation was indeed quite fitting, given that she and Jean Bingshan were essentially in a covert marriage. Her appearance at the banquet required a plausible reason and identity. She replied, however, if I go, it would take up your spot. Will your family not be accompanying you? Luo Wanang responded with a voice message. My parents said this time they're only inviting young people, so they won't be going. My brother is abroad and can't return. So if you don't go, that spot will be empty. Night Lanqi then said, all right, I'll tag along with you. Thank you, Miss Luo. After sending the message, Luo Wanang replied with an OK emoji, but soon after, Night Lanqi's screen displayed that the other party was still typing. She waited nearly a minute before receiving a message that contained just a few words. Have you ever envied me? Just as Night Lanqi was about to reply, it showed that Luo Wanang had retracted the message. Then, The typing indicator appeared again without any new message. Night Launchy found it somewhat amusing and decided to send a voice message. In the beginning, I didn't because I believed I was right and you were just being unreasonable. So I didn't care what you said. Until 2 years ago, when I happened to see your award interview. Although it was just a minor award, you held the trophy, and I felt you radiated brilliance. That day, I also received a significant award that my mother had always insisted I obtain, but I realized I couldn't find any joy in it. At that moment, I felt a bit envious of you. Night Launchy recalled that day when she held the trophy, with Xiao Yulan's excited voice by her side. Feeling somewhat exhausted, she opened Weibo on her phone and casually scrolled. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon Luo Wanong's interview. The girl stood on stage, her eyes shining, a look that Night Launchy had not possessed for many years. In that moment, Night Launchy felt somewhat dazed, a twinge of envy. But more so, a sense of fear. That fear seemed to have no origin, as if it had been nestled deep within her subconscious, as though a voice was asking her, "Is this truly the life you desire?" 2 years later, reflecting on the past, she finally understood the source of that fear. It was the instinctual trepidation and yearning of one who dwells in darkness towards the light, afraid that if she reached out, like a snowman embracing warmth, she would ultimately melt away into a puddle of water. Launchy, let us reconcile. Luo Wanong sent a voice message. Perhaps feeling that a voice message was insufficient, she followed up with a serious text. Night Launchy replied, okay. She had lost a companion of 10 years, but now they were reunited once more. The cruise banquet lasted 3 days, departing on Friday and returning on Sunday. At 11 a.m. Night Launchy and Luo Wanong arrived at the dock together. Jean Muching's cruise ship, Starry Sky, measured 200 meters in length and stood 8 stories tall, currently anchored at the Jean family's private dock. The Jean family servants and bodyguards were already stationed at the boarding entrance, welcoming the esteemed guests aboard one by one. Pulling their luggage, Night Launchy and Luo Wanong approached the boarding entrance. A servant quickly glanced at Night Launchy before feigning ignorance, checking Luo Wanong's invitation before ushering them both inside. Each pair of guests was assigned a dedicated steward. The steward escorted them to their respective rooms, which were luxurious suites equipped with private terraces, massage bathtubs, and private cinemas. The 2 rooms were adjacent, and after settling their belongings, they headed to the deck together. At that moment, the sound of an engine echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a helicopter approaching from the direction of the Jean family's hillside villa, gradually descending onto the ship's helipad. However, due to the obstruction of their view, they could not see who was disembarking. Yet Night Launchy overheard someone nearby discussing, "That seems to be the second young master's helicopter from the Jean family. Tiffany Blue. I've seen it once before. ITSM. CX02. I spotted the emblem. So not only will the Jean family's young lady be present, but the second young master will also attend. You read behind the times. I found out last night that the second young master will indeed be coming. The second young master is actually attending. This must be his first appearance at such an occasion." Excitement and anticipation filled the crowd. Upon hearing that Jean Bingshan would be attending, Luo Wanong couldn't help but smirk, turning to Night Launchy and saying, "Is the second young master really that mysterious? I've even been set up on a blind date with him." Night Launchy was taken aback. "Huh, really?" Luo Wanong scoffed. "He even praised me as a vase." Night Launchy burst into laughter. Just as her shock began to settle, Luo Wantong's description elicited another question. "Are you sure that was a compliment?" Luo Wanong raised an eyebrow, resembling a little peacock. "Isn't that a roundabout way of saying I'm beautiful? Although I didn't end up with him, I'll gladly accept his praise." What she didn't mention was that the Jean family patriarch had arranged their meeting, and when she briefly stepped away to the restroom, she returned just in time to hear the elder asking Jean Bingshan what he thought of her. At that moment, Jean Bingshan was seated facing the door and clearly saw her enter. Yet still coldly remarked, "The vase from the Luo family should remain in the Luo family." Hearing that had nearly driven Luo Wanong to fury. Recalling the past, she rolled her eyes. What's the use of being handsome if he has a terrible mouth? He should just donate it. Understanding the dynamics between the two, Night Launchy mentally reconstructed the scene. Just as she was amused, Luo Wanong nudged her arm and said fiercely, "But although you're slightly less attractive than me, you and he are both champions of competition. Why not go seize him tonight?" "Seize who?" Night Launchy asked, puzzled. "Jean Bingshan. This is a splendid opportunity." Luo Wantong's eyes sparkled. "Sister, let us do this." Capture him and slap the 2 individuals engaged in light-hearted banter as they strolled along the cruise ship, which had already embarked on its journey. Though it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the vessel sailed southward. The deck was somewhat windy but not cold. Luo Wanong received a phone call from home, and as the wind made it difficult to hear on deck, She retreated inside to take the call. Yi Lanqi stood alone by the railing, gazing at the distant sea, when she heard a voice exclaim, "Oh!" Turning her head slightly, she recognized several familiar faces. Jiang Yuexin, the sister of Jiang Yueze, was approaching with two other girls. Upon seeing Yi Lanqi turn, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yuexin glanced at the middle-aged man standing a mere 5 meters away from Yi Lanqi. "Oh, so you found someone to bring you, have you?" Jiang Yuexin exchanged glances with her friends. "I told you, she is quite resourceful. She even followed my brother here." The two girls, whom Yi Lanqi also recognized, were acquaintances introduced to her by Xiao Yulan years ago. They had been friends for 4 or 5 years, yet their interactions revolved solely around comparing the extravagance of their gowns and the rarity of their jewelry, truly superficial friendships. "Lanqi, I heard from Yuexin that you and Jiang Xiao had a falling out. Is that why you're seeking the company of others?" queried Qin Jiame. She was tall and not particularly slender. With high heels, she appeared both tall and robust. In the past, she had resented Yi Lanqi for being in a relationship with Jiang Yueze, believing her own family to be a better match for the Jiang family. "Falling out. My brother has completely dismissed her." Jiang Yuexin rolled her eyes. "You may present yourself as sophisticated, but everyone knows your family is on hard times. Come now, Yuexin, let us not speak so harshly," interjected Liao Yuan, who chimed in teasingly. "What if Miss Yu reconciles with your brother and becomes your sister-in-law? How would you feel then?" Jiang Yuexin scoffed. "My brother is no charity case. If she leaves on her own accord, do you think he would take her back?" The other two girls burst into laughter at her words. Yi Lanqi had long been aware that Jiang Yuexin did not harbor any fondness for her. In the past, due to the demands of the Yi family and her relationship with Jiang Yueze, she had tolerated his sister's behavior. However, that was no longer the case. Yi Lanqi looked at the girl before her, barely 20, and spoke each word with precision. "Jiang Yuexin, let it be known that my relationship with your brother has concluded. I will never seek him out again. We share no connection. So if you continue to provoke or slander me, do not expect me to remain courteous." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuexin stared at Yi Lanqi in shock. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Yi Lanqi, you said it yourself. Don't come begging us later." Yi Lanqi replied with a smirk. "Even if every man in the world perished, I would never seek him out again." At that moment, a hurried figure emerged from the cabin. None other than Jiang Yueze himself. He had just been chatting with Zhou Yi and the others when he caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette. Just as he was about to approach, Qin Jiahe rushed toward him, her face etched with urgency. Your sister is arguing with Yi Lanqi on the deck." Jiang Yueze felt a weight settle in his chest and quickly ran over, just in time to hear Yi Lanqi's declaration. His breath hitched, and his throat tightened as he instinctively moved to grasp Jiang Yuexin's arm. Jiang Yuexin, having always been pampered, was unaccustomed to being challenged, especially by Yi Lanqi, who had previously acquiesced to her. In a fit of rage, she declared, "So you've really latched onto someone. What a pity. They're just playing with you. Who would take you seriously after 8 years with my brother? If you end up discarded, don't come crawling to our doorstep." "Enough," Jiang Yueze shouted, gripping Jiang Yuexin tightly. "What are you saying, Yuexin?" Taken aback by her brother's outburst, Jiang Yuexin retorted, "Brother, why are you defending her? How could a family like the Yi's possibly receive an invitation? Look at her. Maybe she is here trading favors." Qin Jiame and Liao Yuan chimed in. "Exactly. Jiang Xiao, Yi Lanqi might be seducing someone here. Why are you protecting her?" Silence. Jiang Yueze felt his temples throb. While he was equally curious about how Yi Lanqi had come aboard the cruise, he understood that if he allowed his sister to bully her, any chance of reconciliation would be lost, and a voice inside him whispered that perhaps Jiang Yuexin had been treating Yi Lanqi this way all along. "Yuexin, return to your room this instant," Jiang Yueze commanded. Jiang Yuexin refused. "Brother, are you really siding with her? She has nothing but..." "Enough." Jiang Yueze cut her off, not allowing her to finish. "Return at once, or I will cancel all your cards." Jiang Yuexin's expression shifted as she recognized her brother's seriousness. With a huff, she stomped her foot and shot Yi Lanqi a glare before reluctantly heading back inside with her friends. Jiang Yueze stepped forward. "Lanqi," but just then, a haughty voice interrupted. "You siblings really know how to embellish your own image." Luo Wanning had just finished her phone call and approached, linking her arm with Yi Lanqi's. She turned to Jiang Yuexin. "I invited her to join me. Did the Jiang family have any objections?" Jiang Yuexin looked taken aback. "Sister Luo?" Luo Wanning scoffed. "I can invite whomever I like. Your objections are irrelevant. If you have a problem, take it up with Miss Jean from the Jean family." Jiang Yuexin's eyes reddened with anger, leaving her speechless. Yi Lanqi, addressing the obstructive Jiang Yueze, said coolly, "Please move aside. You're blocking my way." Chapter 38. Excessive confidence can be fed to dogs. Luo Wanong pushed forward, bumping into Jiang Yueze. Caught off guard, he stumbled back a few steps, allowing Yi Lanqi and Luo Wanong to pass by him. Behind them, Zhou Yi and Xin Jiahe hurried over, more anxious than Jiang Yueze himself. Aren't you going to chase after her? Jiang Yueze's throat felt dry as he stared at Yi Lanqi's retreating figure. After several seconds, he asked, "Do you think she is serious?" The two exchanged glances, both sensing uncertainty in one another's eyes. Zhou Yi remarked, "We thought she was just upset and would come back to reconcile." But now, Xin Jiahe nodded. "Yes, I actually heard." Jiang Yueze, sensing his hesitation, grasped his arm and demanded, "Heard what?" Xin Jiahe explained. "The other day at Dark Rose, she mentioned to Qiao Yuning that she plans to get married. So I thought she might be preparing to propose to you." Jiang Yueze's pupils constricted in shock. "Why the hell didn't you say anything then?" "I was worried about ruining your relationship." Xin Jiahe replied weakly. "If she really proposes, it's definitely meant to be a surprise for you." Xin Jiahe added, "But today, it doesn't seem that way, does it?" Zhou Yi interjected, "Damn, she said she wants to get married. Could it be that she has found someone else since it seems you have no chance?" Hearing this, Jiang Yueze's heart plummeted into icy depths. Without uttering another word to his friends, he dashed after them. Fortunately, Yi Lanqi and Luo Wanong had not gone far, and he quickly caught up with them. His throat felt parched, and he found himself reminiscing about the last time he chased after Yi Lanqi, which seemed to be 4 years ago. Since then, she had always been the one watching him walk away. With sweaty palms, he instinctively reached out and grasped Yi Lanqi's arm. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. But upon realizing it was Jiang Yueze, her brow furrowed in annoyance. "What do you think you're doing?" she snapped, pulling her arm away with force. Jiang Yueze felt an emptiness in his grasp and an ache in his chest. "What do you mean? Yi Lanqi, do you even realize that some things should be said, while others should remain unspoken?" The words tumbled out, a reflex honed over the past 4 years, when he finally realized what he had said. He found himself looking down at her from a height he had never intended to assume. While Yi Lanqi gazed at him, feeling a pang of sadness. The past 8 years had begun with sweetness but had gradually faded into distance. She had invested her heart into this relationship, only for it to devolve into something so contemptible. Am I not clear enough? Jiang Shao, let me reiterate, we are no longer connected. Please refrain from seeking to assert your presence in my life. Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Lanqi felt a gaze upon her from above. Following her instinct, she looked up but only saw the fluttering curtains. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueze remained oblivious to these nuances, quietly regarding Yi Lanqi, and found himself asking, "Are you serious? Don't regret this." Yi Lanqi shrugged. "Mr. Jiang, excessive confidence can be fed to dogs." Having spoken, she took hold of Luo Wanong and walked away. Luo Wanong was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, immediately diving into the drama. Thrilled that her sister had finally stood her ground. As they moved forward, she raised her hand, giving Yi Lanqi a thumbs up, then turned to look at Jiang Yueze. Flipping her thumb downwards to point at the ground, with a raised eyebrow, she arrogantly turned back, as if she were the one who had just slapped the scoundrel in the face. On the upper deck, Jin Muqing, who had witnessed the entire scene, was filled with mirth. "It seems Lanqi has already dealt a blow to her ex without waiting for my assistance." Jin Muqing glanced at her younger brother, keenly interested in Jin Bingqian's reaction. Initially, he maintained a stoic demeanor, but moments later, he could no longer suppress the corners of his lips from curling upwards. The smile soon grew broader, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Jin Muqing was overjoyed. "Haha, it has been years since I have seen my Bingqian smile like this. I am truly gratified." Jin Bingqian remained silent. Yet, he could not deny the joy that coursed through him. Body and soul. He suddenly felt a strong desire to see Yi Lanqi's current expression. Was she truly speaking to Jiang Yueze out of contract obligation? Or did she genuinely share the same sentiment? Regardless, the heavy burden that had weighed on him for 8 years seemed to be gradually lifting. The future appeared promising. On the lower deck, after Yi Lanqi finished speaking, she walked away, leaving Jiang Yueze standing in disbelief. Behind him, Zhou Yi and Xin Jiahe exchanged a glance, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Some girls might treat a breakup as mere drama, staging a scene without ever truly intending to part ways. However, Yi Lanqi was not such a person. Though they did not know her well, their years spent alongside Jiang Yueze had not left them entirely ignorant of her character. I think what you said last time was too hurtful." Zhou Yi contemplated before suggesting, "You should explain to her that you and Yu Qianqian are nothing serious." Xin Jiahe chimed in, "Yes, do clarify. It's only right for a man to accommodate his girlfriend." Then, with a thought, he added, "By the way, Miss Jean is hosting a charity auction tonight. Choose a piece to bid on and gift it to her." Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. "Right? Girls love receiving gifts." If you bid on something she likes and say something sweet, she should soften up. Jiang Yueza nodded thoughtfully, contemplating their advice. That evening, Jean Muching hosted a charity auction in the cruise ship's banquet hall. Hello everyone. Many of you I have heard of, but today is our first meeting. I believe we will become more familiar in the future. She continued. The auction items have all been donated by those present, and the funds raised will go towards a charity fund to assist those in need. So, I would like to thank you all in advance. With that, she stepped down from the stage, and as the auctioneer presented the first item, the lights brightened on the auction stage while dimming in the audience area. Many noticed Jean Muching approaching a private room, opening its door. In that fleeting moment, a figure caught the eyes of many. Inside the room, the lighting was bright and soft, contrasting sharply with the darkness outside. A man sat on the sofa, his slender fingers lifting a cup of tea to his lips, taking a delicate sip. His skin was pale and cool, his features sharp and striking. As Jean Muching entered, he slightly raised his gaze, the light reflecting off the silver-framed glasses obscuring his eyes, adding an air of mystery. It was unclear what he and Jean Muching discussed, but she did not close the door. Instead, she drew the crystal curtain. The dappled light danced, casting a hazy glow over the room, rendering its contents indistinguishable. It's Jean Xiao, Nightfall, she heard someone exclaim, and soon murmurs spread throughout the guest area. She found herself gazing in Jean Bingchen's direction. Coincidentally, her seat was the closest to him among all the guests. And when she turned her head, she met his gaze, which seemed to be directed at her. Knowing that his glasses were merely a cover for his blindness, in that moment, Nightfall felt as though Jean Bingchen was truly looking at her. They were separated by 4 or 5 meters, sharing a secret unknown to the rest of the crowd. Chapter 39. A direct showdown between two men. All right, everyone, please be quiet. The auctioneer presented a painting, stating, "This is a floral oil painting by the renowned contemporary artist Chen Jihua, donated by Su San Shao, with a starting bid of 8 million. Each subsequent bid must exceed 100,000. The auction commenced, and many attendees refocused their attention on the items up for bid, eager to connect with the Jean family. Upon learning that Jean Bingchen was present, they were even more determined to impress. Thus, for the first piece, numerous paddles began to rise. 13.8 million, 3 times. The auctioneer's hammer fell. Congratulations to Su San Shao. The painting, originally his collection, was now repurchased, representing his contribution to charity and his signal of allegiance to the Jean family. Subsequently, a variety of items were presented, and the total amount raised for charity on the screen continued to climb. Luo Wanong, representing the Luo family, brought forth a jade plaque, its imperial green hue captivating every woman present. When the pendant appeared, Jiang Yuexian nudged Jiang Yueza's arm, playfully declaring, "Brother, I want this." Jiang Yueza turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "Wouldn't it make a young girl look old?" Jiang Yuexian shook her head. "Not at all. Such an exquisite green can be worn from 18 to 80, as long as it's paired well with the outfit." Jiang Yueza nodded, then raised his paddle. Jiang Yuexian beamed. "You're the best, brother." Meanwhile, Zhou Yu cast a sympathetic glance at her, silently giving Jiang Yueza a thumbs up. The auctioneer's gavel fell. Jiang Shao bids 10 million. "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" Luo Wanong rolled her eyes. "My mother's cherished item, and he's bidding on it. What bad luck." With that, she raised her paddle, increasing the bid by 1 million. Jiang Yueza raised his paddle again. 12 million. "Huh, so he's going to challenge me, is he?" Luo Wanong raised her paddle. 13 million. Nightfall pulled her back. "If you really want it, there's no need to be stubborn." Luo Wanong hesitated, recalling that her family had given her a budget of 35 million to bid on items donated by the Jean family. If she spent it all here, it would seem, as she contemplated. Jiang Yueza bid 15 million. "Forget it. Let him have it." Luo Wanong pouted. "It's not like my mother wants it anyway." The auctioneer finally brought down the hammer. Congratulations to Jiang Shao for winning the imperial green jade plaque at 15 million. Soon after, Jiang Yueza processed the payment, and the staff brought the jade over. Its stunning, mirror-like green shimmered against the black jewelry box, captivating to behold. "Thank you, brother." Jiang Yuexian reached for it, but Jiang Yueza held her back. "What do you mean? I have my own reasons for this," Jiang Yueza replied, placing the box into his suit pocket without further explanation. Jiang Yuexian's eyes turned red in an instant. "You're giving it to her, aren't you?" Seeing Jiang Yueza neither confirm nor deny, Jiang Yuexian's breath quickened. "She said such things about you, and you still give her such an expensive gift. I used to call her a sycophant. But now you're the one acting like one." Before she could finish, she met Jiang Yueza's piercing gaze, which felt as though it could kill. Suddenly, Jiang Yuexian felt as if her throat had been constricted. Jiang Yueza locked his eyes onto hers, speaking each word with precision. "Jiang Yuexian, You are already 20 years old. If you continue like this, I will completely cease to care for you. Jiang Yuexian felt a pang of fear, tears brimming in her eyes as she stammered through her indignation. But I'm just doing this for you. Today is the last time. Jiang Yueza replied. Whether I want to be with her is my business. As for you, just focus on your own responsibilities. Do you understand? Jiang Yuexian wiped her eyes, suppressing her resentment, and murmured in a subdued tone, I understand. The atmosphere between them was tense. Yet the auction continued unabated. Meanwhile, in the private room, Jean Muching and Jean Bingshan had remained quiet since their initial exchange. Finally, the auctioneer presented a ring. This blue diamond, weighing 13.14 carats, was a rare, flawless vivid blue diamond in the history of auctions. It had been cut and polished into a perfectly symmetrical diamond shape. Set into the ring. It bore a special name, Nancy, accompanied by a story that had been passed down for over 2 centuries. It was a wedding gift from the King of Prussia to his wife, who hailed from England, named Nancy. This king and his wife had only each other throughout their lives. They endured numerous wars and crises but ultimately grew old together, surrounded by their children and grandchildren. After more than 200 years of dynastic changes, this ring remained as radiant as ever. Coincidentally, its carat weight corresponds phonetically in Chinese to a lifetime, perfectly aligning with its backstory. This ring was obtained by the eldest daughter of the Jean family last month from a collector abroad, with a starting bid of 100 million, and each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million. The moment the auction item was presented, Jiang Yuez's gaze remained fixated on the ring named Nancy. This was because Yilanchi had mentioned it in his presence before, back when Yilanchi was 17. They shared a close bond, and one day, he chanced upon an article detailing the origins of this very ring. Coincidentally, the pronunciation of Lanqian Yilanchi's name closely resembled that of Nancy, leading her to adopt the English name Nancy long ago. Due to this serendipitous connection, after reading the ring's story, Yilanchi made a special trip to the library to delve into its history. Upon finishing, she was moved to tears. In fact, she seldom cried. And at that moment, Jiang Yueza handed her a tissue while solemnly declaring, once I inherit the Jiang family, I shall buy it and propose to you. Yilanchi quickly shook her head, her eyes still red, exclaiming, no, 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 it's far too precious. Then, realizing, she added, when did I ever say I would marry you? Jiang Yueza chuckled. Oh, if not me, then who else would you consider? Yilanchi, brimming with vivacity, lifted the corners of her lips, declaring, in any case, it is a hero riding the rainbow. Jiang Yueza pondered for a moment, would a knight on a white horse suffice? I can't ride clouds. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Yueza felt a sense of disorientation. He could not fathom why they had suddenly become like this. And now, that ring, which had once seemed so unattainable, was right there on the auction block, as if he could grasp it with a mere outstretched hand, much like the happiness he was on the verge of losing. Thus, when the auctioneer announced the commencement, Jiang Yueza had already raised his paddle. Coincidentally, a previously silent private room also raised a bid. The crystal curtain of the room was drawn back, revealing Jean Bingshan himself as the bidder. 130 million. He raised the bid by an additional 30 million. Chapter 40. X versus present. The X's disastrous defeat with Jean Bingshan's 130 million. Jiang Yueza's previous bid of 110 million suddenly seemed rather ludicrous. Yet he immediately raised his bid. 150 million. Beside him, Jiang Yuexian wanted to speak but was afraid of incurring Jiang Yueza's ire, her nails nearly digging into her palms in frustration. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Xin Jiahe exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of complexity. Xin Jiahe, puzzled, remarked, Brother, hasn't TA's already bid for a trivial item? Why is he now bidding for a ring? Is this a prelude to a flash marriage? Zhou Yi sighed. Have you forgotten your sister-in-law's English name? Xin Jiahe's eyes widened in realization. Oh my goodness, so A's is determined to acquire this ring. After all, there was no more appropriate wedding ring for Yilanchi than this one. Just as they were discussing, Jean Bingshan raised his paddle once more. 200 million. Clean and decisive, exuding an air of inevitability. The other interested parties, upon witnessing this, promptly withdrew from the competition. They had originally aimed to cultivate a good relationship with the Jean family. And naturally, no one would dare to contest Jean Bingshan. The auctioneer called out, 200 million. Once, 200 million. Guests who initially thought Jean Bingshan would effortlessly secure the ring were taken aback when Jiang Yueza raised his paddle again. 210 million. Wow, Ace has lost his mind. Xin Jiahe exclaimed, signaling Zhou Yi, shouldn't we advise him? Although the Jiang family was short on cash, it was evident that Jean Bingshan had no intention of backing down. How much would Jiang Yueza have to sacrifice to obtain it? Though the ring was named Nancy, it was merely a coincidence. There was no need to fight over it. Zhou Yi nodded at Xin Jiahe and quietly moved closer to Jiang Yueza. At that moment, Jin Bingshan raised his paddle, 250 million. In the private room, he lounged casually on a gray-toned sofa, dressed in a black shirt and trousers. The silver-framed glasses were the only splash of color on him. His bidding was executed without hesitation, contrasting sharply with his current relaxed demeanor, radiating an air of high-handed decisiveness. This was the impression he left on everyone, aloof and seemingly unattainable. When Yulanchi turned to glance, she coincidentally met Jin Muching's gaze. Jin Muching quickly winked at her before glancing at Jin Bingshan, as if signaling something. Yulanchi felt a sudden surge of madness in her thoughts. How fanciful must she be to think that Jin Bingshan was bidding for her? This man had been discussing clients and contracts just yesterday, as if he were her sponsor. Thus, it was clear that Jin Bingshan was bidding for the sake of Jin Muching's reputation. Perhaps it was because Jin Muching liked it, and he was merely retrieving it for her. As for Jiang Yueza, Yulanchi couldn't be bothered to think about him. The emotions of a 17-year-old could only be understood by her younger self. 7 years had passed, and everything had changed. The story behind that Nancy was forever locked in the library of her youth. 260 million. Jiang Yueza raised his paddle again. To claim that his heart was untroubled would be a lie. He could not comprehend why Jin Bingshan, who seemingly had everything, would contend for a ring. This ring held special significance for him, yet for Jin Bingshan, it was merely a beautiful blue diamond. Jiang Yueza's frustration simmered. He could not resist glancing toward Jin Bingshan's private room. Just then, he saw Jin Bingshan raise his paddle, 300 million. The action was unhurried, yet it conveyed a sense of assured victory. The glasses obscured Jin Bingshan's expression, but inexplicably, Jiang Yueza felt a palpable sense of conflict, as if they were separated by a great distance, ready to unleash a battle. His palms were slick with sweat. Yet his unwillingness consumed his breath. The woman he desired, even if it was Jin Bingshan, could not deter him. Thus, when Shouyi attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Jiang Yueza faced Jin Bingshan and raised his paddle. 310 million. Shouyi was exasperated, grabbing Jiang Yueza tightly. You can't raise it again. Look at Jin Ershio's demeanor. Even if it were a billion, he wouldn't bat an eyelash. But if you use so much cash, how will you explain it to your father? On the other side, Shin Jiahe also squeezed over. You can find another ring when you get married. Let this one go. Shouyi nodded in agreement. Yes, you can contend with anyone, but against the Jin family. To put it bluntly, most of these people are eager to curry favor with Jin Ershio. Going against him will only earn you enemies. Shin Jiahe clutched Jiang Yueza's other arm. Leave the ring search to us. I guarantee we'll find a unique one that your sister-in-law will love. So how about letting this one go? Shouyi urged earnestly. Jiang Yueza's throat felt dry. He glanced once more at the ring that Yulanchi had adored since she was 17, and then at Yulanchi herself. She was not looking at him, but rather at the ring, lost in thought. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yueza felt an ever-widening chasm between them. At that moment, the auctioneer was calling out, Mr. Jiang bids 310 million. Once, everything appeared to slow down. Jiang Yueza watched as the auctioneer brought down the gavel for the second time. His hands were firmly restrained by his friends. Yet he knew that even without their intervention, 300 million was his limit. He could no longer raise his bid, only awaiting Jin Bingshan's response. In the private room, Jin Bingshan leisurely adjusted his glasses, then picked up the bidding device beside him. Bang, bang, bang. His heart raced violently within his chest, and Jiang Yueza felt as if he were on the executioner's block, awaiting the fatal blow. Surrounding noises faded into the background. Mr. Jiang bids 310 million, twice. The auctioneer's voice was filled with fervor. Then came Zhouye's astonished voice. Could it be that Jin Ershio has given up? Shin Jiahe exclaimed excitedly. Oh my goodness. This could be it. The ring is almost yours. Yet, Jiang Yueza remained fixated on Jin Bingshan's movements. He noticed Jin Bingshan seemingly inputting a number into the bidding device, then appearing dissatisfied, slowly retyping. His heart sank further. But the auctioneer continued to build excitement, announcing, Shall we witness the highest bid of the night? 310 million. Before he could finish, Jin Bingshan raised his paddle. 334 million. In a fleeting moment, everything settled like the ebb and flow of the tide. Jiang Yueza stared blankly at Jin Bingshan. Coincidentally, Jin Bingshan seemed to be looking in his direction as well. The reflection on his glasses obscured everything. Yet Jiang Yueza distinctly discerned a slight curve forming at the corners of Jin Bingshan's lips. It appeared to be a smile. Or, more precisely, it bore the mocking and challenging demeanor of someone who looked down upon others. Fully in control. Chapter 41. If you have the ability, compete with him in an instant. Jiang Yueza felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. He heard a chorus of gasps from the crowd. And moments later, the priceless Nancy ring was carefully returned to its exquisite jewelry box by the staff, only to be delivered to Jean Bingshan's private room. The beaded curtain fell once again. Swaying with dazzling light and shadow, Jiang Yueza could no longer catch a glimpse of the Nancy ring. Although it was merely a ring, a thought began to rise from the depths of his heart. He might truly be on the verge of losing the most important person in his life. Zhou Yi lamented beside him, as expected. Second young master Jean is determined to win. I thought he would go straight to 350 million. In the front row, Su family's young madam turned her head upon hearing this. Smiling as she explained, "You boys just don't understand. Second young master Jean's number has a deeper meaning." Shinjiahe, puzzled, asked, "What meaning?" as he mulled over the figure of 334 million for a moment. It suddenly dawned on him. 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds. No way. That is so romantic. Su family's young madam nodded. Exactly. Isn't it strange? I realized at the moment he raised his paddle. Zhou Yi, skeptical, queried. Isn't that a coincidence? Has second young master Jean fallen in love? Isn't he a work machine? The king of the Beijing circle. Su young madam shot him a glance. What do you mean? The king of the Beijing circle, that's just jealousy from you men. He is the male deity in the hearts of all women. With this remark, even Jiang Weixin joined the discussion. She brushed aside her earlier displeasure from being chastised by her brother, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Exactly. They don't understand. Men find charm in hard work. If he was conquering the world daily, how could he so effortlessly spend over 300 million? Once the two women delved into a topic they found captivating, they became animated. Su young madam couldn't help but lament. What a pity I'm married. Alas, if only. Today was Jiang Yueshuan's first encounter with Jean Bingshan. Yet she instantly felt that all her past crushes paled in comparison. Her heart raced, and she dared not glance in the direction of the private room, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, "I wonder if he bought the ring for someone special. Who could be so lucky?" By the end of her sentence, her tone dripped with envy. Jiang Yueza felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart as he shot Jiang Weixin a sidelong glance, dousing her enthusiasm. In any case, it won't be you. Moreover, he had heard at the tea house that Jean Bingshan was already married. Jiang Weixin, feeling a bit irked from being talked about all day, retorted, "Then why don't you go and snatch that ring back?" Seeing the siblings about to quarrel, Zhou Yi and Shinjiahe quickly intervened, each grabbing one of them and relocating Jiang Weixin. "All right, Xiaoxian, your brother is also in a bad mood. Don't provoke him." Zhou Yi signaled to Jiang Weixin, "If you like something later, we'll get it for you." Jiang Weixin acquiesced. "Show good is the best." Meanwhile, Su young madam was enthusiastically discussing with the girls beside her. Jiang Yueza listened as those women chatted incessantly about Jean Bingshan. In stark contrast, he, who had just contended for a ring with Jean Bingshan, felt utterly reduced to a stepping stone. Or perhaps a mere joke. Although many more auction items followed, none matched the earlier excitement. As the auction concluded and people began to exit, it was noticed that Jean Bingshan's private room had mysteriously emptied. At this moment, it was still early. It was only 8 o'clock, and the crews had prepared exquisite late-night snacks and desserts for everyone. Jiang Yueza clutched the jade box in his hand, his gaze wandering around the dining area. Before long, he spotted Yulan 11. Yulan she had changed into a stunning blue evening gown. The upper half was crafted from deep sapphire satin, with pleats elegantly draping just above her collarbone, perfectly concealing any revealing view, while the layered skirt was not overly long, showcasing her pair of snow-white, slender legs. Her long hair was styled into a voluminous bun, giving her an air of gracefulness, yet her eyes carried an aloof beauty when meeting others' gazes. Jiang Yueza realized that many people's eyes had begun to drift toward Yulanqi. He found himself unconsciously following suit. It had been a long time since he had seen Yulanqi like this. Unlike the lifeless version he had known before, the girl before him was beautiful, radiant, and every smile and frown possessed a captivating allure. He could not help but step forward, wanting to shield her from the prying eyes of others. After all, Yulanqi had belonged to him 8 years ago. Who were these people to gaze upon her? Just as Jiang Yueza was about to approach, he saw Su family's third young master striking up a conversation with Yulanqi. "Miss Yi, it has been a while since you've looked this stunning." Yulanqi smiled. "Third young master Su, you two are looking increasingly spirited." Beside them, Luo Wanong linked her arm with Yulanqi's, arching an eyebrow at third young master Su. "You, a married man, had better not have any ideas about my sister." Third young master Su chuckled. "Is it not permissible to just say hello?" Luo Wanong replied, "Well, a hello is acceptable, but just so you know, I have your wife as we chat." All right, I surrender." Third young master Su laughed, grabbing some refreshments. "By the way, Miss Luo, I happen to be looking for you." My sister is a fan of yours. Could you please sign something for her later? Oh, that's no problem. Let us sit down and eat together, Luo Wanong invited. The three settled down to enjoy their meal and chat in a relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Yueza stood rooted in place, suddenly realizing he had no way to integrate into the ambience surrounding Yi Lanqi. The jade box in his palm pressed uncomfortably against him, and Shou Yi and the others approached to persuade him. All right. Now isn't the right time. Let us find out her room number and later, you can have a chance to talk to her privately. Jiang Yueza nodded. Yes, we'll discuss it later. However, just as everyone was finishing their meal, someone rushed in to announce that Jin Bingchen was in the music hall. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone set their plates down, eager to head over. Luo Wanong, not forgetting her mission, whispered to Yi Lanqi. Quick, let us go. We'll snag second young master Jin. Yi Lanqi teased her. Aren't you afraid he'll call me a vase? Luo Wanong shrugged. A vase is a vase. At worst, we'll be a duo of vases. Hurry, we can't let those enchantresses get there first. Yi Lanqi envisioned the scene. Jin Bingchen surrounded by a throng of enchantresses, and felt a pang of sympathy. Luo Wanong had already pulled her forward. Commenting as they walked, Yuan, that green tea, was previously disdainful of the man her family arranged for her due to his age, yet she engaged to him while trying to seduce someone from the Qin family. When she got caught, she even tried to bite back. Look at her now. As soon as they mentioned second young master Jin's presence in the music hall, she faster than anyone. Yi Lanqi pondered, who could Jin Bingchen possibly like? This man, who spent all his time in the study at home. Would he really fall for a woman? As she mused, Yi Lanqi had already arrived at the music hall. To her surprise, there were not many people inside. The music hall was spacious, with a circular sofa that wrapped around the walls at a 270-degree angle. At that moment, Jin Bingchen was seated on the sofa, casually conversing with Jin Mukin and Ji Qingze. The crowd hesitated at the entrance, daunted by the prospect of entering. As Yi Lanqi approached the door, intending to speak to Luo Wanong beside her, she noticed Jin Mukin waving at Shirley Not. It appears they have parted ways. I distinctly recall when Yi Lanqi added me as a friend, there was a note that read, Yi Lanqi, female, 24 years old, single. I remember vividly. At that time, I was merely an observer in the group chat. But have they truly not reconciled? They have been together for 8 years. Haven Tive, outside, Jiang Yueza, overhearing the discussions, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He yearned to leave, but upon seeing Yi Lanqi invited inside by Jin Muqing and seated beside Jin Bingchen, an odd shiver ran down his spine. A sensation stemming from his intuition. His footsteps faltered, and in agitation, he prepared to stride in and greet Jin Bingchen, hoping for an opportunity to discreetly persuade him to sell the ring. Just then, Jin Muqing glanced towards the entrance and called out to everyone, We've finished our conversation. Let us all come over and have some fun. We have prepared some activities. Among the youthful crowd, no one made their way to Jin Bingchen's sofa. Even Yi Lanqi joined others in another area to play games with Jin Muqing. On Jin Bingchen's sofa, only he and Ji Qingze remained. Ji Qingze couldn't help but glance towards Yi Lanqi's direction, chuckling, Chen Ge, you two are quite in sync. It's precisely this atmosphere that makes it enjoyable. Jin Bingchen replied, in truth, announcing our engagement is of little consequence, but the old estate has been scrutinizing my attitude towards her, so it cannot be too overt. Ji Qingze nodded. It just so happens that your condition has improved these past few days. I suspect they might be feeling anxious upon receiving this news. Jin Bingchen nodded in agreement. Tonight, please contact Xingye and the others, and keep an eye on developments abroad. Understood, Ji Qingze acknowledged, then curiously looked towards the other side. Oh, what is Mu Qing distributing to everyone? Jin Bingchen replied nonchalantly, Luban locks. Ji Qingze caught on. You know what this signifies, don't you? What is the intent behind it? Jin Bingchen recalled that evening, a smirk playing on his lips. You'll find out shortly. Meanwhile, Jin Muqing had invited a pianist to play, and she distributed the newly purchased Luban locks to the young attendees, she explained. In a moment, while a piano piece plays, everyone must disassemble and reassemble the Luban locks in their hands to succeed. Of course, if you can manage to disassemble and reassemble multiple times, we will offer additional encouragement and rewards. The young crowd was invigorated by the challenge. All right, Miss Jean, let us see our skills on display. Wait a minute, I find mine exceedingly difficult. Is there a simpler one? Mine is quite complex. Yours is much easier. Isn't it? I have no idea where to even begin disassembling mine. Jin Muqing signaled the pianist to prepare, then addressed the crowd. The difficulty level is generally consistent, rated at 4 stars. If you wish to switch, I have plenty of alternatives. Those confident in their abilities may take several. All right, let us commence. With Jin Muqing's words, the pianist struck the first notes. He had chosen a lively Turkish march, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Yi Lanqi picked up 2 Luban locks and placed them before her. Beside her, Luo Wanong was still murmuring about how to disassemble hers. Yi Lanqi skillfully disassembled the first one, all the while taking note of its original form. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yueza had taken a seat beside her, holding a heart-shaped lock. He contemplated briefly and discerned from which direction to begin. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yulanqi had already completed one, her expression one of utmost concentration. He couldn't help but call out, Lanqi. Yulanqi, however, was oblivious to the surrounding chatter. Even the progression of the piano piece, she was solely focused on assembling the Luban lock before her, not lifting her head even once, remembering how she had been ridiculed by Jin Bingchen. She was determined to redeem herself today. Jiang Yueza called again, Lanqi, you're. This time, Yulanqi responded, don't disturb me. Her tone was natural, embodying the demeanor of a workaholic interrupted, exuding impatience. Jiang Yueza found his words caught in his throat. Frustrated, he turned to dismantle his heart-shaped lock, finally managing to disassemble it, yet assembling it proved to be quite a challenge. This task required a firm grasp of the rules to expedite the process. Unfortunately, many had never encountered such puzzles before, so even if they managed to disassemble them, reassembly eluded them. Luo Wanong had given up, as she was merely a decorative presence. She wouldn't grasp this challenge. So she turned her attention to her friends instead, even pulling out her phone to record a video of Yulanqi. The cheerful, vigorous melody accompanied the rapid pace, and in the latter half, the tempo accelerated dramatically. As Yulanqi swiftly completed one lock, she immediately reached for another. This time, her speed in disassembling and reassembling surpassed her previous attempt, just as she set down the second Luban lock. Preparing to tackle a third, the pianist struck the final note. All hands came to a halt. Jin Muqing smiled. Let us see who managed to assemble the most, however, as she surveyed the scene. Nearly every attempt lay in disarray or halfway disassembled. Was there not a single successful assembly? She wondered. Just then, Yulanqi raised her hand, proudly displaying 2 assembled Luban locks, directing her gaze towards Jin Bingchen. I've successfully assembled 2. Chapter 43, Secret Liaisons. Amidst the din, Yulanqi's voice rang clear, drawing everyone's attention. Beside her, Luo Wanong, fearing disbelief, quickly raised her phone to showcase the video of Yulanqi's assembly. This is my friend Yulanqi. She is incredible. She successfully assembled 2. Jin Muqing exclaimed. 2. How impressive. Yulanqi nodded. Yes, 2. Jiang Yueza, seated beside Yulanqi, could vividly see her radiance as she announced her success. Yet, Yulanqi paid him no heed. After responding to Jin Muqing, she cast a swift glance towards the sofa area. There, Jin Bingchen swirled his wine glass, the light casting a soft glow on his fair fingertips stained with red wine. Upon hearing Yulanqi's proclamation, he raised his gaze in her direction. In his line of sight lay an expanse devoid of illumination, yet he seemed to pierce through the darkness, glimpsing the spirited girl within. It was reminiscent of a month after they had begun dating, when Yulanqi had learned to skydive, unbuckled her harness, and waved at him with uncontainable joy. Now, amidst the same clamor, he effortlessly navigated through the throng, homing in on her presence. Qingge, is this your secret with your sister-in-law? Ji Qingze, beside him, clearly grasped the situation, chuckling. It seems she is vying for your attention. That expression is delightful. I'll capture it for you, so you can see it later. With that, Ji Qingze picked up his phone to snap a candid shot of Yulanqi. He had a penchant for fashion and was adept at photography, deliberately framing Jin Bingchen's watch as a blurred background while capturing Yulanqi in the foreground. As excitement enveloped those nearby, Yulanqi, wary of revealing too much, refrained from further signaling Jin Bingchen about her success and redirected her gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueza finally seized the opportunity to converse with her, asking, when did you learn this? In truth, he was uncertain of what to say. Tonight, Yulanqi seemed to have reverted to her vivacious self from 4 years ago, drawing everyone's attention and making his heart race. Strangely, Jiang Yueza felt as though Yulanqi had just spoken for someone else's benefit. At that moment, Jin Muqing, having inspected the scene and found no one else successful, declared, it appears that only Miss Yu will be receiving a prize tonight. She then turned to Jin Bingchen in the sofa area with a smile. Bingchen, what reward shall you bestow upon our MVP? As her words fell, all eyes turned to Jin Bingchen. He set down his wine glass, seemingly deep in thought. In truth, everyone presumed Jin Bingchen would likely dismiss such a trivial game. After all, in their collective memory, he was a man solely devoted to his work. Otherwise, he would not have been absent from numerous social events and auctions in the city. Thus, Those who had previously envied Yilanchi began to relish the unfolding spectacle. It's just a game. Does she truly believe she can engage in conversation with the second young master of the Jean family? Indeed. Her earlier display was so blatant. She clearly sought Miss Jean's attention. How obvious. Nearby, Dao Yuan chimed in, joining the fray. It's merely a Lubon lock. Look at her strutting about. You'll see that Jean Shao won't even acknowledge her. She is bound to make a fool of herself. Luo Wantong, close to them, feigned a misstep, inadvertently stepping on Liao Yuan's foot, and then exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry for stepping on Miss Chen's friend. By the way, what was your surname again?" Was it T? Those around were well aware of Liao Yuan's past, stifling their laughter. Liao Yuan fumed. Humph, what are you so proud of? Just look at what Jean Shao will. But before she could finish, she witnessed Jean Bingchen set down his wine glass and gesture towards Yilanchi. The surroundings fell into a hush. Jean Bingchen beckoned with his finger, his voice low and magnetic. "Miss Yi, come here. I have a reward for you." This was indeed the first sentence spoken by Jean Bingchen in front of everyone today. The onlookers were a mix of shock and jealousy, with some feeling that rather than Jean Bingchen showing favor to Yilanchi, it was more about honoring the game's initiator, Jean Muching. After all, rewarding a little something for his sister's event seemed fitting. Regardless, Yilanchi was now making her appearance before Jean Bingchen. As the noise faded, those in front of her parted to create a pathway. Thus, she walked along this path toward Jean Bingchen. The silence felt more nerve-wracking than the clamor. Her heart racing uncontrollably, while the surrounding lights flickered with secrets unknown to outsiders. Time seemed to rewind to a few days prior when Yilanchi recalled the options she had presented to Jean Bingchen. Several kisses. A reward as well as a punishment. Now, she was drawing closer to him, the layers of her blue gown dancing beside her. Her gaze remained fixed on Jean Bingchen, attempting to glean his emotions from the minutiae of his demeanor. Yet, he merely curved his lips slightly, exuding a relaxed air with his arms sprawled on the back of the sofa. Wearing a pair of glasses, he appeared less distant than usual, the top button of his black shirt undone. Tilting his head slightly, his Adam's apple rolling gently, giving off an air of reckless allure. While Yilanchi found herself standing before Jean Bingchen, as if a beam of light descended, enveloping the two of them. "Come closer." Jean Bingchen sensed the distance between them. While Yilanchi stepped forward, her gown sweeping past his knees. Due to their positioning, only she and Ji Qingze could see the expression on Jean Bingchen's face. The man lifted his chin slightly, signaling Yilanchi that he had something to say. A bold guess surged in her mind, causing her palms to sweat. Surely, he wouldn't be fulfilling that reward from that day? The one where she had suggested several kisses, and Jean Bingchen would give her a few in return. With so many people around, she leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper for only the two of them to hear. Upon hearing her, Jean Bingchen seemed to chuckle softly. "Seems like you've been waiting for many days." Yilanchi's eyes widened in indignation as she glared at him. This guy. Indeed, Luo Wanong had been right. It was best to keep a sharp tongue to oneself. How could he tease her now, claiming she had been waiting for so long? It was infuriating. If Jean Bingchen had a tail, she was certain he would be flaunting it in the air. Just as she was trying to suppress her irritation in front of others, Jean Bingchen suddenly reached into his trousers pocket. He remarked casually, "I was in a hurry when I came out and didn't prepare a gift." It seems I can only. In front of everyone's eyes, he produced the stunning sapphire ring that had captivated everyone just an hour ago. Addressing Yilanchi, he enunciated clearly, "Nancy, this is for you." Chapter 44. Is young Master Jiang interested in my wife? Yilanchi felt a ringing in her ears, momentarily forgetting how to respond. She stared blankly at Jean Bingchen, whose features expressed an inexplicable softness. Despite his blindness, the depth of his gaze behind the lenses remained enchanting. The way he looked at her was as if he were presenting the most beautiful treasures in the world with utmost reverence, drawing her in irresistibly. Moreover, when he said, "Nancy, this is for you," was he referring to the ring being hers, or was he first calling her Nancy, then giving her the ring? Yilanchi felt somewhat dazed. This ring, valued at 334 million, was simply given to her by Jean Bingchen. Clearly, those around them were equally stunned, gazing in disbelief, as if they had been transported to another realm. Jiang Yue's gaze was locked on the ring, a voice in his mind screaming that this was merely a performance orchestrated by Jean Bingchen and Jean Muching. Yet, the next moment, sensing Yilanchi's stunned silence, Jean Bingchen leaned forward slightly, urging, "Miss Yi, extend your hand." While Yilanchi, with her heart still racing, looked at Jean Bingchen's serious demeanor, then reached out her left hand. Worrying that he might not see her, she gently brushed her fingertips against his hand. The man then raised Yilanchi's left hand, precisely locating her ring finger, and slowly slid the ring onto it. As it settled into place, Yilanchi looked down to see the priceless ring, which she had only seen in reports, now resting securely on her finger. The ring still retained the warmth from where Jean Bingchen had kept it close to him moments before. Yilanchi had brought several gowns with her, and today, this particular blue dress had been chosen by Jean Muching. The blue gown paired with the sapphire ring on her finger seemed perfectly coordinated, as if everything had been tailored just for her. Under the crystal chandelier, the deep azure light refracted beautifully. Jean Bingchen gently released her hand and asked, "Do you like it?" Yilanchi met his inquiring gaze, and inexplicably, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her. The unattainable beauty she had long desired was being realized by the man before her. Yet, Jean Bingchen, despite his polished exterior, could not walk normally, and his eyes were blind. Behind his brilliance lay the ever-present threat of pain. How wonderful it would be if he could recover completely. A man like him, who could make any woman's heart race, should be as distant and majestic as the moon in the sky. "I like it very much, thank you, Mr. Jean," Yilanchi replied softly. She struggled to suppress the turmoil in her heart and smiled at Jean Bingchen, even though he could not see her. At this moment, everyone finally grasped the situation. So, Jean Bingchen had truly given such a precious ring to Yilanchi. After all, if it were a performance, given Jean Bingchen's status, how could he dare publicly place a ring on a girl's finger? Only to take it back later. If they had known, they would have fought tooth and nail to be the one to receive it. That was a ring worth over 300 million, and it had been personally placed on her by the second young master of the Jean family. "Ah, I'm going to lose my mind. Humph, maybe if you had gone, the second young master wouldn't have given anything at all." "What do you mean by that?" "I believe the second young master definitely has eyes for Yilanchi. After all, she is stunningly beautiful, and all natural, no plastic surgery." "I agree. It seems the second young master is indeed interested in Yilanchi. After all, if the highest bid had been a man, would the second young master have given her a ring? In my view, the second young master must have had his eye on Yilanchi for a long time, falling for her at first sight on the cruise, which is why he casually gifted her a ring. Isn't Yilanchi always talking with young Master Jiang? So, what about now? Humph, if it's the second young master, even a fool would know how to choose, but the Jean family's status is so high. And the Yi family rose from humble beginnings. It seems unlikely, just a fling. That may be true, but what does young Master Jiang feel now? TSK, he lost at the auction before, and now the second young master seems to be openly challenging him. As several were discussing, they noticed Jiang Yueza had somehow arrived at Jean Bingchen's side. At this moment, in the sofa area, Yilanchi was still gazing at the ring on her finger. The 13.14-carat ring was indeed a true pigeon egg. The vibrant blue diamond was pure to the extreme, dazzling to the point of blinding, resting heavily on her finger, leaving her in a daze. Thus, Yilanchi didn't notice when Jiang Yueza had come beside her. He addressed Jean Bingchen. "Second young master Jean, I heard you got married a few days ago at the tea house." Jean Bingchen leaned back against the sofa, adjusting his glasses slightly, and replied coolly, Jiang Yueza forced a smile. "You didn't bring your wife to this cruise banquet?" Upon hearing this, Jean Bingchen's lips curled into a playful arc. His tone laced with amusement. "Young Master Jiang is interested in my wife." The sudden exchange pulled Yilanchi back to reality. The three of them were in close proximity, existing in a space entirely different from the other guests, allowing only them to hear their conversation. Ironically, the subject of discussion between the two men was herself, even though Jiang Yueza was completely unaware. Why Yilanchi's lips parted, wanting to say something. Just then, Jean Bingchen lightly shrugged his shoulders at Jiang Yueza. His tone calm yet undeniably assertive. "Unfortunately, your interest in my wife is of no consequence. She belongs to me." Jiang Yueza's initial explanation caught in his throat, and after a moment, he managed a strained smile. "Second young master Jean, you truly have a sense of humor." How could Jean Bingchen, guided by instinct, reached for Yilanchi's hand, to which she readily responded by extending her own. Consequently, his fingers alighted upon her ring finger. With tender caresses, he grazed the ring adorning her finger, his movements gentle, yet he spoke to Jiang Yueza with unyielding sharpness. "Jiang Shao, this is the ring I gifted to Miss Yu. Am I to understand from your words that you wish to claim half of it?" Jiang Yueza was taken aback. If he failed to recognize at this moment that Jean Bingchen was targeting him, he would have wasted his time. But when had he offended this man? Was it possible that Jean Bingchen truly intended to vie for Yilanchi? A tumult of emotion swirled within him, and just as he pondered how to probe the situation, Yilanchi interjected, "Mr. Jean, I cherish the ring you bestowed upon me, and I certainly won't part with it for anyone." Chapter 45. A couple unites to confront an ex. Upon hearing her words, Jean Bingchen's lips curled into a smile, and he leisurely addressed Jiang Yueza. Jiang Shao, you see, Miss Yi also disagrees. Therefore, I must apologize, but I cannot relinquish the ring to you. Why Lanqi reflected on how, in the past, Jin Bingchen's sharp tongue had irked her to the extent that she wished to silence him. Now, however, with Jiang Yueza as the target of Jin Bingchen's barbs, she felt compelled to commend him. Evidently, Jiang Yueza had not anticipated Jin Bingchen's words to be so laced with veiled hostility, which nearly caused him to lose his facade of politeness and walk away. Yet, Yulanchi called out to him, Jiang Shao. Jiang Yueza paused, turning to look at her. This was the first time in many days that Yulanchi had initiated conversation with him. However, her next words were, we have no relationship. So I possess complete dominion over my belongings. Please refrain from meddling in my affairs, Jiang Shao. Regardless of the ring's worth, I shall not return it to Mr. Jin, and it is not your concern. Her words resonated with conviction. Jiang Yueza fixated on Yulanchi's eyes, and after a prolonged moment, he exerted considerable effort to suppress the simmering anger within. How could she so mercilessly deny their relationship in front of another man? Did she truly believe that Jin Bingchen's gift of the ring signified an intention to marry her? What manner of woman would he desire? Had the Yi family begun to covet the lofty Jin family? Who granted her such audacity? Yulanchi, remember this. You said it yourself. With that, Jiang Yueza turned and left, the jade jewelry box in his pocket pressed uncomfortably against his palm. He had initially planned to have a heart-to-heart with Yulanchi today to resolve their past. Yet now, it seemed this woman was utterly enchanted by Jin Bingchen's sudden affections, oblivious to her own identity. However, he could not deny that half of the fire burning within him was fueled by anger, while the other half was far more potent, jealousy. Jiang Yueza strode out of the concert hall, his chest rising and falling with each breath. Behind him, Zhou Yi and Xinjiahe sensed the tension and hurried to follow. A's, Zhou Yi called out as he caught up to Jiang Yueza. It's just a game. We shouldn't take it so seriously. Xinjiahe added, the Jin family would never ally with the Yi family. The second young master of the Jin family is merely accommodating his sister. Exactly. Zhou Yi interjected. There's no need to be upset. This doesn't affect your relationship with your sister-in-law, does it? Jiang Yueza remained silent. He could not even articulate to his friends the details of his earlier exchange with Yulanchi and Jin Bingchen. It was not until he reached his room that he finally turned to them and said, I need some time alone. Zhou Yi and Xinjiahe exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. All right, we'll go entertain ourselves for a while. Call us if you need anything. Once the two departed, Jiang Yueza found himself alone in the room. The luxurious suite aboard the cruise ship was equipped with entertainment facilities, including a dedicated wine cellar. The classical decor, bathed in the soft glow of vintage lighting, showcased a wooden wine cabinet stocked with an array of fine wines. Jiang Yueza even spotted premier vintages like Ch. To Lafite and Roman E. Conti, all from the 1982 vintage. Each guest at the event had their own suite, and these wines, typically regarded as treasures in the homes of affluent individuals, were displayed here with casual ease. Every detail of the Jin family's hospitality exuded a distinctiveness that set them apart from other aristocratic families in the capital. Standing atop the pinnacle, they were beyond reach. Jiang Yueza selected a bottle of Petrus, checking the vintage, 2016, just 8 years old. As the wine flowed into his stomach, a warmth spread through him, prompting a self-deprecating chuckle. He truly was a failure, even now. His emotions were still swayed by her, both pitiable and tragic. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the concert hall grew increasingly lively. Ji Qingze had taken on the role of photographer for the day, continuously capturing moments with his phone. After recording another segment, he selected the photo of Jin Bingchen placing the ring on Yulanchi's finger and sent it to Li Xingye. He, Jin Bingchen, Li Xingye, and Rong Hao were childhood friends, sharing a close bond since their youth. Li Xingye had been assisting Jin Bingchen with matters concerning their overseas company, while Rong Hao had been managing a substantial underground influence, addressing issues that Jin Bingchen could not confront openly. At that moment, across the ocean, it was still morning. Li Xingye had just exited a conference room when he received the photo from Ji Qingze. With a smile, he opened it. But his expression faltered as he enlarged the image to see Yulanchi's face clearly. He quickly replied to Ji Qingze, Are there any other photos? Ji Qingze was prompt, sending several of his favorite shots along with a few video clips. As Li Xingye reviewed them, he became serious. Coincidentally, Rong Hao had come to the company that day, and Li Xingye found him smoking on the rooftop, presenting the photos for his review. Rong Hao, doesn't she look familiar? Rong Hao took a glance and nodded. How could she not be familiar? Isn't this Bingchen's first love? What's going on? Li Xingye replied. Now she is considered a sister-in-law. Bingchen is married to her. Rong Hao extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, a smirk playing on his lips. I always said he couldn't forget her. I just didn't expect that his grandfather's choice for a new bride would be the very same person. Li Xingye shook his head. I don't think it's a coincidence. Who knows if this marriage was orchestrated by Bingchen himself? That does make sense. Rong Hao mused as he flipped through the photos. Did Qingze send these? Yes. Suddenly, Li Xingye recalled something. By the way, Qingze went abroad as an exchange student back then. It seems he never met Nancy. As he spoke, he promptly called Ji Qingze. Ji Qingze was still busy taking photos when he noticed the call and quickly stepped aside to answer. His voice brimmed with excitement. So, what do you think? Have you seen how Bingchen is doing now? I always felt he had a fondness for his sister-in-law. I've never seen him treat anyone this way over the years. Li Xingye chuckled. Indeed. You're right. Over the years, we've only witnessed him show such affection for this one girl. Wait a minute. Ji Qingze detected a hint of intrigue. What do you mean by that? You weren't here back then. But we clearly saw Bingchen dating for 3 months. Li Xingye explained. It was with her. Her English name is Nancy, though I didn't know her full name at the time. Really? Why didn't you guys ever tell me that Bingchen had a girlfriend? Ji Qingze exclaimed, both shocked and angry. Li Xingye clarified. It's just that after Bingchen returned from his trip, he forbade us from mentioning it. Still in a state of disbelief, Ji Qingze suddenly realized something alarming. He said to Li Xingye, I met his sister-in-law on the day of the wedding. She even asked me about Bingchen. I distinctly remember her saying she had never seen him before and didn't know his preferences. So she wanted to learn more from me. Li Xingye was puzzled. What, are you saying that his sister-in-law completely forgot about her relationship with Bingchen 8 years ago? Chapter 46. She has forgotten him. Ji Qingze meticulously recalled the conversation he had with Yilanqi during their first encounter. Then stated, yes, I'm certain she said she didn't even know what her husband looked like. Li Xingye pondered for a moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. They indeed had a minor incident before parting ways 8 years ago, but I'm sure she didn't lose her memory. Ji Qingze concurred, after learning about her whirlwind marriage to Bingchen. I looked into her background. Her upbringing seems complete. It doesn't appear she has any gaps in her memory. Li Xingye continued. So it must be that after returning to the country, she simply forgot about her time with Bingchen. Ji Qingze asked, what exactly happened between them while they were abroad? Li Xingye leaned against the rooftop railing, briefly recounting the past. Why Yilanqi and Jean Bingchen had met at a racetrack. After which he had taken the initiative to pursue him. Presumably, he had feelings for her as well, for it wasn't long before they became a couple. Their relationship had flourished, with them inseparable day after day. Until one fateful day, when Yilanqi attempted to learn racing, an accident occurred during a drift, resulting in a loss of control. Jean Bingchen had immediately driven another car to intercept her, and both were subsequently hospitalized. Jean Bingchen sustained serious injuries and remained unconscious for 3 days, while Yilanqi only suffered minor wounds and awoke that same night, upon regaining consciousness and seeing Jean Bingchen so gravely injured due to her. She had cried and steadfastly waited at the door of the intensive care unit. Li Xingye recalled the past with certainty. She primarily injured her arm, with only a slight scrape on her forehead. Even a concussion was not considered. Her arm had a minor fracture and was placed in a cast. Therefore, before she returned to the country, she must not have lost her memory. Ji Qingze inquired. So the events must have unfolded after she came back? Indeed. Li Xingye remarked. She had kept vigil in Bingchen's hospital room for 2 days, with us taking turns to watch over him. However, when I returned on the 3rd day, Nancy was nowhere to be found. Later, when Bingchen awakened, he attempted to contact her, but initially he could not reach her. Eventually, he received a breakup text from her. At that time, Bingchen's leg was still in a cast, and he had not yet been discharged. So he called her first. When she answered, she spoke only a few words before abruptly hanging up, displaying remarkable coldness. After Bingchen was finally discharged, with the cast still intact, he returned home to find her, only to discover that she was already in a relationship with someone else. Li Xingye summarized. Bingchen attempted to reach out to her twice and saw her happily with that Jiang Yueza. So he ceased his efforts thereafter. Upon returning, he threw himself into work, seemingly transformed. Naturally, Rong Hao and I could not bring it up again, but we never anticipated that they would end up marrying. Ji Qingze pondered for a moment and said, so, something must have transpired after they parted ways. Otherwise, sister-in-law wouldn't have suddenly changed her attitude and moved on with someone else. Li Xingye inquired. Does Bingchen know that Nancy has seemingly forgotten him? Ji Qingze recalled carefully and replied, it seems he truly doesn't know. He probably thinks sister-in-law is deliberately avoiding discussions about the past. You know, Bingchen has such a strong sense of pride. If she doesn't mention it, he certainly won't either. Li Xingye contemplated. What is the level of certainty regarding Bingchen's surgery from your medical team? Ji Qingze sighed. To be honest, There is absolutely no certainty. Then let us refrain from discussing this matter for the time being. Li Xingye stated. Before the surgery, let us avoid unnecessary complications. As for what transpired with Nancy, we can investigate discreetly, but do not let Bingchen become distracted. Ji Qingze agreed. Yes, I think the same. Given his current condition, his emotions must not fluctuate dramatically. Any external factor could potentially affect his intracranial nervous system and, consequently, the surgical outcome. Very well. Li Xingye replied. Leave the matters abroad to Rong Hao and me. We will stay in contact regarding any developments domestically. After ending the call, Li Xingye turned to Rong Hao and said, It appears there are certain matters concerning the Yi family that we need to investigate. Rong Hao nodded, his narrow eyes gazing into the distance. Yes, we must look into it. Previously, we assumed it was Nancy who had changed her heart, thus overlooking some external factors. It seems now that if her amnesia isn't feigned, there must be deeper reasons. Li Xingye nodded. Let us hope Bingchen's surgery is successful and everything goes as planned. On the cruise ship, Jean Bingchen's assistant, Hanjin, entered the music hall with a notebook. Jean Bingchen had a multinational video conference to attend shortly. Upon noticing, everyone greeted him and began to leave. It was still early, so Yilanqi and Luo Wanang exited the music hall and headed toward the bar. Today, the live band was performing songs Yilanqi had adored during her university days. As they drank and listened to the music, Luo Wanang exclaimed excitedly, Sister, this is already the 11th time I've looked at your hand. Luo Wanang grinned. Now it's 12. Ha ha ha. 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds. Does someone need to be this romantic? Yilanqi, noticing she had been drinking a bit too much, intervened. All right, that's enough. Hey, I'm just happy for you. Okay. Luo Wanang gulped down another sip of cocktail, her eyes sparkling. I just captured a candid shot. You should have seen Jiang Yue's expression when he left the music hall. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to show Yilan 11. In the photo, Jiang Yue had his brows furrowed and his lips pressed down, and because he was turning to look at Yilanqi, he inadvertently revealed 2/3 of the whites of his eyes, looking utterly furious. This was the first time Yilanqi had seen an unflattering photo of Jiang Yue. She couldn't help but laugh. So, should I send it to you? Luo Wanang blinked. I'll send it to you. If he tries to show off in front of you again, just print this out and distribute it as flyers. Yilanqi's lips twitched. Do you have to be so mean? She couldn't even imagine that the person in the photo had been her boyfriend just half a month ago. Back then, she would have been emotionally affected by him. It was also magical, once she completely came to terms with everything and broke free from the confines of the Yi family. The past's love and hate seemed to fade away as well. Ding. Luo Wanhong had already sent the photo. Yilanqi pondered for a moment before clicking to save it, although Luo Wantong's method was a bit harsh. It was oddly satisfying. If Jiang Yue crossed her, perhaps she could indeed resort to such tactics. Hurry, hurry, let me see your ring again. Luo Wanhong seized Yilanqi's hand, examining the ring that Nancy had given her. Ah. It is so romantic. He must have fallen for you. It was love at first sight at the banquet. Yilanqi internally corrected. Love at first sight is impossible. Jean Bingchen couldn't see anything. Not even what I look like. How could he fall in love? Moreover, this man was indifferent towards her at home, only putting on a show in front of others. Chapter 47. Tonight. Nancy's dream is beautiful. Yilanqi and Luo Wanang did not expect the after effects of the alcohol to hit them so hard. Especially for Luo Wanang. Having mixed various cocktails, both of their faces were flushed. Sister, keep it up. If you put in a little more effort tomorrow, you might just win over the second young master of the Jean family. Luo Wantong's eyes were dreamy. By then, I want to be the maid of honor. Yilanqi, having had her fair share of drinks, felt a bit lightheaded and, following Luo Wantong's words, mused, Great. You and Yuning can be the maids of honor. Luo Wanang extended her finger. Let us make a pinky promise. How old are we, still making pinky promises? Yilanqi said, yet she's still engaged in the pinky promise with Luo Wanang. It must have a sense of ceremony. Luo Wanang murmured hazily. If you get married, I bet Jean Yi will come, right? Yilanqi queried. Jean Yi? Luo Wanang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I heard my dad say that the Jean family has a family motto. Politics and business should be kept separate. Jean grandfather is the eldest, having gone into business, so Jean grandfather's brother entered politics. Otherwise, do you think the Jean family is so formidable? Although Jean Yi doesn't often associate with the main family. Whenever the family faces challenges, they unite against external threats. Upon hearing this, Yilanqi's previous drunken haze dissipated by half. She knew that Jin's elder had a younger brother, but she had only heard Huang Guanjia mention it once, saying they had split up years ago. Moreover, he did not live in the mountains, so she thought they had severed ties with the Jean family. Little did she expect. Luo Wantong's thoughts remained somewhat clear. But as she spoke, her voice grew softer. Jean Erye's descendants are also quite impressive, holding significant positions, living in heavily guarded residences. She did not finish her sentence, yawning and resting her head on the table. Yet, Yilanchi understood what she was implying. That was a place inaccessible to ordinary people, a status and honor unattainable even with wealth. Wantang, Yilanchi shook Luo Wantong's arm. Don't sleep here. Let us head back to rest. No, I'm so sleepy. Luo Wantong huffed, refusing to get up. Why Yilanchi had no choice but to call a waiter to help escort Luo Wantong back to her suite. After much effort to coax her into washing up and settling down, Yilanchi returned to her own room, sitting on the terrace and gazing into the distance. The effects of the alcohol gradually dissipated in the sea breeze. In the moonlight, the blue diamond on her ring finger appeared even more vibrant and profound, reminiscent of an elusive dream. Tonight, after listening to Luo Wantong's, she might have thought that the disparity between her and Jean Bingchen was merely a matter of wealth and the social status accumulated through success. Yet now, she realized they belonged to entirely different worlds. Had it not been for Jean Bingchen's severe injury from the explosion over a month ago, he would never have been involved with an ordinary girl like her. The Yi family had risen from humble beginnings, and compared to families like the Luo and Jiang families, they were worlds apart. She had truly been blinded by the glamour. How could she, a daughter sold by the Yi family, ever dream of reaching for the moon? However, this ring from Nancy was undeniably beautiful. When Jean Bingchen slipped it onto her finger, the way he looked was utterly charming. After all, a ring holds little significance for the Jean family. Jean Bingchen, whose sight is obscured, has only known her for a mere week, so it is hardly conceivable for him to harbor any affection for her. She herself dares not entertain such feelings. Fearing that when her task of bringing joy to the family is complete and she is cast out by the Jean household, she would be left with a broken heart. Wai Yilanchi changed into casual attire and inquired about Jean Bingchen's room number from the butler. Then made her way there. Jean Bingchen had already anticipated her arrival. As soon as she knocked, he activated the door from the upper floor. His bedroom was on the second floor, upon ascending via the private elevator. Her gaze traversed the opulent hall and immediately fell upon the expansive terrace outside. The terrace was illuminated, revealing a faint glimpse of the distant sea. Jean Bingchen's room must afford a degree of privacy. For Yilanchi noticed that from other rooms, this place was entirely concealed. Do you like this suite? Jean Bingchen inquired, listening to the distant sound of the waves. Yes, your room offers a splendid view and excellent privacy. Yilanchi replied earnestly, but mine is quite nice as well. This is my first time on a cruise. Upon hearing her words, Jean Bingchen asked, Lanchi, what does the scenery look like from where you stand? It was the first time he had addressed her in such a manner. Given their proximity, Yilanchi felt a slight tingling in her ears from his address. Yet, thinking of the chasm between them, an unavoidable pang of bitterness surged within her. I see. Yilanchi collected her thoughts and described to Jean Bingchen, the color of the nearby sea is a deep blue, gradually darkening to black in the distance. The moon, positioned behind us, is a slender crescent, not particularly bright, allowing the stars to shine brilliantly above. She paused, then added, it reminds me of a line from a poem, drunk, unaware of the heavens and the water. The boat laden with dreams presses upon the starry river. As Yilanchi spoke, a vivid picture unfolded in Jean Bingchen's mind. His memories drifted back 8 years to a day when they had left a movie together. And Yilanchi whimsically expressed a desire to see the stars. Yet, in the town, where could they find such a sight? Thus, they drove into the mountains. At that time, they sat atop an SUV, swatting away mosquitoes while gazing at the stars. Eventually, Yilanchi, overwhelmed by bites, lamented, it seems this place isn't remote enough. There are more stars than in the city, but still far from the celestial splendor depicted in films. Upon hearing her, Jean Bingchen quickly urged her back into the vehicle, casually suggesting, next time, we can go to the desert or the deep sea. I assure you it will surpass what we saw today. What had been a mere offhand comment, after years apart, was finally coming to fruition. Yet, Jean Bingchen could no longer see To by osmanthus and drink wine together is not like the carefree days of youth. For a long while, silence enveloped them. Wai Yilanchi gazed at the ring on her finger, then glanced at the man beside her. Slowly, she removed the ring. Though she had worn it for less than 2 hours, her finger now felt oddly empty. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of peace. No matter how much the ugly duckling grew, it would never become a swan. She should not reach for something unattainable throughout her life. Turning to Jean Bingchen, she said, Mr. Jean, I have come to return the ring. With her words, Jean Bingchen abruptly turned his head. For reasons unknown, Yilanchi felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her. Nevertheless, she resolutely continued, over 300 million, it's far too precious. I cannot accept it. Jean Bingshan remained silent for 2 seconds before suddenly smiling. Is that what he taught you? Yilanchi was taken aback for a moment, then realized he was referring to Jiang Yueza, who had indeed mentioned this phrase earlier at the concert hall. She hastily clarified, it has nothing to do with anyone else. I have signed a contract with the Jean family and received a substantial amount of compensation, since I have done nothing further. I truly cannot accept such an extravagant gift. It would be unjust. As she spoke, Yilanchi handed the ring back to Jean Bingshan. The weight of it shifted from her palm to his. The atmosphere tightening with a suffocating chill. The ring, valued at over 300 million, was crushed between his palm and the armrest of his wheelchair, the diamond's facets leaving deep imprints. Yet his voice remained unhurried. Are you so eager to draw a line between us? To claim that we owe each other nothing? Yilanchi shook her head, realizing that Jean Bingshan could not see her. She was about to explain, but upon witnessing his current demeanor, all words caught in her throat. The man retained his posture against the back of the chair, yet there was an unmistakable coldness and scrutiny about him, devoid of warmth, revealing a stark sense of class distinction that she had never encountered before in her dealings with Jean Bingshan. Though they were close enough to touch, it felt as if an insurmountable chasm separated them, a mountain range of stars between them. Since I have returned the ring, I wish to owe you nothing else, she declared. Jean Bingshan's tone was frigid as he lifted his hand and pulled Yilanchi directly onto his lap. Today, I have returned everything. As he spoke, one hand gripped her waist while the other pressed against her face. The sudden whirlwind of motion left Yilanchi momentarily stunned, and before she could react, his long fingers wove into her hair. A sudden pressure gripped the back of her head, forcing her face upward into a shadow. As his lips, warm and demanding, covered hers. Yilanchi's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. The only sound that registered was the soft clink of the ring, Nancy, colliding with the metal of Jean Bingshan's wheelchair before it fell to the wooden floor of the terrace. Casting a faint blue glow in the light. Yilanchi, roused by this sound, instinctively felt a surge of fear and attempted to pull away. However, the man seemed relentless. The more she resisted, the tighter his grip became. His arms ensnared her, and the mingling of their lips ignited a fire akin to a deep-sea night, consuming her with an insatiable longing. Jean Bingshan stifled her breath, the unique sweetness of her essence mingling with champagne, red wine, and the salty breeze, flooding his senses. The last vestige of his restraint shattered. He nearly bit down on her lips, the taste of blood and sweetness spreading, yet he held her breath captive. Pinning her firmly between his palm and chest, the wheelchair spun out of control, crashing into an unseen obstacle, causing Jean Bingshan to feel a sharp pain in his leg. Yet, within that pain, there blossomed a delirious pleasure that unraveled his reason. The pounding of their hearts felt as if they would burst forth, tearing through flesh and bone, pulling them both into an abyss. Visions of the past flickered in his mind, yet he grasped at nothing. Jean Bingshan's fingers traced the slender curve of Yilanchi's back, inching upward until they grasped the nape of her neck. In the moonlight, his pupils appeared as dark as an eternal night devoid of light. With a low, husky voice, he uttered 3 words. The first. At last, Yilanchi could breathe freely. She gasped for air. Her eyes, Jean Bingshan could not see the girl before him. He could only feel through the palm of his hand that she was trembling. It was not excitement, but rather fear. 8 years have passed, and she still fears his kiss. Darkness spread deep within his heart, as if a long-slumbering demon had suddenly surfaced from the abyss. He once again seized Yilanchi and kissed her. An embodiment of absolute dominance and possession, invading her territory with fervor and despair. In his ears echoed the coldness of her words from years ago when she had declared their breakup. Discarding his genuine feelings as if they were worthless, pain and pleasure rampaged through his scarred body, while deep within his heart, all yearning and peace collapsed entirely. Within a mere few minutes, his nerves had tightened to an unbearable extent. Just before everything spiraled out of control, Jean Bingshan abruptly pushed Yilanchi away. She lost her balance and nearly fell to the ground. However, the man's hand caught her once more, with his support. Yilanchi's waist was held by Jean Bingshan, her body slightly bent, her fingers gripping his arm tightly, managing to regain her balance. Yet her legs felt weak, her mind dizzy, leaving her unable to stand on her own for a long while. Their breaths trembled, yet Yilanchi noticed that, despite having just shared a passionate moment, Jean Bingshan now radiated an impenetrable coldness. His eyes remained dark and unfocused, appearing indifferent and aloof as they met hers. His lips, more crimson than usual, bore traces of blood, his shirt disheveled, sitting there like a fallen deity, just as everyone described him, emotionally detached, dangerous, and unapproachable. Yilanchi slowly withdrew her hand from his arm, striving to stand upright. Her lips ached, but the deeper discomfort seemed to stem not from her body, but from someplace within her heart. It felt hollow, somewhat astringent, and inexplicably sour. You completed 2 puzzles today. We have settled everything. Jin Bingshin calmly stated, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips as he addressed Yulanchi. Now, neither of us owes the other anything. At that moment, Yulanchi understood that Jin Bingshin referred to the Luban lock. She had indeed completed 2 today, and although he had gifted her a ring, she had refused it. Thus, they would settle according to their past agreement, complete several puzzles, share a kiss. Now, they were even. Chapter 49, recorded without consent. But why was it such a kiss? Was it because she had refused the ring, thus embarrassing him? Yulanchi's heart trembled slightly, yet the atmosphere surrounding the man felt as oppressive as the darkening sky. His calm gaze upon her sending chills down her spine. She dared not inquire further, only catching sight of the ring on the ground. She bent to retrieve it. The ring that had adorned her ring finger just 2 hours ago now glimmered brilliantly. Yulanchi thought it was time to return it to its rightful owner. She placed the ring on the table next to Jin Bingshin and spoke. Mr. Jin, you should rest early. I shall take my leave. Jin Bingshin did not respond. While Yulanchi turned and walked away step by step. Once she exited Jin Bingshin's private corridor, she could no longer contain herself and broke into a run. She sprinted all the way to the deck. The sea breeze brushed against her cheeks, bringing a chill. She realized she had been crying without awareness. Grasping the railing tightly, she finally found the strength to support herself. She thought that by returning the ring, she no longer needed to indulge in unrealistic dreams, nor fear the moment she might stumble and fall from the clouds, for she had always been grounded in the dust. Just then, her phone rang from her pocket. Yulanchi glanced at it and saw it was Xiao Yulan. Normally, she would not want to answer, but at that moment, she suddenly felt the urge to speak to someone, even if that someone was Xiao Yulan. Xiao Yulan had learned at the mahjong table that Yulanchi had boarded the Jin family's cruise ship tonight. Moreover, she had seen a photo on a wealthy lady's social media showing Jin Bingshin conversing with Yulanchi. Instantly, her spirits lifted. Despite having lost tens of thousands at cards tonight, Yulanchi, I heard that second young master Jin has a special interest in you, Xiao Yulan said, glancing at herself in the mirror. Recently, her mood and complexion had been good. Though in her 40s, she looked merely in her 30s. Despite being born into a humble family, she had married Yulanchi's father due to her youthful beauty and cunning. Back then, the Yi family was much stronger than it was now. Now her daughter had proven herself capable enough to catch Jin Bingshin's eye. What do you mean by special? Yulanchi asked. Gazing at the distant sea, the lights here obscured her view of the starlit sky and scenery visible from Jin Bingshin's balcony. Did he give you that ring worth over 300 million? Although Xiao Yulan found it unlikely, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Why Yulanchi chuckled softly. Do you think that is possible? She looked at her empty left ring finger and said, it was merely a whimsical game he asked me to participate in. How could he possibly gift me something so valuable? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yulan's enthusiasm deflated, yet she still remarked, but he chose you over others. That means you are special in his eyes. Why Yulanchi, however, suddenly grew serious. That is the Jin family, Mom. You know some people can be provoked, while others cannot, for the consequences are beyond what the Yi family can bear. Xiao Yulan was taken aback, realizing her oversight. Right, it was my mistake. You should focus on having children for that old man. What we can grasp in our hands is what counts. The Jin family is too prestigious. Second young master Jin can have any woman he wants. How could he possibly notice you? Yulanchi felt an inexplicable resurgence of the earlier bitterness. Yes, I know he cannot like me. I have always been clear about my position. Recently, Xiao Yulan had come into 80 million, and she was quite satisfied with Yulanchi, encouraging her. Yes, you should also build connections on the cruise. Don't sever ties with Jiangshao. Why Yulanchi, not wanting to hear more, replied, yes, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. She put her phone away, unaware that as she took the call, Jiang Yuexian had quietly approached from behind, stealthily recording her conversation with Xiao Yulan. Jiang Yuexian glanced at Yulanchi's ring finger, confirming the absence of the ring, and a smug smile crept onto her lips. Humph, the man that Jiang Yuexian could not have. How could Yulanchi, perfect, second young master Jin had indeed just been playing along with Miss Gina's charade. Now that the act was over, Cinderella remained Cinderella, unable to transform into a princess. Jiang Yuexian, with her phone in hand, triumphantly sought out Jiang Yuezi. At this moment, Jiang Yueza had finished an entire bottle of red wine. He had been in a foul mood that afternoon, hardly eating anything. Already prone to stomach pains, the alcohol intensified the burning sensation. When he heard a knock on the door, he irritably ignored it, but then heard his sister's voice calling from outside. Jiang Yueza opened the door, perspiration forming on his forehead due to the pain. Annoyed, he said, just entertain yourself. Don't disturb me. However, Jiang Yuexian paid no heed to his cold demeanor. instead waving her phone and raising an eyebrow. "Brother, I've learned the truth about Yilanshi. You still want to chase me away?" "What?" Jiang Yueza seized Jiang Yueshuan's wrist. She winced in pain and tried to pull away, only then realizing her brother's face was flushed and beaded with sweat. "Brother, what's wrong?" Jiang Yueza, realizing her discomfort, released her and shook his head. "It's nothing." "What truth are you referring to?" Jiang Yueshian opened the video on her phone, despite the background noise of the sea breeze. Yilanchi's voice came through clearly, soft, and seemingly tinged with resignation and grievance. She said, "It was merely a whimsical game second young master Jean asked me to participate in. How could he possibly gift me something so valuable?" She also stated, "I know he cannot like me. I have always been clear about my position." Although Jiang Yueza could not hear what Xiao Yulan had said, Yilanchi's simple words eased the tension that had tightened his brow all night. He chuckled softly. "She does have self-awareness." Jiang Yueshin immediately sought credit. "Brother, so how will you reward me?" Jiang Yueza inquired. "Where is she now?" "On the eastern deck. There is an open-air cinema there, but it's not open tonight." Jiang Yueshin replied. Jiang Yueza nodded. "Got it. If you want to buy anything, let me know when you return." With that, he strode out decisively. As he walked, the pain in his stomach flared up again, but Jiang Yueza made his way to the eastern terrace. Spotting a figure sitting by the railing, gazing at the sea from a distance. He had known Yilanchi for 8 years, and even just from her silhouette, he sensed her melancholy. Was it because of Jean Bingchen? Because Jean Bingchen had taken back the ring, because he had shattered her dreams of entering such a prestigious family. Jealousy surged within him like a burning flame as he gripped the jade box in his hand and walked directly toward her. Yilanchi sensed someone behind her, turned her head, and found Jiang Yueza. She was unsure why she would encounter him here, but lacking the energy to return to her room, she simply turned her head away, pretending not to see him. She had already said everything that needed to be said today. Surely he would not come looking for her again. After all these 4 years, Jiang Yueza had always looked down upon her when they were together, as if bestowing upon her an engagement was the greatest favor he could grant. "If you insist, we can marry this year," he said, approaching Yilanchi and gazing down at her from his elevated position. Chapter 50. Did he kiss you? Yilanchi thought her ears were deceiving her. She turned her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. In her line of sight appeared a familiar object, the jade pendant from the auction a few hours earlier. Belonging to the Luo family, the combination of gold and jade was indeed the most classic pairing. Beneath the delicate golden chain hung a piece of imperial green jade, pure and translucent, even in the dim light. Its opulence was undeniable. Why Yilanchi squinted, utterly perplexed by Jiang Yueza's erratic behavior. Noticing her bewilderment, a soft emotion replaced the indifference in Jiang Yueza's heart. Perhaps it was time to concede. After all, Yilanchi was a woman. And whether they quarreled or engaged in a cold war, it was only right for him to take a step forward occasionally. Jiang Yueza crouched down and said, "Let me put it on you." As he spoke, he unfastened the clasp and moved behind her to drape it around her neck. Why Yilanchi suddenly snapped back to reality, taking a swift step forward before standing upright. "Isn't this what you bought? Why would you give it to me?" With his hands now empty, Jiang Yueza furrowed his brows slightly and stood up as well. He caught sight of the confusion and rejection in Yilanchi's eyes, closed his own for a moment, suppressing his emotions, accepted as a token of reconciliation. "If you insist on marrying this year, it can be arranged." Finally grasping Jiang Yueza's intentions, Yilanchi was almost amused by a sense of entitlement. "Do you think I'm throwing a tantrum just to force you into marriage?" Jiang Yueza, feeling agitated, pinched the bridge of his nose as waves of discomfort rolled through his stomach. His gaze darkened. "That ring is too precious. This piece of jade is the only thing that truly suits you." He knew he was unworthy. But today, Xiao Yulan had also told Yilanchi that she was unworthy. Now, Jiang Yueza reiterated the same sentiment. Why Yilanchi felt a fire ignite within her. No longer willing to endure, she yearned to unleash her emotions. Turning to him, she scoffed. "What does that have to do with you? Didn't you always think I was trying to climb the social ladder by being with you? Now that I'm no longer interested, you come flaunting your status before me? Yilanchi, must you articulate your words so harshly?" Jiang Yueza, suppressing his stomach pain, softened his tone. "Enough of this. Let's reconcile. I will sever ties with you, Chanqian." He stepped forward to take her hand, but Yilanchi once again withdrew. "Jiang Yueza, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Have I not made myself clear?" Yilanchi was bewildered by the confidence radiating from the man before her. Perhaps her past indulgence had led him to believe that no matter how much he hurt her, she would always wait for him. "We broke up that day at the club. There's no way I can reconcile with you. Whether you pursue Chanqian or Shinshin is none of my concern. I refuse to be entangled in your romantic affairs." After saying this, Yilanchi turned to leave. "Break up? Ha. "Do the Yi family agree to your decision?" Jiang Yueza seized her arm firmly. While Yi Lanqi tried to pull away, but his grip was unyielding. The pain in his stomach churned through his nerves, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. He fixed his gaze on Yi Lanqi, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and his vision began to turn crimson. He swallowed hard, wanting to lash out, yet the words that escaped his lips surprised even him. "Lanqi, my stomach hurts, it really hurts. Can't you see?" His voice carried a hint of vulnerability. He remembered how, in the past, when he was unwell, Yi Lanqi would fret over him, fetching medicine and preparing warm, fragrant porridge, serving it at just the right temperature. The wave of fragility and sorrow overwhelmed him. He thought he could overlook the burdens the Yi family placed on her. He could disregard the fact that Yi Lanqi only engaged with him to fulfill obligations. It no longer mattered that she didn't love him. He simply wanted to reconcile with her, just as they had 4 years ago. In that moment, he longed to return to those simpler times. But the next second, taking advantage of Jiang Yueza's discomfort, Yi Lanqi attempted to free her arm from his grasp. "There's a doctor on the ship. Let me go get help." As Jiang Yueza's hand fell away, he felt an emptiness in his chest. Just then, the nearby sensor light flickered on, illuminating the scene. Under the light, he clearly saw that Yi Lanqi's lips were slightly swollen, with a wound that appeared as if it had been bitten. His pupils constricted in shock, fury igniting within him. "He kissed you." At that moment, pain was eclipsed by a surge of anger as Jiang Yueza pressed Yi Lanqi against the railing. He locked his gaze on her lips, his breath trembling. "Jin Bingchen kissed you, didn't he? Yi Lanqi, answer me." Yi Lanqi pushed against him with force. "We've already broken up. Who I choose to be with is none of your business. Let me go." "Did he kiss you? You are mine. How dare he?" Jiang Yueza's eyes burned with fury, his entire being resembling a wild beast driven to madness. The pain in his stomach intensified, beads of sweat continuing to fall from his forehead. "He is married. He is merely toying with you. Why would you let him kiss you? Why did you appear so upset when he took back the ring? You've only met him a few times. Have you really fallen for him? We've been together for 8 years, and you never liked me. Why him? Why?" The pain surged again, radiating from his stomach to his limbs, each breath becoming a struggle. Jiang Yueza's temples throbbed, and the unyielding resentment and jealousy felt like knives, ravaging the depths of his heart. He gripped Yi Lanqi's shoulders, his voice hoarse and fragmented. "I won't allow you to be distracted by him. You can only love me. You can only be with me." "Who is he? A latecomer. He is nothing." With that, Jiang Yueza seized the back of Yi Lanqi's head, leaning down to kiss her. In that moment, Yi Lanqi's mind snapped tight. She couldn't comprehend why everyone was trying to force kisses upon her today. Especially Jiang Yueza. What did he take her for? It was he who had summoned and dismissed her at will. It was he who had claimed to take other girls seriously. Why should she turn back now? It was impossible. Drawing strength from an unknown source, just as Jiang Yueza was about to touch her, she pushed with all her might, creating distance between them and breaking free from his grasp. Yet the moment she did, Jiang Yueza stumbled backward, falling into the dark depths of the ocean below, a height of 7 or 8 meters. Chapter 51. He regretted it. The sound of his fall was nearly drowned out by the crashing waves. Yi Lanqi, horrified, quickly leaned over the railing to look down, only to see ripples spreading from where Jiang Yueza had plunged, soon dissipated by the waves, as if erasing all traces of his presence. "Jiang Yueza," Yi Lanqi shouted, then hurriedly searched for the emergency rescue equipment on the cruise ship. Earlier, she had approached this quiet area, but now, despite her cries, no one came to her aid. In that instant, she spotted a life buoy hanging on the ship. She rushed over, untied the rope, and threw it toward the location where Jiang Yueza had fallen. "Jiang Yueza, can you hear me? Grab it," as she shouted. She quickly took out her phone to call the butler. Thankfully, the call connected instantly. "I'm on the first deck of the East Zone. Someone has fallen overboard, and the situation is unclear. Please send a rescue and medical team immediately." After hanging up, Yi Lanqi continued to lean over the railing, calling out. Jiang Yueza could swim, but falling into the water unexpectedly, coupled with his stomach pain, made her worry that the impact might render him unconscious. "What happened?" A voice approached hurriedly, accompanied by footsteps. It was Zhou Yi and Xin Jiaha. After escorting Jiang Yueza back to his room, they had played billiards for a while. Realizing the time, they grew concerned about Jiang Yueza's well-being and set out to check on him. Finding his room empty, they inquired with Jiang Yu's sister, only to learn that Jiang Yueza had gone to look for Yi Lan. As the conversation unfolded, Zhou Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly removed his shoes, vaulted over the railing, and leaped into the water below. Upon entering the water, he quickly resurfaced, locating the position of the life buoy. With one hand grasping the buoy and the other flailing vigorously, he shouted towards the water's surface. Simultaneously, Jiang Yueza felt himself sinking into a profound numbness. The pain had drained most of his strength, and the impact of the fall had left him in a daze. He floated and sank in the water, straining to open his eyes. Gradually acclimating to the stinging salt water, he managed to discern the hazy lights shimmering above him, along with faint cries mingled within the waves. Survival instinct sparked a flicker of awareness. He kicked forcefully upward, yet relentless waves crashed against him, submerging him as searing pain gripped his stomach, rendering his limbs rigid, and cramps began to seize his legs. He raised his hands above his head, attempting to shout, but just as he broke the surface, a wave forced the bitter seawater into his mouth. A dry, stinging sensation coursed through his throat. Water flooded his nostrils. And he tried to cough but was submerged once more. Panic and desperation engulfed him. He felt himself descending, the light above growing dimmer. His consciousness began to blur. A warmth spread in his eyes. A sensation that felt more pronounced in the frigid water. He mournfully thought that if he had not quarreled with Yilanqi, things might have been different. Or rather, for years ago. If he could have feigned ignorance upon hearing Xiao Yulan's words to Yilanqi and seeing Yilanqi's agreeing nod, he would not have wasted 4 years. He wouldn't have acted irrationally to fabricate baseless rumors to provoke jealousy in Yilanqi. He wouldn't have deliberately hurt her time and again when he liked her so much. He wouldn't have tried to maintain an aloof facade, as if that could somehow balance the deceit he had inflicted upon her. If only he could, he surely would. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yueza's eyes fluttered shut. At that moment, the rescue team arrived, with sailors wielding professional flashlights swiftly opening the nearby staircase and plunging into the water. Zhou Yi shouted, "I can't find him. He must have sunk." The sailor nodded. And several of them activated their headlamps, diving below the surface. Meanwhile, others on the surface lowered a lifeboat. While some quickly donned professional diving suits and backflipped into the water, a group of doctors wheeled medical beds and equipment over to Yilanqi, urgently inquiring, "How long has he been in the water? Did he have any health issues before the incident?" Yilanqi responded hastily, "He has been submerged for about 3.5 minutes. He had been drinking before falling in, and there's a strong scent of alcohol on him. He likely suffered stomach pain from drinking on an empty stomach. He knows how to swim. But this was an accident. So he was prepared. I'm not sure if he hit his head or where he entered the water first." The doctors nodded, quickly preparing for action. Simultaneously, the divers located Jiang Yueza, swiftly reaching him as he sank 3 to 4 meters down, pulling him back to the surface. "We found him." Zhou Yi approached, only to see Jiang Yueza's tightly shut eyes, seemingly devoid of breath. A heaviness settled in his heart as he could only ascend the ladder with the rescuers. "How is Ace?" Xinjiahe rushed forward. He could barely float, almost resembling a novice swimmer, and had been anxiously pacing by the railing. "I don't know," Zhou Yi replied, his expression grave, watching Jiang Yueza being hoisted up. After confirming that Jiang Yueza's mouth contained nothing obstructive, the doctors laid him flat on the deck, tilting his head back and lifting his chin to commence artificial respiration. Yilanqi and the others stood by, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Yueza. With each compression, their hearts silently prayed. At last, on the 10th press, Jiang Yueza coughed up seawater and let out a faint sound. Ace, how do you feel?" Xinjiahe leaned closer. Jiang Yueza slowly opened his eyes. He felt utterly drained, his entire head throbbing with pain. His stomach, perhaps numbed by the agony, felt devoid of sensation. "I'm fine," he managed weakly, coughing. "Please don't speak. We need to take you for an examination." The doctor interrupted him promptly. Subsequently, they lifted him onto the medical bed. Zhou Yi, disregarding the water dripping from him, slipped on his shoes and immediately followed the medical team alongside Xinjiahe. Yilanqi remained still, leaving her contact information with the doctors, requesting they inform her of any updates. The group hurried away. While Yilanqi gazed at the retreating figures, closing her eyes in exhaustion. Just then, her phone vibrated, indicating she had received a multimedia message. The message originated from an unfamiliar number, though Yilanqi suspected it might be Zhou Yi or Xinjiahe. She had previously deleted both of their WeChat contacts. The multimedia photo depicted Jiang Yueza lying on a medical bed, his left hand resting at his side, adorned with a golden chain around his wrist, and his palm tightly clutching a glimpse of jade. The imperial green glimmered with a mesmerizing brilliance. The hand gripping it bore a fresh cut, crimson droplets trailing the edge of the jade pendant, staining the white medical bed with a stark red. The message read, "Ace truly cares for you, sister-in-law. Want you come and see him?" Yilanqi replied, "I'm married now. It's inconvenient." Chapter 52. Running to him without even wearing shoes after sending the message, Yilanqi headed straight to her room. However, upon receiving the text, Xinjiahe was left in a state of bewilderment. He quickly nudged Zhou Yi's arm and presented his phone screen. "Zhou Yi, Drenched and preoccupied with the doctors and nurses as they proceeded to the treatment room, had little inclination to check his phone. What's up? I'm soaked. Move your screen away. No. Look closely, Shinjiaha urged. Raising his eyebrows, Zhou Yi, slightly nearsighted and currently without his glasses, frowned and leaned closer to the screen, finally discerning the text, causing his steps to halt abruptly. She must be lying to us, Shinjiaha whispered. Zhou Yi's frown deepened as he replied in a hushed tone. She was with Ace just last week. How could she suddenly be married? Shinjiaha felt a shiver run down his spine. But that day at Dark Rose, she seemed to tell Qiao Yuning about her plans to marry. Surely, she wouldn't deceive her best friend, would she? Before Zhou Yu could respond, Zhang Yueza, lying on the medical bed, turned his gaze towards them and spoke with great difficulty. What are you two discussing? What were they hiding from him? Nothing. Shinjiaha quickly waved his hand, thinking on his feet. I just snapped a picture of you to show I. He hastily switched to the album interface and briefly displayed the photo he had sent to Yi Lanqi. Zhang Yueza remained silent. He felt utterly drained, unable to muster even a hint of energy. And the pain was now a distant memory, yet he had never felt this uncomfortable. What he desperately tried to ignore was that Yi Lanqi had not come, even in his current state. She was still absent. In the past, if he had sustained even a minor scrape while riding his motorcycle, Yi Lanqi would rush from afar to meticulously check his wound. But now, it seemed she truly did not care for him any longer. No matter how much the Yi family or Xiao Yulan tried to manipulate her into ingratiating herself with them for an early marriage into the Jiang family, it felt futile. Soon, Jiang Yueza was wheeled into the treatment room. Zhou Yi and Shinjiaha waited outside. Once the door closed, they dared to continue their discussion. So, the Yi family really is arranging someone else for sister-in-law. It's very possible. Shinjiaha replied. We've long been aware of A's suddenly being the subject of various rumors. Right? It was only recently that A's mentioned overhearing the Yi family brainwashing Yi Lanqi with those words. Zhou Yi nodded. But honestly, those embroiled in the situation may be blind to the truth. I think sister-in-law, even if she initially approached A's with ulterior motives, they shared something genuine over the years. Not everything can be acted out. Shinjiaha shook his head. What good does that do now? I feel sister-in-law has been deeply hurt over these 4 years. She is likely unwilling to turn back. Zhou Yi stated, however, whether she is truly married or not, let us keep this from A's for now. Shinjiaha agreed. I'll look into the records at the Civil Affairs Bureau to see if she is really married. Good. Zhou Yi replied. If she is indeed married, we must find a way to persuade A's to let go. If not, perhaps he can apologize sincerely, clarify things, and maybe there is still a chance. As the two were deep in discussion, they noticed several doctors from the adjacent treatment room exiting hastily. What has gone wrong now? Shinjiaha wondered aloud. Could there be another drowning incident? Just 3 minutes ago, Ji Qingze had entered Jin Bingqian's room to change his bandages. However, upon arriving on the second floor, he was met with the sight of Jin Bingqian collapsed on the ground. His complexion was ashen as he lay there, with shards of broken porcelain scattered around him. One particularly large fragment rested perilously close to his forehead, faintly stained with crimson. Beside him lay 2 rehabilitation crutches. In an instant, Ji Qingze pieced together the sequence of events. Jin Bingqian had been undergoing rehabilitation in his room, but perhaps due to an extended duration of practice and his blindness, he had inadvertently fallen. Unfortunately, the location of his fall was near a cabinet, which had a vase atop it that had fallen and struck his head. Each day seems to bring me new worries. Ji Qingze muttered under his breath. Though his actions were quick, he knew he could not rashly attempt to assist Jin Bingqian. Instead, he crouched down to assess his condition. The room was well lit, allowing him to clearly see that there was some bleeding from the top of Jin Bingqian's head. Parting his hair for a closer inspection, he confirmed that the wound was minor and had already begun to clot, yet Ji Qingze's brow remained furrowed. Just over a month prior, Jin Bingqian had sustained injuries from an explosion in that very area. Brother Chen, Ji Qingze's voice trembled with urgency. Yet, Jin Bingqian remained motionless, his long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow on his pale skin. Unlike his usual composed and formidable demeanor, the sight of him unconscious rendered him vulnerable and docile. Ji Qingze had no choice but to swiftly dial for a medical team. Concurrently, he began checking Jin Bingqian's heart rate. Fortunately, as the crews had set sail, all necessary equipment had been meticulously prepared and was readily available in Jin Bingqian's suite. Ji Qingze swiftly wheeled out the apparatus and connected it, feeling a slight relief upon observing Jin Bingqian's vital signs. At that moment, there was a commotion at the door. The medical team had arrived. This was Jin Bingqian's exclusive medical team, all personally selected by Ji Qingze, who had developed a seamless rapport with them over the past month. Soon, Jin Bingqian was lifted onto the equipment for a brain scan. Should we notify Miss? Ji Qingze's assistant inquired. Ji Qingze nodded. Yes, please call her now. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of the ring, Nancy, resting on the table. Hadn't Jean Bingchen given this ring to Yilanchi? Why was it back in the room? Had Yilanchi visited? Without overthinking, Ji Qingze found Yilanchi's contact information and dialed her number directly. At that moment, Yilanchi had returned to her room. Her thoughts scattered. After finishing her shower, she had neglected to dry her hair and was sitting in her loungewear on the unlit terrace, lost in thought. Hearing the phone ring, she picked it up. Dr.G. In succinct terms, Ji Qingze replied, Brother Chen just collapsed. We are all in his suite. If you are available, please come. Yilanchi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stood up. All right, I'll be there right away. As she hurried down the exclusive corridor to Jean Bingchen's room, she realized she hadn't even put on her slippers. But there was no time to dwell on that. She dashed directly to Jean Bingchen's room. Upon her arrival, she found Jing Mucheng had also arrived, and they both rushed upstairs. What's going on? Jing Mucheng asked Ji Qingze. Just then, the brain scan for Jean Bingchen concluded. Ji Qingze examined the results. Contemplating for a moment before a complex expression crossed his face, I'm not sure if this is a blessing or a curse. Yilanchi inquired. What do you mean? Ji Qingze explained. Brother Chen just fell. And the area where he was struck is precisely where he had previously sustained a contusion. Chapter 53. Jean Bingchen holds her close. He elaborated. From the scan, it appears that the impact might disperse the hematoma. This means that the chances of success for any subsequent surgery could improve. However, his prior infection seems to be worsening at an accelerated rate. Initially, we estimated a recovery period of 3 months. But it now appears it will be less than 2. Yilanchi's heart sank as she asked, then how much will the success rate of the surgery increase? Ji Qingze replied, originally, the success rate was under 10%. But given this trend, it should rise to around 30. Optimistically, with medication assistance, there may be a 50% chance within 2 months. Jing Mucheng interjected. But has the specific medication for his infection yet to be developed? Ji Qingze nodded. That's the issue. The research team originally had about 2.5 months for development, but now that time has been cut down to nearly 1 month. Yet, even if it is developed, the success rate for the surgery remains extremely low. This means that even if he survives, he is very likely to be permanently blind. However, the probability of his vision recovering has significantly increased, while his chances of survival are diminishing. Upon hearing this, Yilanchi understood the inherent conflict. She could not fathom how she would choose if faced with such a dire situation herself. Ji Qingze clarified. His current unconsciousness is due to the head trauma, but there is no concussion, and no other injuries on his body. A night of rest and observation should suffice. As he spoke, he proceeded to disinfect the small wound on Jean Bingchen's head. He won't be able to wash his hair today or tomorrow, Ji Qingze remarked, looking at Yilanchi, sister-in-law. I doubt he will heed my warnings, so it's best if you oversee him. Until that small wound scabs over, you should only lightly wipe his hair with a damp cloth. Ensure he does not attempt to wash his hair himself. His eyes are already infected, and we cannot provoke any inflammation. Yilanchi felt overwhelmed. Why did Ji Qingze think Jean Bingchen would listen to her? Regardless, Jean Bingchen lacked a caregiver, and she felt a significant responsibility now that he had fallen. All right, I want to let him wash his hair. She resolved, thinking that since Jean Bingchen could not see and had difficulty moving, if he insisted, she would simply lock the bathroom door. If he scolded her, she would pretend not to hear. Ji Qingze nodded. I will wait until he wakes up before leaving. Having said that, he went to change the medication for Jean Bingchen's eyes. The medical team departed one by one. After confirming Jean Bingchen was stable, Jing Mucheng also turned to leave. She was the organizer of the cruise banquet, and her intention in gathering everyone was primarily to allow Jean Bingchen to make an appearance before them, stabilizing the situation abroad. Thus, she needed to maintain her composure. In the room, Yilanchi observed Ji Qingze closely as he tended to Jean Bingchen's wounds for the first time. She diligently noted each step and then asked, Dr.G, if you are unavailable, could I also assist with his bandaging? Yes, Ji Qingze nodded. His medications are pre-prepared and stored in the refrigerator at a constant temperature. Just apply them for 20 minutes each morning and evening. Yilanchi nodded. Understood. Ji Qingze further advised, Brother Chen's health is quite unstable, so do not let him become agitated or stimulated. Support him in everything he wishes to do, except for washing his hair. Yilanchi repeatedly nodded. All right. Ji Qingze recalled his conversation with Li Xingye earlier that day and turned to Yilanchi, cautiously probing, sister-in-law, did you go abroad 8 years ago? You seem somewhat familiar to me. Yilanchi, not giving it much thought, replied, yes, I participated in a violin exchange program and competition when I was 16, and I stayed abroad for several months. Ji Qingze suppressed his excitement at the revelation. Feigning nonchalance, Did you win any awards at that competition? Was it held in AO City? Yulanchi nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yes, in AO City. How did you know? However, I didn't win an award at my first competition due to an incident. I fell into a coma for 3 months, but 6 months later, I'm not sure how, but the organizers held the competition again, and I won that time. Ji Qingze scrutinized Yulanchi's eyes. Finding no trace of deceit, his curiosity deepened. Could the issue lie within the Yi family? He remarked, that must be it. I suspect I've seen you in AO City. Brother Chen has a racing club there, right next to the largest cultural and arts center. Yulanchi's heart raced unexpectedly as she replied, I trained at the Cultural Arts Center, but shortly after I arrived, I encountered an accident. She couldn't help but glance at Jean Bingchen, who lay on the bed. She wondered, 8 years ago, had Jean Bingchen also seen her? Did he, like Ji Qingze, have some faint memory of her? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, does my husband still race? Ji Qingze chuckled. Yes, he enjoys racing, skydiving, skiing, he excels at everything. Once he recovers, you should let him take you for a ride. Yulanchi's fingers, resting beside her, tightened slightly. She smiled. Yes, yet. She did not disclose to Ji Qingze that her contract for good fortune contained clauses specifically pertaining to Jean Bingchen's recovery before surgery. This implied that once he healed, the Jean family would likely terminate the agreement. At that moment, Ji Qingze noticed Yulanchi's bare feet and reminded her, sister-in-law, where are your shoes? Yulanchi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Realizing, I rushed over and forgot to wear them. She hurriedly stepped outside. I'll see if there are any extra slippers. Once Yulanchi left, Ji Qingze turned his attention back to the still unconscious Jean Bingchen, saying, Brother Chen, it seems your wife cares for you quite a bit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed over without even wearing slippers. At the shoe cabinet by the door, Yulanchi found a pair of women's slippers. Upon inspecting them, she was relieved to discover they were indeed her size. She quickly changed into them, washed her feet, and returned to Jean Bingchen's room. By now, the time for the medication application had ended, and Ji Qingze was removing the bandages from Jean Bingchen. Who? Jean Bingchen suddenly spoke up. It's me. Ji Qingze tossed the gauze into the trash bin, reminding him, you have a wound on your head. Though it's not severe enough to require bandaging, you must avoid getting it wet for the next couple of days. It was then that Jean Bingchen recalled that he had been in a foul mood tonight. Having fallen during excessive rehabilitation, and just before losing consciousness, something had struck him on the head. Noticing Jean Bingchen's silence, Ji Qingze assumed he had acquiesced, yet he couldn't help but add, I know you are eager to stand and walk again. But given that you previously injured your nerves, there is a necessary recovery period. There's no need to rush. He neatly closed the medical kit and said, Rest well, I shall take my leave. Just as Ji Qingze finished speaking, he saw Yulanchi gesture for silence. Ji Qingze was puzzled by Yulanchi's pretense of not being in the room, but he played along and left without exposing her. The sound of the door closing enveloped Jean Bingchen's surroundings in sudden stillness. It was dark and quiet, as if he were the only person in the world. He sat up in bed, preparing to wash up. He had perspired today and felt quite uncomfortable, compounded by a gaping wound in his heart that left him irritable and sorrowful. Emotions he could not suppress. Jean Bingchen slowly swung his legs over the edge of the bed, instinctively reaching for his wheelchair, only to find it missing. What was Ji Qingze thinking? Furrowing his brows, Jean Bingchen resolved to stand up and search for it himself. However, as soon as he stood, before he could take a single step, he sensed something in front of him. Abruptly, awareness struck him, and a wave of dizziness washed over his head. Almost instinctively, he extended his arm to grasp whatever was before him in a bid to regain his balance. In the next moment, he found himself embracing Yulanchi fully. Chapter 54. Calling Daddy clearly. Neither of them had anticipated this. Jean Bingchen leaned heavily against Yulanchi, his brow furrowed tightly. What are you doing here? He had thought he was alone in the room. He assumed Yulanchi was unaware of his fall and subsequent fainting today. He also believed she would not return. She had come earlier to return the ring, deliberately wanting to sever ties with him. What was her purpose in coming back now? Did that prenuptial agreement hold such power? Superseding all their past, Yulanchi was completely enveloped in Jean Bingchen's embrace, marking her first close encounter with him. While he stood, she noticed how tall he was, her face nestled beneath his chin, her forehead brushing against his Adam's apple. As he spoke, the movement of his Adam's apple sent a tingling sensation through her, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Unconsciously, Yulanchi had wrapped her arms around his back, and now she dared not let go, enveloped by his warmth, her cheeks flushed with heat. You can consider me your caregiver. Indeed, that contract allowed her, as the second party, to remain here and serve the first party even after such an event transpired tonight. Jean Bingchen replied coldly, I don't need that. You should leave now. As he spoke, he loosened his grip around Yilanchi and intended to navigate to the bathroom on his own. Yet, Yilanchi did not release him. Sensing his movement, she tightened her hold. Jin Bingchen couldn't help but snap. Yilanchi, let go. Yilanchi refused. You can't wash your hair today. After saying this, she recalled Ji Qing's words and quickly added, except for washing your hair. Everything else is fine. So please, don't be angry. This woman was entirely in his arms, and as she spoke, her breath brushed against his neck. Did she not realize she was intentionally stoking the flames? Was she feigning innocence to keep him from being upset? Yilanchi, were you purposely being unreasonable? Jin Bingchen shifted slightly, discovering he truly could not break free. While Yilanchi's hands were clasped tightly together, her expression serious. In any case, you cannot wash your hair. If you need to wash your face or anything else, I will bring a towel. Moreover, when Yilanchi had first entered Jin Bingchen's room, he had been dressed in loungewear, clearly having just bathed. Jin Bingchen found himself amused despite his irritation. Am I supposed to take you to the bathroom with me? Yilanchi pondered for a moment. That's not entirely out of the question. Although Jin Bingchen was leaning heavily on her, his legs still felt a bit numb after standing for a while. He could feel the girl in his arms straining to support their combined weight. Perspiration evident on her brow from the effort. Let go, Jin Bingchen said flatly. I will count to 3. His tone held little warmth. Yet Yilanchi inexplicably sensed an underlying pressure. 1. Why Yilanchi resolved to withstand the pressure. After all, Jin Bingchen would not resort to violence against her. 2. Before he could reach 3, Yilanchi interjected. You can let go, but you mustn't wash your hair. Jin Bingchen replied with a hint of sarcasm. So now the second party can give orders to the first? Yilanchi queried. What exactly do you intend to do in the bathroom? Jin Bingchen felt the girl in his embrace struggling to hold on. Clearly on the verge of giving in, yet her arms around his waist did not loosen in the slightest. Suddenly, an inexplicable annoyance surged within him, making his tone increasingly harsh. Why are you so intent on adhering to the contract? What do you truly gain from this? I don't want you to die, Yilanchi said, her legs trembling slightly as she struggled to raise her gaze. However, being so close in Jin Bingchen's embrace, she could only see the sharp contours of his jaw. The scent of his clean, masculine fragrance filled her nostrils, becoming increasingly familiar over the past few days. I seek nothing. I merely hope for your successful surgery and for you to live well. The moon in the sky should forever remain bright, perfect, and eternal, rather than falling into darkness and becoming tainted by dust. As Yilanchi's words fell, the room fell into a profound silence. Jin Bingchen felt a momentary emptiness in his breath, as if something powerful yet gentle had struck the hollow space in his chest. The girl in his arms always seemed to shatter his emotions, only to soothe him with a single phrase. Yet he felt utterly powerless against his own lack of principles. He swallowed hard and replied, Yilanchi had not expected Jin Bingchen to yield so readily, and she confirmed. So are you going to the bathroom or washing your face? Jin Bingchen, slightly exasperated, said, washing my face. Why Yilanchi released him. Jin Bingchen gradually retracted his weight from her, sitting on the edge of the bed. I'll go fetch a towel, Yilanchi said. In truth, she too was feeling a bit sweaty from her hurried run over and the close embrace moments ago, making her feel sticky all over. As Yilanchi entered the bathroom, she first retrieved Jin Bingchen's towel, dampening it with warm water. Glancing at herself in the mirror while wringing it out, she was struck by the bright light in the bathroom, clearly revealing the flush that had spread from her cheeks to her ears. It suddenly dawned on her how Jin Bingchen's physique had felt in her embrace. She distinctly sensed the firm muscles in his waist and back, the contours both smooth and powerful, and his chest appeared to be well developed as well. Coughing softly, Yilanchi's cheeks grew even warmer. However, reassured that Jin Bingchen could not see her, she approached the bedside with her flushed ears. Jin Bingchen accepted the towel Yilanchi offered and began to wipe his face, but he continued to feel discomfort in his hair. As he raised his hand, it was restrained by Yilanchi. I'll help you. As she spoke, Yilanchi returned to the bathroom for another towel, standing before Jin Bingchen. Before his hand could reach for the towel, she gently followed the line of his hairline, slowly lowering it towards his head. Jin Bingchen's hand froze in place. He felt Yilanchi's other hand lightly resting on his forehead, while the towel in her hand carefully moistened his slightly sweaty scalp along his hairline. Their breaths were close, and neither spoke, yet their senses sharpened in that moment. While Yilanchi's movements were slow and meticulous, carefully avoiding the area of Jin Bingchen's wound. Please, don't be angry, Yilanchi murmured. Being angry is detrimental to recovery. Jin Bingchen remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Yilanchi. She had grown accustomed to the omnipresent pressure. Just as she was changing the towel for Jin Bingchen, her peripheral vision caught sight of Nancy resting on the nearby table. She thought to herself that her earlier act of returning the ring had indeed been inappropriate. Jin Bingchen did not need it, and her returning it had only served to slight him. No wonder he was upset. Yi Lanchi silently admonished herself to better comprehend the psychology of the first party in the future and to provoke him less. At that moment, Jean Bingchen said. That's enough. Yi Lanchi's mind was still preoccupied with the contract and the first party, and as Jean Bingchen spoke, her mouth acted without consulting her brain. Before she realized it, she blurted out, "What, Daddy?" Chapter 55. Heavy and scorching the instant Yi Lanchi's words escaped her lips. Her vision blurred. What had she just said? Could someone grant her a time rewind card to return to 10 seconds prior? Clearly, no such card existed, because she distinctly felt that after uttering Daddy, Jean Bingchen had frozen entirely. Great. This was a disaster. The room descended into an eerie silence. After half a minute, Jean Bingchen's voice, frosty and detached, broke the stillness. Where did you learn that? Society. Society taught me how to behave. Yi Lanchi's cheeks burned with embarrassment, feeling utterly defeated. Hey. Jean Bingchen let out a low chuckle. I certainly don't have a daughter as old as you. If you truly wish for it. Yi Lanchi interrupted him. No, I don't want that. And you definitely don't want it either. She swiftly rose to her feet. I'm going to hang the towels. Since you've already washed up, just lie down and rest. I just ran over and am all sweaty. I need to freshen up. In reality, she needed to calm herself down. Evidently, the phrase ran over mentioned by Yi Lanchi delighted Jean Bingchen, and he ceased his mockery. Nodding instead, Yi Lanchi, feeling relieved, made her way to the bathroom. Oh dear, what was she doing today? Ever since Jean Bingchen had jokingly suggested multiple kisses, her mind had been in a chaotic state. Just moments ago, she had done something so embarrassing that it was mortifying. Jean Bingchen was probably still secretly laughing at her. It would be impossible for her to hold her head high in front of him from now on. Yi Lanchi took her time in the shower, but fearing it would be too late and disturb Jean Bingchen's rest, she reluctantly exited the bathroom. On the bed, Jean Bingchen was propped up, a laptop before him. Was he really working after just regaining consciousness from fainting? Yi Lanchi thought about advising him to rest, but recalling the earlier blunder, she felt too shy to initiate a conversation. Instead, she went to the wardrobe, grabbed a blanket, and moved to the other side of the bed, spreading it out before diving under the covers. This way, Jean Bingchen would surely see that she was lying down and would take it as her resting. Little did she know that just as she nestled into the blanket, she heard a voice emanating from Jean Bingchen's computer. A middle-aged man's voice declared, "Let's continue the meeting," followed by a middle-aged woman's voice. "Mr. Jean, you," on the screen. Several executives were whispering to one another in confusion, their conversation interspersed with English, Chinese, and even German. Did someone just dive into bed? Yes, I saw it too. It seemed to be a girl. What do you mean seemed? Does Mr. Jean prefer men now? Are we interrupting his nightlife? Isn't it 10 p.m. in the country? How could we forget? But don't you find it curious? When did Mr. Jean have a woman? Has he stopped caring for us old folks? Has he lost interest in the company and work? Yi Lanchi could hear their voices clearly despite their low volume, as the room was extremely quiet. And she caught about 50% of the conversation. She immediately buried her head under the blankets. It was only when she heard Jean Bingchen's steady voice continue the report succinctly. We will adjourn in 20 minutes. That the cacophony of rapid exchanges resumed, focused on not disturbing the boss's peaceful life. Jean Bingchen occasionally interjected with a few remarks, ultimately assigning several tasks. Once the meeting concluded, everything fell silent. Yi Lanchi remained cocooned in her blankets. Yi Lanchi, a man's voice floated in from outside the covers. Yi Lanchi remained still, merely chuckling softly. It's nothing, I might be a bit cold. This is quite comfortable. Although Jean Bingchen couldn't see her, he had sensed that she had begun to play dead after diving under the blanket, and she still hadn't emerged. Come out, he commanded. Yi Lanchi feigned movement, replying, coming out now. However, her voice was muffled from beneath the covers, and Jean Bingchen easily discerned it. He pinched the bridge of his nose, unsure whether to laugh or feel exasperated. Yi Lanchi, not hearing him speak again, assumed she had successfully evaded the situation. Yet, the next moment, the blanket above her head was suddenly pulled aside, allowing fresh air and light to stream in, only for that opening to close again almost immediately, accompanied by the sudden presence of that person. In the cramped, dark space beneath the covers, their breaths mingled, heavy and warm. Yi Lanchi's breath caught in her throat as the man's scent intensified and became overwhelmingly invasive, a light warmth brushing against her cheek, sending tingles straight to her heart. Are you trying to fool me? Jean Bingchen's voice was low and charged with an unexpected intimacy. Yi Lanchi's heart raced uncontrollably, and despite having just showered, beads of sweat began to form on her skin, rendering her as if she were placed in a steamer. I'm not. Her protests were feeble. I was just about to come out when you came in. Jean Bingshan's Adam's apple bobbed. Then I'll go out. Yilanchi murmured a soft yet inexplicably felt that their exchange carried a hint of flirtation. She realized she could no longer be as brazenly forward as she had been on their first day. When she had shamelessly pursued him for the sake of a contract, she couldn't maintain her previous composure, her heart racing and cheeks flushed. While Yilanchi lifted the blanket. All right. The two were suddenly exposed to the air. And Yilanchi quickly turned off the light. Thus, she missed the sight of Jean Bingshan's flushed ears. That night, Yilanchi took a long time to drift into a dazed sleep. Meanwhile, in the medical room, Jiang Yueza endured a lengthy drip, the liquid containing pain relief, allowing him to finally fall into a deep slumber in the early hours of the morning. He was awakened by the ringing of a phone the following morning. Last night, Shinjiaha and Zhou Yi had been keeping vigil in the infirmary, and even the beds there were spacious and comfortable. They had both stayed up late watching over Jiang Yueza. And upon hearing the phone ring, Shinjiaha opened his eyes to answer. His voice was still groggy. Hello? On the other end, a friend chuckled. Did the wind carry away your rest last night? If you're still asleep, I can call back later. Shinjiaha's voice was hoarse. It's fine. What do you want to say? The friend replied. Didn't you ask me to check whether Yilanchi is married? I found out as soon as I got to work. Shinjiaha blinked rapidly. What? Is she married? The friend continued. The system shows she's married, but I couldn't find out to whom. The system indicates insufficient permissions, so it seems someone has deliberately concealed it. Shinjiaha's sleepiness evaporated almost instantaneously as he sat upright. What? She really got married? When did this happen? After shouting, he realized he was in a hospital room. He quickly glanced at Jiang Yueza, who looked pale on the hospital bed, and his heart sank. Instinctively, Shinjiaha wanted to hang up the phone, but the more hurried he became, the more mistakes he made. In his flustered state, he accidentally activated the speakerphone. On the line, his friend's voice rang clear. They got their marriage license on September 9th, just a week ago. Chapter 56. The Revelation. Madness. With a loud snap, Shinjiaha finally pressed the button to end the call. But in the next moment, he found himself locking eyes with Jiang Yueza, whose gaze was icy and penetrating. Who got married on September 9th? Jiang Yueza's voice was hoarse, his eyes gradually reddening. Shinjiaha hadn't intended to hide anything. But witnessing his brother's expression made him break out in a cold sweat. On the other side, Zhou Yi also woke up, quickly realizing the scene before him. No, it's just that a friend of mine, Shinjiaha stammered, trying to explain. Shinjiaha, tell me the truth. Jiang Yueza's voice was laced with pressure. Which friend? What's their name? Which of your friends do I not know? Zhou Yi was still a bit bewildered, but quickly understood the gravity of the situation. He jumped out of bed, rushing to intervene. Aze, you just woke up. The doctor said you should wait before having another drip. Your stomach isn't well, and you nearly bled from it last night. Don't get angry. But Jiang Yueza ignored Zhou Yi's words, fixating his gaze on Shinjiaha, demanding, who got married? Be clear. What's their name? Who are they? Shinjiaha's palms were clammy with sweat. He cursed himself for not realizing the situation when he answered the phone, still groggy. Now, with things escalating so quickly, he had no chance to consult with Zhou Yi, let alone prepare Jiang Yueza psychologically. It's a friend of my girlfriend's, from the entertainment industry. You don't know her, Shinjiaha blurted out. However, Jiang Yueza seized Shinjiaha by the collar, his complexion pale yet his eyes rimmed with an alarming red. The white bandage on his palm, marred by a scratch from yesterday, was now stained with vivid crimson. In my household, she is only permitted to marry into a prestigious family. The other noble families in the capital are well aware that she is my woman. Who else would dare to claim her? Shinjiaha, tell me, who else would be audacious enough to wed her? Shinjiaha found herself rendered mute, unable to voice a response. In truth, the Jiang family held a prominent position within the elite circles of the capital. Although this status was contingent upon not being compared to the likes of the Jin family, who stood at the apex of social hierarchy. Thus, Jiang Yueza's assertions rang true. Within this aristocratic milieu, all were familiar with the fact that Yilanchi was Jiang Yueza's fiancée. Moreover, in the realm of commerce, the most constant of all elements was self-interest. No one would dare to provoke the Jiang family over the matter of a fallen family's daughter. As long as the Jiang family had not formally dissolved the engagement with the Yi family, any marriage involving Yilanchi would be tantamount to a slap in the face to the Jiang family. Nobody would willingly challenge the dignity of the Jiangs. It must have been a misunderstanding. Zhou Yu quickly interjected, we shall return to the capital tonight and investigate further. Please, release Jiaha. Jiang Yueza slowly relinquished his grip on Shinjiaha, muttering to himself, it must be a mistake. She was with me on September 8th. How could she possibly marry someone on the 9th? Where would she even find someone to marry? Shin Jiahe dared not speak. In reality, the individual he had contacted was quite reliable. They were part of the information department at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Whether or not Yulanchi had married could be confirmed with a simple inquiry. Yet, he refrained from provoking Jiang Yueze. Deep down, he understood, as did Jiang Yueze. There was no misunderstanding. Jiang Yueze was merely deluding himself, much like how he wished to believe that if he denied it, Yulanchi was still single and that they could rekindle their relationship. The room fell into an eerie silence until a doctor arrived to examine Jiang Yueze, followed by the delivery of a bottle of medication for his intravenous drip. Mr. Jiang, you may have some light food now. We have prepared millet porridge. Shall we bring it in? Shou Yi nodded promptly. Yes, thank you. The nurse soon delivered the porridge, which Jiang Yueze did not refuse. Instead, he continued to receive his food drip while slowly eating with his other hand. He remained silent, leaving Zhou Yi and Shin Jiahe in the dark as to his thoughts. Suddenly, Jiang Yueze inquired, "What day is September 9th?" Zhou Yi felt a jolt of anxiety, yet Jiang Yueze chuckled softly to himself. It's the day after she went to the club to find me because of you, Qian. As he sipped the porridge, his expression was a contradictory blend of madness and tranquility. That day, I pushed a slew of men towards her using our phones, and she deliberately added them to show me. Now, she concocts a story about marrying one of them the very next day. Huh. She's truly something. She's deliberately trying to provoke me. With that, Jiang Yueze pulled out his phone, opened his social media, and quickly typed, "Who is playing along with my people? Come forward and confess while there's still time." After sending it, he seemed to worry that some might not check their feeds, so he opened several group chats, copied the message, tagged everyone, and sent it out. He added a final note. Resolve everything within 3 days. Upon seeing the message, Shin Jiahe and Zhou Yi understood that Jiang Yueze was spiraling into madness. They could only speculate how the recipients of the message would interpret it. However, they could not stop him. It turned out that his feelings for Yulanchi ran deeper than they had estimated. Yet what could they do now? Even if Yulanchi was acting out of spite, she had genuinely gotten married. Unless the other party was willing to divorce her. Otherwise, Jiang Yueze's reckless pursuit of Yulanchi would label him as the third party. At that moment, Zhou Yu had a sudden realization. He cleared his throat and said to Jiang Yueze, "Actually, your sister-in-law is acting out of spite. She hurriedly found someone to marry the next day. We should consider ourselves fortunate." Jiang Yueze shot him a sharp glance. Zhou Yi, enduring the pressure, continued, "Precisely because of the haste. She must have just picked a random extra to assist her. Therefore, if we apply some pressure, that person will certainly comply and divorce her." Shin Jiahe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you should be relieved. Your sister-in-law is not marrying someone like Jin Ershao. Otherwise, how could we compete?" Chapter 57. Why did they call it the first time? A sudden pang of unease struck Jiang Yueze. He recalled hearing about Jin Bingchen's marriage, which seemed to coincide with the period after Yulanchi had engaged in a cold war with him. Could it be mere coincidence? He asked. "How do you know that the one marrying Yulanchi isn't Jin Bingchen?" Shin Jiahe chuckled. "How could that be? What kind of family is the Jin family? They would never marry a daughter of the Yi family." Zhou Yi added, "You're being foolish. Your sister-in-law certainly doesn't know Jin Ershao. Think about it. None of us have his WeChat. How could she possibly know him?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueze finally felt a sense of calm wash over him. Yes, they have never met before. How could they suddenly have a whirlwind marriage? Moreover, if she truly married into the Jin family, her mother would be boasting about it to the heavens. Shin Jiahe and Zhou Yi nodded repeatedly. Exactly. If she truly allied with the Jin family, how could the Yi family remain completely oblivious? Zhou Yi patted Jiang Yueze on the shoulder. Thus, men must prioritize their careers. If it were Jin Ershao, who would dare compete for women with him? We should be grateful that the Yi family could not ascend to the Jin family status. The only men you will need to contend with are those who are merely attracted to your sister-in-law's beauty. Focus on developing your career, elevate the Jiang family to new heights, and no other noble family would dare to vie for your women. Shin Jiahe chimed in. Right, you needn't worry. Your sister-in-law will always be yours. Jiang Yueze felt somewhat reassured, his demeanor calming considerably. Yet, the thought of Yulanchi hastily marrying someone else out of spite left him feeling uneasy. Had that man touched her? Had he kissed her or shared a bed with her? How could another man lay hands on the woman he cherished so dearly? The mere thought of it reignited the turmoil within him. Like 1,000 ants gnawing at his insides. I must confront her directly, Jiang Yueze declared, yanking out the 4-needle without regard for the blood oozing from his hand, and strode purposefully towards the exit. Shin Jiahe attempted to intervene, but Zhou Yi grasped his arm. Let him seek the truth himself. This matter must be resolved sooner or later. We can follow him, and if anything goes awry, we can intervene then. The two of them trailed behind him. That morning, after Yilanchi awoke, Jean Bingshan was still asleep. She dared not rouse him and instead quietly slipped out of bed, tiptoeing to the bathroom to change clothes before exiting the room. As she traversed Jean Bingshan's private corridor, she quickly glanced around to ensure no one was present before stealthily making her way back to her own room. It felt as though she had committed some misdeed the previous night. Today, Luo Wanong woke up quite early. Shortly after Yilanchi returned, Luo Wanong sent her a message inquiring if she was awake and if she would like to join her for breakfast. She added with a teasing tone, "But if my sister is still in Jean Urshao's bed, I shall retract my invitation." Yilanchi thought to herself, indeed, she had just been in Jean Bingshan's bed half an hour ago. Yilanchi decided to directly knock on Luo Wantong's door, and the two of them went to breakfast together. There were several breakfast spots, and after finishing their meal, they went next door to indulge in 2 scoops of ice cream. Just as they took a couple of bites, they spotted Jiang Yueshin approaching with Liao Yuanyuan and Qin Jiame. Our Miss Yu has lost her crystal shoe. Jiang Yueshuan's gaze landed squarely on Yilanchi's bare ring finger. Liao Yuanyuan laughed. "This isn't a fairy tale world, nor a midnight pumpkin carriage." Qin Jiame scoffed. "What a pity. Truly, a futile endeavor." Luo Wanong was about to rush over, but Yilanchi held her back, nonchalantly savoring her ice cream. She cast a glance at the trio and replied in a leisurely tone, "Oh, at least my efforts bore some fruit. Unlike some who haven't even touched the water." Luo Wantong's eyes lit up. Her sister was ready to fight back. She chimed in, "Exactly. The water Jean Urshio provided yesterday was the sweetest. Some people parade in front of him, and he only asks, 'Who are you?'" Yilanchi laughed. And the two of them walked forward hand in hand, giggling. Jiang Yueshin and her companions fumed in place, stamping their feet. So what if we were invited to play along in a little drama? What is there to be proud of? Yilanchi and Luo Wanong exchanged eye rolls, laughing. "Look, they're getting anxious. They're really flustered." The two individuals strolled leisurely for a while to aid digestion, subsequently making their way to the archery range. Here, a dedicated instructor was present to teach everyone the art of archery. Luo Wanong had picked up a few basics during her acting lessons, and in her excitement, she eagerly seized a bow and arrow to give it a try. Yilanchi, having never shot an arrow before, sought out the instructor first. The coach positioned himself slightly behind and to the side of Yilanchi, guiding her on stance, feet parallel, toes slightly outward. Maintaining a straight line from the crown of her head to her heels, and keeping her shoulders relaxed. "Now, let us try holding the bow," he instructed. While Yilanchi grasped the bow handle, knocked an arrow onto the string, and began to aim. "Yes, engage your back muscles to pull your arms back smoothly, without straying from your target. When ready, release your fingers," he advised. Just as Yilanchi was about to let go, a vivid image flashed through her mind. In the sunlight, it seemed someone was teaching another person how to shoot. She inexplicably felt that it was a man instructing a woman. In that fleeting moment of distraction, her body fell into a remarkable synchronization. And Luo Wanong, who had just released an arrow, noticed that in the split second before Yilanchi's arrow took flight, she suddenly transformed. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her posture elevated, arms perfectly straight. And with a swift release of her index and middle fingers, the arrow soared forward, striking the target with precision. An 8-ring. The instructor was astonished, for many novices hardly hit the target on their first attempt. After shooting, Yilanchi swayed slightly. Luo Wanong quickly steadied her, asking, "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yilanchi replied, feeling that familiar sensation of disorientation wash over her once more. She even forgot what she had been doing just a minute prior, only aware of the bow in her hands and the arrow lodged in the target before her. "Isn't that incredible?" Luo Wanong exclaimed. "You said you'd never touched a bow before, and you hit an 8-ring on your first try. I only managed a 6 after 3 days of practice." Yilanchi rubbed her dazed head. Perhaps I'm the chosen one for archery." Luo Wanong laughed. "Well then, why not pursue archery when you return home? Who knows, you might be the one to win a gold medal at the next Olympics." Yilanchi chuckled. "Oh, and I could stand on the podium draped in the national flag, singing the national anthem. Why not?" Luo Wanong beamed. A person must have dreams. However, Yilanchi was also feeling a surge of excitement, discovering that archery was quite enjoyable. Just as she was about to try again, her phone rang. Seeing husband on the screen, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. She quickly winked at Luo Wanong and stepped aside to answer. "Mr. Jean." Jean Bingshan's voice was calm and distant. "What are you doing?" This was the first time he had called her of his own accord, and the thrill from her earlier achievement in archery spurred Yilanchi to share. "I am at the archery range, and I actually hit an 8-ring on my first try. It seems I have a talent for archery." "What first try?" Jean Bingshan's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware that he had taught her before. Chapter 58. What are you satisfied with? Jean Bingshan's voice was chillingly cool. Yilanchi, who was it that insisted on learning archery and insisted that I teach you? Yilanchi was reluctant to delve into the past in front of him. But after such a prolonged tug-of-war, it was ultimately he who relented and brought it up first. Why Yilanchi was taken aback. What was Jean Bingshan talking about? When did she demand to learn archery from him? At that moment, Luo Wanang was shooting arrows, and the coach seemed to have noticed her technique was lacking and went to guide her. Just then, another image flickered through Yilanchi's mind, clearer than before. She strained to see the faces of the two people, but in an instant, her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. At that moment, a voice called out, Lanchi. It was Jiang Yueza's voice. Why Lanchi opened her eyes to find herself leaning against a wall in the corner. With Jiang Yueza standing close by. What's wrong? He asked, seeing her pale complexion and reaching out to support her. Why Lanchi instinctively brushed his hand away. She furrowed her brow, unsure of what had just happened, and looked down to see the phone interface indicating she was still on the call with Jean Bingshan. A wave of alarm surged within her. Jean Bingshan was still on the line? Had she just briefly lost consciousness again? Was she unwell? It seemed she needed to schedule a check-up. Why Lanchi hesitated to end the call with Jean Bingshan but feared that Jiang Yueza might say something inappropriate, leading to misunderstandings. She coldly inquired, What are you doing here? Seeing Lanchi's defensive posture, Jiang Yueza felt as though he had been pricked by needles. Yet, he did not wish to escalate the situation. He had believed Yilanchi would always be compliant, but when pushed too far, she might rebel and seek validation elsewhere. Thus, he began soothingly, I was wrong last night. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Yilanchi's head felt like it was about to explode. Jiang Yueza, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. If you can, then say more clearly. This ambiguity leaves me no room to explain. She cast a quick glance at her still-lit phone screen. You shouldn't say such ambiguous things. Our relationship has long since ended. I made that very clear to you yesterday. Jiang Yueza's fingers tightened, and the wound on his palm from when he fell into the water began to bleed again. He cleared his throat, fixing his gaze on Yilanchi's eyes as he asked, Did you marry someone else on September 9th? Just because we argued the day before, did you impulsively marry someone? Yilanchi felt her temples throb. It was as if Jiang Yueza was pushing her away, even though Jean Bingshan had married her solely to ward off bad luck. What man could tolerate being cuckolded, even if only in name? Yes, I got married, Yilanchi replied, striving for calm. It was out of spite, and it has nothing to do with you. I am merely making what I believe to be the right life choices. Seeing Jiang Yueza about to speak again, Yilanchi hurriedly added, I am very satisfied with my husband. Our marriage is stable, so please don't add any unnecessary drama to your life. As a prominent heir of the Jiang group, it would be utterly disgraceful to position yourself as the other man. Wouldn't you agree? Breathlessly, she finished speaking and glanced at her phone screen. It was still illuminated, which meant Jean Bingshan had not hung up yet. Having spoken so decisively, she hoped he understood that Jiang Yueza's unreasonable behavior had nothing to do with her. Clearly, Jiang Yueza had noticed her furtive glance at the phone. He scanned the screen, unable to see clearly due to the angle, but it seemed she was still on a call. Who was she speaking to? Was it her husband? Thus, Jiang Yueza felt as though the numerous wounds in his heart had been brutally exposed. He stepped forward, attempting to snatch the phone from Yilanchi, wishing to confront whoever was on the other end. However, Yilanchi was clearly on guard, even picking up the bow and arrow from the ground, ready to confront him. Jiang Yueza's eyes darkened with hurt. He fought to suppress the urge to lash out, reminding himself to give Yilanchi the time to cool off and allow that man the opportunity to propose divorce after his mass message. Before that, he could not afford to ruin everything. All right, I'll take my leave for now. Jiang Yueza looked at Yilanchi. Lanchi, we've been together for 8 years. No one can replace that. I'll wait for your return. With that, he left without waiting for her response. While Yilanchi slowly raised her phone to her ear. Mr. Jean, she began, her throat dry, her mind racing with thoughts of how to explain her situation, only to find it becoming increasingly tangled. The next moment, a low, melodious voice came through. Are you very satisfied with me? Yilanchi was momentarily stunned, then realized this was what she had just said to Jiang Yueza. Feeling inexplicably flustered, she replied. Jean Bingshan continued, What aspects of me are you satisfied with? Yilanchi hesitated, hardly believing her ears. How could Jean Bingshan ask such a serious question? Yet, recognizing this as a chance for survival, she quickly flattered him. Your height, looks, physique, voice, knowledge, character, and even the cruise commenced its return journey at noon, with an expected arrival at the port on Sunday evening. Luo Wanang requested 3 days off from the production team, and that night, she hurried back to the set without pause. Meanwhile, Yilanchi, upon arriving home, Received a package delivered by a Chio, madam. This arrived yesterday afternoon. Upon seeing it, Yilanchi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Recently, she had been self-studying mechanical design and programming, along with her knowledge of human-computer interaction from university, and she felt ready to attempt creating a small robot capable of basic conversation. Now that the materials had arrived, she eagerly rushed to her study to unpack the package. Inside were an array of hardware shell models, wires, and electronic components, an overwhelming assortment. She organized everything meticulously and then immersed herself in the design process. It wasn't until after 10 in the evening that Jean Bingshan wheeled himself over and asked, "Why aren't you going back to sleep?" Only then did Yulanchi realize how late it had become, and she quickly stood up. "I'm sorry, I lost track of time while working," knowing her interest in AI. Jean Bingshan said, "Jean Corporation will soon establish an artificial intelligence production line domestically. If you're interested, I can arrange a position for you." Why Yulanchi's eyes lit up, but she couldn't help but ask, "But shouldn't I be at home with you? After all, that's what the contract stipulates." Jean Bingshan replied, "You are exceptional and should not be confined to the inner quarters." Chapter 59. What she lost his tone was natural and earnest, as if he were stating the most ordinary of facts. In that instant, Yulanchi felt a rush of warmth in her chest, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. It was the first time someone had affirmed her so profoundly, especially from someone like Jean Bingshan, who stood at the pinnacle of success. Throughout the years, she had only heard Xiao Yulan criticize her, calling her inadequate, devoid of any merits, and insisting that no one could ever appreciate or recognize her. Though she had distanced herself from the Yi family, the scars of those years still loomed over her. Deep down, she harbored insecurities, particularly in front of Jean Bingshan. Now, he was affirming her worth. Taking a deep breath, she looked at him earnestly and asked again, "I don't have much work experience. Am I truly capable? I fear I might let you down." Why Yulanchi, you gained admission to a prestigious university, graduated with excellent results, and even earned a dual degree. Where do you fall short? Jean Bingshan was close enough for her to see the unfocused intensity in his eyes. "If you wish to pursue this, then do it. I support you." His words resonated in Yulanchi's ears like the beating of a drum, prompting her to take a step forward, lean in, and embrace him. "Thank you, Mr. Jean." Jean Bingshan felt a sudden warmth envelop him. Instinctively wrapping his arms around Yulanchi, and softly inquired in her ear, "You still call me that?" Realizing her mistake, she quickly corrected herself. "Boss, Mr. Jean." He chuckled coldly, casting her a sidelong glance. An inexplicable pressure filled the air, causing Yulanchi's breath to quicken. Did he want her to call him husband? She wondered uncertainly. Finally, Jean Bingshan conceded with a humble indicating that she was indeed teachable. He then wheeled himself back to his room. Yulanchi hurriedly followed, sensing that something between her and Jean Bingshan was gradually shifting. In the following days, Yulanchi dedicated herself to creating her small robot. Everything proceeded as usual. Yet the Jiang Corporation found itself losing several bidding projects for various reasons. Moreover, a once stable partnership was on the verge of renewal, but Jiang Yueza caught wind that they were secretly negotiating with other groups, seemingly seeking to change their collaboration. Jiang Yueza initially intended to invite Yulanchi out, hoping to gradually mend their relationship, but unexpectedly, Monday marked the beginning of a string of misfortunes. He was overwhelmed with work and had no time for anything outside of IT. To make matters worse, someone had taken screenshots of his previous posts in social media groups, leading many to speculate that Yulanchi had been taken away by someone else, leaving him helpless and frantic. This gossip eventually reached his father's ears, resulting in scoldings for Jiang Yueza. His temples throbbed, and all he wanted was to find out who was opposing the Jiang family. At the same time, Jean Bingshan, upon receiving reports, felt a sense of relief. Unfortunately, due to a severe infection, he had to undergo closed treatment at the hospital every 2 weeks for 3 days, during which he would be unable to spend time with Yulanchi. "While I'm away, feel free to reach out to Butler Huang for anything," he informed Yulanchi. She nodded. "Okay, you take care of your treatment," stealing a glance at the somewhat distant Ji Qingzi to ensure he wouldn't overhear her. She added, "I'll be waiting for your return, husband." Jean Bingshan's lips curled into a slight smile. Once Jean Bingshan left, the villa felt significantly emptier, with Jean Mucheng having gone abroad 2 days prior. The house had grown eerily quiet. Late at night, Yulanchi received a call from Ji Qingzi, his voice tinged with urgency. "Sister-in-law, things aren't looking good for Brother Chen." Yulanchi sprang up, fully alert, her sleepiness vanishing in an instant. "Isn't it just a routine treatment? How could it be bad?" Ji Qingzi explained. "He has been struggling, but it's uncertain at times." As Yulanchi switched to speakerphone. Hastily dressing, she exclaimed, "I'm heading to the hospital right away." "Yes, The driver will be waiting outside to take you, and Butler Huang. I've also informed Sister Muching, but we can't tell the old man at this hour. Panic enveloped Yulanchi, tears streaming uncontrollably as she dressed, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is there any chance for a turnaround? If it weren't serious, Jiqingza wouldn't have called her in the middle of the night." Jiqingza paused, his voice hoarse. "I believe Brother Chen is trying his best to hold on. We can only hope for a miracle." Reaching the villa's entrance, she saw the driver waiting for her. She hastily wiped away her tears as she climbed into the car. The winding mountain road, which she had traversed many times before, felt longer and darker than ever, like a colossal beast ready to swallow her whole. Obscuring all light. Yulanchi could not bear to imagine what it would be like if Jin Bingchen were no longer there. Despite their relatively brief time together, he had become the bright moon in her life, an eternal presence that should not fade or be buried in the earth. The car sped swiftly, arriving at Jin Bingchen's private hospital. Yulanchi hopped out and dashed inside. Simultaneously, in the emergency room, 7 or 8 of the world's top experts were racing against time to save a life. Standing at the door of the emergency room, Yulanchi could see nothing through the heavy door. At that moment, the boundary between life and death seemed to crystallize. A myriad of memories flashed through her mind. From her impulsive marriage to Jin Bingchen to the time years ago when she arrived alone at a racetrack with her violin. Suddenly, everything went dark before her eyes. Butler Huang caught her just in time. "Madam, if you're feeling unwell, perhaps you should rest for a moment." Yulanchi opened her eyes, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel as if I've lost something incredibly important." The rescue efforts continued until dawn. When Jiqingza emerged, his eyes were bloodshot. Yulanchi felt a tightness in her throat, desperately wanting to ask but unable to make a sound. It was Jiqingza who finally spoke. "Brother Chen's condition hasn't worsened, but he is still in a critical state." Upon hearing this, Butler Huang's tears flowed freely once more. "Then, what should we do?" Jiqingza shook his head. "We've exhausted all options. Now, it's up to his own willpower. Or perhaps we should seek divine intervention." Despite not having as much experience as the experts, his professional skills were impeccable, and it was rare for him to feel this defeated and despondent. At this point, everyone had done their utmost. Just then, Yulanchi suddenly turned and ran outside, her mind echoing Jiqingza's words about seeking divine favor. If she was destined to be with Jin Bingchen, then she would pray for that blessing. Chapter 60. The Bodhisattva of the capital. When Yulanchi dialed Xiao Yuning's number, she realized it was the middle of the night. However, Xiao Yuning was still awake, submerged in her work at the laboratory as an archaeology enthusiast. Hearing the phone ring, she carefully set down her tweezers and silk cloth, removed her gloves, and answered. Xiao Yuning was acutely aware that had it not been for her desperation, Yulanchi would not have ventured to the temple at such an ungodly hour. All she could say was, "Lon Lon, please take care and may everything go smoothly." The journey from the capital city to Qining Temple was devoid of traffic at this late hour. And when Yulanchi finally arrived at the foot of the mountain, the sky was just beginning to blush with dawn. She had perused various online posts during her journey, where some claimed that if one prostrated with each step at Qining Temple, one could obtain a string of prayer beads blessed by the temple's esteemed monks, capable of dispelling ailments and bestowing safety. While Yulanchi was unsure of their efficacy, as the bride meant to bring fortune to Jin Bingchen, she possessed no medical knowledge and was at a loss regarding how to pull him back from the brink of death. This was the only recourse within her reach. Before her loomed the ancient temple, shrouded in the soft light of morning, appearing ethereal and vague. The 3,000 stone steps ascended from the grassy terrain, and in the distance, the silhouettes of trees and the temple's eaves emerged faintly. Yulanchi approached the first step. Above her, a middle-aged woman was engaged in prayer. As the woman stepped forward with her right foot, she slowly raised her hands in a gesture of reverence. Palms pressed together before her chest, and then knelt in the direction of the temple. Observing the woman's movements as she ascended several steps, Yulanchi memorized the sequence and followed suit, prostrating with each step. Her mind was somewhat chaotic, yearning to check her phone for messages. Yet, she soon rationalized that the absence of calls from Jiqingza or Butler Huang was a positive sign. She could only focus her energy on completing this act of devotion. Despite her prior skepticism regarding the supernatural, gradually, fatigue began to set in, even though Yulanchi was accustomed to exercising. Her legs ached, her knees throbbed, and her back felt strained. However, being young, she managed to catch up with the middle-aged woman. As she passed by, she noticed streaks of tears on the woman's face, her expression filled with sorrow and longing. Each individual harbors their own story. Perhaps in the end, no one can truly seek assistance except by relying on the heavens. Yulanchi's heart eventually found a measure of tranquility. Thus, she failed to notice a figure in the distance, wielding a professional camera, capturing the scene of the 3,000 steps, inadvertently framing her within the shot. As the day brightened, vehicles wound their way along the mountain roads, while at the steps, countless souls continued to beseech the heavens for blessings. Throughout the day, Yulachi's phone remained eerily silent. When dusk descended and the ancient temple finally revealed its visage, the air filled with the fragrance of incense, accompanied by the resonant chimes of bells and the chanting emanating from within the temple, imparting a sense of solemnity and sanctity. After enduring 13 hours of this pilgrimage, Yulachi felt dizzy and disoriented, relying on her last reserves of strength to reach the main hall. The devotees who had come to pay their respects had mostly departed, and in the dim light, only an elderly monk remained seated in the hall, engrossed in his recitations. While Yulachi hurried over, inquiring, "Master, I wish to obtain a string of prayer beads blessed by the temple." Upon seeing the old monk clasp his hands in prayer, she hastily mirrored the gesture. "Why do you seek these prayer beads?" the monk asked. While Yulachi answered candidly, "My husband is gravely ill, and I hope to ensure his safety during this perilous time." The monk nodded but offered no further words, returning to his meditation and chant. While Yulachi was at a loss for what to do. This was her first earnest visit to a temple in search of divine intervention. Having gone over 15 hours without sustenance, the moment she paused, her legs began to tremble, her body shivering, and pain radiated throughout her being, rendering her unable to stand. She glanced around, barely managing to sit on the ground. Her throat was parched, and she felt both famished and fatigued, her vision blurring intermittently. When she was eventually roused, it was by a young monk bearing a wooden bowl containing a serving of congee. "Please, have some nourishment," he said. Overwhelmed by hunger, Yulachi gratefully accepted the bowl and hastily consumed the warm congee. Though her hands trembled, the warmth coursing through her body revitalized her considerably. Her phone remained silent, and Yulachi reassured herself that no news was indeed good news. Yet, she still yearned for the prayer beads and couldn't help but ask the young monk, "How might I acquire a string of blessed prayer beads?" The young monk scratched his bald head and smiled, revealing dimples as he replied, "The master said that sincerity of heart is essential." While Yulachi lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat disheartened, "I truly lack sincerity. I have been wondering if obtaining a string of prayer beads will genuinely ensure my family's safety. Are they truly that potent?" The young monk could not answer this question, as he seemed preoccupied, until he noticed a figure approaching. "Master," he exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards the elder monk who had just tapped him on the forehead, his expression filled with affection. The elder monk then approached Yulachi, holding a string of sandalwood prayer beads. While Yulachi's eyes sparkled with hope, "Master, may I take these home?" The old monk regarded her with a touch of wistfulness in his gaze. "You possess a certain affinity. Though your thoughts may be muddled, your intentions remain pure." While Yulachi quickly accepted the prayer beads with both hands, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Suddenly remembering something, she hurried to make a donation. As she prepared to scan the payment code, the master intervened. "There is no need, benefactor." Yulachi looked on, puzzled. The master elaborated, "Your pilgrimage here has already served as the finest offering to Chinin Temple." Clutching the weighty sandalwood prayer beads, inhaling their calming and rich aroma, Yulachi felt a sense of relief wash over her. She longed to return immediately, but after only a few steps, she nearly fainted. Ultimately, it was the young monk who guided her to a room in the temple to rest. The following morning, after partaking in the temple's vegetarian meal, Yulachi ascended the same steps once more. Concurrently, in the side courtyard of the temple, Jin Yorue and a lean middle-aged man had just arrived at the main hall. Catching sight of Yulachi's departing figure, "Why is she here?" Jin Yorue mused. "Do you recognize her?" the middle-aged man inquired, puzzled. Jin Yorue replied coolly, "She is Bingshan's wife." The middle-aged man's pupils dilated, a malicious glint surfacing in his gaze. "It appears the young master may not be long for this world." Jin Yorue, twirling the prayer beads in his hand, remarked, "Since today is uneventful, why not reminisce with my niece-in-law?" A shadow of darkness crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. That string of sandalwood prayer beads must be the one she sought for the young master. She is likely in haste to place it upon him. Why not let me discreetly acquire the beads and add a little something to them? If Jin Bingshan were already on the brink of death, and the beads were to release toxins, it would serve as his death knell. Although Jin Yorue maintained a serene expression, the middle-aged man's gaze suddenly turned icy. "Do you know why I always carry these prayer beads?" he queried. The middle-aged man promptly bowed his head. "Because you are a devout follower in the capital." That was the persona Jin Yorue had crafted for himself. "Fool, if you intend to act, choose another method," Jin Yorue said, turning his attention to Yulachi's receding figure before heading toward the temple parking lot, with the middle-aged man hastily following suit. Once Jin Yorue entered the car, he continued to rotate the prayer beads in his hand, his face adorned with a look of devotion. My hands have been stained with blood. Only these can quell it. This was the only sacred sanctuary he possessed. And even if he were to follow the middle-aged man's suggestions, it would expedite the realization of his inner ambitions. However, he too had his principles. There were actions permissible and those that were not. The vehicle soon made its way down the mountain. Meanwhile, Yilanchi descended the steps, one by one, retracing her path. After a night's rest, her legs still trembled violently, and her back and knees ached. Yet she clutched the string of prayer beads tightly, as if grasping the last vestige of hope. As Yilanchi approached the foot of the mountain, it was nearing noon, just as she was about to head to the parking lot in search of her car. She spotted a familiar figure. Lanchi, Jin Yorue, dressed simply, bore a sandalwood prayer bead bracelet that gleamed richly in the sunlight, clearly worn for many years. Its surface polished to a warm sheen. Yilanchi was taken aback by the encounter and quickly nodded in greeting. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Jin Yorue responded gently. "I came to pay my respects. And you?" Yilanchi nodded, aware that Jin Yorue typically devoted his time to work or spiritual pursuits, embodying an uncontentious nature. He had never married, and his only past relationship had ended years ago when his fiancée perished in a plane crash. Since then, no other woman had graced his life. In the capital, Jin Yorue was held in high esteem. Yet, Yilanchi understood the necessity of being cautious. The family gatherings at the Jin residence had shown her that appearances could be deceiving. One could never truly know what lay beneath the polished exterior. Therefore, she replied with a mix of truth and evasion, "As you know, I was invited by grandfather to bring fortune to Bingchen. The Jin family bestowed me with such generous gifts that I feel unworthy. Always wanting to do something for him. Having some idle time lately, I thought to ask for his safety." Jin Yorue nodded. "Since you find yourself free today, and I have no other engagements after my prayers, would you care to join me for tea in the city?" Yilanchi's mind raced with countless refusals, but fearing that revealing her anxiety might lead Jin Yorue to deduce Bingchen's condition, she could only acquiesce. "Very well, thank you, uncle." Upon their arrival in Lin City, Jin Yoli mentioned that he was familiar with a private dining establishment boasting an exquisite ambience. As it was just around noon, he invited Yilanchi to accompany him there. In the elegantly decorated room, a waitress clad in a qipao served tea to the two of them. Jin Yoli passed the menu to Yilanchi, encouraging her to make her selections. However, Yilanchi, seemingly preoccupied, smiled and pushed the menu back. "Uncle, please order for me. I have no particular preferences." Consequently, Jin Yoli opted for a selection of relatively light dishes, along with some meat. He explained to Yilanchi, "I still partake in worldly pleasures, so I have no restrictions against consuming meat." Yilanchi nodded in agreement, as long as one carries Buddha in their heart. As Jin Yoli took the teapot to pour tea for Yilanchi, she quickly gestured for him to stop. "It's all right, I can manage." Yet, Jin Yoli insisted, "In truth, this cup of tea should have been offered to you 4 years ago." Yilanchi was taken aback. Jin Yoli smiled at her, his eyes reflecting a serene warmth. "Lanchi, do you not find me familiar?" Yilanchi scrutinized him closely, aside from noticing a slight resemblance to Jin Bingchen. She couldn't recall anything else. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she admitted, "My memory might not be the best." However, Jin Yoli was unperturbed and simply clarified, "For years ago, you saved my life from the river. Is it truly you?" Yilanchi exclaimed in surprise. 4 years prior, during the first wave of rumors surrounding Jiang Yueza, Yilanchi had been feeling down and sought solace by the riverside. Shortly thereafter, a car lost control and plunged into the water. Its front end submerged while part of the trunk remained exposed. Without much thought, Yilanchi grabbed a sharp stone from the shore and swam towards the vehicle. The occupants inside were also attempting to break the window, but due to the diminishing air supply and the car's instability, they had been unsuccessful for quite some time. At that moment, Yilanchi swam closer and began to strike the window with him, eventually breaking it open. 2 young men nearby had noticed the commotion and rushed over to assist. As the temperature had dropped, Yilanchi, feeling cold and believing the trapped individuals were nearing rescue, swam back to shore without waiting for them to emerge. She departed without waiting for them to surface, returning home instead. Later, she learned that someone had come to thank her, but feeling despondent, she declined to meet them. "Do you remember now?" Jin Yoli twirled the prayer beads, his gaze fixed on Yilanchi. "After I was rescued, I contracted pneumonia and was hospitalized for 2 weeks. I had my secretary express my gratitude to you, but you declined. I feared imposing upon you, so I refrained from seeking you out again." "Who would have thought you would become Bingchen's wife?" Yilanchi inquired. "Did you recognize me when I visited the Jin family estate that day?" Jin Yoli nodded. "Yes, but it wasn't the right moment for reminiscing." He picked up his teacup, his tone earnest. "Lanchi, after 4 years, I wish to formally express my gratitude to you with this cup of tea in place of wine." Yilanchi clinked her teacup against his. "It was merely a small act. I believe that if it were you in the same situation, you would have done the same. Jean Yoli chuckled and sighed. It appears we share a unique bond. Please, there's no need for such formality between us. Soon, the dishes arrived at the table. Yi Lanchi discreetly hastened her pace of eating. Jean Yoli remained calm and composed, occasionally engaging in light conversation, resembling a friend inquiring about her married life. Yet, Lanchi felt increasingly uneasy. Finally, as the meal drew to a close, she was relieved that Jean Yoli did not insist on escorting her home. As they parted ways, he casually patted her shoulder. Take good care of Bingchen. But don't overexert yourself. Yi Lanchi nodded and bid farewell to Jean Yoli. Just as her car disappeared from sight, Jean Yoli addressed a middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared beside him. Have someone tracked the signal receiver's location? The man frowned slightly. Sir, what if the second young master discovers it? Jean Yoli's lips curled into a smile. If he is undergoing treatment, he won't have the time to investigate, as the tracker has a power supply lasting only 3 hours. Once that time elapses, it will initiate a self-destruct sequence. Once self-destructed, it will reduce to a speck of metallic dust the size of a grain of rice. Yi Lanchi's car made its way towards the capital. Ahead lay the road to the hospital, but she suddenly instructed the driver to change direction, heading towards the villa instead. Chapter 62. The moment he exhales, she melts. The driver was puzzled, but within the Jean family, obedience was instinctual, so he did not question her and promptly took another route. Yi Lanchi couldn't shake the feeling of unease while interacting with Jean Yoli. This man, from his reputation to his recent demeanor, seemed to harbor no ill intentions. Yet, she could not ignore the faint, unsettling sensation in her heart, for even the slightest misstep could jeopardize Jean Bingchen's plans. Her phone remained devoid of notifications. In frustration, Lanchi switched her phone to airplane mode, ensuring that whether she was being monitored or not, she would be unable to access the internet and thus evade any potential eavesdropping. Before long, the driver parked in front of the villa. As Lanchi exited the vehicle, Achio greeted her with a puzzled expression. Young madam, is everything? Lanchi approached Achio and placed a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Achio, ever obedient, nodded and turned to relay the message. Struck by Lanchi's beauty, Achio felt as if she were floating and nodded dreamily, thinking, surely, the second young master must be fine, which is why the young madam is so composed. Achio hurried off to inform the chef to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Lanchi returned to her former bedroom. She removed her outer coat and carefully set it aside before heading to the bathroom, discarding all the clothes she had worn earlier. Turning on the shower, she washed herself from head to toe, combing her hair multiple times before finally dressing appropriately. At the same time, Jean Yoli's phone rang. The voice on the other end conveyed confusion. Boss, the location data indicates that the vehicle has traveled from Lin City back to the capital, directly to the nearest route leading to the Jean family's villa. Without any anomalies along the way, Jean Yoli removed the prayer beads from his wrist and gazed into the distance, his eyes clouded with an inscrutable mist. Did you capture any voices? The individual responded. I only heard Lanchi instructing the driver to return to the villa, and the driver acknowledged her. There were no other unusual conversations. Once the tracker pinpointed the villa, it ceased to move. Jean Yoli quickly grasped the implications. It hasn't moved at all, the person affirmed. To achieve a compact size for the tracker, absolute precision in its location tracking was sacrificed. If it remains within a 10-meter radius, it will appear relatively stationary. Jean Yoli remarked. Understood. He glanced at the time. Only a few minutes remained before the 3-hour mark. Lanchi, are you truly astute and wary of me? Or is it that my nephew is genuinely unharmed, and your bowing before him is merely a reflection of your kindness? Jean Yoli offered a gentle smile towards the void ahead. Simultaneously, Lanchi picked up the discarded clothing from the floor. She shook out the items she had worn, finding nothing unusual. Her gaze fell upon the trench coat she had worn today. During their farewell, Jean Yoli had patted her left shoulder. Lanchi examined the coat meticulously until she discovered a small black metallic object wedged in the waistband. It was the size of a grain of rice, and if not scrutinized closely, one might mistake it for a tiny black insect. However, it clung stubbornly to the coat strap, and when she attempted to dislodge it, it would not budge. Having never encountered such an object before, Lanchi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Her eyes quickly scanned the room until they landed on a pile of materials she had previously purchased for making robots. She promptly retrieved a metal box. Using tweezers, she carefully lifted the black grain-sized metal and placed it within the box, which was designed to block all signals. She had no time to investigate it further and resolved to check on Jean Bingchen first. After sealing the box, Lanchi checked her clothing for any other items but found nothing amiss before reconnecting her phone to the internet. As soon as her phone connected, she received a message from Ji Qingza. consisting of only a few words. He made it through were it not for the faint sound of breathing and the gentle rise and fall of his chest. One might have thought he would vanish at any moment. Yilanchi approached the bedside and sat down, lifting the uninfused hand of Jean Bingshin to slowly slide a string of sandalwood beads onto his wrist. His complexion was a cool pale. And surprisingly, the sandalwood beads did not clash at all. The slightly prominent veins on the back of his hand, coupled with the deep brown wood beads, evoked a paradoxical sense of sensuality and restraint. Just then, Jean Bingshin opened his eyes. Yilanchi's eyes brightened. "Darling, you're awake?" Jean Bingshin felt as though he had awoken from a long-forgotten dream, still somewhat dazed and disoriented, unsure of his surroundings. However, Yilanchi's words abruptly pulled his thoughts back into focus. He recalled that he seemed to have been searching for someone in his dream, yet he could not find them. But now, she was right beside him. Instinctively, Jean Bingshin reached out, wanting to grasp Yilanchi's hand. Yet at that moment, he became acutely aware of the weight on his wrist. "What is this?" he inquired. Yilanchi felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain if Jean Bingshin would disapprove of wearing the beads. "I acquired it from a temple, where I heard that a consecrated sandalwood bracelet could ensure safety, so I took the liberty of putting it on you. If you dislike it, I can." Jean Bingshin typically wore only a watch on his wrist, and as a business elite, wearing a bracelet indeed felt out of place. As Yilanchi spoke, she began to remove it from his wrist. However, her hand was promptly captured by Jean Bingshin. With a gentle tug, Yilanchi found herself leaning uncontrollably toward him, due to the pain in her leg and her unstable center of gravity. She nearly fell onto Jean Bingshin. She quickly extended her arm to grasp the edge of the hospital bed, barely stabilizing herself. Yet, his warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, and the man's voice, low and magnetic, murmured, "I like it, my dear." In an instant, Yilanchi felt a rush of warmth envelop her. Her mind went blank, and the only thing echoing in her ears was Jean Bingshin's earlier words. Did he truly need to phrase it that way? Though he was merely expressing his fondness for the bracelet, he had to add an endearment, making it seem like a confession. A blush spread from her ears to her cheeks, swiftly igniting her entire being. When she finally regained her senses, she realized that due to her heightened sensitivity, even the slightest breath from Jean Bingshin rendered her weak, causing her entire body to lean against him. Chapter 63. "Darling, you're on top of me." The man, unfazed, solemnly reminded her. As he spoke, his lips brushed against Yilanchi's earlobe, his breath invading her ear with an intimate intensity. The tingling sensation surged like a tide, washing over her body repeatedly. She felt utterly drained. Her waist ached and her legs trembled, leaving her unable to hold herself up. Moreover, her eyes betrayed her as they glistened with a hint of crimson and moisture. As though she had been wrong. "If you don't wish to rise, then lie beside me," Jean Bingshin continued, feigning innocence as he inquired. "It was as if you were completely oblivious to the predicament they found themselves in." "No." Yilanchi replied, her voice trembling with a mix of indignation and allure. "You mustn't speak," she added, "and no breathing either." Jean Bingshin appeared compliant, not questioning her reasoning. "All right." After a few seconds of silence, just as Yilanchi was about to push herself up, a voice rang out from the doorway. "Wrong room, young master and young mistress. Please continue." Yilanchi quickly sprang up, only to catch a glimpse of Butler Huang's hurried retreat. Ah, how utterly embarrassing. Meanwhile, Jean Bingshin seemed completely unfazed, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the string of sandalwood beads. "What is inscribed upon them?" Jean Bingshin asked. Yilanchi picked them up for a closer inspection. "It appears to be some Sanskrit scripture. I cannot decipher it." Then, recalling something, she added, "Oh, I encountered my uncle at the temple today." Jean Bingshin's pupils narrowed slightly. Yilanchi refrained from mentioning that she had to kneel in prayer to obtain the bracelet, instead recounting her descent from the mountain and her encounter with Jean Yuri. "I am unsure what that metallic grain is, but I have isolated the signal. I will thoroughly investigate it once we return." After listening, Jean Bingshin grasped Yilanchi's hand, then slid his palm up her arm, ultimately resting it atop her head. My wife is truly clever. Henceforth, my safety shall rely on you." Yilanchi felt as though she were being comforted like a small puppy. Yet, for some reason, her heart felt sweet. After a restful slumber, Ji Qingze, along with the expert team, conducted another round of examinations on Jean Bingshin's condition, following an overnight observation at the hospital. Jean Bingshin and Yilanchi returned to the villa early the next morning. Yilanchi immediately made her way to her studio. Upon opening the box, she scanned it with a signal detector that she had arranged to be delivered earlier, but detected no signal source. Thus, she placed the metallic grain into a testing vessel for magnification, followed by precise cutting. When the charred miniature integrated circuit chip appeared under the microscope, The mystery was finally resolved. Yi Lanqi swiftly hurried to Jean Bingchen's room, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Darling, your uncle is truly a villain." As Jean Bingchen turned his wheelchair, he feigned exaggerated surprise. "Is it really him? I had no idea." Yi Lanqi believed that Jean Bingchen had previously harbored no suspicions toward Jean Yuri, and thus felt a sense of accomplishment for uncovering this secret. "Indeed, I just examined it with the instrument I purchased. The metallic grain he affixed to my coat contains an integrated chip. It is a tracking bug. Moreover, it is designed to self-destruct after a certain period." Yi Lanqi's eyes gleamed. "He likely saw me visiting the temple and assumed your health was compromised. Wanting to discover your private hospital's location, who would have thought that he, a man who usually practices vegetarianism and recites scriptures, could be so duplicitous?" Although Jean Bingchen could not see, he could imagine Yi Lanqi glowing with fervor at that moment. He reached out, pulling her closer, and as he did, the wheelchair moved forward, causing Yi Lanqi to lose her balance, and by the time she realized, she found herself sitting on Jean Bingchen's lap. "My wife has saved my life. How should I express my gratitude?" Jean Bingchen inquired, looking up at her. Yi Lanqi straddled Jean Bingchen's legs, instinctively grasping the wheelchair with one hand while pressing her other hand against his chest. She felt his heartbeat imprinted upon her palm, resonating through her chest. "How do you wish to thank me?" she asked. In the next moment, her head was seized, the man's long fingers threading through her hair. Gently pinching her other earlobe, his fingertips caressing her. He murmured, "Then let us adhere to our customary reward." As he spoke, his hand pressed down, and his lips descended upon hers. Yi Lanqi's mind buzzed, instinctively shutting her eyes tight. Overwhelmed by the sudden invasion of Jean Bingchen's kiss. It was fierce and passionate, consuming all her thoughts with its dominance. She could hear the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat, unsure if it was her own or Jean Bingchen's. The hand resting on his wheelchair was soon enveloped by Jean Bingchen's other hand, which firmly intertwined their fingers. Yi Lanqi felt utterly weak, as if the warmth enveloping her was draining her very essence, leaving her dizzy. Finally, she collapsed against Jean Bingchen's shoulder, gasping for breath. "So, this will be our rule from now on?" she asked, her voice trembling. Jean Bingchen's lips brushed against Yi Lanqi's cheek, drawing close to her ear. "Yes. Uniquely ours, an old rule. This man is breaking the rules." The electric thrill coursing through her ear made Yi Lanqi's breath quiver. She was uncertain if Jean Bingchen was doing this intentionally, while other areas of her body were unaffected. Her ears were particularly vulnerable. Now, with Jean Bingchen speaking softly near her ear, she found herself utterly defenseless. Wasn't he supposed to be a workaholic, a machine, and a king of the capital's circles? Where had he learned such flirtatious tactics? And with whom had he practiced? Yi Lanqi felt a surge of frustration, realizing that she and Jean Bingchen were operating on entirely different levels. Just as she was about to rise, waiting for the tingling sensation to subside, Jean Bingchen firmly grasped her leg. "Don't move." His large hand rested on her knee, and Yi Lanqi winced, unable to suppress a sound of discomfort. Yet before she could fully register the pain, she felt something else. Suddenly, Yi Lanqi's eyes widened. The atmosphere grew inexplicably silent. After a prolonged moment, she sensed Jean Bingchen's presence intensifying, unable to resist asking, "Are you certain you want me to remain seated?" Jean Bingchen swallowed heavily, then stand up. Yi Lanqi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and quickly sprang to her feet. Jean Bingchen maintained his original posture, his shirt pristine, his complexion cool and pale, exuding an air of icy restraint. Yet there was an undeniable allure that beckoned her to abandon her innocence. He looked toward Yi Lanqi and, with a hint of apology, remarked, "My dear, I am uninjured down there." Yi Lanqi found herself at a loss, uncertain how she had escaped Jean Bingchen's room. Upon descending the stairs, she encountered Ji Qingze, noticing Ji Qingze holding a file folder. Yi Lanqi recalled her recent episodes of brief unconsciousness and addressed him. "Dr. Ji, I would like to undergo a routine checkup. Is it convenient at your hospital?" Chapter 64 Encounter as Night Fell. Yi Lanqi feared that she might have a brain tumor, yet she hesitated to inform Jean Bingchen, worried that it would distract him. Thus, she deceitfully claimed she was merely undergoing a routine physical examination. Ji Qingze's heart stirred. He had been troubled, seeking a reason to check on Yi Lanqi and ascertain if there was any pressure on her memory region. Unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. He immediately nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, no problem. I'll take something up to Brother Chen and then accompany you for the examination." Ji Qingze swiftly descended and led Yi Lanqi to Jean Bingchen's private hospital. It had been quite some time since Yi Lanqi last underwent a checkup, and after the routine examinations concluded, Ji Qingze urged her to undergo an EEG and CT scan. After a series of tests, 2 hours had elapsed. Fortunately, since the hospital was under their ownership, The results were available promptly. Ji Qingze glanced at the report and quickly located the information he sought. However, upon reviewing the scan results, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Beside him, Yilanqi felt a pang of anxiety. Am I seriously ill? Otherwise, why does Ji Qingze look so grave? Ji Qingze suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking his head and adopting a casual tone. It's nothing, sister-in-law. You are in excellent health. All your indicators are within the normal range. Yilanqi accepted the report, and although she couldn't comprehend the medical jargon, she could understand the doctor's recommendations. A long breath of relief escaped her lips. She did not have a brain tumor. Her previous fainting spells were likely due to low blood sugar or fatigue. As long as she maintained a healthy routine of early to bed and early to rise, all her problems could be resolved. While Yilanqi felt lighthearted, Ji Qingze was unable to share in her ease. That evening, he called Li Xingye. Brother Yi, I conducted a brain scan on sister-in-law today. There are no signs of past trauma to her head, and the neural cortex responsible for memory is intact. Li Xingye furrowed his brow. So, she has lost her memory. Is she lying? Ji Qingze replied, I don't think so. She shows no signs of deliberately concealing anything. Li Xingye pondered, is it possible that, under extreme circumstances, a person might subconsciously forget something they desperately wish to hide? Ji Qingze contemplated this for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. What you're referring to is self-hypnosis. Sister-in-law has undergone any specialized training to achieve that. However, it is possible that someone else has manipulated her. Li Xingye inquired, are you suggesting she was hypnotized and forgot about Bingchen? Ji Qingze replied, the likelihood is quite low, as it requires numerous stringent conditions and her absolute cooperation. Even a slight deviation could lead to failure. Beyond that, I currently have no other explanations. Li Xingye further asked, if she was hypnotized and forgot, can it be reversed? Ji Qingze explained, the conditions are quite demanding. To restore her memory, we would need to find the person who initially hypnotized her and obtain her cooperation. Li Xingye sighed, then the focus of our investigation should still be on what transpired 8 years ago. Yes, Ji Qingze concurred. Brother Chen's condition was dire yesterday, but thankfully he is fine today. Everyone is quite exhausted. Therefore, I suggested that sister-in-law visit your side early next month, which might help pacify those with budding intentions. Li Xingye agreed. That sounds good. We can also take her to places where she and Brother Chen once stayed, to see if revisiting those locations aids in memory recovery. Indeed, that's also a viable approach. Ji Qingze acknowledged. I'll discuss it with Brother Chen again tonight. You have no idea. He is utterly reluctant to let go of his wife. I've known that for a long time. Li Xingye chuckled. It's a pity you didn't witness Brother Chen back in the day. He was utterly infatuated. Their conversation gradually shifted to a lighter note. Yilanqi returned home that day in high spirits. Having relieved herself of a great burden, she began to focus on her research, further inspired by Jean Yoli. She contemplated adding several new functions to her little robot. Meanwhile, Jean Bingchen's foreign company had received domestic certification, allowing them to officially promote their industrial chain within the country. Consequently, the Jean Group South Industrial Park was actively recruiting personnel. On Monday, Yilanqi arrived at the Jean Group building with her resume in hand. Just as she alighted from her vehicle, she received a call from Jean Bingchen. Gazing at the imposing structure before her, along with the nearby futuristic research facilities, she replied, I just arrived and am heading in for the interview now. Jean Bingchen encouraged her. Good luck, my wife. Yilanqi took a deep breath. I hope I can pass the interview. She preferred not to involve Jean Bingchen, choosing instead to rely on her own merit in submitting her resume to see how it would fare. Thus, this marked Yilanqi's first genuine interview, and given that it was at a large conglomerate like the Jean Group, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Your wife can build robots now. You'll be just fine. Jean Bingchen reassured her over the phone. While Yilanqi smiled. I'm going in now. Await my good news. She strode confidently inside. Unbeknownst to Yilanqi, 3 individuals were also entering the Jean Group behind her. Jiang Yueze and assistant Wu were there for a meeting, while Jiang Yueshuang had come for an interview. Learning that the Jean Group was also hiring interns, she, though not yet graduated, deemed herself eligible and secretly submitted her resume. Hoping to chance upon Jean Bingchen during her visit, today, under the pretense of exploring the Jean Group, she planned to wait for Jiang Yueze to attend his meeting before discreetly applying for a position. Mr. Jiang, I think I just saw Miss Yi. Assistant Wu, with keen eyes, pointed ahead. Jiang Yueze, initially oblivious, turned his gaze and indeed spotted Yilanqi. He intended to follow her, but she had already turned a corner and vanished from sight. Jiang Yueshuang promptly turned to Jiang Yueze. Brother, you all continue with your work. I'll go take a look. The sign indicated that Yilanchi was headed to the Human Resources building. Could it be that Yilanchi was also there for an interview? Indeed. Since that day, Yilanchi had set her sights on Jean Bingshan. No wonder she no longer cared for her brother. Jiang Yueshuang hurried to the HR building and encountered Yilanchi in a waiting room. What are you here to interview for? Jiang Yueshuang glared at Yilanchi's resume, but Yilanchi covered it with her hand. Annoyed, she retorted. What is there to hide? Do you think second young Master Jean would admit you just because he met you once? He is not the kind to mix business with personal feelings. Yilanchi turned to glance at Jiang Yueshuang. Oh, you seem to know him quite well? Jiang Yueshuang, still young, was caught off guard and could only defend herself, though my Jiang family may not match the Jean family's stature. We are still far superior to you. I'll have my chance to understand him. Yilanchi arched an eyebrow. Is that so? Do your family members know you're sneaking in for an interview at the Jean Group? If I'm not mistaken, your brother is likely coming to the Jean Group soon to probe for information, considering his industrial layout may be at risk of being divided by the Jean Group. Jiang Yueshuang was stunned, staring blankly at Yulan 11. Why Yilanchi added meaningfully. So, are you here to interview to gather intelligence for your brother, or to fulfill your personal affection for second young Master Jean? Chapter 65. The men compete once more. At that moment, the conference room called for Yilanchi. She gracefully picked up her resume and stood, leaving Jiang Yueshuang with only her retreating figure. Jiang Yueshuang found herself unable to voice a retort, as no one was interested in hearing her. Yet, she couldn't refute Yilanchi's words. She didn't like Yilanchi, nor did she want Yilanchi to become her sister-in-law. But what if Yilanchi succeeded in the interview? What if Jean Bingshan encountered her a few times and developed feelings for her? No, she needed to ensure her brother worked hard to win Yilanchi back. Thus, Jiang Yueshuang messaged Jiang Yueza, brother, I've gathered some intel. Yilanchi is indeed here for an interview. However, there are many candidates today, and I don't know what position she is applying for or whether she will be successful. At that moment, Jiang Yueza had just ascended the elevator and, noticing that several other participants had not yet arrived, stepped into the hallway to make a phone call. Director Hu. Has Yilanchi completed all the necessary handovers since her resignation? Director Hu was taken aback, thinking everything had been wrapped up, but just as he was about to respond, a sudden realization struck him. He had heard rumors that Yilanchi's supposed pregnancy was a misunderstanding, and that she seemed to be in a dispute with Mr. Jiang. Yet, Mr. Jiang clearly had feelings for Yilanchi. Though he didn't voice them, he likely desired to win her back. Thus, it was the perfect moment for him to intervene. Director Hu's mind raced as he said, although Lanchi followed the normal procedures for her handover, Mr. Jiang, we are currently facing some difficulties. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueza's frown relaxed, and he asked, what difficulties? Director Hu replied, Lanchi's position is indeed challenging to fill, especially now that the Jean Group is also recruiting relevant talents, which complicates matters for us. He gauged Jiang Yueza's reaction and continued, so, what I mean is, we should invite Lanchi to return, inform her of the company's current challenges, and express that we all wish for her to come back. Jiang Yueza's thoughts had been accurately deduced. Yet he still feigned indifference. Oh, when did I say I wanted her back at the company? It was essential to maintain the boss's facade while ensuring his dignity remained intact. Director Hu quickly adjusted. I see. I'm limited in my abilities and truly need someone like her as my right-hand support. Jiang Yueza then spoke softly. Well, if you insist, you should call her later. Director Hu immediately replied, yes, it's better to act sooner rather than later. I will strive to have her start tomorrow. However, typically with rehires, a salary increase is expected. What do you think, General Manager Jiang? Jiang Yueza replied, you may handle it as you see fit. With that, he cheerfully ended the call and walked into the conference room. I apologize for being late, everyone. Jean Mucheng had just returned to the country today. She was the one orchestrating the recent industrial chain shift under the guidance of Jean Bingshan. The Jean family was poised to carve their share of the domestic AI market, posing a significant challenge to companies like Zhang's. Thus, they had collectively reached out to the Jean family to explore ways to avoid cutthroat competition and achieve a win-win situation through this meeting. Having met on the cruise ship, we are somewhat familiar faces. So I shall dispense with the pleasantries, she stated. Dressed in professional attire with her short hair freshly dyed black, Jean Mucheng exuded an air of competence and professionalism. I will first outline Jin's future plans. Then allow Assistant Han to connect with you all to see if there are opportunities for collaboration across different sectors. The meeting ran significantly longer than anticipated. Consequently, Jiang Yueshuang found herself waiting outside after interviewing the Market Research Department's interns. Feeling quite bored, just half an hour prior, she had witnessed Yilanchi being summoned for another interview in a different office. 2 interviews in one day. It seemed Yulanchi had applied for 2 positions. However, Jiang Yueshuang was unaware that Yulanchi's second interview involved a hands-on task where she collaborated with other candidates to complete a human-computer interaction experiment. Once they all finished and exited, the sky had already begun to darken. While Yulanchi rubbed her aching neck and headed towards the door, intending to call Jean Bingchen. Yet, as she pulled out her phone, she noticed several missed calls from Director Hu. Yulanchi returned the call. Director Hu, did you need me? Director Hu responded cheerfully. Lanchi, how have you been lately? Yulanchi replied, pretty well. Director Hu eagerly seized this statement. That's a relief. However, I've been struggling ever since you left. I haven't been able to find anyone suitable, and now the project is at a standstill. While Yulanchi was puzzled, that can't be right. I'm a level 2 engineer. It should be fairly easy to find someone like me. Right? Director Hu lamented. It's been incredibly difficult. Since you left, I've interviewed many candidates, but none possess your flair. So, now that you've had your break, could you consider returning to us? Yulanchi quickly replied. I can't do that. Director Hu interrupted her. I'll offer you a raise, triple your current salary. Yulanchi explained. It's not about the salary, it's that I broke up with your general manager Jiang. And to avoid any awkwardness, I want to be returning to Jiang's. A pang of alarm struck Director Hu's heart. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Yulanchi. Lanchi, Jiang Yueza had arrived over 10 minutes earlier and had been waiting for her. Thus overhearing her rejection. No longer concerned about maintaining his image in front of his subordinate, Jiang Yueza directly addressed Yulanchi, come back to Jiang's, and I will provide you with the best promotion opportunities. A sense of urgency and an inexplicable intuition caused Jiang Yueza to panic. He feared that Yulanchi had already received an offer from the Jin family. Lanchi, I understand we have some issues between us. But if you return to Jiang's, I promise not to interfere due to our relationship. You will have complete freedom in your work, which will benefit your career development. Jiang Yueza gazed earnestly at Yulanchi. Please think it over. Just as Yulanchi was about to respond, another voice interjected. She wanted to consider it. A black Bentley Mulsanne came to a halt before them, and the rear window rolled down to reveal Jean Bingchen's exquisitely sculpted face. Wearing silver-framed glasses, he held a cup of milk tea in his left hand and waved to Yulanchi with his right. While Yulanchi was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Jean Bingchen's unexpected appearance, and hurried over to the car door. At the same time, Jiang Yueza approached as well. Sensing the footsteps closing in behind her, Yulanchi pretended not to know Jean Bingchen and asked, Second young Master Jean, are you looking for me? Jean Bingchen nodded, offering her the cup of milk tea. While Yulanchi caught it. Puzzled, is this for me? Yes, Jean Bingchen said, leaning casually against the car window. How many cups of milk tea have you received this autumn? Yulanchi's breath caught, and she replied, the first one. Jiang Yueza, arriving at the car door, happened to overhear this exchange. He suddenly recalled that he had once allowed Yu Chanxian to post a message proclaiming the first cup of milk tea of autumn. And now, Yulanchi's first cup was gifted by Jean Bingchen. Second young Master Jean, Jiang Yueza struggled to suppress the tumult of emotion surging within him, redirecting the conversation. Lanchi has worked at Jiang's for 2 years and is well acquainted with the work environment there. I sincerely invite her to join Jiang's AI research department. Therefore, this decision rests solely with Lanchi. Jean Bingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, Lanchi, why don't you tell Mr. Jiang what your choice is? Chapter 66. Jean Bingchen strikes back at the scoundrel, defending his wife. Seeing Lanchi poised to respond to Jean Bingchen, Jiang Yueza abruptly interrupted. Lanchi, don't be afraid. Just express your choice. While Lanchi shifted her position, placing Jiang Yueza on her left and Jean Bingchen on her right. She inserted the straw into the milk tea and took a sip, savoring the creamy sweetness mingled with the delicate aroma of jasmine. Before turning to Jean Bingchen, out of personal inclination, I choose the person who gifted me my first cup of milk tea this autumn. Jean Bingchen gently adjusted his glasses and, relying on intuition, raised an eyebrow slightly in Jiang Yueza's direction. He felt a twinge of regret, realizing that at this moment, he could see nothing. Consequently, he could not discern the expression of his rival, whom he had envied and resented for 8 years. Yet, he imagined it must be quite a spectacle. Jiang Yueza's tone grew urgent and flustered as he explained, Lanchi, I know you saw Yu Chanxian's post, but I assure you, I have no relationship with her. The milk tea was bought by Assistant Wu, and everyone received a share. While Lanchi turned to him, feigning confusion, oh, what post? What did it say, Mr. Jiang? Why don't you explain it to me in detail? There was no way Jiang Yueza could reiterate it. In retrospect, he realized that Yu Chanxian's post and the ensuing interactions with netizens were indeed excessive. Yet, at that time, he had indulged all the excesses in an attempt to provoke jealousy in Yulanchi. hoping to see her become distressed because of him. Lanchi, it's not as you think. Jiang Yueza felt a renewed wave of strange emotion as he witnessed Lanchi drinking the milk tea Jin Bingchen had given her. When did they become so close? So close that even Jin Bingchen, a busy executive, would deliver milk tea to Lanchi. Was this the kind of preferential treatment one would expect from a corporate titan towards an interviewee? What milk tea do you like? I can buy it for you. Don't trouble Mr. Jin. The Jin family is very busy with the recent industrial chain transition. Jiang Yueza grasped at this last straw of hope. Yet, Lanchi smiled at him. That one tea do. I prefer the milk tea that Mr. Jin gives me. It's more delicious than any I've had over the years. Jiang Yueza's expression suddenly stiffened. Lanchi, not bothering to glance at him again, cast a discreet look at Jin Bingchen. Inside the car, the man swallowed hard, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth, though he seemed to be struggling to maintain his composure. However, whether it was the dusk subtly coloring his features, Lanchi noticed that the tips of Jin Bingchen's ears appeared to flush. I'll buy you more in the future. Jin Bingchen's voice was low and magnetic, inexplicably infused with a hint of tenderness. Lanchi smiled. Sounds good. With that, she became serious. Earlier, I spoke from a personal standpoint. Now, in terms of professional considerations, I would undoubtedly choose the Jin family. Lanchi. Jiang Yueza's chest heaved, nearly reaching out to cover her mouth. Lanchi leaned closer to Jiang Yueza, trembled with rage. Although he was accustomed to the various sordid affairs of the upper echelons, one had to maintain a semblance of a hypocritical facade. Yet, encountering someone like Jin Bingchen, who was too indifferent to even pretend, was truly a first for him. He did not wish to engage in a dispute with Jin Bingchen and instead turned to Lanchi, inquiring, Lanchi, are you still certain you wish to go to the Jin family? Anticipating a pallor of manipulation upon Lanchi's face, Jiang Yueza was taken aback to find her cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, Lanchi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Jin Bingchen's recent remark had felt akin to a confession directed at her, aware that Jin Bingchen was undoubtedly displeased with Jiang Yueza and had intentionally said so. She still found herself exhilarated. After all, Jin Bingchen was unabashedly delivering a slap to Jiang Yueza's face. Of course. I intend to go to the Jin family. Lanchi restrained herself from leaping with excitement and instead gazed at Jiang Yueza, saying, who was it that initially claimed no one would want me after I parted ways with you? Who suggested that within a day, I would act as if nothing had occurred and seek reconciliation with you? With each statement, Jiang Yueza's complexion grew more ashen. Who was it that said my methods were many, unlike Yuchanchan's purity, urging me not to bully her? Lanchi's voice was unwavering as she confronted him. You see, I am indeed a person of many methods. I have entangled myself with General Jin, thus I no longer regard your Jiang family. As she spoke, Lanchi made her way to the opposite door of Jin Bingchen's car. Jiang Yueza felt his mind whirl. Ordinarily, if Lanchi had uttered such words, he would have been infuriated and refused to acknowledge her. Yet now, all that filled his heart was an overwhelming sense of panic and unending dread. He hastened a few steps to grasp Lanchi's arm, as if clutching at the love he had once sought but could now not attain. Let go. Lanchi struggled against him. Inside the car, although Jin Bingchen could not see, the moment he heard Lanchi's words, his voice turned cold and commanding. Release her. As Jin Bingchen's words fell, several bodyguards emerged from the black SUV behind Mushang, encircling Jiang Yueza. Jiang Yueza, I say this one last time. Let her go. Jin Bingchen's tone was frigid and authoritative. Jiang Yueza's eyes reddened, unwilling to relent. The bodyguards were poised for action, the atmosphere tense and charged. At that moment, Jiang Yuexian and Assistant Wu rushed in from the shadows, each seizing one of Jiang Yueza's arms and pulling him away. Brother, she doesn't want you anymore. Why persist? Jiang Yuexuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet she did not forget to address Jin Bingchen, second young master Jin. She is just a girl my brother has toyed with for 8 years. A resounding slap landed squarely on Jiang Yuexuan's face. Lanchi stared in shock at Jin Bingchen, who had suddenly emerged from the car and slapped Jiang Yuexian, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Chapter 67. Wife, I am addicted to you. Jiang Yueza, control your dogs. Jin Bingchen declared, wrapping an arm around the still-dazed Lanchi, pulling her entirely into his embrace. As Lanchi was enveloped by the warmth of the man, the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, the profound emotion of being unconditionally protected after so many years. She quickly wrapped her arms around Jin Bingchen's waist, subtly supporting him to maintain his balance. Ensuring no one noticed any signs, the bodyguards had opened the car door for Jin Bingchen, and he entered the vehicle, prompting Lanchi to swiftly move to the other side. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuexuan's ears buzzed, her cheeks burning with pain, yet a chill spread from her feet throughout her body. Jin Bingshan had struck her. He had slapped her because of Yi Lanqi. Tears surged from her eyes as she exclaimed, "Brother, he hit me. He hit me for Yi Lanqi." Jin Bingshan's swift action had caught Jiang Yueza completely off guard. At this moment, Jin Bingshan had taken Yi Lanqi from him and publicly slapped his sister. "Jin Bingshan, you were going too far." Jiang Yueza attempted to charge forward, but the bodyguards, each towering over him at nearly 2 meters tall, blocked his path, rendering him immobile. Assistant Wu held on to Jiang Yueza's other arm. At 175 centimeters, he was too weak and helpless to push through the bodyguards to clear a path for his boss. Jin Bingshan and Yi Lanqi had already entered the car, where Jin Bingshan remained in his previous position, turning towards the window with a stern tone. "Yi Lanqi is mine. Anyone who bullies her is opposing me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuexin cried even louder. "Yes, the one wailing is indeed you," Jin Bingshan retorted. Jiang Yuexin, filled with sorrow and fury, momentarily forgot to weep. Since that day on the cruise ship when she had fallen for Jin Bingshan at first sight, she had been concocting ways to encounter him again. When she heard the Jin family was hiring, her heart raced as she prepared her resume, secretly interviewing at the Jin family in hopes of a chance encounter with Jin Bingshan. Now, she had successfully crossed paths with him, and yet, her heart shattered. Jin Bingshan had remembered her, referring to her as the one wailing, "Brother, I can't go on living." Jiang Yuexin buried her face in Jiang Yueza's shoulder, her tears and snot staining his shirt. Jiang Yueza stood frozen in place, helplessly watching as Jin Bingshan's car whisked Yi Lanqi away, disappearing from sight. His fist clenched tightly, filled with a tumult of emotions, outraged at the insult to his manhood, envious of the woman he desired being taken from him, and a bitter sense of helplessness all surging within him, nearly bursting from his chest. His eyes glowed with a fierce red hue, and his voice emerged almost through clenched teeth. "Assistant Wu, let us return and focus on work." Zhou Yi and the others were right. A man's battlefield should be in the business realm. He would work diligently, strive to surpass the Jin family, reclaim Yi Lanqi, and repay Jin Bingshan for the humiliation he had endured today, doublefold. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Jiang Yueza, the interior of Jin Bingshan's car was warm and inviting. After finishing her milk tea, Yi Lanqi placed the cup on the armrest between herself and Jin Bingshan, unable to resist stealing glances at him. What could he be thinking? Perhaps this man possessed a sixth sense. On Yi Lanqi's fifth covert glance, Jin Bingshan inquired, "What is it, Lanqi?" Yi Lanqi bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she replied earnestly, "Husband, thank you for earlier." She had repeatedly been labeled as the girl Jiang Yueza toyed with for 8 years. Even her own mother had referred to her as the worn-out shoe from those 8 years. Despite her attempts to disregard it, her heart remained shrouded in gloom, even though she and Jiang Yueza had never truly been intimate. These labels had made her feel inferior, especially in Jin Bingshan's presence. Yet now, the very person who had pulled her from the depths of her insecurities was Jin Bingshan, who should have cared the most about her past. "Thank you so much," Yi Lanqi reiterated. In the next moment, Jin Bingshan turned to her, playing with the string of sandalwood beads on his wrist, and asked, "So, how should my wife express her gratitude?" Yi Lanqi suddenly recalled their customary arrangement. A token of thanks could not merely be verbal, it needed to be physical. Clearing her throat, Yi Lanqi instinctively glanced at the driver in front. Jin Bingshan, seemingly possessing mind-reading abilities, pressed a button on the central console, causing a partition to drop down. The spacious backseat suddenly felt constricted. Yi Lanqi bit her lip, her heart racing as though she were a thief, inching toward Jin Bingshan, just as her lips were about to meet his. Her heart threatened to leap from her throat, and her ears felt aflame. Meanwhile, the man remained reclined against the seat, composed and waiting for her initiative. As Yi Lanqi drew closer, when their lips finally touched, sparks ignited between them. Jin Bingshan denied her the opportunity to pull away. He firmly grasped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. In that instant, a vivid image flashed in Yi Lanqi's mind. In the sunlight, a girl with a ponytail stood on tiptoe, inching closer to a boy's lips, her heart racing, yet her eyes danced with provocation, as if to say, "If you don't dodge, I will truly kiss you." The boy in the picture made no attempt to evade, and she genuinely pressed her lips against his. It was her first kiss, and she was utterly inexperienced. After the initial contact, she found herself at a loss, mimicking the awkward angles she had seen on television. Perhaps even she felt a tinge of foolishness. After merely 3 to 5 seconds, she was filled with regret and wished to withdraw. Yet, the boy's hand clasped the back of her head, transforming her passivity into an active embrace as he captured her lips with his OWN. In that intimate moment, the confined space was invaded, overwhelmed by the youthful exuberance he exuded, both foreign and exhilarating. At that instant, Yilanchi was unable to discern whether it was day or night, and as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Jin Bingchen's neck, her vision faded to black due to the angle. Yilanchi had leaned sideways, and in that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, her hand slipped down from the nape of Jin Bingchen's neck, trailing along his collarbone, across his abs, and eventually resting just below his abdomen. Jin Bingchen suddenly felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on his life. He took a couple of heavy breaths. Did Yilanchi truly understand what she was doing? Did she dare to ignite the same flames of desire as she did 8 years ago? Completely oblivious, when Yilanchi regained her senses a little over 10 seconds later, she found herself trapped between his arm and the car seat. The back seat was spacious, with her reclining against the soft leather. Supported by Jin Bingchen, who was leaning over her, bearing the weight of his own body with his elbows, his unfocused gaze was tinged with a hint of crimson, and his voice was hoarse as he murmured, "Wife, I'm quite addicted to you." He pressed his prominent form against her with a hint of helplessness. "What do you suggest we do about it?" Chapter 68. Rewards and Punishments. Yilanchi was bewildered by how things had escalated. Just moments ago, she had been intent on kissing Jin Bingchen, and now they were in such an intimate position. Her voice trembled as she pondered aloud, "Perhaps we should drink some ice water to cool down?" Jin Bingchen couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He cupped her cheeks and nibbled at her ear. "Shouldn't a girl who has misbehaved be punished? Teasing me in the car on the street without taking responsibility afterward. And now suggesting a light-hearted drink of ice water." He smirked. "If you enjoy ice water so much, let us share some together." As he whispered in her ear, his hand began to roam over her body. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming sensations exploded from her ear and rapidly spread throughout her being, causing Yilanchi to feel even her toes tingle and tremble. She found herself completely immobilized, her doe-like eyes gazing at Jin Bingchen in silent accusation. Yet, the man remained oblivious. Having finished all his mischief, he straightened up and adjusted his shirt and tie, returning to his icy demeanor. Except for a few telltale signs that still betrayed his earlier state. Jin Bingchen retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the car's refrigerator, twisted off the cap, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Noticing that Yilanchi still lay there, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. Feigning confusion, "Wife, don't you need to cool down?" Yilanchi was fuming. After a few moments, she finally emerged from her earlier days, sitting up and huffing as she marched to the fridge to fetch some water. However, it was empty. Jin Bingchen followed suit, rummaging through the refrigerator before finally grasping her hand with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry." That was the last bottle. While Yilanchi glared at him before snatching the water bottle from his hands and taking a few swigs. After all, they had kissed so many times. What was the harm in sharing a drink? She genuinely needed the ice water to calm her nerves, as she had just shockingly realized her own desires for Jin Bingchen. For the first time, she recognized her own needs. This realization struck Yilanchi like a thunderbolt, leaving her flustered and bewildered. "All right, but you should drink less ice water," Jin Bingchen said as he took the bottle back from her. Taking a few sips himself before sealing it shut. While Yilanchi remained still grappling with her newfound self-awareness. One moment she felt shy, the next angry, and she couldn't help but steal glances at Jin Bingchen. They returned to the villa, and Yilanchi immediately immersed herself in the final stages of her little robot project. She had to distract herself with work, as a conversational and companionship robot. It only required a positioning module, and the motion control commands were relatively simple. Yilanchi focused primarily on training the dialogue logic of the robot. She dedicated her days to continuous simulations and tests. 3 days later, she received a call from the Human Resources Department of Gene Corporation. "Miss Yilanchi, you have successfully passed the interview. As we are in the process of assembling a new team. You have a 2-week preparation period. During this time, you may sign the contract and confidentiality agreement, then take the training materials home to study. You will officially start on the 8th of next month." Yilanchi eagerly replied, "Great. I'll head over to sign the contract." After hearing the materials required for signing, she rushed to Jin Bingchen's study. The man was busy typing away, and upon hearing her footsteps, he looked up. While Yilanchi exclaimed, "Husband, I passed the interview." Then she confirmed, "You didn't put in a good word for me, did you? I got the position based on my own abilities, right?" Jin Bingchen shook his head. "No, I didn't." He then extended his arms toward her. While Yilanchi hurried over, thinking he was going to take her hand, only to be surprised as he pulled her into an embrace. "Wife, you're amazing. You deserve a reward." While Yilanchi realized that once they established a system of rewards and punishments, they seemed to find reasonable justifications to reward or punish each other every day, ever since she discovered her own feelings of desire for Jin Bingchen. Each kiss they shared was tinged with impure thoughts. Just like now, her first reaction was to recall a little video that Xiao Yuning had shared with her about an office play scenario. The CEO lifted the girl onto his expansive desk, leading to a series of unspeakable actions. She was done for. Until a phone call interrupted Yulanqi's daydreaming. It was Li Xingye calling. Jean Bingchen took a deep breath before releasing Yulanqi to answer. Bingchen, are you sure Nancy isn't coming over? Li Xingye inquired. Jean Bingchen turned toward Yulanqi and replied into the phone, the day after tomorrow, I'll accompany her. Li Xingye frowned, setting aside your condition. Don't forget you need daily rehabilitation. Are you sure no one there will notice your state? Although Yulanqi couldn't hear Li Xingye's voice, she could guess the content of the conversation. Yesterday, Jean Bingchen had mentioned needing to go abroad for work. She knew her presence would be far more effective than that of Jean Muqing. While Yulanqi gently tugged at Jean Bingchen's sleeve. Whispering, I can go by myself. It won't be a problem. Jean Bingchen nodded slightly in response before addressing Li Xingye. I'll call you back later. He put away his phone and said to Yulanqi. The situation there is safe, but as you know, there are always some difficult personalities at the company. I worry you might have trouble handling it alone. While Yulanqi shook her head, it's fine. Although I may be inexperienced in many areas, I can pretend not to hear. She hadn't grown up in a bubble. After countless reprimands from Xiao Yulan, Yulanqi believed she had been trained to don her armor at any moment. You really don't need to go. Dr. G said your health isn't suitable for travel, so you should rest at home to improve your condition, which will also enhance the success rate of your upcoming surgery. She hoped he would recover well. Jean Bingchen grasped Yulanqi's hand. All right. If love can endure through the ages, does it matter whether day or night? He called Li Xingye back. Xingye, she'll go alone. Please take good care of her for me. On the morning of their departure, Yulanqi finally presented the completed robot to Jean Bingchen. Unable to see it, he could only feel the round little device in his hands. Its head was perfectly spherical, adorned with 2 plump antennas, while its oval-shaped body was supported by 4 wheels. Its rear was a small tail, and upon careful exploration, he discovered a button. While Yulanqi explained. The switch is at the back. A long press of 2 seconds will turn it on. The microphone is located at the navel, the speaker is beneath the belly, and the signal receiver and positioning device are on top. With the chip housed within the head, its main functions include companionship and conversation. It can also send alarms, provide location tracking, and facilitate remote dialogue. All commands can be issued via voice, and it can connect to mobile devices for real-time synchronization. However, it doesn't have a name yet. Shall we come up with one? Jean Bingchen pondered over the little device in his palm and suggested, let us call it Chinsi. Chapter 69, To the Place Where I Fell in Love with Jean Bingchen 8 years ago. Chinsi. The faint light after dawn. While Yulanqi nodded, that's a lovely meaning. Then she noticed Jean Bingchen regarding her with a smirk, as if to say, still pretending, just as she was about to inquire what was amiss. It suddenly dawned on her. Chinsi, Xinshi, Jean Bingchen, Yulanqi. Was that what he meant? Yulanqi's heart raced uncontrollably in her chest. Did this man really have to be so perceptive? Moreover, if her guess was correct, Jean Bingchen would once again reward her. As expected, the man leaned in, and a gentle kiss fell upon Yulanqi's lips. However, this time he quickly straightened up, ruffling her hair. If you encounter any difficulties over there, Xingye and Ronghao will take care of it. You can contact them anytime. At that moment, the car that was to take Yulanqi to Jean Bingchen's private airport arrived at the villa's entrance. Jean Bingchen and Yulanqi got into the car together. He held her hand throughout the ride, leaning back in his seat, eyes closed in contemplation. Unable to restrain herself, Yulanqi asked, Darling, are you feeling unwell? No. Jean Bingchen replied nonchalantly, I was just thinking about how to satisfy my cravings once you leave. While Yulanqi quickly glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror, noticing he remained utterly unfazed. The private airport was not far from the hillside villa, and they arrived promptly. Jean Bingchen escorted Yulanqi to the tarmac, enduring the deep, soul-wrenching pain within him, and smiled at her. Wife, wait for your return. Yulanqi nodded. Okay, darling, take care of yourself. As she spoke, she walked up the boarding steps with Jean Bingchen's bodyguard. Just as she was about to enter the cabin, she turned to glance back at the tarmac below. The man sat in a wheelchair, maintaining the same posture he had while sending her off. In the sunlight, he seemed to be enveloped in a delicate sheen, so beautiful that it felt as if he could vanish at any moment. For reasons unknown, Yulanqi's heart suddenly felt pierced, a wave of dull pain and panic surging within her. By the time she realized, she had already turned and hurried down the steps to Jean Bingchen. She extended her arms to embrace him and said earnestly, Jean Bingchen, you must take care of yourself while I'm away. Just a moment ago, Jean Bingchen had been engulfed in pain. lost in a haze, but now he was enveloped by her familiar presence, pulling him back from the brink of detachment. It was the first time Yulanchi had called him by his full name. Yet it sounded inexplicably melodious. He made an effort to appear composed, responding, "All right." Seeing that Jean Bingchen seemed to be in good spirits, Yulanchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps her earlier intuition had been mistaken. She waved at him once more. "They are waiting for me, so I'm heading onto the plane now. We'll keep in touch." Jean Bingchen nodded. Yulanchi ascended the boarding steps once more. The moment the cabin door closed, Jean Bingchen's arm, which had rested at his side, fell limply. The bodyguard beside him was instantly alarmed, swiftly pushing Jean Bingchen into the car while simultaneously calling Ji Qingze. Meanwhile, at the same time, the private jet taxied down the runway. Yulanchi set her handbag down and leaned against the spacious cabin window to gaze outside. The parking area had already emptied. A peculiar emptiness settled in her heart. What she did not know was that Jean Bingchen had lacked the strength even for the reward he had intended, which was why he had only bestowed a fleeting kiss. The plane quickly ascended into the clouds, and 10 hours later, it landed in Ao City. The weather there was several degrees warmer than in Jing City, and it was now midday. Upon disembarking, Yulanchi immediately spotted 2 men. One wore gold-rimmed glasses, was tall and slender, dressed in a white shirt and trousers, his hair slicked back, revealing a full forehead and refined, handsome features. He exuded an air of sophistication but possessed an unrestrained demeanor in his movements. The other had a buzz cut, his bronzed skin giving him a fierce, cold demeanor. When he squinted to observe, he resembled a wolf poised with latent power. Yulanchi understood that these were the 2 childhood friends Jean Bingchen had mentioned. One was Li Xingye, and the other was Rong Hao. However, their names seemed to be in reverse order. "Lanchi, I am Li Xingye. I've been managing matters for Bingchen's company recently." Li Xingye greeted Yulanchi warmly. She promptly nodded. "He has informed me of my responsibilities here. If I falter in any way, please feel free to remind me. No problem," Li Xingye reassured her. "Just think of this place as your second home." The 2 led Yulanchi to the hotel to settle in. As time was of the essence, Rong Hao suggested, "Lanchi, if you don't need to adjust to the time difference, we can take you somewhere." Yulanchi had napped on the plane and, eager to acclimatize quickly to the new time zone, agreed. "Sure, where to?" "To the equestrian club," Rong Hao replied. The trio traveled to the western outskirts of Ao City. This equestrian club was also one of Bingchen's enterprises. He had hired someone to manage it during his busy years, but he used to visit monthly to ride before the incident occurred. As Rong Hao explained, he guided Yulanchi inside. Meanwhile, Li Xingye was on the phone with Ji Qingze. Brother Qin's infection is currently unstable, with a tendency to worsen. Ji Qingze stated, "We may have to perform the surgery ahead of schedule." Li Xingye inquired, "Has he woken up?" "He just woke for a moment and then fell back asleep." Ji Qingze asked, "Where are you?" "We're taking Nancy to Bingchen's equestrian club," Li Xingye replied, glancing ahead. "You know, both Bingchen and Nancy's horses are still here, despite the 8 years that have passed." Old horses recognized their people. As they spoke, Yulanchi was already being led by Rong Hao to Jean Bingchen's private stable. The stable was spacious, and each horse was meticulously cared for by dedicated staff, each having their own room. Upon entering, Yulanchi noticed a tall Caucasian man brushing one of the horses. It was a robust, bay Hanoverian, exuding strength and vitality. Rong Hao remarked, "This horse has been in training with Bingchen for 4 years. It possesses remarkable jumping ability and speed, having participated in numerous equestrian competitions and won first place 3 times." Yulanchi nodded, sincerely admiring. "It's beautiful." However, just as she spoke, a loud neigh echoed from within the stable, followed by the sound of a horse kicking at the door. The staff member paused, quickly making his way inside, muttering, "Dawn, doesn't he usually behave like this? Is she unwell? Why would she make such a fuss?" Understanding the English he spoke, Yulanchi turned to Rong Hao and asked, "Rong Ge, is Dawn the name of the horse?" Rong Hao nodded, locking eyes with Yulanchi. "She's the horse Bingchen brought back 8 years ago. Name Dawn." Dawn means dawn. A peculiar sense of disorientation washed over Yulan 11. That moment, the staff had already opened Dawn's stall. As the door swung open, the all-white horse looked at Yulanchi and then raised its neck, letting out a long, loud snort. "Dawn, you haven't come to see me in 8 years. I'm upset, and nothing can placate me." "Dawn, come meet a friend," Rong Hao called to her. Yet the Frisian horse raised its proud head, flicking its tail dismissively at the group. Frisians are typically black, and it's rare to find an all-white specimen. Its glossy coat and flowing mane exuded elegance. Even now, with its sulky demeanor, Yulanchi found herself captivated by its appearance. It looked so noble and beautiful. Yulanchi lavished praise, her voice filled with admiration. She couldn't help but imagine how stunning Dawn must look galloping through the morning light, surely possessing a cinematic sense of destiny. Dawn. Yilanchi waved at her. However, Dawn snorted once more, turning away to show Yilanchi her backside. Then, as if swatting flies, she flicked her tail behind her. It seems Dawn doesn't like me, Yilanchi remarked with a hint of disappointment. Behind her, Li Xingye stepped forward, approaching Dawn directly. He gently stroked her flowing mane, patted her shoulder, and quietly asked in her ear, "She hasn't come to see you in a long time. Are you upset?" Dawn rolled her eyes and stomped her elegant hooves, as if to say, "Humph, she hasn't come to appease me yet. There is no chance left." Li Xingye, both amused and exasperated, rubbed Dawn's head and attempted to pull her reins to lead her out. Yet Dawn was obstinate, her weight of 500 to 600 kilograms refusing to budge, making it nearly impossible to move her an inch. The staff, witnessing this, sighed. Dawn usually isn't like this. She must be in a bad mood today, or, Ronghao interrupted him, beckoning to Yilanchi. "Lanchi, come here." Yilanchi looked puzzled, pointing to herself, me, with her slight frame. How could she possibly lead a tall horse, especially since Dawn, upon hearing her voice, flicked her mane as if shaking off lice. Yilanchi was almost certain that Dawn seemed to be upset with her. But this was their first meeting. She had merely commented on how beautiful Jin Bingchen's first horse was. Could that have offended her? Although she thought so, she still cautiously approached. Dawn was stomping its feet, seemingly aware of Yilanjing's presence, and switched to stomping with a hoof that was the farthest from her. Yilanjing felt an inexplicable sense of warmth from Dawn's apparent consideration. She had already stood beside Dawn, mimicking Ronghao's actions as she gently placed her palm on Dawn's shoulder. The stamping creature huffed and paused, tilting its head to the other side to nuzzle against Li Xingye, ignoring Yilanjing but not shying away from her touch. Li Xingye nearly laughed. This creature, although originally given to Yilanjing by Jin Bingchen, had a personality strikingly similar to his own, proud yet easy to coax. Seeing that Dawn was indifferent yet not hostile, Yilanjing felt reassured and continued to stroke its mane. "Dawn is truly the most beautiful and unique horse I have ever seen," she exclaimed sincerely. In response, Dawn scratched the ground with its front hoof. Nearby, Ronghao remarked, "Dawn was only 2 years old when it was brought back. 8 years have passed, and now it is 10. The ages between 7 and 15 are the prime years for a horse, ideal for intensive training and high-level equestrian competitions, so Dawn is in its prime." Yilanjing caught the key detail, 8 years. Though the number seemed unremarkable, she felt an invisible thread tugging at her, urging her to seek answers. "Dawn, would you like to go for a walk?" Yilanjing looked up at the horse, which towered over her. Dawn moved its head slightly but soon resumed interacting with Li Xingye, even lowering its head to nuzzle against him in a display of affection. In that moment, Yilanjing inexplicably understood its message. When Dawn said no, it actually meant yes. Much like certain individuals who were often contradictory in their words and actions. Determined, Yilanjing tugged at the reins. At first, there was no response, but with a bit more effort, she managed to get Dawn moving. With its proud head held high, Dawn walked with an elegant gait, appearing reluctant yet compelled to follow. Yilanjing was astonished and turned to Ronghao, exclaiming, "It seems like Dawn has accepted me." Li Xingye, with a hint of meaning in his tone, said, perhaps to it, "Your presence feels like a long-lost friend returning." As Yilanjing led Dawn forward, she pondered this notion. Indeed, Dawn might carry the essence of Jin Bingchen. Perhaps the horse was upset due to Jin Bingchen's prolonged absence after his injury. Yet that didn't quite make sense. Horses are perceptive creatures, capable of distinguishing between her and Jin Bingchen. Just as she was lost in thought, Dawn halted at the door of another stable. Ronghao approached and opened it. Seeing this, a staff member rushed over to intervene, visibly agitated. "Conqueror does not accept strangers trespassing on its territory. As you know, this girl could be in danger." The name Conqueror aptly described the horse, which possessed a strong territorial instinct, rejecting all uninvited beings. However, as Ronghao opened the door, Yilanjing beheld a magnificent chestnut stallion. It was an Arabian horse, robust and graceful. Yilanjing had previously learned that these horses excel in long-distance runs, renowned for their endurance. The staff members stood before Yilanjing, waving their hands and muttering soothing words to Conqueror. But Conqueror had already turned its head, fixing its gaze upon Yilanjing. In that instant, the strange sense of destiny she had felt intensified. Ronghao, standing beside Conqueror, spoke. Conqueror was gifted to Bingchen when he turned 10 by the old man. At that time, he built a stable specifically for Conqueror on the island, training and running with it daily. Later, when Bingchen went abroad for his studies, he arranged for Conqueror to be flown over on the Jin family's private jet and established an equestrian club here. Li Xingye added, Conqueror was one of the earliest horses in Bingchen's equestrian club and has won numerous championships. However, it is now 21 years old. Although it can still run, it is considered an old horse. Whenever Bingchen visits, he no longer rides it but takes it out for leisurely walks. As they spoke, Conqueror gracefully approached Yilonjing. The staff members stood in shock, witnessing this horse. Difficult to approach for anyone other than Jean Bingchen and his childhood friends, showing no signs of territorial anger. Yilonjing gazed up at Conqueror, and as if sensing her emotions, she slowly raised her hand. The venerable horse, a leader of countless triumphs for the club, gently lowered its head, nuzzling against Yilonjing's palm. Reminiscent of a long-lost friend or a wise elder reflecting on cherished memories. Chapter 71. The intricate threads of destiny. A wave of melancholy surged within Yilonjing. She instinctively reached out to stroke Conqueror's head. Asking, "Conqueror, would you like to go for a stroll?" Conqueror seemed to understand, nodding. Thus, Yilonjing led Dawn, with Conqueror following closely behind them. Rong Hao, seeing this, quickly took the young horse named Flame, which had been groomed by the staff, and joined them. The small building nearby served as Jean Bingchen's private changing room. Yilonjing entered to change into the riding attire provided by the staff. She soon emerged, donned in a fitted black riding outfit adorned with golden buttons, exuding a spirited elegance. Just as she was about to step outside, she noticed a display case. Curiosity piqued. She approached and discovered two sets of riding gear inside, one a deep blue with gold accents, the other a vibrant red, strikingly eye-catching. The cuts and embellishments were identical, clearly designed as matching outfits for couples. Yilonjing blinked, standing before the display for some time, as she noticed the faint signs of wear on the female boots, indicating they had been used. Did Jean Bingchen's equestrian club also have female riders? The size appeared unsuitable for someone as tall as Jean Muching. Who could it be? As Yilonjing stepped out of the room, she was unaware that her mood had turned somewhat somber. However, Dawn, who had been playful, approached eagerly, seemingly unable to wait to show off how impressive it had become. Rong Hao, aware that Jean Bingchen had once taken Yilonjing riding, couldn't help but worry after 8 years had passed. "Lonjing, do you have any trouble riding?" he asked. Yilonjing shook her head. "I specifically learned while at home. I should be fine." Saying this, she grasped the reins, stepped into the stirrup, and with a bit of effort, easily mounted Dawn's back. Rong Hao gave her a thumbs up, and then, with a squeeze of his horse's belly, Flame started to trot away. Seeing this, Dawn immediately followed suit. Behind them, Conqueror moved with an elegant stride, maintaining a steady pace as if serving as their guardian. Li Xingye, not riding, took out his phone to record a video. Although each member had their own designated training area, the overall layout was semi-open. After a couple of laps, Dawn seemed to catch a sound, its spirit renewed as it surged forward. The speed was exhilarating, and as it galloped at full tilt, Yilonjing felt as though she might take flight. The sensation of freedom enveloped her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the reins, gradually acclimating to the high intensity, finding herself becoming increasingly adept. Dawn soon approached an obstacle course where several riders were competing in a friendly match. Cheering on the sidelines. Yilonjing quickly pulled on Dawn's reins. "Sweetheart, they're competing. Let's not disturb them." Yet, as soon as Dawn appeared, several spectators recognized it, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. "Oh my, it's Dawn. The boss is Dawn. It hasn't shown up in ages. Come join us for the obstacle course." Dawn, with a haughty flick of its tail, seemed to declare its superiority over the other horses. Consequently, Yilonjing found herself reluctantly thrust into participating in the 6-person obstacle course. The judge soon approached, instructing everyone to warm up briefly before allowing the riders to enter the arena in sequence. With everyone eagerly anticipating Dawn's performance, Yilonjing was assigned to make the grand finale appearance. As the judge signaled the start, the first knight galloped towards the initial obstacle atop a chestnut horse. Thankfully, as the majority were merely amateur enthusiasts, the heights of the barriers were not overly daunting, allowing the chestnut horse to leap effortlessly over the hurdles before proceeding to the next jump. Having taken equestrian lessons during her university days, Yilonjing felt a twinge of anxiety as the obstacles behind began to escalate in difficulty. However, Dawn appeared utterly confident, and upon noticing Yilonjing's tightly clenched hands, it let out a snort in her direction. Despite the horse's lack of discernible expression, Yilonjing could not shake off the feeling of disappointment. As if a horse deemed her inadequate, the judge assessed each rider, ultimately recording their completion times. Soon, the other 5 had finished, leaving only Yilonjing. The moment she entered the arena, Dawn seemed to transform, its demeanor shifting dramatically. At the judge's command, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Yilonjing felt an overwhelming sense of destiny enveloping her as Dawn soared over each obstacle, A feeling of surreal familiarity washing over her. It was as if she were caught in a dream of past lives. The firm grip on the reins and the steady pressure of her legs against the horse's flank reminded her that she was in Ao City. A place that should have felt entirely foreign, yet it felt hauntingly familiar. Finally, Dawn cleared the last jump and dashed across the finish line, reminiscent of a king returning in triumph. The air erupted with applause, clearly indicating that their competition had drawn a sizable crowd. Yet amidst the cheers, two individuals and their horses stood apart. Li Xingye held the reins of Conqueror, standing on the periphery of the crowd, his gaze piercing through the throng as if gazing upon a scene from 8 years prior. Back then, Jin Bingshan rode the robust Conqueror, while Yulanchi mounted the newly matured Dawn, both of them clearing barriers with youthful exuberance. Beside him, Rong Hao dismounted from his fiery steed, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke, his hand gently stroking Conqueror's neck and mane. To his surprise, he noticed tears glistening in the eyes of the once mighty star horse as it gazed at Dawn. Old friend, why the tears? Rong Hao's face, typically stoic, bore a hint of indifference towards the cycle of life and death. Horses grow old, just as we do. Li Xingye, having tucked away his recently recorded video, turned to Conqueror and affectionately ruffled its mane. Time slips away from us, and beauty fades like flowers bidding farewell to trees. Our Conqueror has become sentimental in its old age. Conqueror nudged Li Xingye's hand, its name signifying the conqueror, yet even the mightiest monarch must face the inevitability of aging. At that moment, the judge announced the scores, and predictably, Yulanchi and Dawn claimed first place. Overjoyed, Yulanchi leaned down to caress Dawn's silky coat. Dawn, you were incredible. Our first collaboration was so harmonious. Dawn's once proud mane became disheveled under her affectionate touch, evoking memories from 8 years ago when it had been this very woman who had tousled its fur. It felt a flicker of annoyance, yet more than that, it was filled with joy. Its owner had returned. It was no longer the abandoned Dawn. As Yulanchi dismounted, she was quickly surrounded by several onlookers, including a boy who appeared to be merely 15 or 16, his eyes filled with admiration. Sister, I've heard so much about Dawn. It never allows anyone else to ride it. How did you manage to train together so seamlessly? Yulanchi paused, taken aback by the notion of seamlessness. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, you two seemed so in sync. I even recorded a bit. Let me show you. As she glanced at the screen, disbelief washed over her. She had ridden splendidly. Yet, a sudden recollection left her momentarily stunned. During her university days, the Yi family had arranged her equestrian classes, but they had never covered jumping obstacles. Where then had this sense of familiarity sprung from? Just then, her phone rang. Noticing a domestic number, Yulanchi swiped to answer, and a familiar voice emerged. Lanchi, are you still awake? Jiang Yuez's voice was hoarse, tinged with a nasal quality. The moment she heard him, Yulanchi instinctively considered ending the call, but a sudden thought stopped her. He had accompanied her to every equestrian lesson during her university years. If anyone could confirm her memories, it would be him. Do you remember my equestrian lessons during university? Yulanchi inquired. Jiang Yueze, seated in his car at the early hours of the morning in Jing City, had just learned that a substantial sum of money had been injected into the Yi family business, approximately 70 million. However, his contacts had reported that the Yi family had received no such investment. The money seemed to have materialized out of thin air. The only coincidental timing was Yulanchi's sudden marriage. Therefore, it was implied that the Yi family had sold her off for a considerable sum. Jiang Yueze was at a loss for words, grappling with a mixture of frustration, regret, heartache, and a deep-seated resentment towards the Yi family. Yet, a week had passed since he had sent out a group message, and no one had approached him to negotiate, indicating that someone had indeed set their sights on Yulanchi. Having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol that night, he instructed his driver to take him to the entrance of Yulanchi's old university. In the dead of night, he sat alone in the car, staring at the familiar gates, motionless, until the radio played a melancholic tune. 10 years later, we are friends, still able to greet each other, yet that tenderness no longer finds a reason to embrace. Tears welled up in Jiang Yuez's eyes as he rummaged through the glove compartment for a newly acquired phone card and inserted it into his phone. It was only upon dialing that he realized it was the middle of the night. Nevertheless, he longed to hear Yulanchi's voice, even feeling anxious that the person answering might be her new partner. The call connected. Jiang Yueze stumbled over his words. Lanchi, you're still awake? I hope I'm not interrupting. Only after he spoke did he recall that Yulanchi had been asking about her equestrian training. Wiping away his tears, he cleared his throat and asked, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Why Yulanchi, choosing directness, replied, my family arranged for me to learn equestrianism in college, and you attended every lesson with me. Do you remember what I learned? Did it include obstacles like jumping? Jiang Yueze, bewildered by her question, nevertheless recalled. You learned the basics, mounting, controlling speed and direction, but you never practiced jumping. It was deemed too dangerous. And neither I nor your family were comfortable with it. Lanchi chose to disregard the latter part of his statement. Her heart raced as she sensed an elusive truth shrouded in mist. Gnawing at her, she pressed for clarity. So, I never trained in jumping. I shouldn't be able to do that. Then, realizing she was outdoors and surrounded by others speaking English, Jiang Yueza asked, Lanchi, where are you? You're not in the country. Lanchi insisted, just answer my question. Reluctantly, Jiang Yueza acquiesced. The instructor is an acquaintance of the Jiang family. I had previously instructed him to teach you only the basics of dressage, not jumping, since you never learned. You naturally wouldn't have the relevant skills. Lanchi tightened her grip on the phone, her other hand still holding on to Dawn, as an electric sensation coursed through her, as if she were on the brink of uncovering a hidden secret. Even her scalp prickled with anticipation. She politely responded, all right, I understand. Thank you. Sensing her intention to end the call, Jiang Yueza quickly urged, Lanchi, where are you? Is something wrong? Please don't do anything reckless. Don't attempt any jumps you haven't trained for. It could be dangerous. Lanchi glanced at the time, realizing it was late in the night back home. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly replied, Stop calling me. I cannot go back. Not because I'm angry with you or anything else, but simply because I've moved on from my feelings for you. Jiang Yueza froze, and upon realization, his eyes ignited with surprise. Lanchi, you once had feelings for me, didn't you? You weren't simply treating me well because of what your family said. Were you? However, on the other end of the line came only the sound of a busy tone. Jiang Yueza attempted to call again, but was met with the notification that the line was busy, indicating that his number had also been blocked by Lanchi. He sat in the car, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. That evening, after returning to the hotel, Lanchi found herself unable to sleep. Despite her long journey and nearly 20 hours without rest, her mind was consumed by the sensations of the day spent at the racetrack. Subconsciously, an answer began to surface, becoming increasingly clear. Her memory seemed to be in disarray, as if a deviation had occurred at some point in time. As for AO City, if one were to pinpoint when she had last visited, it would undoubtedly be 8 years ago when she came to participate in violin training for a competition. According to Xiao Yulan, an accident had befallen her shortly after her arrival, leaving her in a coma for 3 months. This particular memory was indeed a complete blank for Lanchi, aligning perfectly with Xiao Yulan's account. Her second visit to AO City occurred 6 months after that accident, just shy of 8 years ago, accompanied by both Xiao Yulan and Jiang Yueza, as she was to participate in a violin competition that had been rescheduled to accommodate her absence the first time around. During that visit, she spent a total of 5 days in AO City, 3 days engaged in competitions and the remaining 2 exploring the city. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the capital. Lanchi jotted down several locations on a piece of paper. The Equestrian Club, the Cultural Center, the site of her violin training, and the racetrack. According to Jiqingze, he had seen her at the racetrack, suggesting that during her training, she must have passed by there. Yet, Lanchi had no recollection of this. This presented 2 possibilities. Firstly, since the racing club was adjacent to the Cultural Arts Center, Jiqingze might have merely passed by and caught a glimpse of her, which would not be particularly extraordinary. Secondly, it was possible that her memory had indeed diverged from that time. Perhaps she had actually visited the racing club and met Jiqingze there, and possibly even encountered Jean Bingchen. As for the closeness of Dawn and Conqueror towards her, Lanchi considered 2 potential explanations. First, perhaps she bore the scent of Jean Bingchen, with horses possessing a keen sense of smell that could detect it, thus not rejecting her. Regarding the hurdles, it could be attributed to her equestrian foundation, coupled with the fact that Dawn was a remarkably skilled and mature horse capable of executing actions while caring for an inexperienced rider. Secondly, 8 years ago, she might have yearned for a sense of freedom, and her younger self, imbued with a rebellious spirit that she later lacked, chose not to attend violin training but rather happened upon Jean Bingchen's Equestrian Club, where she met Dawn and Conqueror. Chapter 73, the racetrack of that year. If both of these conjectures were indeed the second possibility, it would imply that Xiao Yulan had been deceptive. Lanchi's gaze finally settled upon the landmark of the racing club. Perhaps there truly was a secret waiting for her to unveil. She simply had to visit it the following day. Her heart raced, yet she forced herself to sleep, for the next day held a challenging confrontation. The following morning, Lanchi and Li Xingye arrived at Jean Bingchen's company. In the conference room, the senior executives were already seated, and upon seeing Li Xingye enter with a young girl, many faces turned pale. Li Xiao, what is going on? Today is the shareholders' meeting, and you've brought a girl along. Indeed, It's been over a month since Jin Zong last graced the company. I've heard his previous accident left him with after effects. Could it be that he has suffered a relapse? What will happen to the company if something happens to Jin Zong? We have so many shareholders relying on him to support their families. Several shareholders in their 40s and 50s were the first to voice their concerns, while others quickly rose to defend. What are you all saying? This is Madame Jean. I saw her in the video with Jin Zong the other day. Yes, Jin Zong is in good health. I witnessed them snuggling under the covers that day. The previously agitated shareholders were taken aback. What? Jin Zong's wife? As Li Xingye was about to introduce her, Yilanqi preemptively addressed the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Yilanqi, Bingshan's wife. Considering your ages, you may call me Nancy. She took a seat, opened her laptop, logged into the account Jean Bingshan had set up for her, and initiated the meeting. Consequently, everyone present, including Jean Bingshan back in the domestic location, received a meeting invitation. Why Yilanqi did not pay attention to how many had entered the meeting room. Instead, she smiled at those who had been the most vociferous and said in a casual tone, I am a native of Jing City. Huaguo. I am quite unaccustomed to being abroad. Look, I have only been here for a day, and already a pimple has appeared on my forehead. Unbeknownst to her, the screen displayed that Jean Bingshan had already entered the video conference room. She continued, since I am experiencing some discomfort here and cannot accompany my husband, he has postponed his return several times just to stay in the country with me. Upon hearing this, Jean Bingshan, watching from the screen, slightly curved his lips. Although he could not see Yilanqi's current expression, he had recorded the session, and when his vision returned, he would review it all. I am aware that this is not ideal, but please forgive us newlyweds for being reluctant to part. Yilanqi's tone was playful, infused with the vivacity of a girl in her early 20s, softening the hearts of even those who had previously expressed discontent. As it happened, the domestic market was vigorously developing the AI industry, and Jean's company had garnered the necessary qualifications for its research and development technology abroad, thus he had been preoccupied with affairs back home, making it even less feasible for him to come. Why Yilanqi shifted the conversation. However, I cannot simply remain at home as a decorative piece while he is occupied. Therefore, since he is unable to attend, I volunteered to come and meet with all of you. Although I am indeed struggling with the local climate and unable to eat or sleep well, my husband has done so much for me, and I should contribute in any way I can. She placed the bag she had brought with her onto the table, cheerfully standing up to distribute gifts. I brought some presents this time, and I hope you all enjoy them. In order to cater to their preferences, each gift bag contained different items. Why Yilanqi had done her homework beforehand, remembering the identities of the 7 shareholders present, and skillfully distributed the gifts. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, especially when the youngest shareholder here was already in their 40s, faced with a girl in her 20s. They found it difficult to continue their hostility. As some opened their gift bags and noticed items they particularly liked, their spirits lifted even higher. Nancy, you were too kind. We were only worried about Jin Zong's health. Yes, seeing Jin Zong is well because he has been staying to accompany his wife puts our minds at ease. We are merely shareholders who receive dividends every year. We have witnessed Jin Zong's capabilities. Our previous concerns were merely unfounded worries. Indeed, we had already assured you earlier that Jin Zong was fine, yet you all kept speculating. Now it seems we were all unnecessarily anxious. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly lightened considerably. Soon, a shareholder stood up, producing a thick red envelope, and said, after the video conference with Jin Zong, I prepared this. I didn't expect to truly meet Madame Jean. I've heard that receiving red envelopes is a wedding custom in Huaguo. So Nancy, you must accept this. Yilanqi smiled as she accepted. Thank you, Mr. Frank. 2 others had also prepared red envelopes, clearly having coordinated beforehand, and quickly presented theirs as well. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining shareholders who had come unprepared felt a rush of urgency. To their surprise, Frank performed a magic trick with the red envelopes, pulling out a stack and addressing the others. If you want one, you can buy it from me. All right, Frank, you've even turned this into a business with your old friends? Though they teased him, the other 3 still reached for their wallets to purchase. Thus, Yilanqi received 3 more red envelopes filled to the brim with AO currency. Upon returning to her seat, she noticed that Jean Bingshan had entered the video conference room at some point. She picked up her headset and quietly asked him in Chinese, Darling, did I perform well just now? From the headset came the man's deep, soothing voice, Very well. When you return, I'll reward you. Why Yilanqi swiftly cast a glance around the gathered crowd, since Jean Bingshan spoke in Chinese, and the others present had yet to activate their computer speakers. Only Yilanqi heard his words. Amidst the bustling throng, it felt as if their exchange was a clandestine signal shared solely between the two of them. A flush crept onto Yulanchi's cheeks, her heart racing. Having nearly completed her task for the day and stabilized the morale of the troops, she was aware that the intricacies of business eluded her understanding. Thus, she entrusted the management of the situation to Jin Bingchen and Li Xingye. Once the meeting concluded, Yulanchi breathed a sigh of relief after enduring a lengthy meal with the others. She eagerly excused herself and made her way to the Cultural and Arts Center. To ensure her safety, Li Xingye and Rong Hao accompanied her all the way to the entrance, where they arranged for a bodyguard to provide covert protection. While Yulanchi paused briefly at the site where she had competed 8 years prior, then closed her eyes. As her mind gradually charted its course, she turned and headed towards the racing club. It appeared that an event was underway, as raucous cheers and applause erupted from within. Yulanchi purchased a ticket and quickened her pace into the arena. The roar of engines reverberated from the racetrack, with cars sparking against the ground in swift succession. The audience surged towards the barriers, their exuberant shouts echoing fervently. Her blood ignited with fervor, the overwhelming tumult resonating from her eardrums to her heart. Yet, Yulanchi's gaze was captivated by a different sight. Across the thousands of seats, every chair rack was adorned with a tapestry of graffiti signatures and messages. Characters from dozens of languages sprawled across the well-worn backs, bearing witness to the passage of time and lives intertwined. Chapter 74. A glimpse of her message from 8 years ago. Today, I claimed the Champions Cup in League of Legends. Niao. 08112017. Today, I transitioned from girlhood to womanhood. Xiao E. 22082020. Today, I became a father. Adolf. 15062019. The day before yesterday, my husband of 43 years ascended to heaven to await me. Daila. 11042023. I hope my dearest friend, Lavasily Vondre, returns safely from the battlefield. 01092024. As Yulanchi read each message, her heart thundered within her chest, her eardrums pulsating. Whether it was the stimulation from the cheers and the engine roars or the profound resonance of those words that traverse time and mortality, she could not tell. Her heart, almost leaping from her throat, clamored within her, suggesting that perhaps she too had left a mark here. But with thousands of seats, how could she possibly locate it? Somewhere behind her. Rong Hao and Li Xingye observed Yulanchi, who appeared nearly lost in this sea of memories. Li Xingye furrowed his brow slightly. Should we guide her? Rong Hao shook his head. Qingzi mentioned that if she had been hypnotized and forgotten that past, the conditions for recovery are stringent. No external interference is permitted, or she may never remember. Indeed, it must come from within. Li Xingye sighed. Just think. How wonderful it was when she and Bingchen were here together. Now one has forgotten the past, and the other bears the scars of fate. Rong Hao extinguished his cigarette, the scars on the back of his hand rendering a grim tableau. He spoke with profound conviction. She will find her way, and Bingchen will be unharmed. He joined the mercenary group at 15, enduring trials for over a decade to amass his current power. Those in his line of work often believe in destiny. Countless times he has brushed against death. Why is it that others perish while he remains? In the realm of the afterlife, decisions may already have been made. For Yulanchi to return here after 8 years, it is fate ordained by the heavens, a chance for the two to reconnect. Yes, let us grant this bond some time. Everything shall be well again. Li Xingye extracted a cigarette from Rong Hao's pack, lighting it yet not taking a drag. Have your people uncovered anything about the Yi family? Rong Hao shook his head. All we discovered was that the Yi family heavily trained Nancy from a young age, hoping she would marry into a prominent family. Furthermore, her mother has always been oppressive, imposing numerous demands while constantly belittling her, making her growth quite a challenge. Li Xingye was taken aback. We were completely unaware. Rong Hao scoffed. Only a few years ago, we couldn't uncover anything. All we learned was that her father was strict and didn't involve himself much in household matters. Her mother, while good at maintaining appearances, would punish Nancy privately, isolating her in the basement, away from the knowledge of the other household staff. It was coincidental that one of my informants had a distant connection to an old servant of the Yi family, through which we obtained this information. Li Xingye felt a tempest brewing within him. So she has endured such a life all these years. Rong Hao nodded. Only that old servant likely knows the full extent of it. 8 years ago, could we have ever imagined such a backstory? When we first met her here, she was clad in designer brands, practicing the violin, leading us to believe her family treated her well. No one would have considered otherwise. Li Xingye felt a chill sweep over him. If Bingchen were to discover this, he would be heartbroken. The girl he holds so dear has such a suffocating past. Then, as if struck by a thought, he queried, "But it's strange. If the Yi family insisted she associate with a wealthy family, wouldn't Bingchen be a more suitable match? After all, He didn't conceal his identity back then. And if her family knew, they would never have allowed her to part ways with him. Rong Hao pondered, I have considered this as well. Nancy was still young and likely unaware of Bingchen's true background. The Jin family maintains a prestigious yet understated standing in the capital. If the Yu family hadn't informed her, she might genuinely have remained oblivious to their status. Li Xingye mused, your analysis holds merit. If that were the case, then the Yi family likely perceived her relationship with a mere foreign student, compelling them to end it. As for how she forgot Bingchen, perhaps only when her memories resurface will we know. As their conversation unfolded, Yilanchi had already surveyed the area once more before returning to the entrance. She envisioned herself transported back to 8 years prior, clutching her violin, inadvertently wandering into this racetrack. Captivated by the racing cars on the track, thus, she reasoned, she must have entered through the widest passage, gradually making her way towards the track. On that day, perhaps there were few attendees, if it had been crowded. Jiqing's a likely wouldn't have remembered her. This implied that there was no race that day, and the stands probably held only a sparse audience, allowing her to occupy a more favorable seat. However, she was not particularly extroverted, so if she had chosen a seat, it would likely have been in the 4th or 5th row from the front. Following her train of thought, Yilanchi arrived at her designated area and noticed a young man nearby, scribbling something on a chair back with a graffiti pen. As she passed by, the young man offered her a shy smile. A sudden question arose within her. Hello, are all the chairs in this club available for everyone to leave messages? The young man, with a hint of Indian accent in his English, responded, albeit with some effort, is this your first time here? This club has had this tradition for 9 years. I heard the first person to ride on a chair was an elderly man battling cancer, who expressed his hope to witness another race the following year. Ultimately, he joyfully passed away while watching his beloved team win the championship. Thus, leaving messages on the chairbacks became a cherished tradition. Over 9 years, nearly 100,000 names and timestamps have been inscribed. As he spoke, he jotted down, I hope my beloved cat continues to thrive in Cat Planet. Daniel, 2892024. Before handing the pin to Yilanchi and inquiring, would you like to leave one? Yilanchi contemplated for a moment, accepting the pin. Thank you. I will return it shortly. The young man chuckled, shaking his head. No need to return it. This is provided by the club for everyone. Just place it back at the entrance when you're done. As the night deepened, Yilanchi bid farewell to the others and made her way to the back of the 5th row of seats. One by one, she searched, feeling her heart race ever more intensely. It was as if a 16-year-old version of herself lingered in her subconscious, guiding her through this once familiar place across the boundaries of time. This was prompted by the sight of a faded inscription on the 5th chair back of the 4th row. Today, I chase the freedom and light I love here. Nancy, 09092016. Chapter 75, Husband. I miss you a little too. Like a sudden, indescribable force striking her, Yilanchi stood frozen, staring at those words, a wave of emotion surging within her, making her limbs tremble. She shivered slightly, nearly losing grip of the graffiti pen in her hand. Time seemed to rewind in that moment, whisking her back to that day 8 years prior. The sun was bright, and after long suppressing her emotions, she had bravely ventured into this world brimming with speed and passion. In a state of nervous anticipation, she had inscribed those very words. Their 8 years had swiftly passed, and the marks she left had faded with the passage of wind and sunlight. Yet, at this moment, they stirred a tempest of exhilaration deep within her. Leaning down, Yilanchi touched the inscription, feeling its rough texture beneath her fingertips, a tangible reminder that this was no mere dream, but reality. 8 years ago, she had been here, leaving behind those words. In the following 3 months, perhaps she had been battling the forces that had restrained her for 16 years. Ultimately, she succumbed, whether due to the Knight family's manipulation or the pain of her memories. She had forgotten everything that transpired within her. Subsequently, she obediently followed her family's arrangements, dragging her interrupted arm to stand before Jiang Yueza, choosing to become his girlfriend for the sake of the Knight family. Marrying into wealth to support her family. Yilanchi couldn't help but hug her own arms, still trembling, as if her subconscious feared something. Yet, she soon leaned down again, riding in the only vacant space on the chair back. 8 years later, I bravely reclaim my freedom and light. Yilanchi, 2892024. Overcome with excitement, her fingers trembled, causing the words to appear crooked. Having finished, she dashed to the front railing, shouting fervently towards the racetrack. Nancy, go for it. Just then, the first car sped past the finish line, the Team S flag unfurling triumphantly in the wind. The fans of that team erupted into ecstatic cheers, with a third of them turning around to embrace strangers. Tears and laughter mingling in the air. As Yilanchi finished her shout, She was swept up in the embrace of a white girl, who exclaimed with tears of joy, "Oh my God, my phoenix." The girl spun Yilanchi around 3 times before realizing she was hugging a stranger. Yet, her excitement was undiminished as she shouted, "We won. Our phoenix triumphed." The fervent emotions were contagious, especially as Yilanchi herself felt an indescribable thrill. Noticing the hesitation in the white girl's eyes, she embraced her tightly, beaming, "That's wonderful. We won. How splendid." Over the past 24 years, she had been brave more than once, and now, she would take up the baton from her 16-year-old self and continue moving forward. No longer was she the little girl shackled in the basement, constantly denying and unable to accept herself. She had gained the courage to fight against her past. As car after car raced past the finish line. More and more spectators embraced one another, emotion swelling like a tide. Yilanchi shouted along with them until her voice grew hoarse, wiping away the tears on her face as she pulled out her Bluetooth headset. For some reason, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to hear Jin Bingshan's voice. Even though it was late at night, she should only hear the soft breaths of the little robot Chinsi if Jin Bingshan hadn't turned it off. Yilanchi opened the app connected to Chinsi, and as she clicked on the voice link, she heard a familiar murmur. "Wife, what are you doing?" The app for Chinsi and Yilanchi was synchronized in real time. She had designed it so that if Jin Bingshan wanted to contact her through Chinsi, he would need to send her a dialogue request. However, if he hadn't sent a request, she could only hear him if she happened to have the app open at that moment. At this hour, 1:30 a.m. in the country, was Jin Bingshan still awake? Was he speaking to the robot? Yilanchi almost thought she misheard. But the next moment, she heard Chinsi reply, "Master, do you need me to send a call request to Nancy?" Jin Bingshan responded, "No need. I'll speak myself. You don't have to reply." After a brief pause, he added, "Wife, I don't feel very well." There was a hint of grievance in his tone. Yilanchi's heart skipped a beat. But since Jin Bingshan hadn't initiated a call, she couldn't respond through the app. Just as she was about to close the app and call him back, she heard his low voice. Almost a sigh. "I miss you a little." Yilanchi's breath caught in her throat. Amidst the surrounding clamor and cheers, she suddenly felt the world grow eerily quiet. All that filled her senses was the rhythmic pounding of her heart. Echoing like a drum, making it hard to breathe, Jin Bingshan fell silent, but Yilanchi's heart was anything but calm. Anxiety, shyness, anticipation, and an undeniable sweetness enveloped her. Her palms were sweaty, her throat dry. Despite knowing he couldn't hear her, she summoned all her courage. She whispered, "Husband, I miss you a little too." Once she spoke, she quickly glanced around, her cheeks flushed, feeling a mix of exhilaration and embarrassment akin to a girl confessing her feelings for the first time. By now, many race car drivers had exited their vehicles, heading backstage, while the tide of fans surged in another direction. Yilanchi snapped back to reality, nearly sprinting outside. At that moment, she yearned to be by Jin Bingshan's side. Realizing how lonely he must feel, alone in a world shrouded in darkness and pain. He should be like those racers, the center of attention, brimming with vitality. She ran to a quiet spot, finally able to call Jin Bingshan. On the other end, he picked up almost instantly. His voice carried a hint of tension. "Lanchi, why are you calling me at this hour? Did something happen?" Yilanchi, still catching her breath from her run, replied, "No, I just suddenly wanted to talk to you." Jin Bingshan's heartbeat still on the line. Yilanchi's voice carried a hint of shyness, prompting her to quickly change the topic. "I'm at the FI Racing Club." Hearing that was where they first met, Jin Bingshan's tone softened. Yilanchi continued, "I want to see you healthy and back on the racetrack." Jin Bingshan agreed. "All right." Yilanchi added, "I also want to ride in your car. Let you take me for a spin." Jin Bingshan responded affirmatively, "Okay, just like 8 years ago." Chapter 76. Wife, may I? There was a brief silence in the air before Yilanchi asked, "Husband, are you feeling unwell?" Jin Bingshan suspected that Yilanchi had just opened the app and heard his murmurs. He replied, "A little." Yilanchi knew that when he said a little, he was likely feeling quite unwell. But separated by miles, all she could offer was, "Wait for me." As she spoke, she hurried to the entrance of the club. Next door was the Cultural and Arts Center, and Yilanchi made her way to the training hall, where she spotted several people with musical instruments. It seemed to be break time, and groups of people stood chatting together. Seeing a girl with a violin case, Yilanchi approached and tentatively asked, "Hello, could I borrow your violin? I want to play a few pieces for my husband." The girl paused, then, noticing Yilanchi's phone in hand, quickly understood and smiled, nodding as she handed over the violin. A boy nearby kindly took Yilanchi's phone, aiming it at her, but upon seeing the call screen, he suggested, "Why not do a video call? That way, he can see you too." Yilanchi shook her head. "His eyes are injured and he can't see right now. Just audio will do." The crowd displayed expressions of regret. Meanwhile, Yilanchi had already placed the violin upon her shoulder and began to play. She had won an award here nearly 8 years ago, and her talent was commendable, so it wasn't long before the audience was swept away by the emotions she evoked. Similarly, on the other end of the phone, Jean Bingchen, though unable to see anything, could easily imagine the radiant figure of Yilanchi at this moment, undoubtedly more dazzling than 8 years prior. He turned the wooden prayer beads around his wrist, closed his eyes, and listened quietly. The pain coursing through him seemed to fade gradually, soothed by the music that enveloped his ears, just as Yilanchi played for less than half a minute. The sound of a piano joined in. Following that, the bassoon, drums, trumpet, saxophone, and cello each added their voices to the melody she created. People of various skin tones in the training hall harmonized with Yilanchi's tune, crafting a symphony for Jean Bingchen. The pain within him was completely replaced by an indescribable emotion swelling in his chest as he lay in a world shrouded in darkness. Yet it felt as though the entire universe had been illuminated by radiant light. Warm and dazzling, the crowd played one piece after another. Fatigue began to envelop Jean Bingchen, and the pain vanished entirely as he gradually slipped into slumber. In the hazy twilight, the music finally ceased. He heard faint voices on the other end of the line, wishing your husband a swift recovery. May he regain his sight soon. May you both enjoy a harmonious and everlasting union. Yilanchi smiled and thanked everyone, returning the violin to the girl before taking the phone from the young man and placing it to her ear. The sound of steady, deep breaths filled her ears. Jean Bingchen had fallen asleep. He was finally free of pain. At the urging of the crowd, Yilanchi added them on Instagram, and a friend uploaded a video of their ensemble performance to the platform, which she promptly saved. She bid farewell to everyone, eager to find Li Xingye and Rong Hao. The two were waiting at the venue's entrance, and upon hearing Yilanchi mention her return to the country today, they exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other perfectly. Some fates, even if missed for 8 years, even if forgotten, upon a second chance, she would still find herself moved by that person. Jean Bingchen's private plane took off 4 hours later, soaring into the clouds. When Yilanchi disembarked, it was afternoon back home. She returned, deliberately concealing her arrival from Jean Bingchen, even having Li Xingye handle the flight route for his private jet. Downstairs, Butler Huang was directing the gardeners to place the newly purchased flowers in their designated spots. Upon seeing Yilanchi, he couldn't help but express surprise. Why Yilanchi gestured for silence. Butler Huang understood immediately, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Heaven knows what their young master had endured in the days when the young mistress was away. He had lost consciousness again and only regained stability yesterday afternoon, clearly yearning for his wife to return home, yet he hadn't mentioned a word about it all day. Under Butler Huang's watchful gaze, Yilanchi ascended to the second floor. Assistant Hanjin had just emerged from Jean Bingchen's room with documents when he saw Yilanchi signaling to him. He immediately nodded, even cooperating by softening his footsteps. Yilanchi arrived at Jean Bingchen's office. Hearing footsteps approaching, Jean Bingchen asked, "Is there something else?" However, no one responded. "Assistant Han?" Jean Bingchen inquired, puzzled. But in the next instant, a voice leaned close to his ear. "Assistant Han is not here." "What assistant you do?" Jean Bingchen was taken aback. Why Yilanchi wore a mischievous smile, ready to tease the man before her further. But before she could react, she felt herself lifted effortlessly into his arms. His lips descended heavily upon hers, and at her instinctive gasp, he easily pried her lips apart. Thus, her surprise was swallowed by their entangled embrace. Why Yilanchi instinctively wrapped her arms around him, her legs encircling Jean Bingchen's waist as well. The man's kiss momentarily faltered due to this small detail, but the next instant, Yilanchi was met with an even more fervent and voracious onslaught. The air grew thin, their breaths mingling, and while one hand continued to caress Jean Bingchen's neck, the other trailed down to his cheek. What a statement! Directly praising Yilanchi and Xiao Yulan. Xiao Yulan, in high spirits, had just finished her beauty treatment, and after the beautician applied a face mask, she asked her to leave for the time being. Once the door closed and the person departed, Xiao Yulan immediately shifted her tone. "How could you bear to come back?" Yilanchi's gaze swept across the decor of the house. "You injected 70 million into the Yi family business. And with the remaining million, you furnished this place." Xiao Yulan lay back, her usual assertiveness somewhat diminished, yet she retorted sarcastically, "Look at you. You've only been away from home for a few days. And you've completely forgotten the manners and respect for elders that the Yi family taught you. Is it that old man giving you the audacity?" Yilanchi found it tedious to engage in further banter with her. Instead, she asked, "Why has my room become your beauty salon? What happened to my belongings? Haven't you already gotten married? What do you need the room for?" Xiao Yulan casually inspected her freshly done nails and remarked, "Oh, I threw the things away. They should be in the storage room now. Yulanchi took a deep breath and turned to leave. She swiftly made her way downstairs to the storage room, where she indeed found numerous packed boxes. She called over Wang Sa and inquired, "Are these all from my room?" Wang Sa nodded. "Yes, fortunately you returned just in time." Sir said the old items were of no use and planned to dispose of them in the next couple of days. Yulanchi had no desire to argue with them. Instead, she took a utility knife and began to open the boxes one by one. Most contained certificates or books, mementos from her school days. Previously, Xiao Yulan had kept the certificates and trophies, presumably believing they could elevate her status. But now, having married that old man, even if she were to divorce him, she would never gain entry into the Jiang family, rendering those tokens obsolete. Xiao Yulan likely realized that with 70 million injected into the Yi family business, Jiang Yuezhou would soon be aware of certain truths. Yulanchi rummaged through several boxes, most dating from her 16th year onward, until, in the second-to-last box, a plush toy tumbled out. It was a teddy bear, and Yulanchi remembered it vividly as the gift she had asked her father for on her 14th birthday. For the next 2 years, she had almost slept with that bear every night, until, at 16, she placed it on the top shelf of her wardrobe. Her bed was then occupied by a white pig-shaped pillow. Yulanchi tried to recall the reason she had set the teddy bear aside, but she could not remember. Moreover, the top shelf was so high that it could only be seen from the bed, which explained why the bear had not been discarded over the years, until Xiao Yulan ordered the servants to clear out her room. Cough. Yulanchi was choked by the dust, and after a moment to recover, her gaze fell on the zipper behind the teddy bear. Could there be something hidden inside? Though she held no particular hope, when she unzipped and felt around, her heart stopped when she grasped a key amidst the cotton. It was a four-sided key, attached to a plastic tag inscribed with the words, "Nancy has hidden the light inside," dated December 6, 2016. Scene break at 19. Jean Bingshan mused. "My girlfriend likes me to work out, so I work out." At 27, he declared, "Wife, it's time to assess the results of 8 years." At 16, Yulanchi thought, "Boyfriend, feel me properly." At 24, she stated, "I'm all set for some office play." "And this is it?" Han, the assistant, remarked. "I've resigned. From now on, it's just Yi as the assistant." Chapter 78. The 183 centimeters younger brother Yulanchi, stunned, clutched the key and tag in her hand, utterly unaware that she possessed such an item. Moreover, what did this key unlock? She was certain there was nothing in the Yi family's bedroom that required a lock. Yet the inscription on the tag undeniably suggested that her past self had concealed something significant inside. Perhaps it was the secret of the past 3 months. Yulanchi steadied her tumultuous emotions and quickly stashed the key and tag away. She opened the final box, meticulously sifting through its contents, even perusing old books in search of any clues. Just then, a commotion sounded at the door. "Look at the mess you've made here," Xiao Yulan exclaimed, pinching her nose in disdain. "Don't tell me your 72-year-old husband wants these worthless certificates hanging on the wall?" Upon hearing this, Yulanchi's gaze instinctively fell upon the trophies and certificates. A surge of desire to show them to Jean Bingshan welled up within her. But at that moment, an urgent figure burst through the door, nearly jumping in disbelief. What? Sister married a 72-year-old man. Yi Yuxi, at 19 and just starting university, had returned home for the National Day holiday and overheard this. "Son, you're back home so soon," Xiao Yulan exclaimed. Surprised. "Didn't the driver just go to pick you up?" Yi Yuxi, however, ignored Xiao Yulan's words and grasped Yulanchi's arm. "What do you mean? Explain this to me. What 72-year-old husband?" Watching her brother's animated demeanor, Yulanchi shrugged off his grip. "Just as you heard. I got married, and my husband is 70-2. Yi Yuxi, shocked and momentarily speechless, gasped. "What about brother Yueza? What do you mean? Why do you have to break up with him for no reason?" Over the years, Yulanchi and Yi Yuxi had maintained a relatively harmonious relationship, especially during their childhood when Yulanchi adored her younger brother, always holding his hand. Yi Yuxi would often call her sister sweet and endearing. However, as they grew older, their common language dwindled. Yulanchi had been molded by Xiao Yulan into the so-called ideal daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, a mere wooden figure whose smile was strictly regulated to reveal only a few teeth. In contrast, Yi Yuxi was sunny, rebellious, and free-spirited, much like the former Luo Wanong, looking down upon Yulanchi's demeanor. Yet, because she was his sister, he only distanced himself from her, leading to their current relationship, which was little more than a polite greeting during holidays. Thus, this was the longest sentence Yi Yuxi had directed at Yulanchi in the past 2 or 3 years. "Are you blaming me for breaking up with him?" Yulanchi looked at her brother, disappointment evident in her eyes. "Do you also believe that I should have married into the Jiang family to elevate the Yi family status? How do you speak to your brother? Xiao Yulan fumed, attempting to intervene, but was halted by Yi Yushi. Mom, I need to talk to her. Please don't interrupt. At 19, Yi Yushi stood at 6 feet tall, towering over Yi Lanqi by half a head. He looked down at the sister who once raised him, his tone sharper. What do you mean, you people of the Yi family? Aren't you a part of the Yi family? Yi Lanqi, can't you be a little more sensible? Brother Yueza has treated you so well. Just because of a quarrel, you decide to marry a 72-year-old man despite him. You disgrace the Yi family by marrying an old man for money. Yi Lanqi laughed in anger. I disgrace the Yi family. Did I tarnish the Yi family's reputation? Just ask your dear mother how she has treated me all these years. She raised me as a tool to marry into a wealthy family, wanting nothing but money and the resources I could bring to the Yi family. Yi Yushi's face reddened with indignation. Mom is doing it for your own good. And isn't the Jiang family good enough? Why do you have to belittle yourself by marrying an old man? Belittle myself? Yi Lanqi stood in a place where she had been confined countless times, nearly shouting. In what way am I belittling myself? Jiang Yueza openly indulges other women, flaunting their relationship online, even implying their intimacy in the comments. He shoves that woman's picture in my face among friends, claiming she's his, warning me not to bully her. He brazenly holds her hand in front of me, declaring her his girlfriend. If I were to endure all that and seek forgiveness, that would be true degradation. Now, I am marrying a single man in good faith and bringing back 80 million for you. And you still have the nerve to speak of degradation. Yi Lanqi tugged at the brand name clothing on Yi Yushi, pointing at the designer bag he had yet to put down, and scoffed. Yi Yushi, you are 19 now. Do you truly know nothing about our family's situation? The Yi family is burdened with debts. The financial gap is around 70 to 80 million. Do you think your so-called integrity can fill that void? Yi Yushi stepped back slightly, his face a mask of confusion. While Yi Lanqi continued to unveil the harsh reality. If the Yi family is in financial trouble, who do you think the creditors will come after? It's you, Yi Yushi, because you are the heir of the Yi family. Yi Yushi trembled slightly, seemingly in disbelief. While Yi Lanqi shrugged. Yes, if I marry Jiang Yueza, everything could be resolved. But does that mean I must endure him for a lifetime? Yi Yushi, you are a man too. Will you continue to live off your sister's sacrifices and comfortably remain a second-generation heir, and then turn around and blame your sister for being shameless? Marrying a 72-year-old man, sister, it's not like that. Yi Yushi reached for Yi Lanqi's arm, but she shook him off. Xiao Yulan, witnessing her son being reprimanded, attempted to intervene again but was pushed aside by Yi Yushi. Mom, step back. This is between me and her. Don't interfere. He pushed Xiao Yulan outside, intending to close the door to the storage room. Just then, Jiang Yueza's figure appeared at the entrance. His eyes were red as he stood there, uncertain of how much he had overheard. Yueza, what are you doing here? Xiao Yulan's expression suddenly stiffened, forcing a smile. It was then that Yi Yushi seemed to recall something and explained. It's brother Yueza who came to pick me up from school. He just arrived and took a call outside. Xiao Yulan quickly added, Yueza, the house is a bit chaotic, so please don't mind it. The kids were just bickering. Shall we go upstairs for some tea? However, Jiang Yueza shook his head and walked straight up to Yi Lanqi, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lanqi, tell me it isn't true. They said you married a 72-year-old man. Yi Lanqi met his gaze and nodded. Yes, that's correct. You heard right. Jiang Yueza swayed slightly. No wonder his friends ignored his posts on social media. No one was willing to let Yi Lanqi go free. It turned out Yi Lanqi was involved with an old man. Perhaps it was some wealthy old man he knew. Chapter 79. Having mingled abroad for 3 months, Jiang Yueza's voice trembled with emotion. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was a jerk back then. But nothing ever happened between Yu Qian and me. We don't even keep in touch anymore. He had been aware of Xiao Yulan's manipulation over Yi Lanqi, pressuring her to marry into the Jiang family. Yet he remained oblivious to the immense pressure Yi Lanqi faced. His actions had effectively severed Yi Lanqi's escape, pushing her into someone else's arms. Brother Yueza, so what my sister said is true? Yi Yushi expressed disbelief. Why would you do something so intentionally hurtful? Even if it were a couple's quarrel, that's going too far. I always thought my sister was being unreasonable. Jiang Yueza lowered his head. His fingers clenched into fists, veins bulging. He swallowed hard. Lanqi, I'm sorry. You can tell me how to make it right. At the doorway, Xiao Yulan sensed something amiss, her eyes lighting up. Yueza, my Lanqi can be a bit impulsive. But what's done is done. The Yi family has already taken that old man's money. We can't back out now. Jiang Yueza then suggested, Lanqi, why don't you discuss it with him? I can offer him double. As long as he agrees to let you go. Why? Lanqi looked up at him, coldly scoffing. What, do you think of me as a prostitute from Yinshan Tower? Now you want to pay for my freedom? Lanqi, you know that's not what I meant, Jiang Yueza said, his expression pained as he explained. I just regret it so much. I only wish for your happiness. I am quite happy, Yilanchi replied, glancing around at the others present. My husband is wealthy and treats me well. He is neither fickle nor embroiled in scandals. I think it's quite good. So please stop worrying about me. Jiang Yue's eyes reddened, rendered speechless. He no longer knew how to position himself. If only he could turn back time, he wished he could return to 4 years ago and, upon hearing those words, immediately marry Yilanchi. Sister Yi Yushi's face showed some reluctance, but she still tugged at Yilanchi's sleeve. About that money, I'll tell Dad to withdraw it from the company, and you can return it to the old man. At worst, our family will be a bit poorer. I'll just buy fewer things. His eyes held a hint of pleading, reminiscent of when he was little, pulling her to take him out to play. As they grew up, their conversations dwindled, but when she was 20 and faced harassment in an alley, it was 15-year-old Yi Yushi who rushed in, taking down the assailant and pulling her away swiftly. If there was warmth in the Yi family, it was only Yi Yushi who had given it to her. It's not about being poorer or buying fewer things. Why Yilanchi looked at her brother, who had grown up in a honeypot, and spoke calmly, word by word, many things at home are financed. We have been walking a tightrope all these years. If anyone exposes the Yi family's issues, all the FAAs will crumble. At that point, the properties will be auctioned off, the company will be sold at a loss, and you will be pursued by creditors. All your classmates and friends will know the Yi family has gone bankrupt, and you will be worse off than those who scavenge on the streets. For at least they are not in debt. The light in Yi Yushi's eyes dimmed gradually, almost whispering, is it really that bad? Mom, tell me it's not true? Xiao Yulan's gaze flickered, but she straightened her back, revealing a semblance of composure typical of a wealthy matron. All right. Isn't everything looking better now? Besides, Lanchi's husband treats her well. He is indeed older, but older men tend to be more caring. We may be a traditional family, but that doesn't mean we can't accept a maid-Ember romance. Standing here is making me uneasy. Let us go upstairs for tea. It's been a while since Yueza visited. Yet, when her words fell, no one moved. Yi Yushi tugged on Yilanchi's arm again, saying, if we're in debt, then we'll just move to another city. Jiang Yueza interjected, don't worry about the debt. I can take out the money. Lanchi, please don't rush to refuse me. If you truly don't want to accept it, just consider it a loan from me. No need. Yilanchi interrupted him, turning to Yi Yushi, you focus on your studies. I'm not being petulant, and I won't get divorced. You don't need to feel guilty. I say this just hoping you can grow up sooner. When you marry and have children, you should take on the responsibilities a man ought to bear, rather than relying on selling your sister to revive your company. Yi Yushi's eyes reddened, but he nodded. Xiao Yulan felt anxious and irritable, but with Jiang Yueza present, she could only suppress her emotions for the time being. All right, as long as we cleared the air, everyone is happy. Yilanchi turned her gaze towards her. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Yulan found herself at a loss for words. This rebellious girl now truly has the audacity to look at her like that. Xiao Yulan was so infuriated that the wrinkles she had just smoothed out during her beauty treatment threatened to reappear. Yet, Yilanchi swept her gaze over the others present and then smirked. Now that we've moved past that topic, since everyone is here, let us discuss something else. Xiao Yulan asked warily, what shall we talk about? Yilanchi placed her hand in her pocket, her fingertips brushing against the four-sided key, speaking with an air of certainty. Let us talk about events from 8 years ago. Xiao Yulan and Jiang Yueza's expressions shifted slightly. Yi Yushi, however, looked puzzled, clearly not understanding what she meant. Yilanchi observed their initial reactions and then addressed Xiao Yulan. Mom, 8 years ago, I went to Ouching and encountered some events and people. Yilanchi was testing Xiao Yulan, deliberately speaking in a tone of certainty, as if she had recalled everything. Indeed, Xiao Yulan's eyes suddenly turned wary. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. Moreover, with Yueza here, why would you discuss this in the storage room? Yet, Jiang Yueza was utterly confused. Ouching. Lanchi, are you referring to the incident that happened before you met me? Yilanchi realized that Jiang Yueza was completely unaware that she had suffered amnesia regarding that incident. So, she nodded at him, and then asked Xiao Yulan, Mom, why have you always said that I was in a coma for 3 months on the hospital bed? Xiao Yulan's gaze faltered. What do you mean? Time has passed, and I'm older now. How could I remember the details from back then? However, it was Yi Yushi, who had remained silent, that spoke up. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he interjected, I know, because it seems you made a friend abroad back then. And our parents were unhappy about it, so they didn't want to mention it. Yilanchi turned abruptly to Yi Yushi. Yushi, you know too. Yi Yushi looked innocent. I just suddenly recalled it. I think I heard our parents mention it once during a conversation. What is going on? Yilanchi directed her gaze back at Xiao Yulan. So, you made me forget about that incident. Xiao Yulan, initially hesitant to meet Yilanqi's gaze. Now, seeing that it was too late and that Yilanqi seemed to be remembering, decided to toss caution to the wind. It was you who insisted on learning the violin as an excuse to fool around with some poor boy. As a result, you got into an accident and forgot about it when you returned. Should we have brought it up to you? What do you mean by fooling around with a poor boy? Yilanqi and Jiang Yueza spoke in unison, realizing Yilanqi was now well aware of everything. Xiao Yulan straightforwardly declared, "You were in a romantic relationship abroad, dating a poor boy for 3 months. End of the scene. Jin Bingchen. Me? Poor? Jiang Yueza. Who am I? Where am I? Yilanqi. Searching for my first love on a reality show from 8 years ago. Hanjin. Boss didn't charm me today, so I'll continue to resign." Chapter 80. That was Yilanqi's first love. What? Jiang Yueza and Yilanqi simultaneously expressed shock. Jiang Yueza was even more agitated than Yilanqi. Yilanqi dated someone for 3 months before meeting me. Who was it? The flood of information he received today left him feeling somewhat dizzy. First, he discovered that Yilanqi, for the sake of her family, had married a 72-year-old man. Then he realized he was not even Yilanqi's first love, as Jiang Yueza thus spared Yilanqi the effort of further probing, for Xiao Yulan had already answered the question that intrigued Yilanqi. A seemingly impoverished foreign student with the surname Gu. Xiao Yulan frowned in annoyance, stating, "In any case, what good is there in being with that poor student? You ended up injured and hospitalized. Had we not brought you back, you would have been left to fend for yourself abroad." Yilanqi was utterly bewildered. The surname Gu. She had no recollection of it at all. Moreover, the surname Gu was indeed quite unusual. Perhaps, if she went to Ouching and conducted a thorough investigation of the foreign students from those years, she might uncover the identity of this individual. At that moment, Jiang Yueza's faith wavered precariously as he persistently inquired, "So, why did you choose to be with me afterward?" Xiao Yulan, now emboldened, replied, "Yueza, our Lanqi has never been one to straddle two boats. Shortly after returning home, she completely forgot about that man. I even asked her when she came back. She never had any intimate relations with that poor student. When she met you, she was utterly clean and innocent." However, what Jiang Yueza cared about was not that. He gazed at Yilanqi and asked, "Did you truly forget that person? When you were with me, did you never think of him?" Yilanqi felt as if she were in the midst of an interrogation by everyone present. Yet she was more eager to uncover other truths. "Mother, do you really think I could forget someone for no reason? Are you certain that you haven't done something to me?" Xiao Yulan, upon hearing Yilanqi's words, became displeased. "If you didn't forget on your own, should I have forced you? The brain is yours. Can I pry it open and remove that part?" Yilanqi was taken aback. She understood that Xiao Yulan was indeed telling the truth this time. So it turned out that she had forgotten on her own. The Yi family had not intervened at all. Xiao Yulan continued to explain to Jiang Yueza, "Yueza, we have indeed held Lanqi to high standards since childhood, which has made her a bit rebellious during her adolescence. She deliberately dated a poor student abroad just to oppose us, without any genuine feelings. However, upon returning, she came to terms with it, and that was that." Though Jiang Yueza acknowledged Xiao Yulan's reasoning, he still felt as if a piece of his heart had been forcibly extracted. Well, the past is the past. He endeavored to convince himself and Yilanqi. After all, for someone unimportant, forgetting them is simply forgetting. After all these years, that person may already be married with children. There is no need to delve deeply into their identity. Why Yilanqi remained silent. She was engulfed in a tumultuous conflict within herself. On one hand, she yearned to know the answer. On the other, she felt that seeking out a fleeting first love from 8 years ago, after only 3 months of acquaintance, would be a betrayal to Jin Bingchen. After all, she was now married. Nevertheless, it was essential for her to clarify what had transpired within her own life, having gathered most of the information from Xiao Yulan. What remained were the keys in her bag that could provide her with answers. Therefore, Yilanqi wished to cease the back and forth and directly sought an empty box to start packing her old certificates and trophies. Seeing her do this, Xiao Yulan couldn't help but ask, "What are you packing these for?" Yilanqi turned and flashed a smile at them, saying, "To show my 72-year-old husband." Jiang Yueza felt his breath catch, for he distinctly saw the genuine joy in Yilanqi's eyes. Was there a hint of sweetness there as well? His lips moved, yet he could not find his voice for a long time. Meanwhile, Yi Yushi, who had been silent until now, recalled that he was only 11 years old 8 years ago. Aside from a casual mention from his parents, he knew nothing else. However, now that Yilanqi was squatting on the ground organizing certificates, he could lend a hand. Yi Yushi tossed his backpack aside and bent down to assist Yilanqi in collecting and sorting the certificates. The more he tidied up, the more he couldn't help but steal glances at Yilanqi. His sister had received so many awards. In comparison, He felt like a complete failure. Yushi handed a stack of certificates to Yilanchi, quietly calling out, "Sister." Yilanchi looked up, and their eyes met. She could clearly see the boy had a mix of awkwardness and a desire for approval. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of connection began to mend the years of distance between the siblings, transforming them from near strangers into something more familiar. As Yushi packed the trophies into the box, Yilanchi said to him, "In the future, if you need anything, don't trouble Jiang Shao. You can come to me. I'll ask your sister's husband for help." Yushi nodded. Jiang Yueza suddenly turned to look at the two siblings. He felt acutely that once he and Yilanchi parted ways, he would become a complete outsider to the Yi family. The address of sister's husband from Yilanchi pierced his ears. He asked, "Lanchi, who exactly is that old man?" He stared intently at Yilanchi, his mind racing through the friends he knew, trying to recall who might have a grandfather who was precisely 72 years old. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jiang Yueza. Could it be from the Luo family? Luo Wantong's grandfather turned 72 years ago. We attended the celebration together. He even praised you for being beautiful. That old man, he thought, lost his wife earlier this year and couldn't wait to marry a girl nearly 50 years his junior. How foolish he was to think the Luo family's principles were admirable. It turns out that 2 years ago, he had already set his sights on Yilanchi. This also explains why Luo Wanong took Yilanchi to the cruise party. At that moment, as Yilanchi was covering the box with Yushi, she nearly burst into laughter. How had she not realized that Jiang Yueza possessed such a comedic talent? Yilanchi chuckled, her shoulders shaking. "So you think Luo Wanong secretly calls me grandmother?" Jiang Yueza's brow furrowed deeply. He found nothing amusing about this. In fact, he was on the verge of losing his mind. Ever since learning about Yilanchi's sudden marriage on the cruise, he had not slept a single good night. With his stomach ailment recurring and the company facing various troubles, now, to hear such news, and with Yilanchi only 5 meters away, he could clearly see that her gaze towards him was entirely devoid of love or hate. A profound, dull ache surged within him, and Jiang Yueza felt darkness closing in. Instinctively, he reached for something to steady himself, but his body collapsed without his conscious control. Xiao Yulan was startled and rushed to assist. Yet, as a woman, she was unable to support him. It was Yushi who swiftly moved in to help Jiang Yueza outside, exclaiming, "Mom, hurry and call the family doctor." Xiao Yulan acted quickly. She could not afford to have the heir of the Jiang family fall ill in her home. If anything were to happen, she would be held responsible. At the same time, Yilanchi lifted the box filled with certificates and trophies, heading outside. "You all handle that. I'm going home to frame these certificates." Chapter 81. To show our baby Jiang Yueza, already on the verge of a breakdown from stress and low blood sugar, began to regain consciousness, supported by Yushi. However, upon hearing Yilanchi's words, he nearly lost his composure again. He thought, if this was retribution for his 4 years of mistreatment towards her, then it was indeed effective. He had never felt so defeated and regretful. He had lost to an old man. So, was it Luo Wantong's grandfather? Jiang Yueza's gaze bore into Yilanchi's back. Or was it Jin Bingchen's grandfather? The thought of Jin's grandfather suddenly struck him. He had heard that Jin's grandfather had divorced his wife many years ago. And while he wasn't entirely sure of her age, it was likely around 70. Jin Bingchen's special treatment of Yilanchi could be attributed to his grandfather. Everything began to make sense. Yet, Yilanchi, carrying the box, did not look back. Her voice drifted back to him. "Next time Luo Wanong is filming, have her recommend you to write a script." As Yilanchi exited the villa, the driver quickly took the box and placed it in the trunk. Jiang Yueza wanted to chase after her, but his dizziness prevented him from doing so. He could only watch as Yilanchi's car disappeared from sight. The two possibilities swirled in his mind. Growing more certain, it was either Luo Wantong's grandfather at that moment. A clear male voice resonated. "Is there anything else?" Yilanchi turned her head and chanced upon Hanjin pushing Jin Bingchen out. The two evidently had been discussing business matters in the study and had come out upon hearing the commotion outside. While Yilanchi instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. To make matters worse, Huang Guanjia, who had been downstairs, also joined in to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing the scattered awards and trophies, he chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. "This is the first time I've seen so many awards." "Young master, you've truly married a treasure." Achio's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What's the term for it online?" Wang Guanjia quickly responded, "Treasure girl." While Yilanchi, flushed with both shyness and mortification, glanced at Jin Bingchen, only to find him looking at her. Though he could see nothing, his eyes were evidently filled with amusement, akin to the gentle warmth of a spring breeze in March. Jin Bingchen remarked, "Let us frame them and hang them on the wall." Yilanchi hurriedly attempted to intervene. Jin Bingchen added, "Hang them in my study." Huang Guanjia nodded enthusiastically. "Sure thing. Achio, ever the blabbermouth, chimed in. There are still many trophies and medals, Jean Bingchen stated firmly. Trophies on the display shelf in my study. Medals on the hooks beside. Huang Guangjia continued to nod excitedly. Of course. Yilanqi shook her head. No, 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 these are all from my childhood. Your study is such a formal place, how can it hold such frivolous items? Jean Bingchen furrowed his brow, responding earnestly, what's frivolous about it? He beckoned to Yilanqi with a finger. Understanding his cue, she leaned closer to him. The man edged nearer, and as he spoke, his lips brushed against her ear, sending warmth coursing through her. His voice, deep and magnetic, whispered, hanging them in my study serves as an example. Why Yilanqi, sensitive to the heat in her ears, couldn't he help but emit a soft sound. What example? She heard him murmur by her ear. In the future, when our baby sees the awards in the study, they will aspire to be as outstanding as their mother. He was actually speaking of their future. In that instant, Yilanqi felt an indescribable emotion wash over her. The electric sensation on her ear still lingered, but the warmth had surged past her eardrum, penetrating through her limbs. The tingling sensation washed over her body like a tide, leaving her head buzzing and her skin clammy. Instinctively, she grasped the armrest of Jean Bingchen's wheelchair to steady her balance. Since she had been leaning in to listen to him, her posture only intensified the flush across her cheeks. Meanwhile, everyone present, including the usually composed Hanjin, was watching them with unabashed curiosity. Jean Bingchen, being blind, could afford to be thick-skinned. However, Yilanqi could see everyone's expressions, especially Achio and Huang Guangjia, not to mention the usually taciturn driver, who now had wide eyes filled with intrigue. Amidst this ambiguous atmosphere, Jean Bingchen earnestly extended his arm, pulling Yilanqi closer, and as her balance faltered, she tumbled directly into his embrace, burying her face in his chest. Jean Bingchen wrapped one arm around her waist while the other gently covered her head, addressing the onlookers. My wife is feeling shy. Why don't you all disperse? Yilanqi, her face buried in Jean Bingchen's embrace, found it even more difficult to extricate herself. The others, instantly understanding, chuckled as they made their way downstairs, their voices drifting back up the staircase. Achio remarked, Huang Guangjia, do we need to inform the chef that no dinner is required today? Huang Guangjia replied, perhaps we won't eat it tomorrow either. The driver, puzzled, asked, why, aren't you hungry? I was looking forward to the dompa pork. Hanjin cast a disdainful glance at the driver's belly, responding in standard Mandarin, isn't the dog food from the boss and the boss lady enough to fill you? Yilanqi felt her head spinning. Alas, the dignified image of the second young mistress she had painstakingly maintained was utterly shattered. She shot a reproachful look at the instigator. Jean Bingchen. He, still holding her waist, wore an innocent expression as if seeking her approval. Is my lady looking at me that way because she wishes to exchange rewards for my services? Come, let us count how many awards there are in total. Why Yilanqi thought. Very well, this man is becoming increasingly cunning. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Before Yilanqi could extricate herself from Jean Bingchen's embrace, Ji Qingze had already bounded up the stairs. Seeing them in such a position, he paused. Am I interrupting something? Jean Bingchen, displeased at the interruption of his plan, replied curtly. Indeed, this is not the time. Normally, Ji Qingze would have left immediately, but now, filled with excitement, he pressed on despite Jean Bingchen's discontent. Brother Chen, the narrow laboratory has achieved a significant breakthrough with the drug. Your legs may recover in a short time, and you could stand before the surgery. The boundary of the little skit later on, Jean Bingchen could see, and he noticed that behind his office chair hung the award for the first prize in children's radio gymnastics for ages 7-9, that Yilanqi had won at the age of 8. Consequently, Jean Bingchen insisted that she perform various sets of gymnastics routines on his expansive desk. Chapter 82. Jean Bingchen is Yilanqi's redemption. Really? Ji Qingze's words made Yilanqi completely forget her previous embarrassment. She hastily pulled away from Jean Bingchen's embrace, urgently asking, is the effect truly that remarkable? Are there any side effects? Ji Qingze, slightly breathless from his run, replied, the side effects are almost negligible compared to the benefits. The drug development began 5 years ago, and we achieved a major breakthrough this past March. For the last 6 months, the laboratory has been conducting clinical trials for improvements. Just yesterday, the first trial subject fully recovered, and none of the participants experienced adverse reactions during the observation period. Why Yilanqi listened, her heart racing. However, when she glanced at Jean Bingchen, she found him far more composed than herself and Ji Qingze. Ji Qingze continued, but as you know, the 6-month observation period is relatively short. Typical clinical trials last at least 3 years before a drug is officially released to the market. Before Ji Qingze could solicit Jean Bingchen's opinion, Jean Bingchen interjected, Let us give it a try. Ji Qingze asked earnestly. Brother Chen, are you certain? Jin Bingchen retorted. Will treating my legs affect the success rate of my craniotomy? Ji Qingze replied. That won't be an issue. After all, he trailed off, but Yulanqi understood the unspoken agreement between Jin Bingchen and Ji Qingze. The low success rate of the surgery a month later is precisely why Jin Bingchen hoped to stand before entering the operating room. At the very least, he wished to be able to walk on his own two legs again. If he couldn't survive the craniotomy, at least he wouldn't be left with the regret of not having been able to walk again before the operation. The atmosphere grew inexplicably heavy. Ji Qingze quickly changed the subject. Oh, why are there so many awards on the floor? He glanced around. Are they all from sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is impressive. Look at all these awards. The oppressive mood was lifted by the light-hearted topic. As Ji Qingze bent down to pick up an award, Yulanqi quickly interjected. No. I'll pick them up myself. Jin Bingchen added. Don't touch my wife as things. Ah, that ever-present possessiveness. Ji Qingze sighed but refrained from picking them up, saying, All right then, I'll go prepare the treatment plan. We'll start formal treatment tomorrow. Without another word, Ji Qingze dashed off like the wind. Wonderful, my dear, you'll soon be able to walk normally again. Yulanqi watched Ji Qingze depart. Turning back with a smile, she found Jin Bingchen on the floor, gathering the scattered trophies. His features were sharp and clean. Each trophy he picked up was brushed delicately to remove the dust. The light from the window cast an ethereal glow around him, making him look almost otherworldly. Why Yulanqi felt her eyes welling with tears. These items, which the Yi family deemed as trash, were being treated with such care by another. She had never considered them precious before. Yet now, memories flooded back of the sacrifices she made, the countless hours spent practicing monotonous routines, and the looming threat of punishment if she failed to perform well. Countless times, she had played through tears, endured the pain of stretching, and adjusted her smiles in the mirror, all while juggling numerous extracurricular classes and burning the midnight oil to complete endless assignments. These awards, once mere reminders of her suffering, now seemed to be transformed by Jin Bingchen's tender regard. Watching him meticulously gather them, despite his blindness, made Yulanqi feel that all her past grievances had been healed. She knelt down beside him, helping to collect the last one. As Yulanqi reached for it, Jin Bingchen sensed her movement and extended his hand forward as well. She grasped the final small trophy. And Jin Bingchen suddenly felt a warm droplet fall onto the back of his hand. Startled, he reacted instinctively, gripping Yulanqi's arm. What's wrong? Jin Bingchen could not see, fearing that Yulanqi might be bleeding from her nose. He even dipped his fingertip into a droplet of liquid on the back of his hand and tasted it on the tip of his tongue, finding it slightly salty, with a gentle tug. He pulled Yulanqi onto his lap, his broad palm caressing her face, only to discover it was wet with tears. My dear, why are you crying? Over the years, Yulanqi rarely shed tears, as it is said that only those who truly care for you pay heed to your smile and your sorrows. Thus, even when she was struck by a cane, her teeth chattering, she would not cry. Yet now, she found herself weeping in the embrace of this man with whom she had only been married for a month. Burying her face in Jin Bingchen's shoulder, her voice muffled, she confessed, I don't want to learn those things. I actually want to go out to the amusement park to eat ice cream and to tear up my books once the exams are over. Jin Bingchen held her tighter, feeling the slight tremors of the girl in his arms. His hand gently stroked her head as he reassured her. Then, from now on, no more studying. Do as you please. Yulanqi nodded with a nasal tone. MHM. Jin Bingchen kissed her forehead and added, in the future, our baby should not be subjected to preordained plans. They should have the freedom to choose their own path in life. This marked the second time Jin Bingchen had mentioned the future that day. Unable to resist, Yulanqi nestled deeper into his embrace, feeling her heart enveloped in warmth. Yes, may they grow up happily and healthily. She concluded, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Upon hearing this, Jin Bingchen's throat constricted. He ran his fingers through Yulanqi's hair, cupping her face as he tenderly kissed away her tear-streaked cheeks, inch by inch tracing the once familiar contours of her skin, as if wishing to erase every rift caused by their 8 years apart. Their relationship had transformed. That evening, Jin Bingchen's study was abuzz with an unprecedented liveliness. Butler Huang led the charge, with servants, bodyguards, and a few drivers joining in as they fervently debated. No, that's crooked. Move it slightly to the left. Yes, stop. Perfect. Aligned. This certificate lacks vibrancy. It should be placed here in front for balance. The trophies need to be arranged by year. No, this should be categorized by type. Arts and academics. I believe it should be organized by color for aesthetic appeal. What do you know? Different colors create a richer sense of layering. You have no sense of aesthetics. The group bickered animatedly over where to hang the awards and how to position the trophies, their faces flushed with the fervor of their debates, each unwilling to yield. Yilanchi felt her face growing stronger after an afternoon of this, managing to assertively suggest, "How about we arrange the certificates by color and the trophies by year?" Jean Bingchen decisively stated. "Let us arrange it as my wife suggested." In unison, they all agreed. Yes, as per the Madame S. suggestion, with so many hands at work, the transformation of Jean Bingchen's study was swiftly accomplished. Chio stretched his arms, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he asked Yilanchi, "Madam, may I take a photo in front of the backdrop?" Yilanchi felt overwhelmed. Her gaze fell upon the first prize in children's broadcast gymnastics for ages 7-9. Certificate behind the office chair. And her temples throbbed. No, that needs to come down. However, several bodyguards, all towering at nearly 2 meters, formed a protective barrier in front of the framed certificate. No, this proves that the madam has been exceptional since the age of 8. It cannot be removed. Yilanchi tugged at Jean Bingchen's arm for help, but he, who had always acquiesced to her, now responded, "Wife, it wouldn't be right to remove any of them. Yes, it must be kept in order for the symbolism." Butler Huang chimed in. What began as a Chio's photo opportunity turned into a gathering of Butler Huang, a Chio, bodyguards, drivers, and even the chef, who abandoned his spatula to join in. They half-squatted in front of the backdrop. And Yilanchi took a large group photo with her phone. We have ours, but the young master and madam don't have theirs yet. Yes, the young master and madam should join for a picture. Amidst the ruckus, Yilanchi realized that she and Jean Bingchen had never taken a photo together. Turning her head, she found Jean Bingchen had just pivoted his wheelchair, grasping her hand, surrounded by everyone. They approached the backdrop, where Chio, claiming to be a skilled photographer, snatched the phone and snapped several pictures of the two of them. Kiss. Suddenly, the chubby driver, feeling emboldened, began to cheer. The others joined in, chanting, "Kiss, kiss." Yilanchi, who had been half-squatting to align with Jean Bingchen, turned to face him just as he turned toward her. Amid the clamor, her heart felt a profound stillness. She thought about how Jean Bingchen had always taken the initiative to show her kindness, and she wanted to earnestly reciprocate. Leaning in, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Wow, they kissed. My ship is sailing, Achio shouted excitedly, capturing the moment on video. The kiss lingered for a full 5 minutes, leaving Yilanchi flushed and her heart racing like a drum. She mused that this month might be the most carefree and audacious she had experienced in years, but how exhilarating it was. Glancing at Jean Bingchen, she noticed that while his expression remained cool and composed, the blush creeping up his ears betrayed his true feelings. "Madam, look, the photo I just took is fantastic," Achio boasted excitedly. Yilanchi first glanced at the photos. Initially, the two had posed formally, their heads merely close together, but as the moments progressed, their faces grew increasingly flushed and hearts raced. The pictures captured a vivid reality, with Achio evidently changing angles to capture their every expression from multiple perspectives. It was both sweet and tantalizing, especially as Jean Bingchen's long fingers caressed Yilanchi's ear, turning her earlobe a delicate shade of pink. It felt almost like a secretive flirtation. My legs feel weak just watching this, my mind swirling with desire. The group playfully dispersed from the study, as Jean Bingchen needed to prepare for treatment the following day, prompting him to ask Hanjin to bring over urgent work early. While Yilanchi retreated to her studio, retrieving the four-sided key for examination. After multiple attempts, she found no clues on the key itself and even snapped several photos to upload for AI recognition. However, the key was so ordinary that the suggestions it returned advised her to purchase a smart lock for her home. With no leads, she absent-mindedly browsed her photo album and recalled how Chao Yuning had longed to see what Jean Bingchen looked like. Yilanchi selected the most respectable group photo and sent it to her. Noting that Xiao Yuning was likely busy, she sent a follow-up message with the photo of the four-sided key, inquiring what she thought it might unlock. With revisions still needed for Chinxi's design, Yilanchi decided to immerse herself in work. Time slipped away unnoticed until a series of notification sounds broke her concentration. Still wearing gloves, she struggled to unlock her phone with her face and immediately saw a voice message from Xiao Yuning. She clicked to play it. Oh my gosh, your husband is so handsome. So this is the legendary prince of the capital. Hey, what's going on between you two? Why does this photo look so formal, almost like a wedding certificate? Wait, I've discovered something. Goodness, Lon, why are all those awards in the background yours? And even a prize for a children esquire competition. Ha ha ha. After the broadcast gymnastics, I can't stop laughing. Upon hearing this, Yilanchi, incensed, began to take off her gloves, just in time to hear Xiao Yuning ask, "But this is your husband's study, right?" He framed all your past awards and hung them up in his study. Oh my gosh, is he really that devoted to you? Quick, tell me, how far have you two progressed? By the way, I remember you saying you wouldn't fall for him. What about now? At that moment, Jin Bingchen, having finished his work, emerged from the study to find Yilanchi. He wheeled himself to the door of her studio. About to enter when he overheard Xiao Yuning's last two remarks. His breath caught sharply. Though he hesitated to recall, Jin Bingchen vividly remembered Yilanchi's previous answer. She had said that for someone who worked for a living, falling in love with the boss was a taboo, a matter of professional ethics, and she was well aware of her boundaries. Thus, Jin Bingchen's fingers rested on the armrest of his wheelchair. Instinctively preparing to leave. He could no longer bear the thought of the answer that cut through his heart. However, just as the wheelchair began to turn, and he was about to press the control button, he heard Yilanchi's clear voice from inside. He is wonderful in every way. I like him. After a brief pause, she added, I really like him. In an instant, his heart surged as if struck by a powerful electric current. A wave of joy coursing through every nerve, every cell pulsating with indescribable elation. Jin Bingchen sat there, the buzzing in his ears drowned out by the echo of Yilanchi's words. He is wonderful. In every way, I like him. I really like him. Breath quivered slightly, and even the fingers resting on the wheelchair trembled gently. In the room, after saying her piece, Yilanchi fell into a bashful silence, remaining quiet for quite some time. Little did she know that her previous two sentences had unleashed a tempest of happiness within Jin Bingchen. Minutes later, Xiao Yuning, taking matters into her own hands, decided to call, and the two began to chat animatedly. As their conversation drew to a close, Xiao Yuning suddenly recalled something and said, by the way, you were asking about that key, right? I showed it to my senior colleagues in the lab, and they all mentioned that it could belong to either a home door lock or a safe. If you're really keen on finding out, why not post online? The internet is a treasure trove of wisdom, and you might just discover the answer. Yilanchi found this suggestion quite reasonable, so she opened her little pink book and uploaded the photographs, seeking assistance. What type of lock could this 2016 key possibly fit? The division of the mini-drama Jiang Yueza. Has the Jin family taken a group photo? Why are Jin Bingchen and Yilanchi in it? What about Jin Bingchen's 72-year-old grandfather, Hanjin, for the group photo? They called Yi, the assistant, as well as the butler, servants, driver, bodyguard, and chef, but not me. I'm resigning. Narrator, has anyone noticed that our young master Jiang has captured the largest laughs in this book? Come on, leave a message. Urge for updates, and flirt with me. Chapter 84. It made her nose bleed after posting her query. Yilanchi casually purchased a data package for promotion. Within 10 minutes, she received a flurry of comments. However, the majority were filled with curious gossip. Sister, you've been cheated on, haven't you? Quickly check your husband's driving records. Does he secretly have another home? Yilanchi found herself both amused and exasperated. Pinning a message at the top. Everyone, please refrain from prying into personal matters. This key does not pertain to any romantic scandals. I merely wish to address the question at hand. Despite her clarification, many transformed into amateur relationship experts. Yet a greater number genuinely began to analyze the key. Yilanchi swiftly scanned the comments and noted that most suggested it was a key for a security door or a safe. However, upon further reflection, she realized that prior to the age of 16, she had not trusted anyone enough to confide in. Surely, she hadn't secretly purchased a safe to store something and entrusted it to a friend. Had she, just as she was lost in thought, one particular comment caught her attention. The user stated, I have worked in a lock factory for years, and indeed, many security doors and safes from 2016 utilize such four-sided keys. However, upon examining the photos, it is clear that this key is not meant for a standard household lock. Household locks typically have serrated or serpentine teeth, while this irregular cylindrical shape is reserved for specialized applications. Yilanchi felt a flicker of intrigue and quickly messaged the commenter. Hello, I'm the one who posted earlier. When you mention specialized applications, what exactly do you mean? The individual replied minutes later. Generally, it pertains to non-civilian safes, such as those in banks, police stations, or government-controlled facilities like laboratories and research institutes. Yilanchi stared in shock at the words, unable to fathom how, at just 16, she could possess a key to such places. Thus, she confirmed, all right, this is crucial for me. Are you certain it is not for civilian use? The response came firmly. Absolutely not, as I work at the largest lock factory in the country. When this type of lock was released, it required a specific application. It wasn't until 2020 that advancements allowed it to enter the civilian market. Yilanchi hastily replied, thank you so much. Could you please leave your contact information? I'd like to send you a small token of appreciation. The individual insisted it was unnecessary, leaving Yilanchi with no choice but to express her gratitude once more, before mulling over the possible locations. After much thought, she concluded that a police station or research institute was unlikely. The most probable location seemed to be a bank. Nowadays, many banks offer clients the service of storing valuables, requiring only regular fees. Yilanchi considered this and searched for information on annual fees for bank safes. Given that this key was for a specialized safe, it must be substantial, with annual fees typically around 5,000 yuan. With Xiao Yulan's stringent management, Yilanchi had never possessed much pocket money, often having only a few hundred yuan at most. Even when she went abroad to study the violin, her family provided only basic living expenses. Calculating the figures, she realized that if she had paid the fees for 8 years in one go, it would amount to at least 40,000 yuan. For users who fail to renew their payments, banks typically transfer the contents of their safes to notary offices and store them away. As this realization struck her, Yilanchi felt a chill. How could she possibly afford to keep such a substantial sum saved for over 8 years? Moreover, even now, she couldn't ascertain which bank held her safe. After all, there were dozens of banks in Jing City. She couldn't possibly visit each one, present her ID, and request a check for whether she had rented a safe at their branches. Could she? If it were any other matter, she might have sought Jean Bingchen's assistance. Yet, regarding the contents of the safe, she feared it might be tied to the secret of that exchange student with the surname Gu. Wouldn't Jean Bingchen be affected by it? One ex-boyfriend, Jiang Yueza, was already enough. If another first love with the surname Gu surfaced, it would be disastrous. Thus, this matter was one she couldn't entrust to anyone else. Frustrated, Yilanchi tugged at her hair in contemplation as she made her way to the bathroom. Realizing it was getting late and that she needed to freshen up, lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the bathroom light was on, although there was no sound of running water. Someone was undoubtedly inside. In the bathroom, Jean Bingchen had just finished removing all his clothing. For the past half-month, he had relied on a caregiver, but he had since grown accustomed to the darkness. Navigating his own way through showers. A rack had been specially designed for him, allowing him to support himself while bathing. Hearing movement at the door, Jean Bingchen froze, halting his action of turning on the shower. Yilanchi, oblivious and lost in her own world, had mistakenly wandered into the men's restroom. Spotting a man emerging from inside, she thought little of it until she entered and noticed the man facing away from her in an improper manner. Realizing she had indeed entered the wrong restroom, she pushed the door open and walked straight in, casually shutting the door behind her, bypassing the vanity, and heading directly towards the bathtub. They say that when soaking in a bath, one's mind can wander freely, and she hoped to spark some inspiration. As she approached the bathtub, her fingers resting on the faucet, she began to sense something was amiss. Turning her head, she found herself face-to-face with Jean Bingchen. A mere 2 meters away, Yilanchi's mouth formed an shape, staring blankly at the unclothed man before her. It was far too close enough for her to see everything. The bathing rack was specially made to help Jean Bingchen distribute 80% of his weight off his legs, allowing him to stand throughout his shower without tiring. Thus, he stood there, almost face-to-face with Yilanchi, his elbows resting on the rack, his long legs elegantly extended. Exuding an air of casualness. Yilanchi's gaze fell level with Jean Bingchen's collarbone. Normally, she was captivated by his handsome face, which never failed to astonish her and draw her attention. However, today, her eyes seemed bewitched. After a fleeting glance at his face, her gaze swiftly drifted downward. From his beautifully sculpted collarbone to his broad, firm chest, she found herself recalling the abs she had felt in her palm that day. Unconsciously licking her lips, Yilanchi's eyes scanned him like a scanner, following the line of his physique downwards. After a quick glance, she couldn't help but look again. Then, as if trying to cover her tracks, she brought her hand to her mouth, her gaze darting about. Then it returned, once more. Oh no, she hadn't meant to stare. But she simply couldn't control herself. Who would help her cover her eyes and drag her away? Chapter 85. If I had known today, would you have saved me? Yilanchi felt parched, instinctively swallowing several times. Her cheeks flushed, her nostrils flared, her mind ablaze, as all the absurd snippets she had ever encountered began to animate in her thoughts, forming a vivid tapestry. No, it wasn't just her imagination. It truly came to life. Yilanchi. She turned to flee. After it is said that the shortest visual fixation time required for the human eye to generate a sense of imagery is between 0.1 to 0 for seconds. How many times can one deepen this imagery in their mind over the course of 49 seconds? Yilanchi felt her cheeks flush, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Well, since she had been caught, she might as well take a look. After all, it would be a shame not to. However, upon gazing a few more times, she found her nose growing even warmer. Oh no, Too much looking had ignited her temper. With a sense of vexation, Yilanchi dashed out of the bathroom. That night, until she finally drifted off to sleep, she remained somewhat restless and irritable. She turned her back to Jean Bingshan until he enveloped her in his warm and broad embrace. "Is my wife angry?" he inquired from behind. Why Yilanchi remained silent. Jean Bingshan pressed a gentle kiss atop her head. "I didn't mean to tease you. If you wish to see, I can show you anytime." "I don't want to see," Yilanchi retorted. Jean Bingshan chuckled softly, but soon his tone turned somewhat forlorn. "I have to go for treatment tomorrow. The first 10 days will be spent entirely in the laboratory. And I want to be able to be with you during that time." Why Yilanchi's breath hitched momentarily. "However, I will bring Chincy along, so we can communicate through it at any time," Jean Bingshan added. Upon hearing this, Yilanchi turned around, snuggling into his embrace and wrapping her arms around him. "If you feel any discomfort, please let me know immediately." Jean Bingshan tightened his hold. "All right." The following day, Jean Bingshan headed to his private hospital. Ji Qingza had already prepared the products from the narrow laboratory in advance, marking the beginning of the first treatment cycle over a span of 10 days, given the sterile conditions required by the laboratory. Yilanchi could only accompany Jean Bingshan to the entrance before returning to the hillside villa, where she diligently studied the training materials issued by the Jean Corporation. When the National Day holiday came to an end on the 8th, Yilanchi arrived punctually at the Jean Corporation. To her surprise, upon entering, she was met with an examination. Why Yilanchi felt as though she had returned to her school days. After 3 consecutive days of exams, she received an overall assessment score of a. It was only after conversing with a few other interns that she learned most had received scores of B or B, with the best among them achieving an A. Rumored to be a doctoral candidate. Why Yilanchi exhaled in relief and began to adopt a more tranquil mindset, officially becoming a corporate worker. Like a spinning top, she whirled through several days. Lanchi. The headquarters requires an explanation regarding the algorithm logic of the upcoming 3.17 version. Do you have any issues? Manager Su inquired. Why Lanchi shook her head. "No problem. Shall I go now?" Manager Su nodded. "Yes, they are in the large conference room on the 27th floor. You can head over directly." Yilanchi promptly agreed, gathering her materials as she stepped out. The AI Research and Development Department occupied a dedicated building, separated from the headquarters administrative building by merely a fountain. As she made her way over, Yilanchi caught sight of a familiar figure as she rounded the fountain. It was Jiang Yueshuang, clad in professional attire and holding a stack of documents. She emerged from the marketing department building alongside several young individuals, heading towards the entrance of the Jean Corporation. So Jiang Yueshuang had also successfully passed the interview. Though Yilanchi harbored questions, she quickly refocused her attention. She began mentally rehearsing what she would say. Indeed, when she arrived at the conference room on the 27th floor, she discovered several high-ranking officials present. Were they colleagues from the AI Research and Development Department? The sales assistant hosting the meeting turned to Yilanchi. "Please share the recent technical breakthroughs of the new version." A chill ran down Yilanchi's spine. Her manager had instructed her to explain the algorithm, but now they were asking about the entire version's optimization. Thankfully, she had worked overtime the previous night to comprehensively familiarize herself with the matter. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. "Esteemed leaders, the new version has stabilized after our department's testing over the past week. With breakthroughs in the following areas." Yilanchi inserted her USB drive into the slot and approached the projection screen to begin her presentation. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and someone entered. With this arrival, nearly everyone's attention was drawn towards the newcomer. "Vice President Jean. Vice President Jean, please take a seat." Someone stood to give Jean Yorue a place. Jean Yorue, with his hands clasped together, donned a string of Buddhist beads on his wrist, which seemed incongruous with his formal attire yet oddly complemented his serene demeanor. He spoke in a gentle and courteous manner. "No need to be formal, I merely came to have a look." With that, his gaze met Yilanchi's on stage, and he smiled. "Please continue." Colleague. Yilanchi was taken aback by Jean Yorue's presence, yet he concealed any ulterior motives, and given that he held a portion of shares in the Jean Corporation, Jean Bingshan could not possibly prevent him from attending. Thus, Yilanchi resumed explaining the updates of the new version to the attendees. Throughout, when questions arose, she addressed each one methodically. She concluded, "This software and system testing work, from unit testing to system testing and finally integration testing, has rectified several bugs from the previous version, allowing us to proceed to the next phase of technical research and development." The audience nodded in agreement. Jean Yorue was the first to applaud. "This young colleague has done well. What is your name?" Yilanchi was uncertain of his intentions and could only respond, "I am Yilanchi from the algorithm department." "Very well, Miss Yi, You may return now, Jean Yorue said. While Ilanchi nodded politely to the high-ranking officials present before hastily exiting. However, as she awaited the elevator, someone unexpectedly followed her inside. It was Jean Yorue. As the elevator doors closed, the bright mirror reflected their silhouettes. While Ilanchi inclined her head, "Uncle." Jean Yorue's gaze fell upon the materials in Ilanchi's hands, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "So you were aware of everything that day?" In no wonder he had implanted a miniature tracker on Ilanchi. He not only failed to overhear anything but instead exposed himself. It seemed that his niece-in-law was not merely a fade, but indeed possessed some substance. He had underestimated her. For the first time, he found himself outmatched by a woman. How intriguing. Ilanchi chose not to respond to Jean Yorue's comment, instead focusing her gaze on the LED screen. Watching the numbers decrease from 27. Curiously, there was no pause along the way. Just as they neared the ground floor, Jean Yorue suddenly stepped forward. In the mirrored reflection, he slowly removed the Buddhist beads from his wrist. And as his leisurely actions unfolded, the usually gentle exterior began to peel away, revealing a palm that seemed stained with blood. He leaned closer to Ilanchi's ear, his tone icy yet playful. "Lanchi, if you had known today, would you have swum over to save me trapped in that car 4 years ago?" Chapter 86. I will be your eyes ding. At that moment, the elevator doors opened slowly like a curtain. Ilanchi had yet to recover from the unsettling sensation coursing through her when she noticed a dozen employees standing in 2 neat rows at the elevator entrance, respectfully welcoming someone's arrival. "Good afternoon, President Jean." As the crowd spoke in unison, Ilanchi saw Jean Bingshan stride into the lobby, surrounded by a group of people. Dressed in a shirt and trousers, with a tie, he walked at a measured pace towards the elevator. Beside him, Hanjin and his bodyguards flanked him on either side, matching his rhythm. This was the first time Ilanchi had witnessed such a version of Jean Bingshan. He wore sunglasses, his nose straight and defined, his exquisite features devoid of any superfluous expression. With his tall stature and broad shoulders, every movement exuded an air of elegance and charisma, yet he was imbued with an unmistakable aura of masculinity. However, as the sunglasses shielded him from all, he walked through the throng like a star surrounded by admirers, disregarding everyone else, thus further solidifying his aloof demeanor. While Ilanchi felt as though she was seeing Jean Bingshan anew. The so-called prince of the capital circle, a soulless work machine. Yet, he was also her intimate partner. It had been over 10 days since she last saw him, and although he had mentioned in the morning that he would be in the hospital all day, here he was, appearing as if he had just completed his first treatment cycle, showing no signs of distress at all. So much so that she forgot to greet him. Just then, Jean Yorue, stepping out behind her, spoke first in a naturally warm tone. "Bingshan, back to the company." Jean Bingshan slightly turned his head, his dark sunglasses obscuring his eyes, making it impossible for Ilanchi and Jean Yorue to discern his expression. "Yes, I was busy earlier," he replied coolly. "It's rare for you to return to the company, Uncle." Jean Yorue wore his usual gentle smile, the string of beads once again wrapping around his wrist. "Today, I happened to attend a meeting where this technology specialist, Miss Yi, presented on the recent research and development products. I found it quite enlightening," he remarked, turning to Ilanchi. "Isn't that right, Miss Yi?" The two stood 2 meters apart, engaging in a silent battle of wits. While Ilanchi understood that Jean Yorue was deliberately attempting to sow discord between her and Jean Bingshan. Unfortunately for him, he was destined to be disappointed. While Ilanchi smiled at Jean Bingshan, her tone lighthearted. "Good day, President Jean. What I presented earlier was merely my duty. It was Vice President Jean who praised me." Jean Bingshan nodded with a meaningful expression. "Perhaps I'll take a listen when the opportunity arises." Having spoken, he turned and strode directly into the elevator. As the doors closed, Jean Yoli gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Jean Bingshan had vanished. "Even if there were a dog trapped inside the car, I would swim over to rescue it." While Ilanchi maintained a polite and courteous expression, even managing to muster a smile. "Little uncle. Seeing him improve so much, are you not more disappointed now?" With that, she walked straight out of the lobby. Once she reached the spacious area downstairs, Ilanchi felt her phone vibrate. Upon checking, she discovered it was indeed a call request from Jean Bingshan through the mini-program. After returning to the country recently, Ilanchi had made some minor adjustments to Chintzy, enabling video calls. Thus, when the video connected, she found herself looking at Jean Bingshan's office. His office was on the top floor of the administrative building, with Chintzy positioned in the outermost corner of the large desk, allowing Ilanchi to see most of the office clearly. At that moment, Jean Bingshan was seated in his office chair, alone. He was still wearing sunglasses. Perhaps the atmosphere of the boss's office was too austere, for Ilanchi felt a hint of unfamiliarity gazing at the man on the screen. She tentatively called out, "Mr. Jean." At this, The previously aloof and reserved man removed his sunglasses from the bridge of his nose and waved at Chincy. Chincy immediately turned, rolling over on her wheels on Yi Lanqi's phone screen. The wide-angle shot transitioned to a close-up, magnifying Jin Bingqian's face so close she could discern not a single pore on the man's flawless skin. He was breathtakingly beautiful, as if crafted by Nuwa herself. Unfortunately, his voice carried a tinge of grievance. "Miss Yi, you're giving a lecture and not sharing it with me?" Yi Lanqi thought. Oh my, seeing a man act coy up close. She found it slightly overwhelming. However, her instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and she quickly replied, "I spoke to a group of people at the company today, but when I get home, I'll share it with you alone." In the video, the man's lips drew near, and through the screen, he bestowed a kiss upon Yi Lanqi. Her heart raced, and she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before letting out a sigh of relief. Good heavens, she could not let anyone know she was romantically involved with her boss. "Darling, is your leg all right for walking now?" Yi Lanqi asked the question she had been contemplating. "Is that medication truly so effective?" Jin Bingqian explained, "I have assistive devices on my knee joints that can negate 90% of the weight and impact. This medication is designed to rapidly nourish the nervous system, so after the first treatment, it's essential to move more to accelerate the drug circulation in the bloodstream." Yi Lanqi inquired, "So recently, you've been able to walk normally with the aid of the devices?" Jin Bingqian replied, "Yes, I need to walk 3 times a day for about half an hour each time." He paused before adding, "So today, is there the honor of picking up my wife after work and then going shopping together?" Yi Lanqi's anticipation surged. All right. She immediately dashed towards the RD building, eager to finish her tasks before clocking out. Hearing her hurried footsteps, Jin Bingqian couldn't help but ask, "In such a rush?" Yi Lanqi replied, "Have you ever heard of a technical specialist keeping the group CEO waiting?" That afternoon, Yi Lanqi worked with an efficiency that surpassed her usual pace, finally completing all her tasks a mere 10 minutes past her official quitting time. For her first outing with Jin Bingqian, she chose a bustling commercial area that was not overly crowded but exuded a pleasant ambience. Since Jin Bingqian was visually impaired, she planned to stroll through the pedestrian street first, followed by dining at a private restaurant where she had already reserved a private room. The driver dropped them off at the entrance of the pedestrian street, and Yi Lanqi exited the car. Waiting by Jin Bingqian's side, he slowly stepped out, standing steadily. As it was getting late, he opted not to wear sunglasses but instead donned a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, having swapped his suit for a trench coat. Yi Lanqi felt as though she were witnessing a scene from a romantic drama. Must he be so handsome? Her heart fluttered, and she glanced down at her attire. Why was she still in professional wear? She should have brought a change of clothes to the office. While she was caught in this dilemma, Jin Bingqian took her hand, naturally placing their entwined fingers into the pocket of his trench coat. He leaned down and said to Yi Lanqi, "Wife, I'll need you to be my eyes on this journey." Chapter 87. Wife, I am devoted to you. Yi Lanqi's heart fluttered once more, hand in hand with Jin Bingqian. She led him forward. The pedestrian street was not particularly crowded, but it radiated a vibrant atmosphere, and Yi Lanqi spotted several picturesque locations perfect for photographs. Just as she caught her reflection in the shop windows and noted how mismatched her outfit was with Jin Bingqian's, she could no longer contain herself. "Darling, I want to buy a new outfit." She noticed a casual women's clothing store ahead. "All right," Jin Bingqian nodded. "Feel free to choose whatever you like." Yi Lanqi smiled, leading him into the store. Upon seeing them, the staff's eyes lit up. "Welcome, handsome and beautiful couple. We've just received several new styles that would be perfect for you." The staff guided Yi Lanqi to pick out clothes while Jin Bingqian stood casually against the wall,